Chen, a sophomore at Huaqing University, was delivering food as a summer job when he was bound to the divine check-in system. In the early stages of the system, he could randomly obtain skills by signing for food deliveries from customers. After upgrading the system, he could also participate in lucky draws. Checked in at a physics professor's home, obtaining professor-level university physics skills. Checked in at a research institute, obtaining millisecond-level brainwave interaction technology. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing carbon-based chips, autonomous driving technology, MECs, controlled nuclear fusion. He built a center for scientific research, aiding the rise of Xia Kingdom. 3 years after checking in, he became invincible in all fields. Chapter 1, Me, a part-time food delivery guy, earning 200,000 yuan annually. 107 orders, commission 693 yuan. One more order, and it'll be 700 yuan. Chen stared at the order page on his phone and muttered to himself. He was originally a sophomore at Huaqing University. No, a soon-to-be sophomore. He was working a part-time job during his first-year summer vacation, delivering food. The reasons for choosing food delivery were, firstly, summer part-time jobs were hard to find. Secondly, the geographical advantage. He could find his way around within a 5-kilometer radius of Huaqing University with his eyes closed, allowing him to meet more people and experience more, which would help him train himself. Secondly, delivering food meant you got paid more the more you worked, and it was flexible. Even a primary school student could do the math: 700 yuan a day, 30 days a month, that's 21,000 yuan, and 250,000 yuan a year. If he hadn't worked for a while, he wouldn't have known that delivering food could earn over 200,000 yuan annually. Why would he even bother going to college then? Of course, he knew that orders like the ones today would only happen once or twice a month. He was afraid he wouldn't have enough time to spend the money if it happened more often. He had been working continuously for 18 hours, from 6 in the evening yesterday until now, to achieve this result. Just as Chen was browsing the order page, a man in his early 30s walked over. Chen, don't push yourself so hard. You've been delivering for 18 hours straight. Go back and rest quickly. This person was named Dave, the station manager of Chen's delivery hub. He was very loyal and had connections with the administrative staff of various universities. This food delivery job was introduced through a university teacher. Although he was a bit tired, Chen still shook his head and said, "Dave, I'm fine. I'll rest after finishing one more order." Nonsense, go back and rest now. Your health is the most important thing. It's not worth it if you wear yourself out. Dave frowned, looking worried. This guy had only been working for a month and had already achieved top dasher status 5 times. He was truly afraid Chen would collapse at any moment. Dave, don't worry. Before Chen could finish speaking, he saw the cars by the roadside begin to shake, and pedestrians swayed back and forth as if drunk. Earthquake! Chen looked confused, then his body fell backward. Before he lost consciousness, he heard many exclamations. The top dasher fainted. Quick, quick, carry him under the tree. Hurry and get a bottle of mineral water, quickly. Chen, wake up. Ding. Host has awakened the divine check-in system. Binding system in progress. In his days, Chen heard this last sentence before completely losing consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Chen regained consciousness and found himself lying under a tree. Several delivery guys were standing around him, and Dave was looking at him with concern. Chen, are you okay? Seeing Chen wake up, Dave quickly handed him the bottle of mineral water he was holding. After gulping down the water, Chen fell into a daze. He recalled hearing something about a system before he fainted. Suddenly, a transparent status screen appeared before his eyes, startling him into a jolt. Divine check-in system? What the heck is that? Then, Chen seemed to recall something and broke into a grin. A system, just like the protagonists in those novels. With a system, I can conquer the world. Chen thought to himself, "System, can you explain yourself?" The system didn't respond, but he saw a system description icon in the upper right corner of the system status screen. The Divine Check-in system is dedicated to enhancing the host's abilities. It provides random rewards through check-ins, including but not limited to money, items, and skills. The current system version is beginner level, allowing random skill acquisition through food delivery check-ins. After future upgrades, subsystems such as the mall, lucky draw, and missions will be unlocked. As a high-achieving student from Huaqing University, he had read plenty of online novels. He could almost see piles of cash, luxury cars, and beautiful women waving at him. No, just beautiful women. Ding! System first time binding complete. Detected host's current profession as part-time food delivery driver. Starter pack drawing complete. Please check, host. 3 gift box icons appeared on the status screen. Chen, with trembling excitement, clicked on the middle gift box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 OmniNav supermap. Seriously? What use is a map to me? After Chen complained, he still clicked on the subtitle. The next moment, Chen was stunned. The map in his mind was like a 3D projection, with buildings and landmarks clearly visible, accurate to the centimeter. The system's products are always top-notch. The system is truly powerful. With the surprise of the supermap, Chen continued to open the other 2 gift boxes. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining 2 strength attribute points. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining 2 reflexes attribute points. Please check your inventory. Chen was completely baffled by these 2 gift packs. But the next moment, he understood. A warm current surged through his body, slowly seeping into every limb. Immediately after, a cool sensation filled his mind, invigorating him. Then he saw the evaluations for these 2 gift packs. As a delivery driver, one must have a good physique and quick reflexes to deliver food to customers amidst bustling traffic. The system aims to make the host the most outstanding person in the delivery industry. My main job as being a student delivery is just a side gig. I want to be a top student, a top student. Hearing the system's teasing, Chen yelled in his heart. Ding! Host's wish detected. The system has determined the main development path, striving to make the host the most outstanding top student in the delivery industry, and the most outstanding delivery driver among top students. Qian Qian Duoi. The Divine Check-in system explanation is complete. We wish you a pleasant experience. Goodbye. Chen felt speechless. Regardless, at least he was becoming a top student. Seeing Chen first spaced out and then his expression change like a face mask, the onlookers' worry deepened. They anxiously asked, Chen, what's wrong? Should we go to the hospital? The exclamations interrupted Chen's thoughts. The transparent status screen disappeared, and Chen sighed, saying, It's nothing. Help me up, I can still work. Seeing Chen's normal complexion and quick thinking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You have a new delivery order. Please process it promptly. Suddenly, Chen's phone rang. He instinctively picked up his phone, got on his electric bike, and sped off. The speed left the other delivery drivers dumbfounded. He's really risking his life for money. Ah, youth is good. Damn, was this kid faking it just now, trying to trick me into buying him water? In just a moment, Chen arrived at the pickup point, grabbed the food, and headed towards the address. With the OmniNav super map, a perfect route was planned the moment the order was received. 5 minutes later, Chen arrived at room 506, building 3, of the Huaqing University faculty and staff dormitory with the delivery. Ding dong. Ding dong. Hello, here is your delivery. Enjoy your meal, and don't forget a 5-star rating. Chapter 2, University Summer Homework, sound about right? Chen, are you Chen from Class 2, Grade 21, of the Mathematics Department? The person looked at Chen with some confusion. He recognized Chen because this kid had argued with him during the very first class after enrolling. Professor Wang, is this your place? Hearing the person call out his name, Chen finally looked up and saw that it was his university physics instructor, Wang. He had been engrossed in the system during the journey and hadn't thought about this. You're doing this part-time? Yeah, I didn't go home for the summer break, so I'm just doing this for some exercise. Good, good. It's great that you're young and hardworking, earning your own keep, and staying fit. Excellent, excellent. After a bit of small talk, Wang suddenly said, "Work is work, but don't neglect your studies." Wait for me for a moment. The sudden turn of events surprised Chen. He then silently thought, "System, I want to check in." Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining university undergraduate physics proficiency. Chen. What is this? Could it be that the rewards from check-ins are related to the delivery location and the recipient? With this guess, Chen became extremely excited. The Huaqing University area is home to many top universities, filled with professors, experts, and academicians. If he keeps checking in while delivering to these people, he's bound to acquire more skills. Wouldn't scholarships from schools and national scholarships be pouring in? Chen, these are the first-year physics test questions from major universities in the capital. Take them back and do them. Bring them to me in a couple of days, consider it your summer homework. Delivering food is hard work, so this is a way to balance work and rest. Wang took a stack of test papers from his room and handed them to Chen. Chen was instantly bewildered. Wang, are you a devil? I'm just delivering food, do you really have to give me summer homework? What a joke, summer homework. Since when does university have summer homework? Balancing work and rest, are you really trying to kill me? If I end up delivering to professors of advanced calculus, English, or electrodynamics, and they do the same, Chen shivered involuntarily. What? You don't want to? Wang's expression turned stern as he looked at Chen. No, nothing like that. Thank you for your concern, Professor Wang. I'll finish it diligently later. That's good. Come see me in a week, and I'll give you some special tutoring. You can go back and rest now. After saying that, he shoved the test paper into Chen's hand and closed the door, ignoring Chen's resentful gaze. Chen had originally planned to let the test paper sleep in the dorm, but Wang's last sentence shattered his idea. Composing himself, Chen hopped on his beloved little motorcycle and returned to the student dormitory. This easy? This question is quite interesting. Ugh, whoever made this question is a total troll. Sigh, there's a problem with this question. The question setter wasn't rigorous enough. Since I'm here, I might as well mark it for you. That's it? After finishing the last question, Chen realized he had completed the entire test paper and still felt unsatisfied. It was only then that he noticed it was already 9 in the evening, meaning he had been working on the test for over 8 hours. When did I become so studious? It's almost unbelievable. Looking at the densely filled test paper, Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. For a moment, he was actually captivated by this top student feeling. Should I go deliver food again? After some thought, Chen gave up on this suicidal idea. If he dared to go, Dave would beat him to death. After grabbing a quick bite downstairs, Chen returned to his dorm, washed up, and lay on his bed. With a thought, a transparent status screen appeared before his eyes. Host Chen. Age, 19. Occupation, student, part-time food delivery writer. Attributes, strength 2.8, reflexes 3.1, speed 2.9. PS, normal person is 1. Skills, university physics proficiency, general university mathematics. Looking at the attributes and skills sections, Chen grinned broadly. His strength and reflexes were comparable to a provincial athlete. University physics proficiency was obtained through the system's check-in, which he could understand. But what was the deal with general university mathematics? And what about the subjects he had studied diligently for 12 years, like English and Chinese? Was he not good enough? Or was he not worthy of the system's display? System, come out here and explain yourself. However, the system remained unresponsive, its silence seemingly telling him he was unworthy. After studying the system for a while, Chen fell into a deep sleep. At 6 in the morning, Chen woke up on time, had breakfast, and then rode his beloved little motorcycle to Wang's house with the summer homework. "Professor, I've finished it all. Could you take a look? It's normal if you don't get it. Since I have nothing else to do today, I'll explain it to you." Wang was taken aback for a moment and said, "What did you say? All done?" Then, Wang's face darkened, and his voice, laced with anger, said, "Chen, the test was difficult, so it's normal if you don't get everything right. But you can't pretend to know what you don't know and try to fool the professor with this." "Professor, I really finished it. Why don't you take a look first?" Wang took the test paper Chen cautiously handed over and snatched it, beginning to flip through it. If this kid dared to fool him, he guaranteed that for the next 3 years, as long as he was teaching Chen physics, he would make sure Chen failed. First test paper. Multiple choice question 1, correct. Question 2, correct. This kid is quite lucky. He guessed them all right. Wang secretly marveled at Chen's luck and continued reading. Fill in the blanks. Question 1, correct. Question 2, correct. Question 3, also correct. Calculation problems. Question 1, the approach is completely correct, and the calculation result is accurate. The last question, he actually used this method. It's beyond the scope. After finishing the first set, Wang moved on to the second, completely forgetting about Chen. Chen wanted to leave, but seeing Wang engrossed in his test papers, he shut his mouth. If he interrupted Wang at this moment, the consequences would be severe. But he still had to deliver food, so Chen slowly tiptoed towards the door. There's a problem with this question? Wang, who was looking at the test papers, suddenly noticed that Chen had questioned a problem and corrected it with the right answer, clearly showing the steps. Wang reread the question several times and found that the last question indeed had an issue, and Chen's answer was correct. Moreover, the ingenuity of the solution process made him almost applaud. 9 sets of test papers, all answered correctly. This result exceeded Wang's expectations. He didn't suspect Chen could find the answers, nor did he suspect Chen had someone else do it. After all, even his graduate students might not get a perfect score on these papers. "Chen, did you do all of this yourself?" Wang called out, looking at the test papers. After no response for a long time, he looked up and saw that Chen had slipped away at some point. Wang was furious and immediately made a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Wang." "Chen, where are you? Come over here quickly." "Professor Wang, I'm delivering food right now, I'm busy. We'll talk later." After saying that, Chen hung up Wang's call. Wang listened to the dial tone, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 3 Check-in Reward, Professor Level Physics. Jingda University Physics Department Office. Xin was buried in a pile of manuscripts. Creak, the door opened. Xin frowned and said without looking up, "Delivery? Just leave it there for now." "Hey, Xin, what are you busy with?" The sudden voice made Xin jump. Looking up and seeing Wang, he was instantly filled with indignation. "Wang, why are you running to me when nothing's wrong? Take it and have a look." Xin subconsciously took it and flipped through it, only to find that they were freshman physics exam papers from the 9 major universities in the capital. He and Wang were college classmates, and after graduation, they both taught at neighboring universities. Through thick and thin for over 30 to 40 years, based on his understanding of Wang, this old fellow wouldn't just fool him with this kind of thing. Wang sat down on the nearby sofa, while Xin slowly flipped through the exam papers. 10 minutes passed, and Xin went from initial indifference to seriousness, and then to surprise. Finally, he slammed the table hard and strode over to Wang, saying, "Wang, who did this last question? Which professor has too much time on his hands to pick on me?" "Haha, Xin, you've guessed wrong this time. The last question was done by a freshman student, and he's also the one who corrected the errors in the question." "Nonsense! A freshman student with this level? If your own graduate students had this level, you'd probably be laughing in your sleep." Wang slowly sipped his tea and said, "It really was done by a freshman student, and these 9 sets of exam papers were completed within 9 hours." Sheen was stunned. His intuition told him that Wang wasn't lying. 9 hours, 9 sets of exam papers. On average, less than an hour per set of papers, and for several calculation problems, 2 different methods of solution were used. Especially the last question, not only did it identify the problem, but it also corrected it using methods beyond the syllabus. This is simply a genius. Regardless of other subjects, with this level, getting into their graduate program would be a sure thing. "Wang, where is this student? Can we have him over for a chat? I want to take him on as my graduate student." "Get lost. If anyone's taking him, it's me. He's from our school. I'll have the school directly recommend him for a spot, and even a combined master's and doctoral program." "Haha, do you think I can't do that? Or is my Huaqing University inferior to your Jingda University in any way?" Wang glared at Qin, annoyed. This old geezer couldn't stand to see talented students and would poach them wherever he found them. The two of them fighting over taking Chen as their graduate student would surely shock a lot of people if it got out. Both had been famous for many years. Qin was an authority in solid-state physics and condensed matter physics, while Wang was an authority in particle physics and nuclear physics. Every year, countless top students dreamed of applying to their graduate programs, and the requirements were famously strict to the point of being harsh. Seeing Wang's attitude, Qin relented and said, "Let's put aside whether we'll take him for now. Just have him come over first, I want to test him myself." "He's busy, he's out delivering food." "What? Delivering food?" Qin was stunned at first, then roared, "Wang, you're inhuman. Such great talent, you. Qin trembled with anger. Speaking of which, Wang also felt a headache coming on. Damn it, if he hadn't suddenly wanted to play a prank on Chen yesterday, he wouldn't have known this kid was so good at hiding. "Call him quickly, hurry. Qin urged with a flushed face. Seeing this, Wang had no choice but to call again. "Professor, I already told you I'm delivering food. I'm busy now, can we talk about this tonight?" After speaking, Chen hung up the phone, not giving Wang a chance to say anything. It's not Chen's fault. He'd been delivering food all morning, 17 or 18 orders, and none of the rewards he got from checking in were practical. For example, at an electric bike shop, he received proficiency in electric bike repair. At a flower shop, he gained proficiency in flower arrangement. At a convenience store, he acquired proficiency in display arrangement. Damn it, as a top student from Huaqing University, why would he need to know how to fix electric bikes? Proficiency in flower arrangement, was this his early retirement set for 40 years from now? He finally got an order from a Jingda University teacher, and then Wang rushed him to go see him. How could he not be angry? In Qin's office, the air suddenly became very quiet. Wang felt awkward, and Qin was speechless. Knock. A knock on the door broke the awkwardness. Qin angrily opened the door. "Hello, here is your delivery. Enjoy your meal, and don't forget a 5-star rating." Qin's forehead was covered in black lines, but he still had to say thank you. "System, I want to check in." Outside the door, Qin silently recited. "Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations host, University Physics has been upgraded to professor level." The next moment, Chen felt as if his brain had been violently stuffed with a vast amount of knowledge. Various symbols, formulas, theorems, and the like flashed through his mind, causing him to feel a sudden sense of dizziness. Fortunately, the process was relatively short. When he opened his eyes to see the world again, his senses were even clearer. The knowledge that had been somewhat fuzzy yesterday was now much clearer. If he were to take those 9 sets of exam papers again, he could probably finish them in just 5 hours. Wang felt the voice of the delivery person sounded a bit familiar and suddenly rushed towards the door. "Wang, don't rush. It's just a delivery. I'll order another one for you." Qin, who was about to close the door, teased him as he saw Wang rushing over. "Chen, you get back here. Wang flung open the door and shouted, his voice echoing through the entire office building. Chen looked back, and his expression immediately fell. Professor Wang, I already told you I'm delivering food and really don't have time. Stop with the nonsense. If you don't come in today, I'll make sure you fail all your exams for the next 3 years. But if you make me happy today, you can skip all my physics classes for the next 3 years and still get a perfect score. Upon hearing this, Chen was instantly delighted. Being able to skip classes and get perfect scores meant he could deliver so much more food. Professor Wang, I'm all yours today. Singing, dancing, playing instruments, massage. Which would you like to try? Get in here. Wang's mouth twitched. He immediately walked towards his office, wondering how he hadn't noticed how mischievous this kid was before. Chen had no choice but to follow. Chen, let me introduce you. This is Professor Qin from the physics department at Jingda University. Ah, you're Professor Qin? A pleasure, a pleasure. You know me? Yes, Professor Qin's fame is known throughout the entire physics community. Then tell me, what do I do? What's my research area? What papers have I published? Chen's brain froze. He really wanted to tell Professor Qin, Professor, you're going to get hit talking like that. He suddenly realized why his college physics suddenly went from proficiency to professor level. It must have been due to the stacking effects. Seeing Chen's awkwardness, Wang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, Qin, let's get down to business. I'm afraid this kid might slip away again. Chapter 4, Postgraduate Entrance Exam? No time, I have to deliver food. Shocking. Immeasurable shock. Qin and Wang looked at Chen with sparkling eyes, making Chen's heart race. Given 9 test papers, Qin could point to any question, and Chen could explain it perfectly, even coming up with insights they hadn't considered. Especially the last complex problem, which no first-year student at Jingda University could solve. Chen not only solved it but also added supplementary conditions. The 3 of them went from testing Chen to a discussion, and finally, it became Chen lecturing while the 2 professors listened. It wasn't that the professors weren't skilled, but rather Chen's reactions were too quick, and the professors were getting on in years. The more they listened, the more astonished they became. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Chen's physics level was more than sufficient to be a professor at Huaqing University or Jingda University. Chen, would you like to pursue your master's degree with me? A doctorate is also an option. No entrance exam, direct admission with a full scholarship. Qin, you've gone too far. Trying to poach my student right in front of me, that's not a nice thing to do. Chen is currently only your undergraduate student. I'm talking about a combined master's and doctoral program, don't confuse the two. Qin smiled like a fox. With a little guidance, Chen's talent would surely lead him to achieve more than himself in the future. Taking such a student as his disciple would undoubtedly become a beautiful story for the future. Postgraduate studies? Chen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. No, I don't have time. I still have to deliver food. Having witnessed the power of the system, he really didn't care much for postgraduate studies. If you study for your master's with me, I'll give you a monthly subsidy of 5,000. How about that? It's better than delivering food, isn't it? Not necessarily. Delivering food earns over 20,000 a month. Now it was Qin and Wang's turn to be stunned. Do food delivery jobs pay this well now? Chen, think about it carefully. It would be a shame not to continue researching physics given your talent. Qin was still persistent. He continued, in 3 to 5 years, after you've made some breakthroughs and achieved fame, the country will reward you with a car and a house. How many years would it take you delivering food to afford a house in Beijing? If you don't want to be a student, you can come and be my assistant first. Work with me on research, and within 3 years, I guarantee you a specially appointed professorship. What do you say? Given Qin and Wang's authority in the physics community, this was not an empty promise. It would be a lie to say Chen wasn't tempted, but he couldn't exactly say he had a system that allowed him to gain skills through check-ins, and those skills were at least at a proficiency level. In 3 to 5 years, he would probably be an all-around master. Professors Qin and Wang, I appreciate your kind offers, but I'm only a sophomore and haven't studied other subjects yet. I want to experience student life first. After I finish studying other subjects in a couple of years, I will definitely apply for your postgraduate programs. What do you think? After much thought, Chen still declined the professor's kind offers. He felt it was better to check in for skills first and master all his college courses before anything else. If he became a postgraduate student now and somehow managed to research something and publish a paper, with his English level CET4, he'd be in serious trouble. Seeing Chen's firm attitude, Qin and Wang knew that further persuasion would be counterproductive. Chen, who taught you physics? No one taught me. I just read a bit in the library, and then I knew it. The two professors almost spat out blood. Did he even sound human? You can learn it in a year just by casually reading, and your level is comparable to ours, who have lived for 50 or 60 years. Then what have we been doing with our lives? My approach is to fully grasp one subject before moving on to the next. Chen's words left the two professors speechless again. From what he said, it sounded like he was planning to study another subject next. Which subject are you planning to study next? English or math, or chemistry? I suggest you start with English first. It's relatively easy and very useful later on, for things like theses, international conferences, and academic journals. Not understanding it would be a disaster. No, I suggest you start with math. Math is the foundation of all subjects. A strong mathematical mindset will greatly boost your understanding of physics. As for what Professor Wang mentioned, while it makes sense, it's not that crucial. At worst, we can just get him a translator then. Chen smiled wryly at the two professors' argument. He really wanted to tell the professors that it wasn't up to him which subject to study, he would study whatever the system assigned him. Professor Wang, are you satisfied today? Faced with Chen's sudden rhetorical question, Wang was first confused, then burst into laughter, saying, "You sly dog. You don't have to come to my class anymore, you'll get a perfect score on the exam." With Wang's assurance, the three chatted for a while longer before Chen left Qin's office. Outside the door, Chen looked at the two thick professional books and couldn't help but smile wryly. So, Professor Wang gave him homework yesterday, and today Professor Qin directly handed him 2 books. He casually flipped through the books, then tossed them into his delivery box. He'd read them tonight to consolidate what he had learned. For now, he needed to focus on delivering food. In Qin's office, Qin and Wang looked at each other. "Wang, pull up this kid's file. The more I think about it, the more unbelievable he is." After Qin finished speaking, Wang slapped his thigh and directly called Zhang Qingming, the head of the academic affairs office at Huaqing University. Although Zhang Qingming didn't know why Wang wanted Chen's file, Wang's status made him dare not ignore the request. Within minutes, the file was sent to his email. There wasn't much useful information in the file, and the two quickly finished reviewing it. This file isn't anything special. Both parents are ordinary white-collar workers from a well-off family, they don't lack money. Why does this kid like delivering food? His high school grades consistently ranked 3rd. Not bad. Ranked 15th in the Gaokao for science in Nanhua province. So. Twice in the top 20 in his first year of university. Just average. The two professors studied the file for half an hour, finally concluding that Chen had a late bloom in university. "Wang, when you get back, talk to his counselor and have them advise Chen. The kid might be young and naive, but we old folks need to look out for him. We can't let such promising talent go to waste." Wang waved his hand and swaggered out of Qin's office. Chen was currently at his usual gathering spot, constantly checking his phone, hoping for an order from a major university so he could level up a skill. "You have new delivery orders, please process them promptly." Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the order details. The delivery address was the library at Huaqing University. He was overjoyed. "Chen, why are you so happy about delivering food? You wouldn't understand. After picking up the order, Chen hopped on his beloved scooter and headed towards the Huaqing University Library at a leisurely 25 km/h. New skill, here I come. Chapter 5, Exploiting System Bugs. Miss Yi, hello, your food has arrived. Could you please come down and get it? They don't allow deliveries upstairs in the library. Downstairs at the Huaqing University Library, Chen was on the phone. Delivery guy, hello. Please tell the administrator that it's for research room 3 on the 5th floor. A very pleasant female voice came from the other end of the line, making Chen's heart flutter. After hanging up and informing the administrator, Chen began climbing the stairs with 7 or 8 food orders. System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring master-level Chinese painting appraisal, English TM8, University Mathematics Professor level, Russian level 8, Grandmaster Calligraphy, P10 C++ Programming, Expert Intellectual Property Law. As Chen climbed the stairs, the system kept announcing check-in rewards, more than 30 scattered rewards of various kinds. If he still didn't realize the system was malfunctioning at this point, he'd be incredibly foolish. System, did you glitch? The system ignored him, continuing to announce various rewards, each one making his mouth water. Can I choose one reward in this situation? Chen pondered slowly. If he could choose, which reward would he pick? It wasn't that he hadn't considered getting them all. But based on past experience, acquiring the skills in physics and mathematics had already flooded his mind with knowledge, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. If he took them all, he'd probably become an idiot instantly. One shouldn't be too greedy. Mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines. It can greatly expand a scholar's thinking. While it might not seem directly applicable, it's omnipresent in life. English? That's also practical. Regardless of where it's used, having TM8 is good for showing off. One reward after another flashed through his mind as he considered which ones he needed most urgently. After climbing another floor, Chen inwardly commanded, System, I want the University Mathematics Professor level reward. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring University Mathematics Professor level. So, it was indeed possible to choose a reward in this situation. The reason he chose mathematics over English was rooted in his habit of expressing himself in his mother tongue on Chinese soil. Even if he becomes a top scholar in the future, he still wants to communicate in his mother tongue. Why should top scholars in China publish papers in English? I'll use Chinese. Watch it if you want, piss off if you don't. Ding, system detected a bug, shutting down for repair. The system's cold voice made Chen, who was climbing the stairs, freeze in place. System, come out, come out. Chen roared in his heart, but there was no response. He immediately felt a chill, his face extremely grim. Damn it, the system is too unreliable. It promised to make me the most brilliant scholar in the food delivery industry. It won't take back the skills, will it? Chen closed his eyes, recalling the knowledge of physics and mathematics, formulas and theorems flashing through his mind, still so familiar and profound. Wow, this delivery guy is quite handsome. What's so great about being handsome? He can't handle it. He's pale after only 4 floors. Clearly, he has kidney deficiency. What's the use of being handsome? His body is weak. He's pale after only climbing 4 floors, clearly suffering from kidney deficiency. As Chen closed his eyes, recalling the content of mathematics and physics, the young men and women passing by Huaqing University looked at the strange Chen and commented. The night gave me black eyes. Chen's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He took out his phone and saw it was his sister. Little sister, I'm a bit busy right now. I'll call you back tonight. Chen hung up the phone, glared fiercely at the student who called him kidney deficient, leaped 5 steps at a time, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ha, is this the kidney deficiency you were talking about? Carrying 7 or 8 food orders, Chen became a young man like the wind, darting through the library. Outside lab room 3 on the 5th floor, knock. Knock. Hello, your delivery is here. The door isn't locked,
just bring it in.
A clear female voice came from the room, and Chen pushed the door open. Wow, in the research lab, 7 or 8 students, 5 girls and 3 boys, were all gathered around several whiteboards, discussing in low voices.
Hello, your delivery is here. Enjoy your meal.
Chen placed the delivery on the table and casually glanced at the whiteboard. It turned out to be a math problem, and he immediately became interested.
I just got professor-level mathematics. Let's verify it.
Let fx, y be 2 random variables, find the constant a and the conditional probability density.
This is a problem about calculating the probability density of a normal distribution.
The whiteboards displayed the solutions from several students, but the answers were tinged with sadness. Chen shook his head as he looked. Their approach was wrong, let alone the subsequent steps. His actions caused one of the male students to frown.
Delivery guy, what's with the head shaking? Do you have a problem with us or the problem we solved? Nothing, my neck was just sore. Enjoy your meal, goodbye. Chen didn't want trouble and turned towards the door.
He figured he could use this time to run more deliveries and level up his skills.
Stop. You're not leaving until you explain yourself. If you dare to leave, I'll give you a bad review. The girl who ordered the delivery raised an eyebrow and said, Vance, are you out of your mind? The delivery guy just shook his head, what's it to you? Exactly. What's so great about being handsome? Can't handle it. He's pale after only 4 floors, clearly suffering from kidney deficiency. Also, the person who ordered the delivery is Ilara. If anyone's going to review it, it's Ilara. Who do you think you are? The girls immediately started confronting Vance. Little brother, don't mind them. They didn't mean anything by it.
We've been struggling with this problem for days, and our advisor is coming to check soon.
We're just anxious. I apologize on their behalf.
The one speaking was the girl who had called earlier, her voice still crisp. Chen glanced at her, his eyes lit up. She was tall, with fair skin, soft hair, and clear eyes. She looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her.
What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave, you don't belong here.
Vance's eyes widened as he saw Chen's change in expression, and he became furious.
Chen was also getting angry. When people are kind, they get bullied.
He hadn't said a word, but these guys were mocking him as if he were inferior.
You asked me why I was shaking my head? Then I'll tell you, your approach to solving the problem is wrong.
The room fell silent for a moment, and then the male students burst into laughter, as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world.
The girls also opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say. What did you say? Our approach is wrong? Say that again?
I didn't know delivery guys were so arrogant now.
Do you think you're Will from the heart of a handyman or Wei Ruffing from halfway blooming?
Here, take the pen.
If you can solve it, I'll eat this pen. The 3 male students started mocking Chen again. Chen didn't say a word.
He walked forward, picked up a whiteboard marker, and started writing on a whiteboard.
If he can solve it, I'll quit this group immediately. Shut up. The beautiful girl whispered, staring intently at the whiteboard. Character by character appeared, written fluently and smoothly.
10 minutes later, after filling 3 whiteboards, Chen put down the marker, took a step back, and reviewed it from beginning to end.
Not bad. The handwriting is bold, the logic is clear, and the conclusion is correct. Overall, I'd give it 90 points. The only dissatisfaction is that there aren't enough whiteboards, and a few steps were omitted. Chen turned to the 3 male students and asked indifferently, Can you understand this? Do you want me to explain it to you?
Forget it, with the intelligence of you 3, even if I explained it, you probably wouldn't understand.
Chapter 6, The Rising Star of Mathematics. Hello, my name is Xin. Not interested. My food's getting cold, hurry up and eat. Goodbye forever. Chen directly cut off the beautiful woman and turned to leave.
He knew what the beautiful woman wanted to say, which was probably to admire his looks. No, wait, it was to ask him to explain it. Women only hinder me from becoming the most dashing guy. In the research room, Ilara gritted her teeth in anger and exclaimed, "Dense man." In the research room, the three boys watched this scene, their eyes about to burst into flames.
Ilara is a stunning top student at Huaqing University. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also an academic ace.
In her 4 years of university, no man had ever received special attention from her.
Now, seeing her act so coyly towards a delivery guy, how could they not be enraged? Crash!
The door pushed open again. Chen poked his head in and said, "Forgot something. I remember the three of you saying that if I solved it, you'd quit this so-called research group, right?" Seeing it was Chen, Ilara was about to speak again, but Chen interrupted, "Beautiful lady, I've solved a problem for you."
No need to thank me, just call me Lei Feng.
Then, he vanished with extreme speed. In the research room, the 5 girls stared intently at the 3 boys, their meaningful gazes making the latter feel extremely uneasy.
What are you looking at?
I said I'd quit if he solved it, but look at this garbage he wrote.
Exactly. Look at steps 8 and 9, they make no sense together. And step 13, how did he get that result? And the last step, we can't even say if the result is correct.
The 3 boys, who were originally rivals, now found themselves united against a common enemy, standing firm together.
Why did they join this research group? Wasn't it to get closer to Ilara, to have a better chance?
Setting aside their personalities, the 3 actually had solid math foundations and could see the issues in Chen's omitted steps. It wasn't just the 3 of them, the 5 girls felt the same. Although they didn't fully understand, their intuition told them the process and the answer were likely correct. One has to admit, human intuition can sometimes be terrifyingly accurate. Alright, let's stop discussing for now and eat. We can ask the professor when they get here. As Ilara said this, she glanced at the 3 boys, her meaning unmistakable. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with ordinary attire and thinning hair walked into the research lab.
His name was Zhao.
Don't let his unremarkable appearance fool you. He was a renowned figure in the mathematics department of Huaqing University and the entire Chinese mathematics community.
Solved it. Professor Zhao was halfway through his sentence when he saw the 3 whiteboards written by Chen and was stunned. He then walked quickly to the whiteboards, reading line by line.
He became more excited and more shocked with each passing moment. The 3 boys watched the professor's expression and gradually felt a sense of foreboding.
Brilliant, truly brilliant. It can be done this way too. What a great idea.
20 minutes later, Professor Zhao finished reading, marveling with a TSK. This problem wasn't particularly difficult, but it was certainly beyond the capabilities of these 4 final year students. He gave them this problem to assess their thinking and gauge their talent. He never expected such a sudden surprise.
Professor, is the process and the result completely correct? Ilara asked softly. If you did it yourself, you wouldn't understand?
Professor Zhao paused here, suddenly realizing something. The handwriting on the whiteboard didn't belong to any of the 8 of them. Moreover, the method was so ingenious that even he found it surprising, let alone these students.
Did Professor Zhang come, or Sun Ming, or perhaps Li Qiuhong?
Are these old fellows trying to crash my party?
With each name Professor Zhao uttered, the students trembled. These were all professors from the mathematics department of Huaqing University. Professor Zhao, no, it wasn't any of them. This problem was solved by a delivery guy.
Under Professor Zhao's stern gaze, Ilara didn't dare to meet his eyes.
Impossible. Ilara, this joke of yours has gone too far. Professor, it's true. Ask them if you don't believe me. Ilara pointed to the students beside her.
They all nodded in unison.
What's going on? Explain it to me clearly. Professor Zhao's tone was heavy, he was genuinely angry.
Ilara recounted the entire incident without embellishment, presenting it in a straightforward manner. After listening, Zhao shot a fierce glare at the 3 boys, who suddenly felt a chill run down their spines.
Wait a minute, you just said he only took 10 minutes?
Yes, he read the problem once and then solved it in 10 minutes, without even drafting anything, all in one go. Zhao felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He finished in 10 minutes without a draft, yet it took Zhao himself 20 minutes to fully grasp the process. Aside from his age and perhaps a less agile mind, Chen's skill completely surpassed his own. "Professor, are you all right?" Everyone looked at Zhao, who seemed somewhat dejected, their faces filled with concern. Zhao took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's his name?" The students looked at Ilara, then shook their heads in unison. "What are you waiting for? Go find him. You must find him for me," Zhao roared, his voice full of grit. The three looked at the furious Zhao and smirked gleefully before quickly saying, "Professor, don't worry. As long as he's delivering food around Huaqing University, I'll definitely find him. How dare he come to our turf to cause trouble? I'll teach him a lesson for you." "Teach him a lesson?" Zhao was taken aback, then slammed the table and his voice rose an octave, saying, "Who said I wanted to teach him a lesson? Are you an idiot? That young man has incredible mathematical talent, even your senior student Cheng Yong can't match him. Why would I want to teach him a lesson? I want him to come here for my postgraduate studies, no, my doctoral studies. Direct admission without an exam." Everyone was stunned by Zhao's words. Everyone in the Huaqing University mathematics department knew that Zhao's postgraduate and doctoral programs were notoriously difficult to get into. And now, he was offering a food delivery guy direct admission to his doctoral program, bypassing the entrance exam entirely. Besides, who is Cheng Yong? He's a big shot. Although he hasn't graduated with his doctorate yet, he's already published 5 highly influential papers. This food delivery guy is better than senior student Cheng? This completely shattered their worldview. If this got out, the food delivery guy would probably be drowned in envious students' salty soda. What if he refuses? Maybe I can offer him a position as a professor's assistant? Zhao muttered to himself. The crowd, who had just snapped out of their daze, collectively turned to stone again. "What are you waiting for? Go find him." Seeing the stunned crowd, Zhao slammed the table again. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts, leaving Zhao alone in the lab, staring blankly at 3 whiteboards. From these whiteboards, he could see a new star in the world of mathematics rising. There's hope for mathematics in our country. Chapter 7, The Professor's Gone Mad, The Delivery Guy's Bewildered. As the lamps lit up the city. After 3 hours of searching, Ilara and the others were exhausted and hungry, but had found nothing. It wasn't that they hadn't called Chen. As soon as Chen heard it was someone from Huaqing University's library in the afternoon, he hung up. They called again from different numbers, and Chen finally threatened to call the police if they harassed him again. Beep, beep. The phone rang again. Staring at the constantly vibrating phone, the group was filled with helplessness. At this moment, they suddenly realized that their usually inseparable phones had become instruments of torture. In 3 hours, Zhao had made 5 calls, and it was giving everyone a headache. "Ilara, pick it up quickly. Hurry and answer it, or the professor will blow up again." The moment the phone was answered, Ilara noticed his classmates collectively take 3 steps back, maintaining a 2-meter distance from him. Ilara rolled his eyes and said softly, "Professor, we haven't found him." "Don't worry, we'll keep looking." "All right, come back first." At this moment, Zhao calmed down. The area around Huaqing University, while not vast, encompassed over a dozen universities. Even during the summer break, there were tens of thousands of students, faculty, and their families. Finding someone based on a brief encounter was a long shot for the 8 of them. The chance of them finding him after just one meeting was too slim. Half an hour later, the group returned to the lab. Professor Zhao had already ordered takeout for them. "I have an idea." While they were eating, a female student's sudden exclamation startled everyone. "Professor, all food delivery personnel need a special card to enter the Huaqing University campus. The restaurants we ordered from must use the southeast gate to deliver. We just need to check which delivery guy swiped their cards during the time he entered. Even if several came in at the same time, it'll be faster to filter them." "I also thought of something. There's a delivery hub near Huaqing University where the delivery guys have a daily morning meeting.
If we go there early and wait, we'll definitely find him.
Hearing these suggestions, everyone swallowed their food and silently pitted themselves for a few seconds.
Okay, since we have a plan, let's get some rest. Tomorrow, Ilara, Kara, and I will go find him. Professor Zhao looked at the exhausted group with a touch of sympathy. After everyone left, Zhao made a call to the security office. Obtaining the information would be a piece of cake. Only 5 delivery drivers entered during that time frame.
Only Chen's information matched, as he was the only one from Yituan Delivery among the 5. In Ilara's dorm room, several girls were gathered, discussing the afternoon's events.
Ilara, when we find that young man tomorrow, if he refuses, we'll just have to seduce him. Ilara rolled his eyes.
Although Chen wore a helmet in the Yituan uniform, it was still evident that he was a handsome young man. His math skills were excellent, and his voice was magnetic. In that moment, she felt a flutter of attraction. Meanwhile, the 3 male students were gathered at a barbecue stall, eating skewers and drinking beer.
Vance, what should we do?
Professor Zhao is going to find him tomorrow.
What if that kid uses today's incident to blackmail us?
As long as Professor Zhao doesn't tell us to leave, we'll just shamelessly stick around.
Yeah, exactly. At worst, we'll apologize to him.
If we're really forced out, not only will it be bad for us, but will make things difficult for him at Huaqing University too. After adjusting his mindset throughout the afternoon, Chen had come to terms with it. What comes, what goes, goes. With professor-level skills in both mathematics and physics, he could go anywhere in China. In his dorm room, he was engrossed in a thick physics textbook, occasionally mumbling to himself.
After a night without incident, early the next morning, Xin was waiting for Zhao at the gate of Huaqing University. The two headed straight to the ele.me delivery station at Huaqing University.
More than 30 ele.me deliverymen were sparsely arranged in 3 rows, listening to the station manager Dave's incessant chatter.
Look, beautiful women.
Damn, that tall one is really beautiful, fair-skinned and gorgeous, with legs from the neck down.
My favorite.
The shorter one is not bad either, with a melon seed face, petite and exquisite.
I really want to lend her my broad chest to lean on. Hey, I think I recognize them.
The tall one is Ilara, 3rd place among Huaqing University's top 10 campus beauties, and the petite one is Chen Ko, 9th place.
Damn, isn't that bald guy with the 2 beauties up to no good?
They were all young men, and a single sentence led the ongoing meeting's atmosphere astray. Chen followed their gaze and realized they were the 2 girls from the library research room yesterday. His intuition told him he was in trouble. Dave glanced over, startled, and immediately jogged over, smiling. Professor Zhao, what brings you here?
Zhao was taken aback and asked doubtfully, do you know me?
Yes, Professor Zhao is a celebrity in the mathematics community at Huaqing University. Although I never had the chance to attend Huaqing University, I greatly admire you, Professor.
Please, just give me any instructions.
As the station manager of the ele.me delivery station at Huaqing University, Dave was well acquainted with the logistics departments of nearby universities, and knew many famous professors like the back of his hand. This was also why he was able to become a station manager at just over 30. Zhao unexpectedly looked at Dave a couple of times. The young man was interesting. After a moment's thought, he said, Station Manager Zhang, I'm here today to find a deliveryman named Chen. When Dave heard he was looking for Chen, he was stunned and a bit confused.
Seeing Dave's expression, Zhao immediately said, is it inconvenient?
No, Chen is a student at your Huaqing University.
You could have just called him, why bother making a personal trip?
Now it was Zhao's and the other 2's turn to be dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief.
Chen, hurry over here, Professor Zhao is looking for you.
Dave yelled towards Chen in the back row. Seeing he couldn't hide any longer, Chen had no choice but to walk over.
Student Chen, would you consider pursuing your postgraduate studies with me? A doctorate is also an option. Direct admission without exams, how about it?
Zhao's words stunned all the deliverymen. Was the professor crazy?
When did the threshold for postgraduate and doctoral studies at Huaqing University become so low? A professor is actively seeking them out. No time, I have to deliver food.
Chen's reply caused all the delivery men to collapse, inwardly screaming, "Professor, look for me, I'm qualified." Zhao thought Chen felt a doctorate was too lowly and added, "Or, you can be my assistant for a year. As long as you publish a Class B paper, I'll get you a professorship."
What do you say?
Zhao's words had shattered the worldview of everyone present, who lamented endlessly in their hearts.
Professor Zhao, I really don't want to pursue postgraduate or doctoral studies. I really don't have time. Chen was very helpless.
He couldn't understand what was wrong with these professors at Huaqing University, why they insisted on him pursuing postgraduate studies.
Chen, is it because those 3 boys insulted you yesterday? Don't worry, when we get back, I'll make them withdraw from the research group, how about that?
Besides, look at the many beautiful girls among my students. You're young, single, and a top student.
Plenty of opportunities, Zhao said, pointing to Alara and Chen Ke beside him.
Chen glanced over and suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on the 2 beauties, a smile slowly spreading across his face.
Ha, there's hope. Chapter 8, Ordering Food While Delivering Food, How Novel. Ding. System repair complete, reboot successful. Reading host information.
The reason Chen froze was because he heard the system rebooting. He had already accepted the fact that he had lost his system, never expecting it to reboot.
What a pleasant surprise! With a thought from Chen, a transparent status screen appeared. Host Chen. Age, 19. Occupation, student, part-time food delivery writer. Attributes, strength 2.8, reflexes 3.1, speed 2.9. PS, normal person is 1.
Skills, University Physics Professor level, University Mathematics Professor level, Electric Scooter Repair Proficiency, Flower Arranging Proficiency, Electric Scooter Repair Mastery, Department Store Display Proficiency. Looking at the numerous skills, Chen laughed heartily, saying, "Good, good. Happy, beautiful." Ilara looked at the laughing Chen, a faint smile on her lips, and thought to herself, "A straight man, finally realizing my charm, hurry up and fall at my feet."
Chen, you agree? That's great.
Zhao heard Chen exclaim good and immediately stepped forward to grab Chen's hand, his face full of joy. He had been working on it since yesterday afternoon, all for this kid to join his team.
Chen was startled awake by Zhao's actions, and asked blankly, "Professor Zhao, what good? What did I agree to? Agree to be my graduate student or PhD student? Did I say that? Ask everyone else?"
Zhao's seriousness made a group of delivery guys nod frantically, and Chen was a bit confused.
"No, let me sort this out, I'm a bit confused." Chen shook his head and said, "Let's go over it again." "Professor, you go first." I said, "Did you ask them to withdraw from the research group because those 3 guys insulted you yesterday?" "Don't worry, I'll have them withdraw when we get back. Among my students, there are many beauties. You are young, single, and a top student, so you have many opportunities." "And then?"
Then you stared at Ilara and Chen Ke, laughing and saying great, beautiful, and happy. Chen then realized that due to the system's reboot, his unintentional actions had led Professor Zhao to misunderstand. He then said with utmost seriousness, "Professor, women only slow down my sword drawing speed."
His words enraged Ilara and Chen Ke. "Chen, you beast, I'll fight you." "Professor, Dave, I'm off to deliver food. See you later."
Chen hopped on his electric bike and sped off, leaving behind a fuming Ilara and Chen Ke, as well as a grim-faced Professor Zhao.
"Professor Zhao, don't be angry. Come inside and sit. Chen is young and ignorant.
I'll talk to him properly later, don't worry." Dave ushered Zhao towards the delivery station, signaling the other delivery guys to leave quickly to avoid trouble.
Half an hour later, outside the delivery station. "Xiao Zhang, I'm leaving Chen in your care.
I'll be waiting for your good news. Consider it a favor owed."
"Professor Zhao, don't worry, I'll definitely talk to him properly." Hearing Dave's assurance, Zhao left the delivery station with a smile. He never imagined he'd have such a pleasant conversation with a delivery person. It wasn't about looking down on delivery guys, but rather the difference in social status, which left no opportunity for interaction. I've always heard that delivery guys are a mysterious organization. Seeing one today certainly lives up to the reputation. Dave's experiences are more incredible than any novel. In a great mood, Zhao, along with a gritting-toothed Ilara and Chen Ko, leisurely walked towards University. Professor, are you really going to let Vance and the other two withdraw? Yes, even if Chen doesn't join your research group, I wouldn't keep them due to their character. Zhao paused and continued, Ilara, Kara, remember, the first step in academics is to be a good person. If you can't even be a good person, then any academic achievement will only harm yourself and others. But Vance has a good background. If Chen is implicated because of this, he wouldn't dare. Zhao sternly interrupted Ilara before she could finish. You two should pay more attention. I don't care about competition within the school, but if Vance dares to use any underhanded tactics against Chen, tell me. I'll let Vance know that his so-called background is a joke in front of University. Ilara stuck out her tongue upon hearing this, muttering to herself that Chen had struck gold, gaining the protection of a top professor. Little did she know that the Chen she yearned for was currently completely bewildered. What the heck is going on? The owner of a delivery shop 100 meters away ordered from another delivery shop? Chen picked up the order and rushed to Longteng Yanchuan restaurant. Uncle Chen, what are you up to? Supporting an ally or trying to learn their tricks? The owner of Longteng Yanchuan restaurant was Liu, in his 40s. He had run this Sichuan restaurant for over 20 years and was renowned around Huaqing University for his excellent cooking skills. You rascal, you never take anything seriously. Liu seemed to have his thoughts exposed by Chen, and his old face flushed. Since he was familiar with Chen, he wasn't too embarrassed. Chen glanced at the diners inside and then at Liu's expression, and immediately understood. It turned out that customers were being stolen by a newly opened Sichuan restaurant called Jixiangju, which explained everything. Liu opened the takeout container. It was a dish of boiled sliced pork, looking quite appetizing. System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining master-class Sichuan cooking skills. In the next moment, countless recipes flashed through his mind, knives danced, and all the techniques for preparing ingredients were at his fingertips. He clearly understood the pairings of various dishes, cooking times, and other important details. Chen's hands unconsciously mimicked the knife movements in the air. Sha Nua, what are you spacing out about? Sit down quickly, let's have a drink, old man. Chen was startled awake by Liu's words, still immersed in the experience. At that moment, he felt that everything in the world could be a culinary ingredient. Chen didn't hesitate, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite. After only a few seconds, he said, "That's it? The taste is just average. Believe it or not, I can make better." Chen's arrogant statement made Liu's eyes roll back. After taking a sip of water, he said, "The sliced pork is smooth, and the taste is spicy without being overpowering. Boss, I'll have the boiled sliced pork, kung pao chicken, mapo tofu, and garlic paste white meat." Liu was interrupted before he could finish by two customers entering. As soon as Chen heard the dish names, their expressions changed. These 4 dishes are considered representative of Sichuan cuisine and are quite challenging for any chef. Sha Nua, you eat first, I'll go cook. After Liu finished speaking, he walked toward the kitchen, and Chen had a hint of disapproval on his face. The 2 people who just came in, he had seen moments ago at Jixiangju's Sichuan restaurant. They ordered the same 4 dishes. I just don't know if they are here to challenge the restaurant or if they are 2 picky diners. No matter which one it is, today Uncle Chen's face is probably going to take a beating. Chapter 9, The Menu of Dakian. You guys are pushing it too far. I've been cooking Sichuan cuisine on this street for over 20 years. Although my skills aren't that impressive, everyone who's eaten here has given it a thumbs up. Why wouldn't these 4 dishes suit your tastes? Liu looked at the untouched 4 dishes on the table, then at the 2 people's disdainful expressions, and suddenly he was enraged. Exactly, I've been enjoying Uncle Chen's cooking for over 10 years. It's absolutely authentic Sichuan cuisine. Come on, old buddy, don't get mad, it's not worth it. If they want to eat, we don't have to serve them. Right, Uncle Chen, they don't know good food. Today, we'll definitely make them eat these 4 dishes.
Leo's words resonated with some regulars in the restaurant. They weren't wrong at all. Judging by Chen's master-level Sichuan cooking skills, Leo's approach is considered authentic Sichuan cuisine.
What's the deal? Can't someone say it's not to their taste?
The boiled meat slices are old, the starch coating is too thick, and there is too much oil. Mapo tofu is slightly sour, not made with broth, and the sauce is reduced too quickly.
For this dish, the diced chicken isn't sufficiently seasoned and lacks tenderness.
Garlic pork slices have thick streaky bacon, are a bit fatty, the knife skills are average, the cucumber isn't fresh, and the sauce is just passable. The 2 diners were also provoked by the people in the restaurant, jumping in with at least 3 or 4 criticisms for each dish. Leo was so furious that his face turned red, and it looked like his eyes would shoot flames. Having cooked for decades, although my skills haven't reached great heights, I can hold my head high on this street, yet today I've been criticized mercilessly.
Come on, you two. Chen stepped forward. If he didn't act soon, this restaurant wouldn't last through today. He saw many people recording videos. My uncle is in a bad mood today and may not have cooked to your tastes. Here's the deal, I'll redo these dishes for you. If they still aren't to your liking, just leave, and I'll cover the meal. If you think it's okay, just apologize to my uncle. That's not too much to ask, right? Xiao Nua, let them go, I don't care about their apologies.
Chen shook his head at Leo but kept his gaze fixed on the 2 diners, saying, you 2 just ordered these 4 dishes at Jixiangju Sichuan restaurant.
If you dare to come, can't you handle a little critique? Fine, if what you make suits our taste, I want to just apologize. I'll even drink all the broth from that boiled meat dish.
One of the young men was also getting stubborn. He didn't believe a takeout delivery guy could pull it off.
Remember your words. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen walked toward the kitchen.
The customers in the restaurant saw a takeout delivery guy ready to cook and instantly became interested, gathering around the kitchen door to watch. By the way, there are 13 ways to prepare boiled meat slices. Which one do you prefer?
Halfway there, Chen turned back and asked. The 2 diners looked completely confused, and the others in the restaurant were stunned too. There are that many methods?
Just the way the chef does it. The 2 people awkwardly responded, not knowing what the 13 methods referred to. A few minutes later, Chen had prepared the ingredients and began to handle the pork tenderloin. You can tell this kid has no idea how to handle a knife just by the way he holds it. Just a minute later, everyone was amazed as flashes of the knife appeared, and the meat and vegetables were perfectly prepared. The thickness and size were uniform. With such knife skills, even a 5-star hotel chef would be outshone.
While cooking, Chen's every move seemed effortless in the eyes of the audience, captivating everyone.
15 minutes later, 4 dishes were laid out on the dining hall table, surrounded by a crowd.
It smells amazing. I've eaten Sichuan cuisine for decades, but I've never found these 4 dishes so enticing. The mapo tofu looks stunning, and the flavor is incredibly fragrant. The people around were sniffing eagerly. Ladies and gentlemen, please serve yourselves.
The 2 diners, from watching Chen prepare the ingredients to the dishes being served, knew they had already lost. They tasted each dish and then put down their chopsticks, saying to Leo, Master Chen, we apologize. Having said that, the 2 prepared to leave.
Did you 2 forget something? Right, weren't we supposed to drink this soup? Come on, let me get you a bowl. Wow, if I drink such a big bowl of soup, I probably won't be able to eat anything for the next 3 days. You can't leave, you have to finish the soup before you can go. A few young guys were blocking the door, relishing the excitement.
The 2 glanced at each other, stepped forward, and picked up spoons to prepare to drink the soup.
Forget it, let them go.
Chen could tell that these 2 were either food critics or just bored, simply unintentional. Besides, if he really let them drink the soup, they might end up needing to go to the hospital, losing the favorable situation he had just salvaged.
Chen's generosity earned him praise from the crowd and gratitude from the 2 diners. Everyone, give it a try. Support my uncle more in the future.
The onlooking diners had been waiting for this moment and rushed over in a swarm. Seeing that Chen was about to leave, the two diners quickly stepped forward and said, "Young man, we have an unusual request."
Then don't say it.
The speaker felt embarrassed for a moment, then said, "Have you heard of the Grand Thousand Menu painting?
Is there an elder at home celebrating their birthday?"
Chen asked back, and the two diners' eyes lit up, their faces filled with surprise.
The surrounding diners listened to their conversation and were baffled. How could one know there's an elder at home celebrating their birthday just by mentioning the Grand Thousand Menu painting?
"Young man, could you explain to everyone what's going on here?
You can't silence you guys no matter what."
Chen sarcastically smiled and scolded, then said, "Zhang Daqian, I'm sure you all have heard of him, the one who was renowned alongside Pu Xinxia, and together with Pu Xinxia and Huang Junbai, they are known as the three masters of crossing the sea."
Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Chen realized he had wasted his breath, and helplessly said, "You've heard of the Jiaoyi too, right?
The 1.8 square painting sold for 160 million. In return, he was met with a chorus of "Wow, damn, and what the hell" from the crowd. Zhang Daqian was not only a master of Chinese painting but also a master of Sichuan cuisine. On the 16th day of the first lunar month in 1981, Zhang Daqian hosted a banquet for Zhang Shuiliang and Miss Zhao Si in Taipei, with a menu of 16 dishes, including dry-braised sturgeon fin, oyster sauce tripe, Louis C., and boiled king melon meat slices, among others.
Among these, Louis C. was created by Zhang Daqian's chief chef, Sichuan culinary master Chen Jianmen, for Zhang Daqian's 61st birthday.
Also, since this menu was written by Zhang Daqian himself, it was called the Daqian menu art, and the older generation regarded these 16 dishes as the birthday banquet menu. This Sichuan culinary recipe is unique, with few people knowing about it, let alone being able to cook it.
Everyone suddenly understood, and the two guests looked completely impressed.
For a month, they had eaten at nearly every Sichuan restaurant across the city, just to find a master who could prepare these 16 dishes. Anyone who could make these 16 dishes had to be a master of Sichuan cuisine, so the two of them ordered 4 representative dishes from Sichuan cuisine to test the chef's skills. Chen looked at the surprised duo with a strange smile, knowing that the big spender was about to appear.
Chapter 10, A Sky-High Appearance Fee. Brother, we have a somewhat awkward request. Not sure if I should say it or not. Since it's an awkward request, then don't say it. Chen's bluntness left the person speaking feeling a bit awkward, silently complaining about Chen's unconventional approach. Brother, if you ask me to cook, forget it, I don't have time.
Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Chen directly cut him off. Making a dish would cost at most 1,000 or 800 yuan, which is not as satisfying as delivering food myself and getting rewards by checking in. Young man, please hear my terms first before you refuse. The Great Feast menu has 16 dishes. We are willing to pay 10,000 yuan for each dish, cover your round-trip transportation, and offer a performance fee of 20,000 yuan in a red envelope. If the elder is satisfied, we will give you another red envelope of 50,000 yuan.
What do you say?
As soon as this was said, the people eating were stunned.
10,000 yuan per dish? Even a Michelin 5-star chef doesn't have that status. Chen was also dumbfounded. He thought it would be just 1,000 or 800 yuan, but he didn't expect this guy to offer 23,000 yuan right off the bat. As for whether the elder would be satisfied, it wasn't even within Chen's consideration. If he couldn't satisfy the elder, then there would be no chef in China who could satisfy the elder. From preparation to completion, 16 dishes would take at most 2 hours. 23,000 yuan in 2 hours.
In that instant, Chen even felt like dropping out of school to become a full-time chef. If Wang and Zhao found out about this idea, they would probably come with knives and chase him for 3 miles.
His parents would break his legs. The time doesn't matter, I mainly enjoy cooking. When is the birthday banquet? Chen's sudden change in attitude surprised the two diners. Was it really the same person?
Earning some money through his own skills to improve his life, he wasn't an idiot, so he certainly wouldn't refuse.
October 1st, at noon. Chen frowned at this time.
He had planned to go home for the National Day holiday.
Young man, is this time inconvenient? The middle-aged man looked at Chen's expression and was very understanding.
When Chen mentioned going home, the middle-aged man laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, young man.
As long as you finish the job, I'll arrange a private car to take you back. It will be more convenient than taking your own transport."
The middle-aged man's words made all the diners in the restaurant envious again, and then they became indifferent.
After spending over 200,000 yuan, why would they care about a little gas money?
"Young man, this card contains a deposit of 100,000 yuan, the pin is 6 ones.
A private car will pick you up at 8 a.m. on October 1st.
The middle-aged man handed Chen a bank card, and Chen did not hesitate to take it. The middle-aged man nodded secretly at this clean and unpretentious action.
"Aren't you worried that I won't be able to cook? Or that I'll run off with the card after you give it to me? Or perhaps you're not afraid I'll run off with this card?"
Chen's words carried a hint of playfulness as the bank card flipped in his hand like magic.
No need. Trust is essential when hiring someone.
If I can't trust you, I won't hire you.
I believe in your culinary skills. Goodbye.
The middle-aged man smiled slightly and turned to leave without any hesitation. Chen played with the card, watching the middle-aged man leave, and suddenly sighed.
Sha Nua, why are you sighing? Earning over 200,000 in 2 hours is more than what I earn in a year, and you're still not satisfied?
Leo glared at Chen, who was sighing, and said in annoyance.
Alas, I regret it. I shouldn't have accepted.
Chen's helpless expression instantly made him seem incredibly sophisticated in the eyes of many diners.
Chen shook his head and didn't explain. He wasn't afraid of Chen running off with the card, and didn't even ask for Chen's name or address.
This indicated that such information was a trivial matter for that person.
People like that are often either a blessing or a curse. It's better to stay away. Sha Nua, why don't you skip your delivery job this afternoon and practice at my restaurant? How could he not know what Leo was planning?
After this little interlude, the restaurant was full, and the sounds of shouting filled the air.
Chen thought about it and nodded.
Firstly, Leo had taken good care of him, so it was good to gain some fame. Secondly, he needed to get more familiar with the dishes, even though he had the skills of a master-class Sichuan cuisine master. Seeing that Chen agreed to showcase his culinary skills, everyone cheered in unison.
They had not forgotten the 4 dishes from before. Young man, 1 order of Kung Pao chicken, extra spicy. Boss, give me an order of those 4 dishes from before, not too spicy. Old Chen, hurry up and bring me the wine I didn't finish last time. Good wine deserves good food.
Most of these were regular customers, and they wouldn't hesitate to boss him around. A few minutes later, through the transparent partition, diners could see the kitchen filled with flashing knives, clanging pots and pans, blazing flames, and fragrant aromas. The first dish, Kung Pao chicken, was served. Red chili peppers, golden fried chicken, and a mouth-watering aroma. The customer picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth. After chewing gently, he froze instantly. To outsiders, it looked as if he had been paused. But the next moment, the diner picked up a spoonful of Kung Pao chicken and put it in his mouth, chewing it heartily.
Old phone, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of ending up in the hospital after eating like this?
A friend next to him, realizing what was happening, exclaimed in a low voice.
Kung Pao chicken is one of the spiciest dishes in Sichuan cuisine.
It tastes extremely good, but the after effect is spending the next day in the restroom.
Eat, try it.
Old Feng's voice was a little unclear as he pointed to the plate. Old Feng's friend, half believing, picked up a chopstick and put it in his mouth. After a few chews, he also began to frantically grab for more. It's unknown how Chen prepared it, but he managed to retain the spiciness and aroma of the chili peppers while removing the original pungent taste. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, having absorbed the sauce, and was chewy. The actions of the two made the other customers' mouths water, and they couldn't help but swallow. Fortunately, Chen cooked very quickly. Dish after dish was served.
The presentation was as exquisite as a painting, making people reluctant to start eating.
The ritual before eating: take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. After taking photos, everyone started to taste the food, and in the next moment, they picked up their phones to call friends. Wang, I'm sending you my location, hurry up, I found a real Sichuan cuisine master. Hey, Oldly, what are you doing? What chess are you playing? Hurry to Longting Yankai restaurant outside Huaqing University. I found a treasure, don't think I'll forget you when good things happen. Old Zhang, come to Longting Yankai restaurant quickly. What are you doing? We'll talk when you get here. Don't regret it if you don't come. Pictures of dishes and short videos of Chen cooking were all uploaded to Douyin, WeChat Moments, and the family group chat Loving Family. The accompanying captions were outrageously exaggerated. Shocking, a delivery driver actually did this. Shocking, the best delivery driver cook of the year is here. On the self-cultivation of a delivery driver. The 4 dishes I must talk about with the delivery driver. Chapter 11, as long as you come, you can set any conditions. After an hour of bombardment, Douyin and Weibo were filled with videos of Chen cooking. Outside Longting Yankai restaurant, the queue of customers waiting to eat stretched for tens of meters, with at least 100 people. Most of these people were brought by existing customers, and some were passers-by attracted by the aroma and queuing up. In the general manager's office of Chuan Du Shifu, several kilometers away from the Sichuan restaurant, General Manager Sun Yiside, looking at Master Huang. Master Huang had been with him for over 20 years, from a small shop of dozens of square meters to the current multi-billion-dollar catering empire. Master Huang's contributions were immense, but years of hard work had taken a toll on his body. Manager Sun, look at this. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and a young girl hurried in. This girl was his assistant, named Sunli, a distant niece of his family. Xiaoli, please go out, Master Huang and I are discussing something. Manager Sun, take a look, maybe it can solve the problem you're worried about. Sunli said as she handed over her phone. On the screen, a delivery driver in uniform was chopping vegetables. The scene was quite pleasing to the eye. With a bang, Master Huang, who was about to drink tea, glanced at the phone screen and suddenly stood up, startling Manager Sun. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the fun, professionals watch the technique. With just one glance, he knew this person was extraordinary. After watching the video 2 or 3 times from beginning to end, Master Huang became more and more excited, his breathing grew rapid, and he muttered to himself. Manager Sun's heart skipped a beat. He whispered, Master Huang, what did you say? What Grandmaster? Master Huang ignored him. After watching it 3 or 4 more times, he put down the phone with satisfaction and said urgently, Manager Sun, you must come with me to meet this young man. Meet him? Manager Sun, just based on his knife skills, this young man is already masterful. Even at my peak, I was still a level or 2 below him. I want to taste his cooking. If his dishes can match his knife skills, then our problem will truly be solved. Hiss. Manager Sun gasped. He had worked with Master Huang for over 20 years, and Master Huang had never easily praised anyone's culinary skills. Half an hour later, an ordinary car stopped outside Chen's Sichuan restaurant. Seeing the queue stretching for tens of meters, Manager Sun and the other 2 gasped. Money makes the world go round. They paid 1,500 yuan for the positions of the 3 people at the front of the line. Old Tang, it's just a small restaurant, why did you drag me all the way here? Old Xian called me and said the food here is good, so I immediately thought of you. Hiss, Old Xian was a top-tier chef who cooked for state banquets. Would he do this? You're not just trying to get me to cover for you because you're having withdrawal symptoms, are you? 2 elders at the front of the line, who looked to be in their 60s or 70s but were full of energy, muttered. The speaker meant nothing by it, but the listener took it to heart. Manager Sun and Master Huang exchanged a glance, their eyes full of disbelief. State banquet, top tier, surnamed Qian. There is only one person in the entire Xia kingdom who fits this description, Master Qian Jun, a master-class chef of Hunan cuisine. Qian Jun is a legend in Hunan cuisine. He apprenticed at 12, debuted at 21, took charge of state banquets at 35, and popularized Hunan cuisine. He is a role model in the culinary world.
In just over 10 minutes, it was manager Sun's turn, and they ordered the same 4 classic dishes. While waiting for the food, Master Huang observed Chen's knife skills up close and was astonished. A few minutes later, the dishes were served. The aroma was intoxicating, spicy but not overpowering, fragrant but not greasy. The chicken pieces were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the flavor of chicken and chili exploding on the taste buds, utterly delightful. Manager Sun, no matter the cost, we must try to recruit him. I guarantee that with him, our restaurant will be unrivaled in Kyoto, at least in Sichuan cuisine. Cough, cough. Manager Sun was so startled by Master Huang's words that he choked. He had never tasted such delicious Sichuan cuisine before. Master Huang, isn't that a bit exaggerated? You don't understand. Master Huang shook his head and said, even if this young man's culinary skills haven't reached the highest grandmaster level, they are at least at the peak of master class. When it comes to Sichuan cuisine, I can't think of anyone who can surpass him. It's already remarkable to be able to create such delicious food with ordinary ingredients in such a rudimentary kitchen. Manager Sun suddenly understood. A chef's skill isn't just about technique. The kitchen, stove, knife skills, ingredients, and seasonings all affect the outcome. Don't disturb him now. We'll wait outside. Master Huang pulled back Manager Sun, who was about to go up and greet Chen. He could tell that Chen was currently in a state of intense focus. From chopping vegetables to stir-frying and plating, the entire kitchen became his stage. The flashing knives and billowing flames made it look less like cooking and more like a magic show in the kitchen. For the entire afternoon, Chen prepared nearly 400 dishes, and this was with limits on how many dishes each person could order, otherwise the number would have doubled. Just buying the ingredients required 4 or 5 trips. Leo's whole family pitched in to wash vegetables, barely keeping up with Chen's cooking speed. Kid, you're amazing. At this moment, only the word amazing could describe Chen's state throughout the afternoon. Excuse me, We're closing now, not open today, sorry. As soon as Mr. Sun entered and spoke one sentence, Leo directly interrupted him. We're not here to eat, we want to have a chat with this young man. Mr. Sun's tone was very calm. Me? Do we know each other? If you're trying to poach me for your restaurant, don't even bother, I don't have time. As soon as Chen spoke, Mr. Sun and Chef Huang were stunned. This young man had guessed their intentions. Young man, how did you know we were here to recruit you? Chen took a sip of tea and said, the scent of various seasonings on this uncle, coupled with the calluses on the tiger's mouth and index finger of his right hand, indicating he constantly grips hard objects. His left arm is noticeably thicker than others, with bulging veins, clearly from frequent exertion. Combining these 3 factors, the only profession is a chef. After hearing Chen's analysis, Leo was dumbfounded, and Mr. Sun and the other 2 thought, holy crap. With this logic and observation skill, it's a shame he's not solving crimes. Since you've guessed our intentions, I won't beat around the bush. I am Sun Yi, the owner of Chuandu Shifu. This is our head chef, Chef Huang. I'm impressed by your culinary skills. If you join us, name your price, how about it? Sunny said, handing over a business card. Chuandu Shifu? Leo exclaimed, and Chen also showed a hint of surprise. If you live in Kyoto and haven't heard of Chuandu Shifu, you're truly out of touch. A salary of 1 million yuan per year, the right to use a 100 square meter apartment, and a Land Rover for transportation, how about that? These conditions stunned everyone in the restaurant. Are chefs this lucrative nowadays? Only Sunny and the others knew that it wasn't that chefs were lucrative, but that people at Chen's level were. Based on his recent observations and tasting, along with the praise from Master Qian Jun, another master-class chef, Chen undoubtedly possessed the skill level of a master-class chef. And he's so young with a few more years of experience, his culinary skills would surely reach the legendary grandmaster level. There were only 9 master-class chefs in the entire Xia kingdom, and each was a renowned figure. If Chen joined their restaurant, with a little promotion, the establishment would be packed, surpassing all other Sichuan restaurants in Kyoto. If you feel that's not enough, you can ask for more. Chapter 12, 2 professors compete for talent. I disagree.
Just as everyone was waiting for Chen to make his decision, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Three figures entered the door, a middle-aged man followed by two beautiful women. Chen looked up and saw Zhao, Ilara, and Kara, immediately feeling a headache coming on. He felt like these three were like sticky plaster, impossible to shake off. Chen didn't know that the reason Zhao found his way here was all because of the online buzz. When those customers took videos and uploaded them to Moeen, Kara and Ilara discovered them, and then the two found Zhao. Seeing this, Zhao was so angry he almost passed out. He couldn't be dissuaded and insisted on finding Chen to bring him back to the right path. "Who might you be?" Sizing up the middle-aged man's demeanor, Sunny politely inquired. "Someone jokingly said that in Kyoto, you could throw a brick and hit a departmental-level cadre." Who knew who this middle-aged man was? "My name is Zhao, a professor in the mathematics department at Huaqing University, and this young man's teacher." "Zhao." Sunny frowned and mumbled to himself. Sun Li stepped forward and whispered a few words, immediately causing Sun Yi's heart to race. Looking at Zhao again, his eyes were filled with a smile. "Professor Zhao, hello. I am Sun Yi from Chuandu Shifu. I've heard so much about you." Hearing Sun Yi's introduction, Zhao was also surprised. Although he was a scholar, he was aware of Chuandu Shifu's reputation. To grow a small shop of a few dozen square meters into a catering empire with annual revenue in the billions is a testament to Sun Yi's undeniable capabilities. "Mr. Sun, let me be direct, Chen will absolutely not work for your restaurant. Professor Zhao, even as his teacher, you don't have the right to make decisions for him, do you?" Facing Zhao's directness, Sunny did not back down. "Do you realize Chen's value in academia? The Xia Kingdom's mathematical field needs him. In time, he will surely surpass me. What great development can he achieve with you?" "Professor Zhao, I cannot agree with that. Can't one develop in the culinary field? Who says attending university must lead to an academic career? At Huaqing University, there are people who sell pork and become monks. It's a matter of personal choice. Chen, come back with me. You have a much greater future ahead of you and shouldn't be wasting it in front of a kitchen stove." "Young man, 2 million yuan per year, other conditions remain the same." The two argued heatedly, and the diners in the restaurant stared with their mouths agape. They never expected the argument to escalate to the level of the entire Xia Kingdom. "Enough!" Chen shouted, interrupting their argument. "Professor Zhao, please go back first. We can discuss the research matters another time." "Chen, you." Zhao became enraged at Chen's words and was about to say something more when Ilara pulled him outside. "Ilara, why are you holding me back? I'm going to teach this kid a lesson today. Professor, Chen's temper is like a donkey that won't move when led but will when pushed. Your words have already annoyed him." Ilara had been watching Chen's expression from the side. Professor Zhao's words had made Chen frown. "Why?" "I'm doing this for his own good. Professor, not everyone chooses the path of research, academia, or education. It's not your era anymore. They have more choices and will pursue their own ideas. Professor, let's go back. We can have Dave persuade him later. Haste makes waste." After listening to Ilara, Zhao remained silent for a moment before turning and heading towards Huaqing University. Watching Zhao's dejected figure, Ilara felt a pang of emotion. She could only say that scholars of the older generation had sacrificed so much for the country. Inside the shop, Chen took a sip of tea. It wasn't that he had an issue with Zhao or was tempted by Sun Yi's 2 million, he simply disliked others dictating his life. He might pursue a research career in the future and contribute to Xia Kingdom's development, but not now. Firstly, he only knew mathematics and physics at a university professor level, far from world class. Secondly, he was still young and couldn't settle his mind. How could he focus on research? "Mr. Sun, I appreciate your kind offer, but I'm still a student and need to focus on my studies. I really don't have time to go to your place." After hearing Chen's words, Sunny stopped talking. With his years of experience in judging people, he knew that if he insisted, Chen would only become more resistant. Everyone secretly pitied Chen. A salary of 2 million a year. Mr. Sun, what the young man says is also reasonable.
How about this? You hire him as a consultant for your restaurant.
He can come for 2 hours a week to guide your chefs. This way, it won't interfere with his studies and will still help you. At the critical moment, Chef Huang stepped forward and proposed his idea. Sun Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Young man, come to the restaurant for 2 hours a week to guide the chefs. I'll arrange transportation, and the compensation will be 10,000 per hour."
What do you say? Damn!
The shop erupted in murmurs, with people marveling at Sun Yi's generosity and Chen's luck.
Alright, it's settled then. Let's discuss the details. Chen thought for a moment and nodded. 2 hours a week wouldn't interfere with much. Making some pocket money, why not? Meanwhile, Zhao walked dejectedly to the downstairs of Huaqing University's staff building, his face full of worry.
He happened to run into Wang, who was returning from grocery shopping.
Old Zhao, free tonight? Let's have a drink.
Mathematics, physics, and chemistry are interconnected, and they often collaborate. The two were quite familiar with each other.
Zhao, full of frustration, heard Wang's invitation and immediately followed him.
At Wang's place, after a drink, Zhao started to vent.
Wang, something happened today that's about to drive me crazy.
Meeting an old friend, Zhao recounted the events of the afternoon. Tell me, he has such great talent but insists on becoming a chef.
Isn't that frustrating? You encountered this too? You too? What do you mean, you encountered it as well?
Wang immediately told him about Chen's situation, and then the two looked at each other. They realized that their stories had many similarities, both were delivery drivers.
After a long silence, Wang whispered, "What was the name of that delivery driver you mentioned?" It couldn't be Chen, could it? The one you're talking about is also named Chen?
Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief.
How old is this kid, yet he's already this monstrously talented?
He's reached their level in both math and physics, and his culinary skills are astounding.
Even learning from the womb wouldn't make someone this exceptional. Wang, you keep drinking. I have something to attend to, Zhao said, and got up to leave. He hadn't realized Chen's talent in physics was also so remarkable.
He needed to find Dave and have him talk some sense into Chen. If it's too late, Chen might be poached by Wang and Qin, those old foxes.
Old Zhao, don't think I don't know what you're up to.
I discovered Chen first.
If you dare poach him, don't blame me for falling out with you.
Wan was naturally not stupid and got up to chase after him. Two professors simultaneously competing for the same person, and renowned professors in the fields of mathematics and physics in Xia Kingdom, no less. If this news were to get out, it would likely shock many people.
Chapter 13, Professors Bring Gifts, Delivery Station Manager Under Immense Pressure.
Ilara, go buy me 2 bottles of good wine right away and wait for me at the delivery station.
I'll transfer the money to you later, Zhao said while calling Ilara as he walked. Buy wine? What for?
Wang looked suspicious and then took out his phone and made a call.
Wang, why are you following me?
Seeing Wang behind him, Zhao sighed helplessly.
Mind your own business. This road isn't yours, you can walk it, can I? Then you go ahead.
The scenery here is really nice.
Why haven't I noticed it before? Zhao didn't leave, nor did Wang. They stood in place, looking around.
Although Wang didn't know where Zhao was going, he figured it had something to do with Chen.
Zhao cursed inwardly. This straight road had been walked for decades. What scenery could there possibly be?
The two stood there, staring at each other. As students passing by saw the two professors staring, they all cast strange glances.
Wang, I'm truly impressed with you. Zhao finally relented and walked quickly towards the main entrance.
15 minutes later, the two arrived at Dave's delivery station. Ilara was standing under the eaves next to the station, holding 2 bottles of good wine, and another male student was also waiting with 2 bottles of good wine. Seeing Zhao and Wang arrive, the two quickly stepped forward. The two took the wine and walked into the delivery station without a word. This scene shocked Ilara and the other male student beyond belief.
Two top professors giving gifts to the delivery station manager? Has the sun risen in the west today? Wang's student was a bit bewildered.
Ilara, on the other hand, seemed to have guessed something, but couldn't figure out why Professor Wang was tagging along.
Professor Zhao, Professor Wang, why are you two here?
Dave, who was eating iced watermelon, looked up as someone entered the shop and was so startled that he immediately stood up and went to greet them.
Xiao Zhang, I've come to give you a gift. Yes, Xiao Zhang, you know me, right? I'm also here to give you a gift.
Zhao and Wang said as they placed the wine on the table.
PR professors, what's wrong? If you have something to say, just tell me. This is making me very uneasy.
Hearing the two professors' words, Dave shivered, his mind racing.
Zhao didn't reply, picked up the watermelon from the table, and took a bite. It's sweet. Enjoying iced watermelon in the air conditioning on a hot summer day, you certainly know how to live.
Dave jolted and quickly picked up the watermelon, offering a piece to Wang.
It is very sweet. Where did you buy it?
I'll buy a couple to take with me later.
Zhao and Wang's conversation, circling around the watermelon, made Dave extremely uncomfortable. Dave deeply suspected that he had eaten a fake watermelon just now. Professor Wang, Professor Zhao has told me about Chen's talent in mathematics. Professor Zhao is eager to nurture him and wants to train him.
You, sir.
Nonsense. Chen's talent in physics absolutely surpasses his talent in mathematics. You know Professor Qin from Jingda University, right?
Even he believes Chen can surpass him in time.
Balderdash. No matter how strong physics is, doesn't it still require a foundation in mathematics?
Otherwise, where do those calculations and models come from? Without mathematics, tell me, where do the particle trajectories and velocities come from? Old Zhao, you're completely twisting things.
How can that be the same?
If you put it that way, I'll call Qin. I don't believe the two of us, physics professors, can't outdo one math professor. The conversation between the two professors left Dave stunned, facing a philosophical trinity of questions.
Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Wang, have you lost your mind?
Such a great talent, and you're not keeping him at Huaqing University but pushing him away.
This is aiding the enemy. Stop making baseless accusations. This is for the development of physics in China. As long as he studies physics, I don't care which university he goes to. Wang, after knowing you for decades, how come I never realized you were so shameless? If someone has good talent, they should study math?
That kid's cooking skills are also not bad, earning $2 million a year.
Should we let him become a chef?
Wang's words made Dave, who had just regained his senses, fall into doubt again. You two are discussing talent in math and physics, so why did you bring up cooking and a $2 million annual salary? If these words weren't coming from the mouths of two professors, he would have kicked them out.
It was simply too unbelievable. Ilara and Wang's students standing at the door were completely stunned. What outrageous things did they just hear?
Both of them were super academics. After graduation, top universities and research institutes vied for them, but their annual salaries still fell far short of $2 million.
Xiao Zhang, you be the judge. Which path should Chen take? Dave didn't dare to respond. With two professors arguing, how could he, a mere delivery station manager, possibly intervene?
Professor Zhao, Professor Wang, please stop for a moment. If Chen wants to take a certain path, I'll have him come back, and we can sit down and talk slowly. How about that? Looking at the two professors arguing, Dave said softly. Then he took out his phone and made a call.
Chen, where are you? Hurry back. Professor Zhao and Professor Wang are looking for you. Looking for me? I'm busy right now. Wait half an hour.
After speaking, Chen hung up the phone directly.
It's a joke. Not take a job that pays 10,000 yuan per hour to go back and chat with two old men? Hearing the phone hang up, Dave felt awkward. Make two professors wait for half an hour?
Among the students at Huaqing University and Jingda University, apart from Chen, probably no one else would dare to do this. Well, esteemed professors, Chen said he's busy right now and will need about half an hour. What do you say? Facing the intense gazes of the two professors, Dave felt the immense pressure of being a delivery station manager.
Wait half an hour?
Old Zhao, you're busy, why don't you go back first?
When he gets back, I'll have a good talk with him? Get lost. Who said I'm busy? I really have nothing to do today.
Seeing Wang's sly look, Zhao directly swore, looking at Dave, "Little Zhang, the watermelon is good, give me another piece."
Yeah, little Zhang, give me a piece too. Could you do me a favor and buy 2 more watermelons? Got it.
Since neither of you two great professors is in a hurry, why should he, a mere delivery station manager, be in a hurry? You are both esteemed guests, so just serve them well. Half an hour later, Chen, who had returned to the delivery station at lightning speed, saw the watermelon rinds in the trash can and his face immediately darkened.
Eating watermelon and drinking tea with the air conditioning on, why would they rush him back?
You're finally back, kid. Sit down, have a piece of watermelon to quench your thirst first.
Seeing Chen, Wang immediately transformed into the owner of the delivery station, beckoning Chen over.
Chen didn't stand on ceremony, took the watermelon, and in a few seconds, only the rind was left.
Good kid, you've got my demeanor from when I was young. I like it.
Hearing Qingda's words, everyone's mood immediately soured. It's a worldview-shattering sight. They've thrown all their dignity away for Chen. You ate like that when you were young because you were poor.
How can that be the same? Wang's students inwardly thought, Professor, I can do that too. I can be even more exaggerated. Shall I give you a demonstration? Chapter 14, Joining the Huaqing University Mathematical Modeling Team. Chen, come back with me later. How about I arrange a professor's assistant position for you?
Zhao's words struck Dave, Ilara, and the others like a bolt from the blue, their eyes filled with disbelief.
Is this kid really that monstrous?
After all, the professors at Huaqing University are all incredibly influential figures, each managing projects worth hundreds of millions. The students they accept are the cream of the crop, especially the academic giants Zhao and Wang. Their students are the cream of the crop among top students.
The acceptance rate for interviews is less than 10%, indicating the immense talent of the students. As a professor's assistant, constantly facing these exceptionally talented students, could one withstand it without some real ability?
It would be good enough if they weren't so discouraged that they doubted their life choices.
Professor Zhao, are you saying you want Chen to be your assistant?
Dave asked quietly.
Of course. Given Chen's talent, even a professorship wouldn't be impossible. However, Chen is still young and lacks seniority. Secondly, he hasn't produced any significant research results yet. Granting him a professorship wouldn't be convincing and might even cause controversy.
If he studies with me for a year or two, systematically reviews his mathematics, and publishes an important paper, he can immediately get an associate professor title.
An associate professor at 20 years old would be a first not only for Huaqing University but for the entire country.
Zhao's words once again left Dave, Ilara, and the others stunned. Professor's assistant, associate professor, the youngest professor in China, these terms combined were truly astonishing.
Comparing goods makes one throw the old ones away, comparing people makes one want to die. Is this the child of someone else's family? Nonsense, old Zhao, when did Chen agree to join your mathematics department? When did his personal choices become your decision to make?
Chen, as long as you study physics with me, I promise you'll get your bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees within 3 years. If you can publish a paper of Class B or higher, I'll directly offer you an associate professor position in Huaqing University's physics department. For a Class T paper, I'll give you a professorship and secure a research project worth tens of millions for you.
What do you say? Wang was quite cunning.
According to Zhao, the Sichuan capital gourmet house offered an annual salary of 2 million.
Could Huaqing University match that? Since they couldn't offer money, they had to offer something tangible. For a young man full of vigor, he didn't believe Chen wouldn't be interested in fame. Chen, our mathematics department can also offer Wang's conditions.
You don't need to publish papers, just stay with me for 3 years, and I'll directly give you a professorship. I'll also help you apply for a house in the capital. Your household registration, as well as your sister's and parents' household registrations, can be moved to the capital.
Huaqing University can offer your sister a special admission quota. How about it?
Dave and the other two, who had already retreated outside the shop, were completely dumbfounded by the conditions offered by the two professors.
Junior sister Yi, is junior brother Chen's talent in mathematics and physics really that strong?
Wang's student, named Zhang Shuheng, was a bona fide top student, currently in his first year of graduate studies. I'm not too sure about physics, but it seems like in 8 hours, he completed 9 final exams from the first year of the 9 top universities in the capital this year. Not only were all his answers correct, but he also had 2 different solutions for some problems.
For the last problem, Chen even found an issue and made a correction. Zhang Shuheng was incredibly shocked.
The final exam papers from the 9 top universities had been shown to them by their professors.
The fastest among his fellow disciples at Jingda University took 2 hours to complete it, and only scored over 80 points.
Keep in mind that they were graduate students, while Chen was only a soon-to-be sophomore.
The gap was too vast. Mathematics, I only saw him solve one problem, which is this one.
Ilara handed over her phone, which displayed the problem Chen had solved. After glancing at it, Zhang Shuheng immediately gave up.
What was written there?
He recognized all the symbols, but when put together, he had no idea what it meant, especially since he was a physics major. Inside the shop, facing the conditions offered by the two professors, Chen was somewhat tempted.
I don't really care about being a professor. Once I've mastered all the subjects, I'll tackle some of the Millennium 7 problems and prove some conjectures. By then, let alone Huaqing University and Jingda University, even Harvard and Princeton would be scrambling to offer him professorships. If the students in the mathematics department knew about his idea, they'd spit on him. The 7 Millennium Prize problems are the Poincare conjecture, NP-complete problems, the Riemann hypothesis, and the Yang-Mills equations. Solving any one of them would make him a top figure in mathematics. If he solved 2 or 3, he'd be the Pope of mathematics, receiving worship from all aspiring mathematicians.
Faced with these choices, Chen felt a bit conflicted. He had a hunch that the system, this darn thing, had set him up with some super mission, demanding he excel in multiple disciplines simultaneously. To be honest, physics research is much harder than mathematics research because it involves multiple branches like light, electricity, heat, and mechanics, along with numerous experiments, laws, and formulas. Physics research is more likely to make you go bald than math research. Although he'd still have to study physics later, he'd rather do it a bit later. Besides, he's a student majoring in mathematics and applied mathematics at Huaqing University. Switching to physics research would feel like betraying his alma mater. If he actually did research, spending all day in the lab, how could he still deliver food to earn skill points, or go out with girls ahem, discuss life and aspirations with junior female students?
Professors, my university life has just begun.
I haven't studied many subjects yet.
Wouldn't entering research this early hinder my future development?
My idea is to continue my studies. When I have free time, I'll get acquainted with you two professors.
Then, in my junior and senior years, I'll start doing research with you.
You can also assess me during this year to see if I'm truly suited for research.
What do you think?
With Chen having said that, the two professors felt a sense of helplessness. They were old, and the outside world no longer held much allure for them, but Chen was still young. It was good for him to enjoy life a bit more.
Alright, you kid, join Ilara's group first. Ilara, come explain your group to Chen.
A few minutes later, Chen was speechless.
Ilara's group was actually preparing to participate in the college student mathematical contest in modeling.
You told Vance and the other two to leave, and I did the same.
You need to clean up the mess I left behind.
Looking at the helpless Chen, Zhao's words sounded carefree.
But I don't know how to write papers, model, or program. If I join the competition, aren't you afraid I'll disgrace them? As soon as Chen said this, Ilara's face turned red. She shot him a fierce glare, mentally calling him a scoundrel. Don't worry. The competition is a 3-person team. You only need to focus on solving the problems. The other 2 will handle the modeling and programming. Besides, there's still a month until the competition. We'll do some intensive training, and these will be a piece of cake for you. Prepare well and strive for a national first prize. As soon as these words were spoken, Ilara's eyes lit up. With Chen's mathematical and physics abilities, a national first prize was indeed achievable. Ilara's beautiful eyes looked at Chen, her gaze so intense it seemed as if she could melt him with her eyes. Chapter 15: A Prodigal Son's Return is Impossible. Oldest brother, what's up with you? The forum is buzzing with rumors that you're going to win the Higher Education Press Cup. Chen, I never realized you were so formidable. Not only are you aiming for a national first prize, but also the MATLAB Innovation Award. Brother Nua, is your team still looking for members? For the entire morning, Chen received dozens of phone calls. There were calls from his dorm mates, his counselor, and some good friends. The content of every call was invariably about Chen participating in the college student mathematical contest in modeling. Chen couldn't be bothered with delivering food. He returned to his dorm and logged into the campus network forum using his student ID. A post on the forum titled "Me, Watching University's Chen, Dominating Jingda University and Crushing Zhejiang University in the Modeling Competition" was pinned to the top. Chen quickly skimmed through the article, his expression turning grim. The article began by criticizing all the problems from the modeling competitions of the past few years. If the criticisms were reasonable, it would be one thing, but what was written in this article was utter nonsense, completely illogical. Following that, it made a bold claim: he intended to win this year's national first prize, the Higher Education Press Cup, the MATLAB Innovation Award, and next year's American Mathematical Modeling Contest MCM Outstanding Award. It also boasted about crushing Jingda University and Zhejiang University, declaring that no one in the entire capital could match him. Even more absurdly, at the end of the article, he promised to drop out of school automatically if he didn't win these awards. Finally, it included a picture of him holding the national first prize and the Higher Education Press Cup trophies. The implication was that these awards were already within his grasp. It's important to note that the college student mathematical contest in modeling involves hundreds of thousands of students annually, competing in teams of 3. The probability of winning a national first prize is 2 in 1,000, while there's only one Higher Education Press Cup, with a probability of 0.025 in 10,000. The entire article had already been read by over 100,000 people, shared more than 50,000 times, and the comments section had already accumulated thousands of replies. And it was still increasing at a rate of dozens of times per minute. 3 years ago, when a professor published a paper in Science that caused a sensation throughout the Chinese academic community, it only garnered tens of thousands of views on Huaqing University's internal network. Glancing through a few pages of comments, they were all criticizing Chen for being overly ambitious and ignorant of his own limitations, but no one used foul language. The students at Huaqing University were quite well behaved. His decision to participate in the college student mathematical modeling competition was made just last night and hadn't been mentioned to anyone. Ilara and Professor Zhao certainly wouldn't say anything. This was clearly a setup, very likely orchestrated by Vance and his 2 male friends. Speculation was rampant, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. Beep, detecting a potential crisis for the host. System initiating temporary mission protocol. Generating mission. 1. Deliver 1,000 food orders within 7 days to randomly acquire a modeling competition skill. 2. Complete 100 sets of mathematics exam papers within 7 days. The papers are final exams from China's top 211 universities this year. Achieve over 80% accuracy to unlock modeling and statistics skills. 3. Publish a Class B paper to be rewarded with TEM8 English proficiency and professional paper writing skills. The start time is self-determined, and the mission deadline is before the competition. Chen, who was contemplating his next move, was overjoyed upon hearing the system's voice. Of the 3 missions, only the second one seemed feasible. The first mission appears easy but is the least reliable.
Setting aside the feasibility of delivering so many orders, the random skill acquisition is a gamble.
If he gets a non-mathematical skill, he'd be devastated. The third mission is an immediate pass, there's no time.
Buzz. The vibration of his phone startled Chen. Chen, come to the research lab on the 5th floor of the library.
I'll be waiting for you here. The call was from Zhao.
Inside the research lab on the 5th floor of the library, Professor Zhao sat with 5 or 6 female students, his face filled with anger.
Professor, please don't be angry. I can guarantee this absolutely couldn't have been sent by Chen.
Ilara said softly.
Zhao waved his hand. He knew it wasn't Chen.
Chen had rejected the terms offered by him, and why would he care about this modeling competition? Moreover, given Chen's talent in mathematics and physics, the opening remarks of the forum post criticizing the modeling problems from previous years were nonsensical.
If it were just that, a simple school announcement explaining that the account was hacked would suffice. The problem is, the IP address of the post on the forum is from Chen's dorm. How can that be explained? Are we to assume someone infiltrated Chen's dorm? Or that a hacker breached Huaqing University's internal network? Either scenario would be a serious embarrassment for Huaqing University. 15 minutes later, Chen arrived at the research lab.
The atmosphere was tense, and Zhao's face was ashen.
Oh, Professor Zhao, what's wrong? Is Ilara too dumb, and you've decided to give up on her?
Ilara clenched her teeth in annoyance, while Zhao shot Chen an exasperated glare.
At a time like this, how can you still be so flippant?
If this isn't handled properly, your reputation will be ruined, and the students participating in the modeling competition will be implicated.
What's there to worry about?
Since they want to play games, I'll do the opposite of what they expect. I'm determined to win these awards. Chen said this casually, but it struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. They looked at Chen as if he were a madman. Only Ilara's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise.
Her intuition told her that Chen wasn't joking. Nonsense!
Zhao barked. If it's about solving problems, Chen wouldn't be afraid, and writing a paper is easy, just read a few and memorize the format.
But how about modeling and programming? This is not something one person can accomplish.
Don't worry, Professor.
I'm set on winning the national first prize and the high target cup.
Chen grinned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
With a system, I can conquer the world.
Chen, take these 3 books back and familiarize yourself with them. I'll personally conduct training sessions for you in a few days. Chen glanced at them. Mathematical Modeling translated by Gong Rongzhang, Mathematical Modeling Algorithms and Applications by C. Shougui and Sun Shijing, and China University Student Mathematical Modeling Competition. These were all supplementary guides for the competition. After giving a few instructions, Zhao left. He still had to go to the school office to explain the situation, otherwise, Chen would be reprimanded by the school before even competing.
Junior fellow student Chen, why do you need so many practice exams? Have you had a change of heart? After Professor Zhao left, Chen asked Ilara and the others to help him download the exam papers. Chen rolled his eyes.
A change of heart was impossible, not in this lifetime.
To gauge the level of various top universities and to take a break. Everyone was speechless. Did that sound like something a person would say?
For the next few days, Chen was like an emotionless robot, furiously tackling exam papers. Starting from over an hour per set, he progressed to 50 minutes, then 40 minutes. Finally, he finished some sets in almost half an hour, even skipping calculations for some problems and directly writing down the answers. In 4 days, he completed 100 sets of exams. It was unbelievable. Even if he had copied the answers, it wouldn't have been this fast.
Beep, mission complete. Accuracy, 98%. Rewards are being distributed. Distribution complete.
As soon as he put down his pen, the system's voice sounded. A vast amount of memory was forcefully injected into Chen's brain, causing him momentary dizziness.
A few minutes later, Chen had processed the immense knowledge.
Looking at the world again, he realized that everything in this world could be modeled.
People and objects became NPCs, and he was the player. Chapter 16, You just lie down, I'll handle everything else. Watching University Library, Research Lab Number 3, 5th floor. Chen walked into the lab just in time, and seeing only girls, Chen secretly thought, are all the men at Watching University useless? Are all the participants in the competition girls? Everyone is quite punctual. Professor Zhao walked into the lab right after Chen.
The mathematical modeling competition is a 3-person team event.
You 6 will be divided into 2 groups.
Ilara, Kara, and Chen, you 3 will form one group, and the other 3 will form another. After a simple grouping, Zhao continued, the modeling competition is essentially about solving problems with mathematical thinking. Based on the underlying patterns, you will use mathematical tools to construct mathematical structures and models. To put it bluntly, you'll be given a problem, you solve it, and then implement the solution process using code to obtain the results.
Xianshan Shua.
Chen had a relatively clear understanding of the conceptual issues, having skimmed a few books in his spare time over the past few days.
Who among you 2 will be responsible for the programming? Ilara pointed at Kara. Kara gave Chen a cute smile and said, Junior Chen, my programming skills are quite impressive. Impressive? Can you hack into Tencent or Alibaba?
Only Chen could shut down a conversation so abruptly. Kara, annoyed, turned her head away, no longer looking at Chen.
Junior Chen, Kara won the 2nd prize in the National Youth Innovative Programming Competition. Her programming skills are excellent.
Ilara's explanation surprised Chen. He hadn't expected such a cute girl to be such a skilled programmer. All right, I'll take care of the problem solving, modeling, and paper writing.
Kara will handle the programming. It's decided then. A smile spread uncontrollably across Chen's face. What's decided? What about me? What will I do? You? You can just relax, I'll handle everything else. You're a rogue. Ha ha ha. Listening to their conversation, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao looked bewildered. He couldn't understand how Chen was being called a rogue. Tell me yourself, which part do you want to do? Ilara opened her mouth but didn't know where to start. Although she was an academic ace, she really couldn't compare to Chen in problem solving, nor to Kara in programming.
It was best for one person to handle the modeling and paper writing to avoid inconsistencies. Calculated this way, she really had nothing to do.
Actually, it's not like there's nothing to do.
For example, you could bring us meals, pour us some water, give us a shoulder rub, or a leg massage.
Go to hell.
Ilara swung her small fists at Chen.
But to onlookers, it looked like playful banter. Alright, stop messing around, all of you.
Professor Zhao shook his head helplessly, unable to comprehend the interactions of these young people.
It sounds simple, but it involves problem solving, writing papers, modeling, and programming.
Problem solving is the most crucial part. If you can't even solve the problem, none of the subsequent steps can begin. Therefore, today we'll start by discussing a few case studies.
Professor Zhao said, opening his PPT. A mathematical model for bus route scheduling.
Given a fixed bus route with 14 stops and 13 segments between them, a travel speed of 20 km/h, a full capacity of 100 passengers, a normal waiting time not exceeding 10 minutes, and a rush hour waiting time not exceeding 5 minutes. However, to balance social benefits and the bus company's interests, the company proposes maintaining a passenger load factor between 50% and 120%. Based on the information above, please determine an easily operable model to calculate the number of buses required for the route and their operating schedule.
Chen read the problem and pondered for a moment.
Assume morning rush hour is from 6:40 a.m. to 9:40 a.m., evening rush hour is from 4:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., and other times are considered normal. Assume normal driving conditions, with each bus waiting for the full 10 minutes. Buses travel at 20 km/h, covering 3.3 kilometers in 10 minutes.
Based on the above, 22 vehicles are needed for each direction, both inbound and outbound.
Chen spoke for about 10 minutes, arriving at the conclusion about the required number of vehicles. Zhao was stunned, and so were Ilara and the other students. They could understand everything Chen said initially, but as he continued, they forgot the earlier points, and the later explanations sounded like gibberish.
Professor, is the answer incorrect? After a few seconds of silence without a response from Zhao, Chen couldn't help but ask. Yes, what you said is absolutely correct.
Zhao, jolted awake as if from a dream, looked at Chen as if he were an alien, marveling at his incredible mental calculation abilities.
Is this problem difficult? It is, and it isn't.
Even without using mathematical thinking, one could arrive at the solution through pure logical reasoning, though it would be more cumbersome.
Chen, that's reasoning.
If there were dozens of routes, this approach would be exhausting. Moreover, in competitions, you need to show your calculation process and write a paper, requiring you to establish a model.
Chen remained silent and walked towards the whiteboard. One given data, station markers, J equals 1, 2, 3, n. Passenger density, UT, J equals 1, 2, n. Related variables, departure time of the KTH bus from station J, TK1 equals TK, TKJ equals TK1 plus. After writing for a full half hour, filling the entire whiteboard in the research lab, Chen finally stopped. Clap, clap, clap.
Zhao stared at the whiteboard, clapping vigorously. Ilara and the others joined in, their gazes towards Chen transformed, filled with awe. He only glanced at the problem once, then was able to reason, build a model, and even bypass calculations, completing it all in one go. Chen, you are the most talented student I've ever coached in modeling competitions. Your mathematical talent surpasses mine.
Zhao praised Chen without reservation.
Exclamations like a modern-day Hualuobeng and rivaling Qiu Chengtong with flowery language and exaggerated metaphors made Chen blush.
Ilara and the others' mouths twitched violently.
They had never seen Professor Zhao speak so much, let alone praise a student so effusively.
Kara, can you code this model? How long would it take? While Zhao was taking a drink, Chen turned to Kara. If Kara can code this model, then we've definitely secured the national first prize this year.
Kara stared at the whiteboard, pondered for a moment, and then whispered, "It shouldn't be a problem.
It might take a day. If you help, it could be done in half a day."
Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This time frame was manageable. Chen, the difficulty of the problems in past modeling competitions is similar to this one. Now that you have no issues with problem solving, modeling, and programming, if you can also write an excellent paper, you are guaranteed to win the national first prize this year. Zhao's words made the three girls from another group extremely envious.
The national first prize is highly valuable.
It can add points for both undergraduate and graduate school applications, and advisors will prioritize students with strong modeling skills.
With this national first prize, even if Ilara and Kara can't get into Professor Zhao's graduate program, they can still secure recommendations for other professors.
Ilara, on the other hand, was in disbelief.
She hadn't even processed it yet, winning the national first prize so easily? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Chapter 17, Hey! Is this 119? Someone's using a biological weapon. Hey, wake up, it's time to get up, cough, time to get to work. Chen patted Ilara on the shoulder.
Ilara snapped out of her surprise, her bright, watery eyes glaring fiercely at Chen.
Kara and the other girls secretly chuckled.
Chen was really such a straight guy.
Will you write the paper? Kara and I will handle the programming? Deal. Ilara smiled happily, feeling like she had finally found her purpose.
Then she cursed herself internally for being so easily pleased, reminding herself that she was a top student and shouldn't be excited about such a small thing. The problem was solved, and the model was built.
Although Chen couldn't code, he had his mathematical thinking, coupled with Kara's programming skills.
By lunchtime, the coding was finished.
It was supposed to be a happy ending, but Ilara's thesis ran into trouble.
In the entire morning, Ilara only managed to write a letter of commitment, and the abstract, the main body, was practically non-existent. As if that weren't bad enough, when Chen looked at it, the abstract was full of flaws.
Senior, are you really a top student? Chen sighed.
From the looks of it, it was two geniuses carrying one burden, and it might even turn into one genius carrying two burdens during the actual competition. These mathematical modeling theses are the easiest type. You just need to write down the entire solution process and add some text. The difficulty lies in the abstract, which is the core of the entire thesis. Professors conduct an initial screening based on the thesis's structure and the quality of its overview. After recalling the thesis requirements, Chen picked up his computer and started typing furiously. With his professor-level university mathematics and specialized modeling skills, writing the main body felt like flying. Everyone watched as Chen's hands flew across the keyboard, not even seeming to need to think. Lines of formulas and numbers appeared. Tables were filled in. In just over an hour, the 7-page main body was completed, followed by another flurry of typing, and the thesis was done. The entire process took no more than 2 hours. "Professor, would you take a look?" Zhao took the thesis printed by Chen and slowly flipped through it, making revisions with a pen as he read. An hour later, Zhao put down his pen and handed the thesis to Chen, who was looking at some materials. "Good heavens, did I write this? What is this?" Seeing the revised thesis, Chen was stunned in front of Zhao and everyone else for the first time. On each of the 7 or 8 pages of the thesis, there were dense red annotations. Except for the formulas, the text and layout had been completely rewritten. It wasn't grammar issues, but title problems, punctuation in titles, and sentence structure issues. Chen read the revised thesis word by word, slowly falling into thought. It had to be said that Professor Zhao's writing was textbook-worthy, with concise and accurate wording, making all expressions clear at a glance. "Professor, you're amazing." "Ha ha ha." Zhao smiled happily, finally winning a round against this kid. He had published dozens of papers, and had revised nearly 1,000 pieces of work. It wasn't difficult to put a young whippersnapper in his place. "Chen, don't just focus on sentence structure. This is just a Chinese thesis. If you need to publish in foreign journals in the future, any ambiguity could lead to the paper's failure. Remember this." Chen nodded and said, "Give me 10 days, and I can do it too. With the system, I can do anything. That's just how awesome I am. I can do it too." "Yes, you're good at eating." "Chen, you punk, I'm going to fight you." "Ilara, you're the campus belle, mind your image." Kara grabbed Ilara, who was flailing her arms, and the research lab was full of laughter. Chen didn't know why, but he always liked bickering with Ilara. Perhaps it was the confidence he gained after getting the system. After their first successful collaboration, Professor Zhao gave them a few more problems, such as train operation scheduling and interval-safe train operation issues, monitoring and control of gas and dust in coal mines, evaluation and prediction of water quality in the Yangtze River. Chen looked at these problems and wondered if major companies had bribed the organizing committee for the modeling competition, essentially getting free solutions. Especially the train scheduling problem. Is that something one person can handle? Every day, Xia Kingdom operates 8,000 passenger trains and 20,000 freight trains on the railways, involving train running times, station stop times, and intervals. The concurrency of student tickets, senior tickets, standing tickets, and seated tickets is incredibly high. During peak hours, it handles 15 billion access requests daily. Compared to 12306, Double 11 is like an infant compared to an adult. Even if he could create the model for this, programming it would require the combined efforts of all the programming talent at Huaqing University to even begin, let alone finish it in a short time. After everyone brainstormed, Professor Zhao lectured for another hour on modeling strategies, handed out a large stack of materials, and then they agreed to train together from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. every day, and then everyone dispersed. 15 minutes later, at the food delivery station, Chen got straight to the point. "Dave, what's the maximum number of delivery orders I can take per hour? Why aren't you researching with the two professors? What new mischief are you up to now?" Dave looked at Chen, who hadn't shown up for 3 or 4 days, with some surprise. "Witness the myriad forms of life, embrace the vicissitudes of the world, taste 100 flavors of life, and savor the ebb and flow of human relationships. Speak plainly. Exercise, challenge yourself. Damn it, you asking for a beating? Okay, I'll come clean, I want to level up my skills. Get lost."
Jokes aside, Dave did check the back end and said, "My highest permission is 12 orders per hour." That low? Chen was a bit dissatisfied. He had planned to use Dave's connections to increase his delivery order limit to the maximum, hoping to complete the task of 1,000 orders in 7 days. 1,000 orders in 7 days means an average of 143 orders per day. At this rate, it would take 12 hours a day. This is an impossible task, at least not during the summer vacation. Never mind, I'll just deliver food honestly and rely on luck. After estimating, Chen gave up on the task. "You have new delivery orders, please process them promptly." The phone rang in real time. Chen glanced at the delivery address and was surprised to see it was Pingshan Pavilion in the old summer palace. "Let's get to work." Chen called out and then rode his electric bike to pick up the food and rush to the location. A few minutes later, Chen arrived at Pingshan Pavilion with the takeout. He saw a vigorous old man slowly practicing martial arts. It looked like Tai Chi, but not like the kind seen in parks. Seeing the old man practicing, Chen felt it would be impolite to interrupt, so he placed the takeout on the stone table in the pavilion. "System, check in." "Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Grandmaster level Wudong Tai Chi technique." Immediately, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen, circulated through his body along the extraordinary meridians, and then returned to his lower abdomen. His mind was filled with various Tai Chi moves and the profound meanings of yin and yang. Enlightenment? The old man, retracting his fists, looked at Chen, who had his eyes closed, and sensed his aura. His expression changed dramatically. Rumble, rumble. Before Chen could reply, his stomach rumbled loudly. "Sir, where is the restroom?" Chen clutched his stomach and squeezed his legs tightly. "It's over there." Chen looked in the direction the old man pointed. Gray structures were vaguely visible in the woods about 30 to 40 meters away. Without waiting for the old man to react, Chen, with a surge of energy, covered 2 meters with each stride and dashed into the restroom in seconds. The old man's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this delivery guy to be so skilled. Put. From 30 to 40 meters away, the sound of flatulence could be heard from the restroom. The old man was stunned, and then 3 or 4 tourists rushed out of the restroom, covering their noses as if fleeing a disaster. "Hello, fire department? I want to report a bioweapon attack." The old man vaguely heard these words. Before he could figure out what was happening in the restroom, a strong stench wafted from the direction of the toilet. Holy crap, a biological weapon? Chapter 18, a scene like this inspires poetry. The fire truck is here. More than 10 firefighters, wearing gas masks, surrounded the restroom. One has to admire the rapid response time of the Xia Kingdom's emergency services. It took less than 2 minutes from the alarm to their arrival on scene. "Captain, the air has been tested and no deadly agents were found. It's unlikely to be a biological weapon." A team member walked around the restroom with a machine, producing a report. Hearing it wasn't a biological weapon, the captain's worried heart finally relaxed. This is, after all, Kyoto, and a famous tourist spot at that. Any incident here could have significant repercussions. However, the concentrations of scatol, mercaptan, and hydrogen sulfide are severely elevated. What did she mean? The captain's relief was short-lived as his heart became uneasy again. Simply put, these are gases produced by decomposing feces. My guess is that some tourist ate something bad and then. "Holy crap, you're not kidding?" The captain exclaimed, then added, "Can you finish your sentence next time, you idiot? You nearly scared me to death." The team member rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "I wanted to finish it in one go, but you didn't give me the chance, did you? Turn on the sprayers and rinse this area." The team members got busy. 1 minute later, Chen slowly and weakly emerged from the stall. He hadn't expected that Grandmaster level Tai Chi could also cleanse the marrow and tendons. Even more incredibly, the detoxification process was expelling toxins from his body through bowel movements. If he hadn't been able to use the inner energy generated by his Grandmaster level Tai Chi to hold his breath, he probably would have perished in that restroom. Is it raining? Wow, it's really coming down. Chen stood at the restroom door, his legs trembling, hearing the pitter-patter of rain on the roof. Huh, that's not right.
The setting sun shone through the gaps in the exhaust fan into the restroom, and it was clearly not raining in the distance.
Damn, is this the legendary localized rain?
Chen paused, then stepped out.
The smell in the restroom was unbearable. Whoa, what's going on? Such a big operation?
About 10 meters away from the restroom, 2 water trucks were spraying a fine mist high into the air, and over a dozen firefighters stood ready. Chen stared at the firefighters, who were equally stunned to see him. Now that's a real man, unfazed by such an awful smell.
Gurgle.
Chen's stomach rumbled again, and under the watchful eyes of the firefighters, he dashed back into the restroom.
Pf-boom.
The sound drowned out the noise of the firefighters' water spray and still reached the ears of the many firefighters a dozen meters away.
Damn, what a tough guy. Heh, a fierce life needs no explanation.
Alas, comparing oneself to others only breeds despair. I thought that as human beings, we all started on the same footing when it came to defecation, but it turns out.
Damn it, this is earth-shattering and ghost-stirring, truly extraordinary.
This scene makes me want to compose a poem, feet treading the banks of the Yellow River, holding secret documents, machine guns firing in front, artillery blazing behind.
Well, I'd like to write a couplet.
The first line, opening the door of convenience. The second line, solving the posterior's worries. The horizontal scroll, a target of public criticism. Listening to everyone's teasing, the captain couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself that he was responsible for them becoming like this.
Alright, enough joking around.
Ah Bing, Xiaoqing, go check on the tourist.
His steps seem a bit unsteady, make sure he's okay.
The fire captain issued his orders.
Sometimes, diarrhea can indeed be fatal.
A quarter of an hour later, Chen was helped out by 2 firefighters. By this time, even if Chen were foolish, he would know that this group of firefighters was here for him. More accurately, they were here because of his visit to the restroom.
Comrade, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? I'm fine, thank you, Uncle Firefighter.
Chen thanked the approaching captain. The captain looked at Chen. Although his face was a bit pale, his spirits were good.
All right, go sit over there and drink some water to rehydrate. If you need anything later, just call us.
After the captain handed him a bottle of water, he instructed the team members to clean the restrooms. There's a large flow of customers here. We need to maintain a good image.
Hey, come sit here. The old man practicing boxing beckoned to Chen.
Chen looked around and saw that there was only space to sit inside the pavilion.
Grandpa, you're still here. Chen gave an awkward laugh.
The old man's lips twitched. He felt like Chen was scolding him no matter what he said.
Drink some of this, it'll do you good.
The old man poured a cup of water from his thermos and handed it over. The water was slightly reddish, with a faint herbal fragrance. After taking a sip, Chen's eyes lit up. He carefully examined the water in the cup again before slowly savoring it sip by sip.
After finishing the cup of tea, a warmth spread through his abdomen, gradually alleviating the recent fatigue. Thank you, Grandpa. This tea is extraordinary. Oh? How so?
The old man's eyes were filled with surprise.
In this tea, I can taste Eucammia almoids, cinnamon, and Senancum wolfortii.
Chen listed more than a dozen precious medicinal ingredients one after another. With each ingredient he named, the old man's expression shifted from surprise to disbelief. After speaking, even Chen found it somewhat unbelievable. These ingredients felt as if he had prepared them himself, deeply imprinted in his memory.
Ah, young friend, you are indeed one of us. One of us? This time, it was Chen's turn to be bewildered. Young friend, do you also know Wudong Tai Chi? Just a little bit. Have you developed internal energy yet? What is internal energy?
The old man was stunned. The young man had experienced enlightenment and a cleansing of his meridians, clearly indicating he had developed internal energy and reached the pinnacle of Tai Chi, yet he didn't know what internal energy was.
Grandpa, do cultivators really exist in this world? Of course. And do they, at the end of their cultivation, break the sky with a single sword, roam freely in the mortal world, slay demons, and uphold justice?
The old man looked at Chen meaningfully. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen said, "Those things you mentioned are nothing.
Cultivators are even more incredible than you describe. Let me tell you a few examples.
Beneath the azure sky and sun, moon, treading across mountains and rivers for 10,000 miles. 1,000 miles of battle, a single sword once facing 1,000,000 soldiers. A smile shakes the thunder, a frown chills the sea with one hand, they shatter the firmament, with one sword, they dance across the heavens. A sword's gleam chills 19 provinces, sword energy soaring for 30,000 miles.
Looking down upon billions of beings, commanding the armies of the universe. At the end of the immortal path, who stands supreme? Upon seeing Wuxia, the Tao becomes empty."
The more Chen listened, the stranger it felt.
These phrases sounded so familiar, especially the last one. Wasn't that from the red-haired monster Qindong? Grandpa, are you teasing me? You started by teasing me.
The old man retorted sharply, as if to say, "You've watched too many TV shows or read too many novels, filling your head with nonsense."
Young friend, have you ever heard that creatures cannot achieve sentience after the founding of the People's Republic of China? Chapter 19, Believe in Science. Young friend, you must believe in science. Science? Chen muttered to himself, I have a system, and you're talking to me about science? Come on, tell me how this system is scientific. Yes, believe in science.
Young friend, when I talk about cultivators, I mean those who practice martial arts, like those from Buddhist or Taoist traditions. They cultivate their bodies and minds, practicing martial arts for self-improvement. They are stronger than ordinary people, but not like you describe.
Then what is this internal energy you mentioned? Is it internal power? Can one unleash flying leaves and plucked flowers to harm others when they reach the highest level? Well, here's another young man deeply poisoned by novels, just like my grandson.
He's always shouting things like, "Heaven did not give birth to Li Chungang, and the way of the sword has been eternal, otherwise, how would an old man like me know those grandiose phrases?" As an elder, he felt obligated to steer this young man back to the right path. The old man sighed and said, "The Huangdi Neijing classifies qi into 271 types, and internal energy is just one of them. Most people only know Tai Chi as a practice for cultivating oneself. However, Tai Chi is an internal martial art, and when practiced to its peak, it can generate internal energy, which we call Tai Chi internal force. Tai Chi internal force originates from breathing. Regular breathing generates Qi. Achieving deep, long, fine, slow, even, and soft breathing, guided by consciousness, can complete a certain Qi circulation process, which can be summarized as penetrating, filling, rapid, and charging. Not long ago, a medical institution injected radioactive elements into the human body, proving the existence of meridians. I recall seeing videos online where people could throw playing cards and embed them into wooden boards. Ordinary people can achieve this, so practitioners naturally can too. In summary, internal force is a product of the integration of perception, concentration, and transmission. Therefore, practitioners should also believe in science. The old man spoke intermittently for nearly 15 minutes. Chen listened intently, and the knowledge inherited from his grandmaster-level Tai Chi suddenly became clear. He had never expected the old man before him to be so knowledgeable, explaining it so profoundly. Even less did he expect that traditional martial arts in Xia Kingdom held such legendary and mysterious aspects. Chen closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his dantian, feeling the Tai Chi internal force the old man had described. His consciousness guided the Tai Chi internal force along his meridians to his palm, and then he struck the marble table in the pavilion. Bang! With a dull thud, 7 or 8 cracks, each over 10 centimeters long, appeared where his palm contacted the marble table. Hiss! The old man gasped, filled with shock. Such poor quality? You're not going to make me pay for it, are you? Chen nervously glanced around. Seeing no one, he looked at the old man with a confused expression. You shattered the marble table with one palm, and this is what you call believe in science? Is this what you call a bit stronger than ordinary people? Damn it, this is incredibly awesome.
The old man suppressed his shock and said, "What's so special about this? Ordinary people can do it too." Liar. Keep lying. Chen clearly didn't believe that ordinary people could do it.
Boxing champion Mike Tyson has a right-hand punch power of 800 kilograms and a left-hand punch power of 500 kilograms. Mr. Bruce Lee, there's a viral rumor that he once punched a strong man 20 meters away, with an estimated impact force of around 2,000 kilograms.
Do you think 800 kilograms could shatter this marble table?
Bruce Lee and Tyson are both world-famous figures. The old man has no reason to lie to him about these things. The old man looked at the silent Chen, his eyes filled with surprise. Many people have cultivated inner strength. Some have practiced traditional martial arts for decades and can feel qi. When a cultivator can transmit force, they are honored as a Jinren in Taoist schools and a grandmaster in other lineages. As far as he knew, in the entire Xia kingdom, besides Qingshu Jinren of Wudong Golden Summit and a mysterious old man on Chang'an Avenue, there were no other cultivators who had reached this level.
Moreover, Chen is so young. Even if he couldn't recruit him into the Wudong sect, Chen's strength deserved his respect.
With this thought, the old man stood up, tidied his clothes, and cupped his hands in a half-bow towards Chen. Su Yuan, the 14th generation lay disciple of Wudong, greets the Jinren.
"Sir, let's talk properly. What's with this Jinren talk? You acting like this makes me very nervous. Can we just chat like we were before?"
The old man's action startled Chen, who quickly got up and dodged.
"Come on, an old man in his 70s or 80s bowing to me, isn't that shortening my lifespan? Young friend, I have a request for you, please." "Stop, sir. Besides joining the Wudong sect, anything else is negotiable."
Seeing the old man about to speak, Chen immediately cut him off, having been thoroughly put off by similar situations in the past few days.
Alright, then we won't talk about that. Let's discuss Tai Chi techniques." Seeing Chen's expression, the old man immediately gave up on the idea of recruiting him into Wudong. Taoism emphasizes tranquility and non-action, sincerity without coercion.
Since Chen is unwilling, it means the karmic connection has not yet arrived. Next, the two started discussing Tai Chi. Initially, the old man spoke, and Chen listened. Chen's starting point was too high, with practical combat experience but lacking systematic theoretical support. In the end, it turned into Chen speaking and the old man listening. Often, a single sentence from Chen would enlighten the old man. What amused Chen the most was that the old man actually took out his phone and started recording, saying he would ponder it carefully later. After discussing the theory, they sparred for a while. This thoroughly overturned Chen's worldview. You can imagine a 70-year-old man moving with incredible agility, his grip strength astonishingly powerful. It wasn't until the old man's phone rang that both seemed to snap out of it, feeling they hadn't had enough. "Young friend, my wife is urging me to return. Shall we chat again sometime?" "As you wish, sir." Chen smiled. He had gained a lot this afternoon. The old man's name is Su Yuan. Here's his phone number. Feel free to call me if you need anything. After giving the number, the old man added, "I often train here, so you can come by to chat too." The old man slowly walked out of Pingxiang Pavilion and got into a car from a hidden spot outside. "Master, this is the first time I've seen someone spar with you for so long. The young man is truly remarkable." "Remarkable? If he hadn't held back, I wouldn't have lasted 3 moves." The driver was greatly shocked. He knew his master's strength all too well. With his own skills as a retired Special Forces operative, he could only rely on brute force to wear down his master's stamina. Otherwise, he couldn't even get close. Hearing the old man say this, the driver's fighting spirit was ignited. "Xiangzi, investigate this young friend later. Remember, just look up information. Don't tell anyone, and don't make any moves. Understood?" The driver nodded solemnly. It was the first time he had heard the old man speak to him in such a stern tone. Chapter 20, Why Can't You Just Keep a Low Profile? Host Chen. Age, 19. Occupation, student, part-time food delivery writer. Attributes, strength 5.8, reflexes 6.1, speed 5.9 horsepower, normal person equals 1.
Skills: University Physics Professor Level, University Mathematics Professor Level, Wudong Tai Chi Grandmaster Class, Sichuan Cuisine Bike Repair Master Class Proficiency, Flower Arranging Proficiency. Chen sat on the grass in front of Pingshan Pavilion, staring at the transparent status screen before him.
A Grandmaster level Tai Chi skill had increased all 3 physical attributes by 3 points, and he could feel them still slowly improving.
With his current physical condition, he could definitely outlast the older generation in scientific research, not dating. I wonder if I can achieve what Yang Yuqian did. Chen suddenly recalled the scenes of Yang Yuqian practicing Tai Chi in the movie Tai Chi Master. No sooner said than done. On the grass in front of Pingshan Pavilion, Chen began to move, leaping and dodging.
Slowly, the wind picked up, and fallen leaves began to swirl around Chen with his movements, gradually forming a sphere. 15 minutes later, as Chen achieved a perfect blend of yin and yang and finished his stance, the sphere of fallen leaves scattered outwards with a whoosh. Fortunately, it was getting late, and there were no tourists. Otherwise, who knows how many people's jaws would have dropped.
Awesome, ha! Chen laughed heartily, feeling just like a character from Tai Chi Master, didn't he?
If I record this on my phone and upload it to Magic Sound, it'll be a surefire way to brag and instantly gain 1 million followers.
Help!
A scream interrupted Chen's daydreaming. Chen was initially stunned, then seemed to recall something.
From April to October, the closing time for the Summer Palace is 8 p.m. The park is vast with numerous attractions, and many tourists miss the time, creating opportunities for vagrants, such as robbers and molesters.
I didn't expect to run into him today. Chen didn't hesitate and ran towards the direction of the shouting. On a secluded path, under the dim yellow lamplight, a few thugs were surrounding 2 girls and 1 boy.
Please, just let us go, okay?
Bro, we're freshmen at Huaqing University this year.
This is our tuition fee. If we give it to you, we're done for.
Chen paused upon hearing the intermittent sobs of the girls. I've been so busy lately, I almost forgot that the freshman orientation is in 2 days. No wonder they're still hanging around the campus so late.
Enough nonsense, hand it over quickly. If you delay any longer, I guarantee this kid will be crippled.
The leader of the thugs, with a ferocious expression, kicked the boy lying on the ground.
Well, a group of fine gentlemen enjoying the night air.
Chen spoke up, startling the thugs. Mind your own damn business and focus on your deliveries.
Otherwise, you'll end up with a knife in you. Bro, hurry, call the police.
Seeing Chen, one of the girls exclaimed, her voice filled with concern.
Chen nodded inwardly, thinking the girl wasn't entirely without sense. I'm just passing by with a delivery. Please, continue, pretend I'm not here.
Chen shrugged, pointing to the food delivery box on his shoulder. In the time it took to say that, Chen had already reached the thugs. Hearing Chen's words, one girl's eyes filled with despair, the other with anger, and the groaning boy on the ground looked on in disbelief.
Smart move. Get lost and don't get in our way.
The leader of the thugs spat on the ground with a fierce look.
Bang!
With a dull thud, one of the thugs was knocked unconscious by Chen's palm strike. While the remaining thugs were stunned, Chen moved. Describing him as calm as a virgin, swift as a startled rabbit would not be an exaggeration. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 4 thugs were also knocked unconscious. The situation had instantly reversed. What a joke, a weakling like you trying to rob people.
Have you no shame?
The 2 girls and the groaning boy on the ground opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say.
Weakling? Even a weakling wouldn't be so efficient at taking people down. Hey, wake up. If you keep being shocked like this, it'll be dawn. Seeing the stunned trio, Chen sighed and broke their trance. Ah, thank you, brother. Brother, what should we do now? Snapping out of their shock, the trio panicked. Call the police, let the police handle it. Chen sighed, wondering how they got into Huaqing University with such logic. Don't they know to call the police when something happens? Alright, I'm leaving.
You guys wait for the police.
Oh, and don't touch them.
They'll wake up in 10 minutes, which should be enough time for the police to arrive. With that, he turned and left, without any hesitation. He wasn't stupid. Even if he had acted heroically, he would still have to go to the police station to give a statement. If asked how he knocked out 5 people, how would he explain it? Say he had a system? They'd think he was crazy and dissect him. Get out of the way. Just as Chen was locking up his electric bike to get dinner, he heard a roar. He saw a burly man running quickly ahead, with several police officers in pursuit. Damn, this luck is unbelievable. Chen was annoyed, encountering robbers twice in an hour. He started to suspect that after acquiring the Grandmaster level Tai Chi, the system was arranging opportunities for him to show off. Even a novelist wouldn't dare to write something like this. Wouldn't it be better to just lie low and develop in secret? Seeing the robber about to disappear, Chen didn't have time to think and rushed out with a burst of energy. The onlookers only saw a blur of motion passing by, leaping over trash cans, jumping over bicycles, vaulting over railings, and occasionally running up walls. Wow, has Xia Kingdom started making movies this realistic? Are you serious? That's clearly a pursuit of a robber. Honey, look. He's parkouring like he's courting death. Wow, Chinese Kung Fu. A few foreigners exclaimed in broken tones upon seeing the display. Chen vaguely heard the onlookers' comments and cursed inwardly. Parkouring is one thing, but why courting death? However, he had to admit that much of that parkour looked pretty reckless. In less than 2 minutes, Chen caught up to the robber and, with a swift palm strike, knocked him unconscious. The move was clean and efficient. He doesn't look like a robber. Looking at the unconscious robber's face, Chen was filled with doubt. Short, buzzed hair, a square jaw, and a rugged demeanor, he didn't look like a bad guy at all. The sound of rapid footsteps and approaching sirens grew louder. Chen, pushing aside his curiosity, ducked into an alley. Less than 10 seconds after he disappeared, a group of armed police appeared before the robber. They looked at the robber lying on the ground, exchanging confused glances. Hey, wake up, Gangzi! An armed police officer poured a bottle of mineral water on the robber's face and shook him awake. Gangzi, why are you lying on the ground unconscious? A food delivery guy, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, caught up to me and knocked me out with a single palm strike. I didn't even have time to react. Shunzi recounted the events. What? Brother Gang, you're this year's martial arts champion for the Hating District Armed Police. You were knocked out by a single palm strike? Are you kidding us? Gangzi, do we look like fools? The teasing from the others made Gangzi indignant. Shut up, all of you. Am I not embarrassed enough that I, the proud champion, was knocked out by a food delivery guy with one blow? Everyone immediately fell silent. Brother Gang, what now? The robber is down, what else can we do? Report the situation to command and head back. The leading armed police officer was extremely depressed. An exercise meticulously prepared was ruined by a delivery guy. Chapter 21, School starts, and the male animals of Huaqing University become restless. You're this year's armed police martial arts champion, yet you were knocked out by a delivery guy without even a chance to fight back. Don't ever say you're my soldier when you go out there. I'm too embarrassed. Inside the compound of the Hating District Armed Police Detachment. Xing Kai, the chief instructor of the Armed Police Detachment, dressed in camouflage, felt both pity and disappointment towards Yang Gang's performance. Reporting, Instructor Xing, the detachment commander wants you to come to the conference room for a meeting. A soldier walked out of the building, interrupting Xing Kai's reprimand. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Xing Kai grunted and led the way. The soldier winked at Yang Gang, implying good luck. Entering the conference room, Yang Gang was a bit stunned. Inside the conference room sat 5 soldiers in camouflage. One of them had a golden star emblem and ornate golden leaves embroidered on his epaulette. Yang Gang, report the situation again. Yes. Detachment Commander, the report is complete. Yang Gang's voice was clear and strong, not concealing his mistakes at all. This is how the situation unfolded, and these are the facts. Soldiers never play tricks.
The surveillance video will be brought over soon, and everything will be clear. M. The 5 leaders exchanged glances, disbelief mixed with no doubt that Yang Gang was telling the truth.
Yang Gang is this year's martial arts champion in Hating District, with extraordinary skills, a true soldier king among the armed police. To be knocked out with one slap, without even being able to react, is simply unbelievable. Reporting, the surveillance videos from the rout have been retrieved. The detachment commander nodded, and the soldier who delivered the videos stepped forward and began playing them via projection. Just 3 or 4 seconds into the video, Xing Kai suddenly stood up, his imposing aura erupting like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. The scene showed Chen pressing something on the car and skipping past it, then delivering a slap that knocked Yang Gang out.
Breaths quickened in the conference room, eyes gleaming.
The 2-minute video was watched 6 or 7 times, yet they still wanted more. Detachment commander, although he only delivered one slap, it contains skillful force and knowledge of acupoints, suggesting he might have practiced traditional martial arts.
The young man's agility, speed, and reaction time are likely unmatched by anyone in the entire Beijing armed police force.
From this one instance, we can see the whole picture.
Yang Gang's defeat was not unjust. Detachment commander, no matter what, we must find this person.
With his guidance, we might contend for first place in the individual competition at this year's Beijing General Corps competition. As this conclusion was reached, the other 4 leaders unleashed their formidable auras. A series of orders were issued, and the massive machinery began to move. At this moment, Chen returned to his dorm at Huaqing University, and his phone rang.
Chen, are you at school?
The freshmen are reporting tomorrow, and the student union is short-handed. After you finish your work this morning, go to the admissions office this afternoon to help with freshman reception.
Is that okay?
The voice of his counselor, old Zhou, came through.
Chen was speechless.
You've already arranged my schedule, so how can I refuse? After chatting with old Zhou for a while, he washed up, read for a bit, and then fell asleep.
The next morning, after the initial training session, Chen went to the admissions office after lunch.
The admissions office was packed with people, a chaotic scene.
Chen, your counselor roped you into this too.
Qin Wenjun, a classmate from his class, waved at him.
Qin, what's going on?
Why are we here? Chen was a bit confused.
Didn't the student union usually handle these chores in previous years?
This year is a bit special. The military training isn't at the Daxing training ground anymore, it's on campus. The student union folks are busy preparing for the logistics of the military training, so they're short-handed.
Chen rolled his eyes.
Qin Wenjun nudged him, saying, "Don't be unhappy, boy.
In past years, you wouldn't even have had the chance to come here. Look at all these drafted helpers, beaming with joy."
Chen glanced around, seeing pure and innocent girls, shy junior students everywhere.
The male students, though polite and patient in their explanations, couldn't hide the green glint in their eyes.
It's no wonder Huaqing University has always had more males than females, especially in the mathematics department, where the ratio is a staggering 8-to-1. Internal competition isn't enough, so they have to find partners elsewhere. There's a reason for guard against fire, guard against theft, guard against seniors and guard against wolves, guard against fangs, guard against senior students. He remembered when he first arrived at the school, a senior student told him that this time of year was when the male animals of Huaqing University became restless.
Chen, be a bit more alert later. Perhaps your lifelong happiness will be settled.
TCH, when there are no women in your heart, your sword will naturally be divine. This was met with sharp glances from several nearby female students.
For a full 2 hours, Chen escorted 5 junior male students to their dorms. As for the junior female students, he didn't get any of them. "Chen, look.
Some beautiful girls are walking towards us."
Qin Wenjun patted Chen's shoulder.
Chen put down the admissions brochure, glanced at them, and then lowered his head again.
"Big brother, is that you?"
A clear, somewhat familiar voice sounded in Chen's ear.
"Classmate, are you calling me?" Chen looked around, a bit bewildered. "Big brother, it really is you.
The lighting was too dim last night, and you left in such a hurry after finishing your business."
We haven't had a chance to thank you yet.
The words lighting, too dim, and finishing your business combined together easily led to wild imaginations. Shin Wenjun and the other male classmates heard the girl's words as if they had seen a ghost, their faces full of gossip.
Shen, so you're that kind of person. I never would have guessed.
Wow, a beautiful girl throwing herself at him, and he's still getting thanked.
Little Nuozi, I didn't realize you had the potential to be a kept man. Get lost. Shen retorted impatiently, asking, Buddy, can you make yourself clear? Do I even know you? Big brother, don't you remember? Last night in the Grove, I was with 2 classmates.
Stop, I already said it was just a casual thing, no need to thank me.
Shen rubbed his forehead, speechless. If he didn't explain, his reputation would be ruined once the rumors spread. He remembered now.
This girl was the one he rescued last night at the old summer palace. The lighting was dim, and she was crying pitifully, so he hadn't gotten a good look at her. He hadn't expected such a coincidence to meet her at the admissions office, and the girl was always so unclear. The surrounding students cast him looks that screamed player.
Shen, these are police officers from Hadian District.
They need to ask you a few things, so please go with them. Just as Chen was getting a headache, the counselor walked over with 2 plainclothes men.
The 2 men presented their IDs to Chen. Let's find a quieter place to talk. Chen pondered secretly.
The police looking for him probably had something to do with either last night's incident at the old summer palace or his subduing the robber.
It's just giving a statement, no big deal. It's better than being conscripted here.
Who knows, I might even get a certificate for bravery. But to the other students, this scene had a different meaning, especially combined with what the girl had just said.
A piece of gossip began to circulate in the admissions office. Chen abandons his lover and is sought by the police. Chapter 22, AWM, M24. Any frying pans? Officers, where are we going?
As the car drove around Hadian District, Chen felt a bit confused. If it weren't for the fact that these 2 were brought by the counselor and had proper identification, he would have thought he was being kidnapped.
No way, you're bringing me all the way here just for a statement?
Seeing the sign for the Hadian District Armed Police Detachment outside the building, Chen felt speechless.
Don't be nervous, it's nothing major. The leader is waiting for you inside.
A younger police officer chuckled softly. The 2 escorted Chen to the meeting room door, which happened to open just as they arrived, and someone walked out.
You? Chen looked at Yang Gang, completely bewildered. Isn't this guy the robber? Why is he wearing a camouflage uniform? Come in.
We'll talk about my matters later, the leaders are all waiting.
Entering the meeting room, Chen was startled again. Wow, there were 7 or 8 people in camouflage sitting in the meeting room. The lowest rank was a 2nd lieutenant, and the person in the middle had golden leaves on his epaulets.
The nameplate on the table read Liang Xiaoqing.
Young man, don't be nervous, have a seat.
Liang Xiaoqing spoke, his tone calm.
Chen was not intimidated. He chose a seat nearby and plopped down. Then, the projector in the meeting room began to play a video. Young man, is this you? Chen glanced at the screen and nodded.
It was indeed him chasing the robber last night.
He hadn't realized how cool he looked in the video. Chen, are you interested in visiting our armed police detachment? Visit what? Chen paused, then quickly asked, P18C, Vector, M16A4, Scar L, M416, AKM, AWM, M24, and a frying pan?
Hearing Chen rattle off a list of firearms, the people in the meeting room were stunned. They exchanged glances.
It was as if they were asking, is this information you gathered accurate? Reciting so many firearms so fluently, and all of them powerful ones at that, is this really what a college student should know? Never mind the firearms, what's with the frying pan?
Only Xing Kai's mouth twitched. He whispered an explanation, and the others suddenly understood, looking at Chen with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chen, if you're willing to join us, you can play with all these firearms to your heart's content. We also have helicopters, armored personnel carriers, and riot control vehicles. If you find these not stimulating enough, I can let you play with the Type 78 recoilless rifle and the Type 99 main battle tank. Liang Shaoqing listed a barrage of items. Even though Chen wasn't particularly interested in such things, he knew they were all formidable weapons. Leader Liang, please just say what you need to say directly. Chen organized his thoughts. After seeing the video, he knew why they had brought him here. His earlier feigned ignorance was just a tactic to make them back down. He hadn't expected them to offer even more than he could have asked for. At this point, pretending to be clueless was no longer an option. It was better to be straightforward. Chen, to put it bluntly, we've seen your abilities and hope you'll join our armed police detachment and serve the country. Xing Kai, the chief instructor of the armed police detachment, got straight to the point. You don't need to hide anything. From this one video, we can analyze a great deal. During their investigation into Chen last night, they also found out about him rescuing 3 freshmen from Huaqing University at the old summer palace. Chen's combat skills reminded them of an old senior, which was also why Liang Shaoqing personally came forward. Distinguished leaders, while I am very interested in joining the detachment, I am currently a student and must prioritize my studies. Furthermore, even if you mold me into a super soldier, I would still be just one person. I believe my abilities can be used to research more things that benefit the country and its people. Are one person or millions more important? You should understand. Chen's words were bold. He was confident that the detachment had investigated him. They knew about his talent in physics and mathematics. In the future, whether he researches mathematics or physics, it would be more valuable than being a super soldier. Ah, good kid, just as our analysis concluded. There was a moment of silence in the meeting room before Liang Shaoqing burst into laughter, his admiration for Chen growing. What Chen said is largely true. Super soldiers are very important and can change the course of small-scale local wars. But the scientific and technical talents who can develop weapons of mass destruction are even more important, as they can influence the course of a major war. However, although we are not forcing you to join the armed police detachment, we still hope you can share your insights on practicing traditional martial arts with our soldiers. Chen did not refuse this request. It was his duty to help the soldiers improve their strength and reduce unnecessary casualties. The soldiers' demeanor was swift and decisive. Upon seeing Chen's agreement, they immediately led him to the training ground on the second basement floor. Attention! Xing Kai let out a low shout, and dozens of young men in vests and shorts, who were exercising, formed 5 rows. Let me introduce your temporary martial arts instructor. He will be in charge of the afternoon training. After Xing Kai finished speaking, the dozens of men below, though silent, showed doubt in their eyes. Oh, right, he's the one who knocked Gangzi out with a single palm strike. Yang Gang gave Xing Kai a resentful look. If you're going to introduce me, why mention that? Chen scanned the crowd and took a step forward, saying indifferently, soldiers fight with strength. If you're not convinced, come at me. I'll fight until you are. Arrogant, presumptuous, confident, wild, disdainful. I'll do it. Yang Gang was the first to jump out, lunging at Chen. Chen stood his ground, made arc-like movements with his hands, and with a bang, Yang Gang was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. This scene stunned everyone. They hadn't even seen how the person flew away. Next, 3 or 4 more people attacked, and they all met the same fate. If Chen hadn't held back, he could have knocked all of them out with a single palm strike. Everyone in the first row, come at me together. Give it your all. Chen felt excited, his hands itching to try the feeling of going all out. Even an uncle can bear it, but an aunt cannot. Seeing Xing Kai nod, everyone surged forward together. 1. Why are you kicking me? Damn it, old Zhou, can you kick more accurately? You're kicking me. Chen moved like a butterfly through flowers, freely maneuvering amidst the attacks of over a dozen soldiers. He would occasionally extend a hand, redirecting their attacks onto others. Instructor, are you only going to dodge? A soldier shouted angrily. A sharp light flashed in Chen's eyes, and his smooth aura shifted, revealing a powerful, forceful energy. Bang! Bang! Chen's movements were like a dragon's with each palm strike. He sent a soldier flying several meters away. Within a few breaths, over a dozen soldiers lay on the ground, unable to move, looking at Chen with wide-eyed shock.
Stop struggling. The numbness will wear off in a few minutes.
This scene delighted Liang Xiaoqing, Xing Kai, and the others who were watching. They felt they had truly found a treasure. Chen was also contemplating. These soldiers were strong but lacked finesse. They were top-notch fighters in head-on combat, but the primary duty of armed police is protection, not assault. Although he had never practiced grappling or combat, with his master-level Tai Chi expertise, teaching defense, grappling, and similar techniques was effortless.
The rest was easy.
Chen stayed in the training room until late at night before leaving. As Chen left, he held 2 certificates, one for bravery in the face of danger, as the previous night's events had been reported to the school. The other was an official ID card, stamped and sealed, designating him as an external instructor for the Armed Police Detachment, with a status equivalent to Xing Kai's. With this ID, as long as he didn't break the law, he could walk around freely in Hading District.
Chapter 23: The Correct Way to Eat Watermelon During Military Training.
Withered vines, old trees, evening crows takeout, sofa, air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and the setting sun.
A refreshing summer. Chen was half lying on a sofa in Dave's takeout station, eating watermelon.
It had been about a week since Chen returned from the Armed Police Detachment. For the past week, he had spent his mornings in the library, honing his skills. In the afternoons, he came to Dave's takeout station to deliver food, enjoy the air conditioning, and savor the last moments of relaxation before the semester began. This past week had been quite fruitful. He had acquired a top-tier domestic professor-level applied economics skill at a coffee shop. Ordering takeout at a coffee shop, would he get beaten up for that? And over a dozen other miscellaneous life skills that he didn't need for now.
You kid, can't you ever do anything serious? How could Huaqing University produce an anomaly like you?
Dave glared at Chen, then looked at the scorching sun outside.
He picked up a piece of iced watermelon and took a bite. Awesome.
Dave, can you stop making those suggestive noises?
Get lost. Dave took another bite of watermelon, his expression one of utter mischief. What's lacking in the 21st century? Talent. These people really know how to have fun.
On a video playing on a magic screen, several senior students were sitting under the shade of a tree on the sports field, eating watermelon and watching the freshmen's military training.
Dave, if I took a watermelon and ate it in front of the students undergoing military training on campus, how do you think they'd react? Chen suddenly had an idea. I don't know how they'd react, but I do know you might end up in a sack. Hello, you have a new takeout order. Please process it promptly.
As soon as Dave finished speaking, Chen's phone rang.
Chen opened the page and glanced at it, stunned.
Seeing Chen's expression, Dave curiously leaned over to take a look, his face full of amusement and a strange look.
Kid, what are you waiting for? Your wish is about to come true.
The order was for a chilled watermelon and 3 bottles of happy water, a perfectly normal order. However, the delivery address was Huaqing University, and the note specified delivery to the 8th company on the sports field. That was precisely where the freshmen were undergoing military training.
Is this what they call the wish comes true, or am I a jinx?
Chen muttered to himself, then got up and walked outside.
He picked up the takeout and headed towards the designated location. Attention, at ease, look right.
Stand tall, chest out, abdomen in, buttocks tucked, head straight, neck erect, mouth closed.
All attention. From right to left, call out your numbers in order. Resounding and powerful commands echoed across the Huaqing University campus.
Chen weaved through the campus carrying watermelons, the entire campus transformed into a sea of green. Seeing him carrying watermelons and happy water, the eyes of the students undergoing military training were practically glowing green, their throats bobbing.
Upon arriving at the designated spot, Chen was dumbfounded.
7 or 8 formation squads were gathered on the field. Who knows who placed the order? And so, the scene on the field was abrupt. A delivery rider, holding watermelons still beaded with moisture and happy water, stood before hundreds of students.
System, Check in. Beep. Check-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining researcher-level programming skills. The system's voice left Chen completely bewildered. You should know that programmers are divided into 5 levels: junior, intermediate, senior, advanced, and expert. Above expert, there's a specially designated researcher level. At places like Huawei, Ali, or Tencent, where top talent is abundant, this level is equivalent to a major figure. This is the military training ground, filled with freshmen. The skills obtained through check-in should be high school knowledge, at most general university level, or perhaps skills from the instructors. Where did this researcher-level programming skill come from? From the instructors? Or is there a supremely talented prodigy hidden among the freshmen? After waiting for a few minutes, the training showed no signs of stopping, yet the delivery time was about to expire. Whoever ordered the iced watermelon and happy water, come out and claim it quickly. Chen shouted. The sudden shout startled the commanding instructor and the students performing their drills, causing them to freeze for half a second. 7 or 8 instructors suddenly turned to face Chen. Upon seeing Chen clearly, several instructors' mouths twitched. When Chen saw the instructors' faces, he was also speechless. The military training instructors were usually personnel from the National Defense Base. This time, however, they were members of the Haitian District Armed Police Detachment. What is this? Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors? Or are they just tired of the old and fond of the new? Seeing the detachment members about to speak to him, Chen gently shook his head. Comrades, I'm just a delivery guy. Please don't make things difficult for me. Just have them come out and sign for it. The system will deduct my pay if it's late. Hearing Chen's plea, the detachment members wanted to laugh but dared not. Instructor Yang Gang's eyes darted, and he loudly declared, "Little brother, our military training has a rule against ordering takeout. This delivery is for you. To inspire their training spirit, please eat this watermelon in front of them. I believe you understand our good intentions and wouldn't refuse, would you?" After speaking, Yang Gang glanced at his comrades around him. Instructor Yang's suggestion sounds excellent. It can strengthen their willpower and prevent waste. Little brother, as far as I know, only students doing work study at Huaqing University deliver takeout here. As a senior to these freshmen, you have an obligation to help them grow. They played off each other, revealing everything about Chen, yet Chen couldn't say anything. He glared fiercely at them, his meaning clear: "Dare to play me like this, and I'll definitely put you through some rigorous training when I get the chance." Comrades, that doesn't seem right. What if he gives me a bad review? I'll lose 500 yuan. Don't worry, that won't happen. Yang Gang said, then turned to the students undergoing military training and shouted, "Who ordered the takeout? Step forward, give a good review, and I'll let it slide. Otherwise, I'll report it to the school." A few seconds later, a boy of average height but with exceptional spirit emerged from the student ranks and walked to a spot where phones were placed, operating something. Chen glanced over, silently noting this boy. This guy might be a hidden powerhouse. It's all sorted now. Are you satisfied? Please, begin your performance. Yang Gang spread his hands towards Chen and even brought over a table for drinks. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Chen sighed and placed the watermelon on the table. With a single clap, the watermelon evenly broke into 8 pieces. The sight stunned Yang Gang, the other instructors, and the numerous students. Anyone could break a watermelon with their bare hands, but to break it so evenly, is that normal? Luck, pure luck. Chen's eyes were full of amusement. They wanted to see me embarrass myself eating melon, but I'll do the opposite of what they expect. What a load of luck. Bring us a whole truckload, and let's see you do it again. This was the unspoken thought of the crowd. Sweet and cold, it's just delicious. Would you guys like to try some too? Chen's voice dragged on, and his expression and tone were simply amazing. The watermelon, which was usually very ordinary, tasted like an immortal fruit in Chen's mouth at this moment. Hundreds of students watched Chen eat the watermelon, their eyes practically burning, and they were secretly swallowing their saliva. Even instructors like Yang Gang licked their dry lips, wishing they could slap themselves. Making a fool of themselves, not only did they not see a joke this time, but the instructors also took notice, and they would surely be trained later.
Thinking of this, several comrades looked at Yang Gang with more resentment in their eyes. Chapter 24, National Competition begins. The National College Student Mathematical Modeling Contest is held every September, with the specific dates varying each year. This year's dates are from 9 a.m. on September 10th to 9 a.m. on September 13th. Fourth brother, go for it. We're all waiting for your good news. Chen, go with peace of mind.
I will inherit your Huabei credit service. Little Nuozi, don't feel pressured. It's okay if you don't win a prize, the important thing is to participate. Listening to his three brothers, Chen rolled his eyes, picked up his laptop, and left. First prize in the national competition, I'm really determined to get it.
The lingering sound echoed in the dormitory.
After a stunned moment, his three brothers shook their heads. The National College Student Mathematical Modeling Contest was established in 1992 and is not only the largest mathematical modeling competition in China but also internationally in terms of the number of participants. According to official statistics, the number of participants this year far exceeded previous years. 34 provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions in China, along with 1656 universities abroad, 52,699 undergraduate teams, 6,124 vocational teams, and nearly 180,000 students participated in this year's competition. There are so many prestigious universities, and talents are like carp crossing a bridge. Shin is smart, but compared to these hundreds of thousands of people, he seems a bit lacking.
As brothers in the same dormitory, who doesn't know who?
In their eyes, Chen's last remark was just him forcing himself. For this competition, the school specially sealed off the 5th floor of the library and set up computers. Some nearby research rooms were equipped with folding beds for participating students to rest. The modeling competition lasts for 3 days and involves problem solving, modeling, paper writing, and programming, making it a demanding task. No one sleeps more than 10 hours in total, so this arrangement is quite reasonable. Just perform normally, don't put too much pressure on yourself.
In research room number 3 on the 5th floor, Zhao was giving a pre-competition pep talk to several contestants.
For this competition, not only did Professor Zhao lead 2 groups, but other professors also led several groups, totaling 12 groups participating in the competition. As Chen walked out of the research room and entered the competition area, other contestants looked at him with strange eyes.
Eyes full of curiosity, disdain, and confusion, but none showed the serious gaze of viewing him as a strong opponent.
Ilara and Kara's faces turned red from being stared at by everyone, while Chen remained calm and composed, as if no one was around. Possesses professor-level mathematics, physics, and applied economics skills, with specializations in modeling and statistics, and researcher-level programming.
As long as the questions are within the syllabus, a national first prize is guaranteed.
Old Zhao, this kid has a good mindset.
Absolutely, who do you think trained him?
What good is a good mindset?
Does it add points to the competition?
In the end, it still comes down to modeling, paper writing, and programming.
What kind of old man are you? Are you trying to provoke me into cursing this early in the morning?
In the spectator area, several supervising professors were whispering to each other. Once the competition begins, they cannot enter the competition area or communicate with the participating students, but the students can search for information online.
Tick-tock. It's 9 o'clock.
Everyone logs into the Xia Kingdom Mathematical Modeling website to download the competition problems. The problems are divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. A, B are for undergraduate students, and C, D are for vocational students. Participants only need to choose one problem to solve. As the problems were opened, a collective groan echoed throughout the competition area. A. Prediction and impact of population growth in Xia Kingdom.
B. Optimal design of the shape and size of soda cans.
C. Public bicycle service system.
D. Scheduling for inspection routes.
What the heck, the organizing committee isn't playing by the usual rules.
Are their minds this wild? Last year's census was such a big event, with all sorts of predictions flying around.
I thought the organizing committee wouldn't stir up trouble with this, but I was careless.
Careless about what? Listening to those people brag is less accurate than just researching the information yourself. Those people are just keyboard warriors. Soda can design? Design what? It's just a can, what's so complicated about it? Can they really design a 500 milliliters can that hold 600 milliliters?
The competition area was filled with laughter and students looking completely bewildered. In the spectator area, the supervising professors and teachers also frowned at the problems, thinking the organizing committee was up to something. Chen downloaded problems A and B, and the three of them gathered to carefully read the instructions. Problem A involves population sociology, population economics, population geography, population ecology, the history of population thought, and statistics. Problem B is relatively simpler, but it also involves ergonomics, physics, material science, and structural mechanics.
Which problem should we choose? Ilara's expression was serious.
Both problems cover too broad a range, especially problem A, which is not just about statistics but also about discussing impacts and solutions.
A
sharp glint flashed in Chen's eyes.
Although his face was serious, he was secretly overjoyed.
Although he hasn't studied demography, he has professor-level applied economics and professional-level statistics, so problem A should be manageable.
Are you sure? Don't worry.
Chen added, when I was delivering food, I chatted with some delivery guys about this matter, so I know a thing or two. Ilara rolled her eyes, while Kara's mouth hung open, clearly in disbelief.
What are you looking at me like that for? You look down on us delivery guys? Chen said speechlessly, don't you know that delivery drivers are a mysterious organization?
There are millionaires, senior white-collar workers, and many technical talents among us.
Have you ever seen someone do CAD faster than a designer? Have you ever seen someone coding while carrying a laptop? Have you ever seen someone whose English is better than yours?
According to statistics, there are 210,000 undergraduates and 70,000 postgraduates delivering food in Xia Kingdom. I don't know if this data is accurate, but this organization is indeed very mysterious. Chen's string of words left the two of them speechless.
All right, you're the captain, we'll do as you say.
The two of them compromised.
I'll be responsible for solving the problem, modeling, and writing the paper. Kara will be responsible for programming.
Chen paused and then added, you'll be in charge of our food and also look up information. He originally wanted to say that she could just relax, but considering the amount of research required for this problem, someone would need to look up the information. With the division of labor complete, Chen fell into deep thought.
The population prediction model needs to solve three problems for the next 30 years.
1. Population birth rate and number of births. Factors include population development policies in towns, counties, and first, second, and third-tier cities. 2. Population mortality rate and distribution. Factors include medical conditions in towns, counties, and first, second, and third-tier cities. 3. The impact of population factors on the future, such as the influence on economy, housing, education, and healthcare. The first two items require a large amount of data.
At the critical moment, Ilara spoke up.
Chen, the birth and death data for each province, city, and region has been downloaded and sent to your email. Chen nodded, but was lost in thought. With his professor-level university mathematics skills and expertise in statistics, he could normally solve this problem in a day. However, after acquiring top-tier domestic professor-level applied economics skills and researcher-level programming, his perspective on problems changed, and various pieces of information converged in his mind. After a few minutes, Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint in them. He intended to build a new model that could predict more accurately.
Either do it with a bang, or don't do it at all.
He wanted to shut down those who had plotted against him.
Chapter 25, The Sinister Organizing Committee and the Beastly Chen. The data is so crude? The people at the Statistics Bureau should all be fired. Chen opened the spreadsheet and glanced at the data.
After only a dozen rows, his brow furrowed deeply.
Ilara and Kara exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock.
This data was downloaded from the National Bureau of Statistics website.
Who gave you, a sophomore, the courage to question it?
After another 10 minutes of looking, Chen understood the structure, types, and calculation process of the data. He knew where the problem with the data from the Statistics Bureau lay. It wasn't that the data was crude, the problem setters had directly altered the data and changed the index algorithm. In other words, if you build a model based on this data, no matter how beautiful your paper is or how well your program is written, the predicted results will always be wrong.
The organizing committee was undeniably insidious. Once he understood the problem, Chen took a deep breath and moved his mouse. The pages on the computer screen flipped almost every second, resembling the rapid display of a hacker's screen during an intrusion.
Kara, what is he doing?
Kara seemed unsure and replied, I think he's processing the data.
Chen's actions were accidentally witnessed by a classmate, who immediately stopped what they were doing.
Brother Huang, look!
Look at what? The student called Brother Huang glanced in the direction indicated by his classmate's finger and exclaimed, Holy crap!
The shout startled everyone in the competition area. Student, please do not disrupt the competition.
A proctor walked over, but before he could finish speaking, he too froze in astonishment.
The reactions of the two finally drew everyone's attention. Damn! What's going on?
This is ridiculous.
What a show-off!
If you're going to show off, at least do it believably.
The page changes every second. Can you even see the data clearly?
Everyone, return to your seats and continue the competition.
After the proctor's stern command and a brief explanation to the spectators, the professor's gazes towards Zhao became noticeably unfavorable.
Zhao's expression was also extremely grim, but he trusted that Chen wouldn't act without reason. He opened his computer, downloaded the data, and after carefully examining it for about half an hour, he suddenly burst into laughter.
So the data was wrong.
Zhao's murmurs caused the faces of the other professors to change drastically. After another half an hour, the professors looked up at the students competing, their faces filled with pity. It wasn't that the students weren't smart, it was just that the organizing committee was too insidious. Chen seemed to enter a state of complete focus, oblivious to the events unfolding around him. This state lasted for over an hour, and then the screen finally stopped flashing.
Ilara and Kara leaned in to take a look.
Millions of rows of data had been reduced to 1/10 of their original size.
Don't look yet, it's not finished processing. Call me in an hour, I'm going to rest for a bit.
Chen drank some water, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. The high-intensity data processing for over an hour had taken a toll, even on him with his reflexes speed of 6.1. Watching Chen rest, Ilara and Kara hesitated, unsure of what to say, and began to review the data. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. The processed data was beyond their wildest imagination. After comparing several metrics with the original data, it was found that Chen's processing and calculations were more precise.
But this scene was seen as a desperate, last-ditch effort by other contestants. An hour later, Chen was woken up.
The scene from before replayed. After repeating this 5 times, the millions of lines of data were reduced to less than 10,000, the essence of the essence. It was also equipped with various scatter plots, utilizing linear equations, partial differential equations, Gaussian distributions, and more. If nothing else, this data alone was enough to shut up whoever prepared it. After processing the data, 1/6 of the time had passed, yet their modeling hadn't even begun. Chen wasn't worried, Kara had no choice but to handle the programming, leaving only Ilara feeling anxious. After dinner, Chen stretched for a bit before returning to his computer. Kara, I'll skip the modeling process and go straight to writing the paper.
Pay attention to the synchronized paper and organize your thoughts first.
Ilara, focus on the formatting, typos, and grammar in the paper. Without waiting for their opinions, the next moment, the sound of furious typing echoed throughout the competition area,
causing everyone to frown in annoyance. Student, please do not disturb others' normal competition. The invigilator glanced at the source of the sound, Chen, and immediately got a headache. Why can't this kid just behave?
If you're bored, just sleep.
What's with the jumping around? Are you afraid I'll fall asleep or that my classmates will forget about you?
Upon clearly seeing the content on Chen's computer screen, he was stunned.
After watching for a few more seconds, he turned and left.
Although he hadn't thought carefully about problem A, intuitively, Chen's model assumptions in the paper's introduction seemed correct. With the data adjusted by hand, Chen had a clear framework in mind, and writing flowed smoothly. In half an hour, problem restatement, problem analysis, and symbol explanations were done.
An hour later, model assumptions and establishment were completed.
3 hours later, model solving was finished. Lines of text, formulas, matrices, scatterplots, and tables were arranged like a celestial book.
By this time, it was close to midnight.
The professors had already left, and only one modeling student remained for each of the 12 teams. Another 5 hours passed, and Chen finished writing the model results and analysis, model improvements, and the pros and cons of the model.
Dawn was breaking.
With that, the first part of the paper was completed.
The keyboard fell silent. After Chen stood up and left, the remaining contestants finally breathed a sigh of relief. This beast, he typed for nearly 10 hours straight. Even if he was faking it, to pretend to work from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. the next day, a full 18 hours, we couldn't have done that. After spending some time in the restroom and taking a stroll down the corridor, Chen returned to his seat. After a moment of thought, the sound of typing resumed. Everyone collapsed.
The second part involved writing about the impact of population. With the professor-level applied economics skill, the effects of population on the economy, industry, and cultural environment were all at his fingertips. Coupled with professor-level math and physics skills, the impacts and suggestions written were more practical, unlike the vague, nonsensical advice from so-called experts. This time, the speed was even faster because earlier, switching between formulas and symbols had slowed him down. Chen became more proficient as he wrote, his speed increasing, and everyone could only see blurs of his hands on the keyboard.
Everyone shared a common thought. Damn, he's really a beast. Chapter 26, Show Off, is that you?
The sound of the keyboard stopped.
Chen stood up.
The sudden silence made the other contestants visibly uncomfortable, and they all looked up at Chen.
The beast finally stopped. Seeing Chen stand up, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
But before the relief could fully set in, a printer in a corner of the competition area whirred to life.
Whir. An unbelievable thought crossed everyone's minds. Could this guy have finished his paper? No, impossible. As fellow students at Huaqing University, how can the gap be this large? Reality cruelly shattered their illusions. Chen walked to the printer and picked up the printed paper.
When Chen turned back, everyone was dumbfounded again.
My goodness, the stack of papers Chen was holding was at least 60 to 70 pages thick. Is he writing a paper or a book?
With your approach, where do our mere 7 or 8 pages fit in?
60 to 70 pages, and we're just starting. Is the gap between people really this vast? Back at their seats, Ilara and Kara arrived with breakfast just in time.
Take these and read them from beginning to end. Mark any typos, grammatical errors, wording issues, or formatting problems.
What? Although Ilara was confused, she took the papers.
One glance was all it took for her to exclaim in surprise.
You finished the paper? So thick? You didn't rest all night?
Ilara and Kara looked at Chen with eyes full of guilt.
Keep your voice down, don't make a scene and disturb the other students' thinking.
The students from the surrounding teams rolled their eyes, muttering inwardly.
Dude, are you misunderstanding? It's you who's disturbing us. Kara, look at the first part, the modeling and solving section. In 2 hours, we'll start programming.
He paused, then said gravely, maintain secrecy. The cautious tone puzzled Ilara and Kara. In all the time they had known Chen, this was the first time they had seen him so serious. Chen stopped talking, carrying the breakfast and leaving with a flourish. Although his spirits were good, after more than 20 hours of sitting, he was feeling quite restless. After going up to the rooftop, having breakfast, and practicing Tai Chi a few times, Chen was fully recharged. He only discovered the effectiveness of Tai Chi when he gave lectures to the armed police detachment.
Kara, how's it going? Chen stood behind Kara and asked.
It's not a big problem, but there are too many variables involved, including 3 submodels for migration, birth, and death rates. If it were just these, I could finish it in 2 all-nighters, but with the second part involving variables affecting the economy, industry, and cultural environment, the workload is too great, and there's not enough time.
Kara frowned, a hint of embarrassment on her face.
She had looked at Chen's modeling process. His ideas were incredibly novel and his perspective unique, especially his suggestions for the second part, which were simply astounding. If she couldn't complete the programming part, she would truly let Chen down.
Seeing Kara on the verge of tears, Chen quickly said, "You handle the database first. I'll write the architecture.
Once I'm done with the architecture, you can handle the 3 submodels for migration, birth, and death rates.
Leave the second part to me."
As soon as Chen finished speaking, Kara's cherry lips parted, and tears welled up in her big eyes.
Back at her seat, she opened the MATLAB interface. The clatter of keyboards started again. Damn, this guy is at it again. Didn't they finish the paper? What is this guy up to now? Is there a problem with the model? Is he rewriting it? Ha, this is going to be good.
The crowd groaned, many of them secretly pleased.
Huh, that's not right. Isn't that the MATLAB interface? He can program too? This scene feels familiar, like something out of the Matrix.
That's ridiculous.
Have you ever seen a programmer type that fast? Isn't it all just Control plus C, Control plus V?
You're just uncultured.
That's for beginner programmers.
Masters might work like this. The other contestants really wanted to grab Chen and ask him.
Show off, is that you?
We all received the same 9 years of compulsory education, so why are you so outstanding?
Kara and Ilara were completely numb.
They had lost count of how many times they had been shocked since they met Chen. She wouldn't even be surprised if Chen announced he could give birth someday. After all, there's a successful case in the US.
An hour later, the model architecture was complete, and Kara had organized the data Chen processed into a database.
Kara, just make sure the ports for the 3 submodels match the ones in my architecture. Chen said without looking up, his fingers still flying across the keyboard.
The relentless typing continued for a full 3 hours before Chen finally stopped. Even with research-level programming, his brain ached slightly.
He didn't use the built-in MATLAB modules. Instead, he rewrote a more efficient and concise set of modules based on his own ideas. After another hour or 2 on the rooftop, practicing Tai Chi again, Chen, fully revitalized, started typing once more. Another 3 or 4 hours passed, and Chen hit the enter key.
Done.
Hearing the sound, the others paused for a moment before returning to their work. They had completely relegated Chen to the beast category.
Who compares a normal person to a beast? Give me another hour, and I'll be done too.
Kara's eyes were red, her face etched with exhaustion, but she remained glued to the computer screen.
Seeing Kara's condition, Chen asked in a low voice, "What about you? Have you finished proofreading the paper? I've checked it back and forth 3 times. After you all finish programming, we'll review it together one last time, refine it, and then it can be converted to a PDF with an MD5 hash and uploaded." Chen took the paper copy and, after flipping through a few pages, circled and corrected several points on each. Chen nodded, thinking to himself that this time, it was reasonably reliable. What he didn't know was that Ilara had read dozens of papers from the last training session to just before the competition to reach this point. "I'm done here too."
Hearing that Kara had finished, Chen put down the paper and began connecting the ports. In just a few minutes, he integrated the 3 submodels into the framework.
Lines of code scrolled across the screen, recreating the Matrix-like visual.
But then, the scrolling began to slow considerably. After a few seconds of this, it resumed its rapid pace. After about a few minutes, the screen display froze. Chen looked at Ilara and Kara and said, "Now, it's time to witness a miracle." Chapter 27, Witnessing a Miracle or a Major Fiasco. Loading. The English text on the computer screen was glaring.
Ilara and Kara stared at Chen with wide, blinking eyes. Is this what you call witnessing a miracle? This looks more like a major disaster. The other contestants watching them couldn't help but chuckle. Serves you right for showing off, looks like you've crashed and burned. Chen was also visibly embarrassed and whispered, "Give me a moment." Then he opened the backend and directly accessed Kara's 3 submodels. After about 10 minutes of review, Chen had an epiphany. It turned out the problem lay with the submodels Kara had written. From the perspective of code standardization, readability, and logic, it is excellent. When placed within the framework developed by Chen, it seemed somewhat lacking. It was somewhat bloated and complicated. Chen's work was like a maglev train traveling at 430 km/h, while Kara's was an old-fashioned green train at 70 km/h. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the key issue is that this green train was overloaded by 300%. Even if the maglev train were faster, it couldn't carry that load. This is also why the speed suddenly dropped significantly when debugging the submodels earlier. The 3 submodels need to be revised. Chen muttered to himself, while Kara began to sob quietly. Although Chen didn't pressure her, Kara felt immense burden after reviewing Chen's modeling, thesis, and programming. "Kara, this isn't your fault." Ilara comforted Kara while giving Chen a fierce glare. Chen looked completely innocent. "Kara, don't cry yet. I didn't say there was anything wrong with your code, I just said it needed optimization. Take a look at the thesis revised by your senior, and leave the rest to me." Without waiting for their reaction, Chen lowered his head and continued to think, occasionally sketching on paper. Half an hour later, the sound of rapid typing once again echoed throughout the competition area. This time, only a handful of people glanced at Chen, the rest were engrossed in their work. 40 hours of the competition time had already passed. With limited time and heavy tasks, there was no room for wasted moments. After continuing for over 3 hours, the frantic typing stopped again. The code cascaded down the computer screen like a waterfall. Debugging complete, taking only about half the time as before. Done, time to wrap up. Chen let out a long sigh. Although exhausted, he felt a sense of accomplishment. "Ladies, wake up, let's go home." Ilara and Kara, who were woken up by Chen, looked groggy as they saw Chen still working. "Why are you taking apart the computer? The thesis and code need to be kept confidential. Are you foolish? There are cameras everywhere, and teachers are monitoring. Is this necessary?" Yes, probably." Chen's reply was uncertain. He was so engrossed in his work that he had forgotten about the surveillance. "All right, let's go. Get some sleep, and tomorrow morning I'll show you a miracle." With that, Chen led the way towards the research lab. Ilara and Kara exchanged glances and reluctantly followed. After sleeping until 9 o'clock and getting ready, Chen returned to the competition area. Ilara and Kara were already there and had brought him breakfast. "Ladies, are you ready? It's time to witness a miracle." With that, he clicked the run button. In an instant, an interface popped up on the computer screen. On the left were various parameters, and on the right was a map of Xia Kingdom color-coded, with prediction results and explanations below. That's it? The 2 ladies were speechless. Wasn't this page quite simple? Wrong input, try again. After selecting parameters such as province and prediction time in the parameter area on the left, Chen clicked confirm. The region of Nanha province on the Xia Kingdom map suddenly turned dark. Arrows pointed from other provinces to Nanha province, and an arrow also pointed from Nanha province to other provinces. There was data and indicators on the arrows, and most importantly, these arrows were dynamic. These blue arrows in data indicate the population flow from various provinces to Nanha province, while the red arrows represent the flow from Nanha province to other provinces. Speaking of which, Chen clicked on the Nanha province map again, and the map of Nanha province suddenly zoomed in. Nearly 20 indicators, including birth rate, death rate, and dependency ratio, appeared on the map, along with color coding. All this data can be exported. The 2 women were stunned by this page. The contestants who were secretly watching were filled with admiration.
Creating a map isn't complex, and making one that's dynamic, shows flowing numbers, and can predict isn't difficult either. However, the logic and algorithms associated with this model present a chasm at every step. Completing this in a single day is nothing short of a miracle. Let's predict Xia Kingdom's population birth rate, death rate, migration rate, and specific numbers for last year. After Chen finished speaking and operated the parameter column, he clicked confirm, and all the data was presented clearly. Upon seeing the data, the three exchanged glances. "Chen, are you sure this data is correct?" After a while, Ilara asked quietly. It should be fine." Chen was also somewhat surprised because the predicted data was too astonishing. The predicted birth population for Xia Kingdom last year was 10.038 million, with boys accounting for 52.7% and girls for 47.3%. Individually, this data might not seem alarming, but compared to the previous year, there was a decrease of 4.615 million people, a drop of 31.5%. Describing it as a cliff-like drop would be most appropriate. If this data is accurate, then Xia Kingdom's population is in serious trouble. Please wait a moment, I need to re-examine the database, model, and code. Chen's expression turned grave as he meticulously verified each step, starting from the raw data tables. While Chen was occupied, Ilara and Kara reviewed other indicators and the metrics for each province. As they looked, their faces grew more grim, and by the end, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. In the prediction, Xia Kingdom's population will reach a peak of 1.442 billion in 10 years, after which negative growth will begin, reaching 1.365 billion in 30 years. If this data were released, the three of them would surely be torn to shreds. 3 hours later, Chen looked up and let out a long sigh. The database is fine, the model is fine, and the code is definitely fine. And then? Ilara asked impatiently. And then, our prediction results are correct. Seeing Ilara open her mouth, Chen added, I know what you want to ask, but this is the reality. You must understand that there are many modeling approaches, many variables to consider, and each group builds a different model, leading to different prediction results. Therefore, there is no such thing as a correct or incorrect model or prediction, only a question of accuracy. Chapter 28, The Terrifying Population Prediction Model. It took 60 hours. After submitting their thesis and code, Chen and the other two left the competition area. Submitting early, this unconventional move stunned the invigilating teachers. Let alone watching university, even in the entire Xia Kingdom, since the National Mathematical Modeling Contest began in '92, such a thing has never been heard of. The rules didn't state that early submission was prohibited, so the invigilating teachers could only seal their thesis and code. Amidst dozens of gazes filled with grief, envy, despair, and jealousy, the trio departed with ease. Chen, you've really worked hard this time. As a token of my gratitude, I'll treat you to a big meal. Mei-chem, me too, I'll treat you too. As soon as Ilara finished speaking, Kara nodded her head like a chicken pecking for food. Forget it, let's wait until the results are out. If I made a mistake, you'd probably kill me. Although Chen said this, deep down he was very confident that his model should be the optimal one. As for the prediction results, he estimated the error would not exceed 5/10,000ths. I've been up for 2 days and 2 nights, and I'm a bit tired. I want to go back and rest. So dense. Ilara muttered, then, recalling her efforts for Chen over the past 2 days, she could only give up. Remember not to spread the word until the results are out. The three parted ways and returned to their respective dorms. Upon returning to the dorm, his roommates were shocked to see Chen back early. Oldest, I saw this year's questions too. They were a bit difficult, but you didn't have to give up the competition. Exactly, if you couldn't do problem A, you could at least design a pull-tab can for problem B. Giving up and backing down is not the style of our Huaqing University. Alas, you've disappointed me greatly. Chen's temples throbbed as he looked at his three roommates, who had an expression of I wish you were steel but you turned out to be iron. But he didn't say anything. If he told them that he submitted early, they wouldn't let him sleep tonight. The competition ended, and life returned to normal. Chen attended classes as usual in the mornings and occasionally visited Professors Zhao and Wang's offices to hear about new discoveries in the scientific research community. He spent the rest of his time either in the library or delivering food, living a very fulfilling life. Meanwhile, in the research labs of the mathematics department at Nanha University, over a dozen professors were flipping through papers. What kind of nonsense is all this? 40 million births next year? Do they have any common sense? Oldly, 40 million is not bad. I just saw one predicting only 1.8 million. According to this prediction, won't it be negative growth in a couple of years? In the mathematics department office at Beihou WH University, a similar scene was unfolding. Old Huang, what are these students thinking? We asked them to design a pull-tab can, and someone just drew a cylinder with a bunch of dimensions and called it a day. Yours is at least somewhat reasonable. I just saw someone suggest designing it in the shape of a Klein bottle, complete with a lot of formulas and proofs. I just want to ask them how something that only exists in four-dimensional space can be manufactured on Blue Star. Good, finally a promising talent. A cry of exclamation echoed throughout the research lab of the Jingda University Mathematics Department. The professors who were looking at the papers all looked up at the white-haired elder. Xiaoqin, Xiaosong, Xiaoqi, come take a look, this model is quite interesting. The elder exclaimed softly. This model was precisely Chen's. The three who were called were stunned for a moment and then walked over together. The elder was named Chu Xiaotong, and he was a renowned figure in the international mathematics community, proficient in physics, materials science, and other disciplines. Half of the mathematics professors at Jingda University were his former students. The model that earned praise from this elder also piqued their interest. Half an hour later, the three were filled with shock, as the model masterfully employed partial differential equations and matrices. The ingenuity of the conception was remarkable, though the ideas were perhaps too bold, even bordering on unconventional. What do you think of this model? Is it feasible? In response to the elder's question, the three exchanged glances, and Song Hui, the eldest among them, spoke. Elder Chu, the ingenuity and novelty of this model's conception far surpass all others. At least in my decade-plus experience as a competition judge, I haven't encountered a model comparable to this. However, population prediction models are judged by their accuracy. To be honest, at this stage, I'm not entirely sure. The other two professors also nodded, clearly agreeing with Song Hui's statement. That's easy. Use his model to export last year's population prediction data, and I'll get the data from the Provincial Statistics Bureau for comparison. The old man was completely captivated by this paper, almost eager to verify it. Xiaolu, this is Chu Xiaotong. Have last year's population statistics for Beihou province come out yet? Upon hearing it was Chu Xiaotong on the other end, the voice was startled and quickly replied, Old Chu, what a coincidence. The data was just compiled last night, and the review only began today. Alright, then give me a copy of the population results for Beihou province. I need to verify a research topic. Lu Qing, the director of the Statistics Bureau, was silent for a moment, then whispered, Old Chu, according to regulations, this data cannot be leaked. But since you need it, I'll send it to you. Please keep it confidential. Lu Qing knew Chu Xiaotong's identity, so he wasn't worried, figuring he could submit an application and usage report later. While the old man was on the phone, Song Hui and the other two opened Chen's model programming and were stunned again. Putting aside everything else, the interface alone looks quite impressive. Following the accompanying operation manual, the three quickly exported last year's population predictions for Beihou province. Song Hui compared the data with the Statistics Bureau's figures and gasped, remaining silent for a long time. After the other two cross-checked, they were also terrified. Song Hui solemnly reported the verification results to the old man. Old Chu, I suspect the Statistics Bureau's data has been leaked. Chu Xiaotong's face was grave. After a moment of thought, he said, could it be that the model itself is predicting correctly? Impossible. There has never been such an accurate model. Song Hui immediately denied it. The prediction data from the model and the data from the Statistics Bureau had an error of less than 1 in 1,000 for over a dozen metrics, including birth rate, death rate, and migration rate. This isn't a predictive model, it's the book of life and death. Xiao Son, we are scholars. Scholars must speak based on facts. We cannot make assumptions just because someone else is accurate. We need evidence. What if this model is indeed correct? The old man's hypothesis struck Song Hui and the other two like a bolt from the blue. The three were the most outstanding professors in mathematics in Beha province. Although they hadn't specialized in economics, they understood the importance of this model. Once the model's accuracy was confirmed, with a GDP of 101 trillion last year, this model could save tens of billions of yuan annually. If the model were to leak, and hostile foreign powers were to tamper with it, it would be a devastating blow to Xia Kingdom. They couldn't afford to take that gamble, nor could they bear the responsibility. Xiao Son, call the security office and have them send a squad. Treat this as top secret information. Xiao Qin, call the armed police detachment and have them send a team. Xiao Qi, call Director Lu Qing of the Statistics Bureau and ask him to come over. Chapter 29. The paper classified as top secret. National secrets are classified into 3 levels from highest to lowest: top secret, secret, and confidential. Each level is further divided into 3 sublevels, 1, 2, and 3. Level 1 secret. This level pertains to the very foundation of the nation. Outside the conference room of Jingda University's mathematics department, 12 security guards from Jingda University stood sternly outside the conference room, with other access points to the research lab also being guarded. Inside the research room, 6 fully armed officers stood in the 4 corners and at the entrance of the conference room. Old Lu, what's the situation? Was there a leak? Director Lu Qing of the Provincial Statistics Bureau slowly shook his head and said, based on the current situation, there has been no leak. After I received the call, I had technical personnel from the Bureau check the servers. There were no signs of intrusion. Furthermore, a piece of data just came in, and the error margin with the prediction model is also within 1 in 1,000. Therefore, my initial assessment is that the population data for Beha province has not been leaked. Hiss. Gasps filled the conference room, everyone's mind buzzing with the question, could this model really be this accurate? Old Chu, please wait a moment. I'll arrange for people to get data from several more provinces for verification. After Lu Qing finished speaking to Chu Xiuton, he went out to make calls. Another hour passed, and the technical personnel finally finished compiling the data. Report, we have cross-checked data from 11 provinces, and the errors were all within about 1 in 1,000. Based on this error margin, the estimated error for Xia Kingdom's data would be between 3 in 1,000 and 5 in 1,000. The technical personnel's conclusion left everyone's faces looking extremely grim, but more so filled with shock and dread. What else do you have to say? Spit it out quickly. Seeing the technical personnel hesitating, Lu Qing frowned. Director, the model is important, but the code used to write it is also crucial. The structure and processing methods of several code segments are absolutely textbook level. Moreover, some algorithms are worth studying. If we can thoroughly understand them, it will greatly benefit economic, industrial, and environmental models, potentially increasing accuracy by 10%. Hiss. Hiss. The words of the Statistics Bureau's technical personnel made the professors in the conference room gasp. The sharp intake of breath instantly increased the pressure in the room. Lu Qing's eyes gleamed, his breathing quickened. If this could truly be applied to other models to improve accuracy, it would be of paramount importance for the nation's industrial layout and decision-making. Old Chu, this is a big problem. Chu Xiuton's expression was extremely solemn. Looking at the thick paper manuscript, a thought suddenly struck him. Everyone, since the population prediction model is so accurate and the programming is so sophisticated, could the second part of the paper also be surprising? The expressions of the crowd froze. The second part of the paper discusses the impact on industry, economy, environment, etc. They were just mathematics professors. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Xiao Son,
please call Changyu and Han Xiuji from the economics department of Huaqing University over, and then notify several professors from the economics department of Jingda University. Xiaoqi, please invite several professors from the computer science departments of Huaqing University and Jingda University to come and study the code calculation problem. Upon receiving the notice, the professors present heard that it was Chu Xiutong who had invited them, so they dropped their work and hurried over. Song Hui and Qi Qin were already waiting outside the conference room. Seeing the heavily guarded conference room, everyone who came to attend was completely stunned. Something big has happened, was the shared thought in their minds. After a brief explanation, the professors began their individual research. 2 hours later, the results for the modeling, programming, and the second part of the paper were all out. The opinions discussed by the three groups unanimously agreed that this paper could be classified as top secret and archived. I declare that the top secret protocol is to be activated immediately. Please have the comrades from the Security Bureau handle this matter. After Chu Xiutong finished speaking, the corners of the mouths of the professors in the conference room were a bit bitter. They knew very well what top secret meant: non-disclosure agreements, gag orders. At least until declassification, they wouldn't be able to drink, and if they let slip anything by bragging, they'd likely be invited for tea. Let professionals handle professional matters. The Security Bureau was well versed in this. One group went to Jingda University to handle the signing of confidentiality agreements for the professors present, while another group went to Huaqing University. After the Security Bureau personnel explained the situation in the principal's office at Huaqing University, the principal was also somewhat shocked. Soon, the invigilating teacher, Professor Zhao, and Professor Chen were all summoned to the principal's office. It was Chen's first time in the principal's office. He was a bit curious. The office was simple and grand, not as luxurious as he had imagined. Student Chen, this is the current situation. Have you leaked any information? The Security Bureau personnel were also quite courteous to Chen. To be able to produce a classified paper as a sophomore, he is surely a future big shot. Chen was a bit bewildered. While he knew his model was impressive, he hadn't expected it to attract such significant attention. Ilara and Kara were stunned by the news. Comrade, if it's classified, what about my competition? Is it over just like that? This time, it was the Security Bureau's turn to be bewildered. The principal and Professor Zhao could only twitch their lips. This kid's train of thought is exceptionally unconventional. It's classified, the higher-ups have noticed him, his future is promising, what more does he need a paper for? Zhao whispered, Chen, the organizing committee will naturally handle the ranking. It's just that the paper won't be published for a while. Once the country's plans are in place, there won't be any issues. Furthermore, your records will reflect this. Will this arrangement give them extra points for their postgraduate entrance exams? The principal was also quite speechless at this question and immediately replied, why add points? They'll be highly sought after by various professors for direct admission to graduate school. Don't worry. Since Chen and the other two had not disclosed anything externally, and the invigilating teacher had also kept silent, things became much simpler. Two agents went to the computer room and dismantled the computer Chen had used, taking both the main unit and peripherals. After confirming via surveillance that no one had tampered with Chen's and the other two students' computers, they copied the surveillance footage and then erased that segment of the recordings. Chen had no idea that because of his paper, the entire competition's evaluation process had been accelerated tenfold. The results were originally scheduled to be announced in early October, but within 7 days of the competition's conclusion, the list of winners was already released. One day, Chen received a call from Zhao, asking him to come to his office. Chen, prepare a PPT. You'll be going to Jingda University for the National First Class Defense. National First Class Defense? Chen was stunned. According to the normal process, there would first be a regional defense. After winning the regional first prize, the paper would be submitted to the organizing committee, which would then select the national first class winner, and only then would there be a national first class defense. He was now directly skipping the regional defense. Zhao also sighed. If it weren't for Elder Chu and two other elders who wanted to meet Chen,
they probably would have even skipped the defense and awarded him the national first prize directly.
Also, after you prepare the defense PPT, don't show it to me. I don't want to be invited for tea. Chapter 30, National Competition Defense and the Sea of Stars. The defense PPT would involve nothing more than extracting some content from the paper. It would cover the modeling approach, solution process, result evaluation, and the implications of the second part.
What made Chen want to laugh and cry at the same time was that the Security Bureau had delivered a dedicated laptop to him.
Was this to monitor him, or were they afraid of someone hacking in?
3 days later, at the Jingda University Lecture Hall, nearly 1,000 people had gathered. These were the first prize winners from major competition regions across the country, essentially the recipients of this year's National First Class Awards. Chen and the other two sat in a corner of the lecture hall, observing the assembled academic elites. It was no exaggeration to say that half of the people here were future professors at major universities or influential figures in business and politics. Suddenly, a commotion not far away caught Chen's attention. Several media personnel, carrying equipment, were interviewing a student who spoke eloquently, occasionally eliciting gasps from the surrounding students. Chen listened intently for a few minutes and had to admit that what the guy was saying was quite compelling.
Who is that?
Xu Xi, a senior at Jingda University, was a top student and a prominent figure. He had won first prize in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition for 3 consecutive years and had vowed to win a national first prize, the Higher Education Press Award, and the MATLAB Innovation Award during his university career.
Ha, you know him? A hint of unnaturalness flickered across Ilara's face.
Kara smirked maliciously. Xu Xi had met Ilara at a debate competition and had inexplicably fallen for her, pursuing her relentlessly, but Ilara couldn't be bothered with him. Chen watched the scene unfold, a hint of gossip flashing at the corners of his mouth.
Ilara's face flushed with an unnatural crimson, adding a touch of charming allure.
A few minutes later, the interview concluded, and Xu Xi strode directly towards Chen and the other two.
Ilara, it's finally great to see you. Classmate Xu Xi, please mind your manners.
We're not close, so please use my full name, thank you.
Ilara, my heart.
Shut up.
Ilara hissed, her face ashen.
Xu Xi fell silent and turned to look at Chen.
So you're Chen, huh? I thought with Ilara and Kara backing you, your chances of winning a national first prize were high. But I heard you didn't even make it to the regional defense. Are you here just to soak up the atmosphere?
Ah, well, it's not your fault. The topic this year was incredibly difficult. Since you're only a sophomore, you still have 2 more chances to win an award as an undergraduate and 2 more as a graduate student.
Chen was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Are you saying I'm not good enough? Or that I'm a gold digger? With your EQ, it's no wonder you're still single as a senior.
Oh, and by the way, I've already got the Higher Education Press Cup this year. After saying that and glancing at Ilara, he walked away with a flourish. Throughout the entire exchange, Chen didn't get a chance to speak.
Damn it, you show off and then run off. What do you take me for?
I have no problem with you pursuing her, but why are you stepping on me?
I didn't do anything to provoke you.
Chen really wanted to chase after him and tell him that he had already secured the national first prize, the Higher Education Press Cup, and the MATLAB Innovation Award this year. But he thought better of it, as revealing classified information from him wouldn't be appropriate.
Clang! A bell chimed from the sound system in the lecture hall.
It was 9 o'clock, and the defense was officially beginning. On the projector, the defense runes for the judging panels were scrolling. Based on previous year's procedures, those who reached this stage were basically guaranteed a national first prize. The purpose of the defense was to verify the authenticity of the research papers, so the participants weren't overly nervous.
Chen, Ilara, and Kara, Conference Room 1.
As the announcement echoed, the lecture hall fell silent except for the sound of breathing. Everyone could hardly believe their ears, especially Xu Xi, who was completely stunned.
Conference Room 1 was typically only used once a year.
According to past patterns, Conference Room 1 was used for the Higher Education Cup winners with 90% certainty.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen and the other two walked into conference room 1. Inside, 5 individuals were seated, all appearing to be quite elderly. Chen scanned the room, a jolt of surprise running through him. There was Chu Xiaotong, Rin Zhe, Lu Changsong, Zhou Weihai, and Han Xiuji, each a titan in their respective fields. Chen, you can begin whenever you're ready. You have the freedom to present as you see fit, with no time limit. The more detailed your explanation, the better. Chen was bewildered again. He remembered that the defense rules explicitly stated a time limit of 20 minutes. Why was it different for him? Taking a deep breath, Chen opened his PPT and began explaining his model's concept, solution process, and so on. Once he started, Chen couldn't stop, his words flowing like the relentless currents of the Yangtze River. Ilara struggled to keep up with playing the PPT slides at Chen's pace, as many of the ideas were new concepts he had developed recently and were being presented spontaneously. After speaking for about an hour, Chen's voice grew hoarse, and he finally paused. The 5 judges had varying expressions. Chu Xiaotong, a giant in the mathematics world with expertise in physics and materials, was most intrigued by Chen's mathematical thinking. Han Xiuji and Rin Zhe, one a leader in applied economics and the other an authority in population economics, were diligently pondering the feasibility of the new models and theories Chen had proposed. Lu Changsong and Zhou Weihai, both authorities in computer science, had overseen countless software projects, including several critical systems for public welfare and national defense in China. They were now astonished by Chen's programming approach. And so, a peculiar scene unfolded in the conference room. Chen stood bewildered before the projector, while Ilara and Kara looked on, unsure of what to do. The 5 judges were engaged in quiet discussions amongst themselves. The contestants in the lecture hall noticed that the defense in conference room 1 had already been going on for over 2 hours. If they hadn't heard the announcement and seen Chen's group enter the room with their own eyes, they would have assumed conference room 1 hadn't been used this year. An hour later, the 5 judges stopped their discussions. Chen, based on your description, does this model still have room for optimization? Yes, although the room for improvement isn't large, and the accuracy won't change significantly. However, it can be linked with other predictive models. Aside from Chu Xiaotong, the other 4 judges wore expressions of pure astonishment, looking at Chen as if he were some kind of monster. Ahem! Just as the 4 were about to ask more questions, Chu Xiaotong cleared his throat, and they immediately fell silent. Chen, according to your conception, would we need to further relax population restrictions? Would lifting them necessarily lead to an increase? The 5 fell silent for a moment. This was a historical issue they couldn't answer. But our planet is already groaning under the burden. Humans on Blue Star are numerous, but compared to the vast and boundless universe, we are like a tiny speck of light. If one day our cosmic technology breaks through and humanity ventures into the sea of stars, will you still think we are too many? While we all belong to human civilization, humanity is divided by nations and races. Facing the boundless universe, technology is not the primary productive force humans are. To occupy more planets, humans will always come first. The 5 elders' eyes lit up with astonishing brilliance when they heard Chen mention the Sea of Stars, but it quickly faded. The Sea of Stars, what a sacred and longed-for place, yet taking that first step is incredibly difficult. Esteemed seniors, our industrial technology has developed for less than 200 years, yet we can already land on the moon and perform spacewalks. Perhaps one day, we'll wake up to a technological breakthrough. I may be untalented, but in the future, I also wish to venture into the Sea of Stars to see it for myself, to truly live this life. These were Chen's heartfelt thoughts, fueled by the indignation he felt over the nation's recent plight. With the system in hand, give him some time, and he will surely break the blockade. The future Sea of Stars is full of promise. Chapter 31, Historic Triple Crown. Chen, are you interested in becoming a researcher at the Jingda University Economic Research Center? Researching economics isn't as fun as programming. Chen, consider our Intelligent Research Institute. We're also looking for researchers. Old Lu, are you trying to poach him from me? Ren Zhe, that's not fair. What do you mean your person? He's currently just a sophomore at Huaqing University. If you can recruit him, why can't I? Am I inferior to you?
Ilara and Kara, standing by, were completely stunned. Zhao and Wang were big shots at Huaqing University, but compared to these four, they were on a different level. Especially the position of researcher, it carried a higher status than even Professor Zhao. There are 4 levels of professional technical titles in the country: junior intern researcher, intermediate assistant researcher, senior associate researcher, and principal researcher.
Chen, are you interested in learning from this old man?
My math, physics, and materials science are still decent. The silent Chu Xiaotong spoke, and the 4 who were arguing immediately fell silent.
Who is Chu Xiaotong?
He's an academician of the 2 academies and one of the few remaining elders in Xia Kingdom's mathematics community, a legendary figure from ancient times. He is a top authority in mathematics, physics, and materials science in the country. 6 or 7 years ago, he moved from the front lines to the second line due to health reasons, to organize his life's work. He hasn't taken on any students in the past few years. If the news that he suddenly wants to take Chen as a disciple today gets out, it would likely shock the entire academic world.
Ilara and Kara stared intently at Chen.
Chen looked innocently at the 5 big shots, wishing he could ask them if they had misunderstood the main point.
Shouldn't this be the competition defense session right now? Why has it turned into a disciple recruitment and mentor selection assembly?
What he didn't know was that Xia Kingdom was desperately in need of talent, especially someone like him with proficiency in multiple disciplines.
Professors, shouldn't we address the defense matter first? Everyone is waiting outside.
The 5 came to their senses and chuckled awkwardly. You all wait outside while we deliberate the results.
Chu Xiaotong spoke.
After bowing to the 5 great figures, Chen and the other 2 turned and left. The moment the conference room door opened, nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes in the auditorium fixed on the 3, as if trying to discern something from their faces.
A total of 298 groups participated in this defense.
Except for them, all other groups had finished 2 hours ago and were waiting for the results to be announced after their session.
Just a few minutes later, a PPT suddenly appeared on the large screen in the auditorium. Higher Education Press Cup winner, Chen from Huaqing University, Ilara, Kara. MATLAB Innovation Award winner, Chen from Huaqing University, Ilara, Kara. National First Prize, all participants who attended the defense. Everyone was taken aback by the concise PPT, and many felt speechless. What the heck does this mean? Are we, the esteemed recipients of the National First Prize, not even worthy of being named?
More people turned their gaze to Chen and the other 2, their eyes filled with shock, curiosity, and confusion.
The news media watching this scene were also completely exasperated. Damn it, the news reports they'd worked on for 2 days and nights were now completely useless. The organizing committee didn't play by the rules.
As a result, the content posted by all the media outlets on their accounts today was strikingly similar. The 2021 College Student Mathematical Contest in Modeling has concluded. For the award winners, please refer to the image below. We will follow up with detailed information, so please stay tuned. This was accompanied by a high-definition PPT image. Within minutes of the news push, the entire internet and university circles erupted.
Huaqing University was even more direct, pushing the news through its educational system. National First Prizes are awarded to Huaqing University students every year.
The Higher Education Press Cup is also won by them every 3 to 4 years. As for the MATLAB Innovation Award, it has always been rotated among the 4 top electronic engineering universities in Xia Kingdom, completely out of reach for other institutions. Now, Huaqing University has not only won the MATLAB Innovation Award but also achieved this along with the National First Prize and the Higher Education Press Cup, all awarded to the same individual. This marks the first time in the history of the mathematical contest in modeling that one person has won all 3 awards.
Chen's class was in an uproar. Damn, old C is amazing, 3 awards in 1.
I'm floored, truly floored.
When the master returns, I'll definitely go pay homage.
Sigh, I wonder if it's too late to latch onto someone powerful now.
Big brother, please be a decent human being. So many people want to latch on, Nuago is already exhausted.
Next year, if old C participates in the mathematical contest in modeling MCM, I might win an O award too. While major university circles were buzzing with discussion, in the Jingde University lecture hall, Xu Xi muttered to himself.
Impossible.
This guy didn't even participate in the regional defense, how could he possibly win a national first prize in the Higher Education Press Cup? After staring blankly for a few seconds, Xu Xi took out his computer, logged onto the Xia Kingdom mathematical modeling website, and started searching for Chen's paper. But after searching through it multiple times, he couldn't find it. There's something fishy going on. Fabricating results in academia is disgraceful. In that instant, Xu Xi thought of many things. He had confidently aimed to win the Higher Education Press Cup, only to have it snatched away. If he had been academically defeated by someone fair and square, he would have conceded. But to get ahead through backdoor dealings and blatant fraud, he was so enraged he almost exploded on the spot. Professor, I have a question. With a grunt, Xu Xi stood up and roared, drowning out the discussion of nearly 1,000 people in the hall. Seeing this, his advisor, Professor Song Yuan, inwardly felt things were going awry. Professor, there's foul play in the mathematical modeling competition, and I want to report it. The words shocked the entire lecture hall into silence. Qian Dao Sui. The crowd was completely silent at first, then erupted into thunderous discussion. I have questions about Chen winning the National First Prize, the Higher Education Press Cup, and the MATLAB Innovation Award. First, as far as I know, their group didn't even participate in the regional defense, so how did they get into the National Defense Review? Second, I haven't found Chen's paper on the Xia Kingdom mathematical modeling website. Third, in Conference Room 1, only Chen and his two teammates entered from the beginning until now. Who were their defense judges? Was the room empty, and they just went through the motions? Otherwise, how can we explain defense sessions lasting 3 to 4 hours? Not many people know about the first point, and the third point was in plain sight. Many people logged onto the website to search for Chen's paper when the results were announced, and they thought it was just a network delay. They didn't expect there to be such a hidden story. Song Yuan, who had just rushed over to Xu Xi, said quickly in a low voice, Xu Xi, this is very troublesome. Shut up immediately, and I'll explain it to you slowly when we get back. Don't speak rashly now. Xu Xi clearly misunderstood Song Yuan's intention, thinking he also knew about Chen's backdoor dealings. He angrily retorted, Professor Song, are you also going to cover for Chen? As renowned professors and scholars, where is your fairness and justice? Shut up. What do you know? Judging there's foul play based on these few points without knowing anything? Is this what I taught you? I taught you to seek truth from facts, and look at what you're doing. Song Yuan was completely furious and roared at Xu Xi. Xu Xi has great talent. Given time, he will surely achieve something. He didn't want this incident to ruin him. Chapter 32, Let the Truth Unfold. Inside Jingde University's lecture hall, Conference Room 1, the projector displayed the scene from the lecture hall. Elder Chu, shouldn't we intervene in what's happening outside? Yes, Chen is incredibly talented. If he becomes resentful towards those in charge and decides to leave the country because of this, we'll suffer a great loss. TSK, this kid has remarkable composure. Even in this situation, he's so calm. The old man likes him more and more. Chu Xiutong's seemingly irrelevant remark left Rinzai and the other three feeling confused. His words clearly showed appreciation for Chen, so why wasn't he in a hurry to deal with this matter? The kid isn't in a hurry, so why are you? Let the truth unfold. After speaking, Chu Xiutong sent a message to Chen on his phone and left through a side door. The lingering words, maintain secrecy, echoed in the conference room. The four were stunned at first, then gasped, but their eyes suddenly lit up with surprise and joy. The results are out, everyone can go home now. The host teacher in the lecture hall received the notification and began to guide the people. This scene, in the eyes of many students, seemed like a clumsy attempt to cover up the truth. Give me back the truth. At this moment, someone shouted. Consequently, shouts of "Give me back the truth" echoed louder and louder throughout the lecture hall, the students growing frantic.
His gaze towards Chen was filled with resentment. Ilara and Kara clung tightly to Chen's arms, fear in their eyes.
Chen's expression remained calm, exuding a distinguished demeanor of being unfazed by honors or disgrace, but inwardly, he was extremely cold. Chu Xi rushed onto the stage and pressed a button, and the shouts in the lecture hall subsided considerably.
Chen, don't you owe us an explanation? What do you want to explain?
Explain how you took the back door and obtained the National Higher Education Society Cup. Chen looked at Chu Xi faintly, as if looking at an idiot, and said, "There is nothing to explain." Then he turned around and looked at the indignant students, saying loudly, "Everyone, I can't explain anything about this matter, nor do I need to explain it to you. Don't be misled by this idiot. Believe in your own judgment and believe in the organizing committee." After speaking, she pulled Ilara and Kara and walked out of the lecture hall. To everyone watching, this scene seemed a bit like an evasion. After leaving the conference room, Chen called his parents and recounted the events, reassuring them that the truth would be revealed in a few days. "Chen, it's because of people like you that the academic circles of Xia Kingdom are in such a mess, leading to the outflow of so many talents. You are all rats, spoiling the whole pot of soup." It was just that Chen could no longer hear these things. The vice principal of Jingda University, who had already received the news and rushed over, spoke dominantly. "Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be severely punished with a demerit, and those with serious offenses will be expelled." This is what silenced all the resentful students. But as the students dispersed, rumors began to spread among the universities. At this moment, Vance, having received the news, had a sinister smile on his lips and made several phone calls. As a result, Bilibili, Moin, and trending searches were filled with videos of Chu Xi questioning Chen. Soon, Weibo, Tushio, and Jihu exploded, with topics about Chen and the modeling competition almost dominating the trending lists. Chen Du's trending searches reached 5 million. This was not because the popularity was only 5 million, but because the maximum popularity value for Chen Du news was only 5 million. Then, before everyone had fully processed the discussions in the Jingda University lecture hall, strong evidence once again emerged online. Chen's high school grades, college entrance examination scores, and his 2 grades from freshman year were all leaked. Many people even went to Chen's hometown to block his family. If Elder Chu and the others hadn't made arrangements in advance, they would have likely been cyberbullied. "Chen, your existence has completely shattered my illusions about the academic world." Shocking. A prestigious university has committed such a despicable act. "Chen, you have ruined the academic world of Xia Kingdom. You are a sinner of the academic circle. Universities have become the back gardens of the powerful. Chen, are you so despicable? Does your mother know?" Posts condemning Chen were spreading wildly online. Accounts of major media outlets and popular influencers were almost overwhelmed, with tens of thousands of comments, 9 out of 10 of which were cursing Chen. Even Huaqing University was criticized relentlessly. The situation was rapidly escalating, while the person involved, Chen, had disappeared from Huaqing University. In the training room on the second basement level of the Haiding District Armed Police Detachment, Chen stood with his hands behind his back, observing the training armed police. Beside him, Chief Instructor Xing Kai scrolled through his phone and said, "Chen, this is obviously someone stirring up trouble. Should I report it to Director Liang and use police resources to investigate?" "Not yet. Let the truth unfold for a while," Chen replied casually. With Elder Chu Xiu's text messages, he knew that many people were about to face trouble. What reassured him was that the principal of Huaqing University, Professor Zhao, and Professor Qin from Jingda University had called to comfort him. Dave, the head of the delivery station, called to defend him without knowing the details, saying he would mobilize delivery drivers to confront the critics. His 3 roommates' actions also made him happy. As soon as the incident escalated, they packed his belongings, pulled 3,000 yuan, and told him to lay low outside until the storm passed before returning. At Huaqing University, a regular principals meeting was being held. "Principal, this incident involving Chen has had extremely negative repercussions. Huaqing University's reputation has been severely damaged. Are we not going to handle it?" How do you suggest we handle it?" I propose we immediately expel him to uphold Huaqing University's reputation.
Principal Wu Yuanming glanced at the vice principal who had spoken and asked, Vice Principal Wang, do you know the whole story or have you investigated this matter? Have you spoken to the person involved? Or asked for the opinions of Chen's thesis advisors?
If you haven't, please investigate first, and then draw a conclusion. We will not wrong a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. We must rely on facts in all matters.
Wu Yuanming's words silenced the conference room.
Vice Principal Wang's face looked extremely displeased. He hadn't expected the principal to speak so directly, showing him no face at all. Deans and directors from various departments looked at each other in disbelief, realizing that the principal was using this incident to warn them. Looking at the displeased Vice Principal Wang, Wu Yuanming sneered inwardly. Fortunately, he knew the whole story, otherwise, he would have been deceived. Logically speaking, if the organizing committee had issued a clarifying announcement for this matter, or if the authorities had released an official statement, or if Chu Xiaotong and others had issued a statement, the public's anger could have been easily quelled. But 3 days had passed, and there was no reaction from the organizing committee, the authorities, or Chu Xiaotong's people. The principal understood that the higher-ups were using this opportunity to thoroughly rectify the academic circle of Xia Kingdom. Thinking of this, Wu Yuanming's lips curled into a cold smile.
The academic circle of Xia Kingdom was finally about to usher in dawn.
The story spread further and became more outlandish, even revealing several cases of university professors accepting bribes and abusing their power to oppress students. Another 2 days passed, and the situation had reached its peak.
In an office at Jingda University, Chu Xiaotong made a phone call. It's time to cast the net. Chapter 33, National Speed.
Police forces from various districts of the capital city were mobilized. The door of Room 103, Unit 12, Building 3, Tiantong Community was pried open under the pretext of checking the gas pipeline. The police immediately rushed in and pinned the man who opened the door to the ground.
Zhang Yang, you are arrested on 7 charges including defamation and leaking personal information. Come with us.
Zhang Yang, pinned to the ground, struggled frantically and shouted, You are illegally entering a residence and violating my personal safety.
I will sue you. Help! Someone! The police are assaulting me. The leading police officer looked at the scene and sneered, This is a search warrant and an arrest warrant. Do you want to see the evidence? Take him away.
If you resist further, we can use coercive measures.
Seeing the search and arrest warrants, Zhang Yang's face turned pale.
Since these police officers were here, it meant his scheme had been exposed. Onlookers were in an uproar, commenting that this is just how people in Xia Kingdom are, they gather wherever there's excitement. At this moment, police forces were mobilized in nearly 100 locations across the country. The precision and efficiency of their actions were almost unbelievable. Some people, while walking down the street, were suddenly tackled to the ground by plainclothes officers.
Others were apprehended in high-rise office buildings, laboratories, and logistics hubs. Among the hundreds of individuals, their professions were diverse, spanning dozens of categories. Netizens nationwide discovered that their social media feeds and trending news topics were once again dominated by this event.
Although they didn't know what had happened, the curious onlookers applauded enthusiastically while watching videos that resembled scenes from a spy thriller.
2 hours later, the truth of the matter came to light.
People's Daily, recently, our supervisory authorities received a tip-off.
After several days of secret investigation, all rumor mongers and defamers have been apprehended.
We solemnly declare that the internet is not beyond the law. Those who dare to break the law will be investigated to the fullest extent, with no leniency. Jingling University, we recently received a report that Professor Li Chang from our former management department embezzled millions in experimental funds through his position. This has now been confirmed, and he has been handed over to the judicial authorities.
Our university solemnly promises that we will show no mercy to anyone who commits illegal acts.
Weibo, recently, several prominent social media influencers accepted money to spread rumors online and leak personal information, causing great harm to others. Our company has decided to ban the accounts of those on the aforementioned list. We will continue to monitor this situation. Anyone caught registering alternate accounts or operating accounts on behalf of others will be transferred to the Procuratorate for investigation and prosecution. Following this, major media outlets such as Tushio, Tencent, and Baidu all issued similar statements, with a severity of wording rarely seen before. The onlookers applauded enthusiastically. Many influential figures who deliberately stirred up trouble and instigated incidents were banned, only to create new accounts under different identities to continue their disruptions. This sustained investigation completely cut off their escape routes. Some people noticed that a majority of the banned accounts and arrested individuals had previously posted online about Chen harming the academic community. This led them to wonder, was Chen using his position to deliberately eliminate these people, or was Chen framed and the authorities intervened? Before they could speculate further, the official website of the Modeling Competition Organizing Committee released a notice, which dropped like a bombshell, creating a huge stir. The notice essentially stated that Chen's modeling work and research paper were of great importance to the nation. After evaluation by numerous professors, it was classified as top-level national security information and would not be publicly released for the time being, though it would be officially recorded. However, the subsequent news left countless people stunned. A screenshot circulated on the social media of a Jingda University faculty member, containing the following content. I am Chu Xiaotong. Chen's competition was overseen by myself, Ren Zhe, and Han Xiuji. The brilliance of Chen's defense and the depth of his knowledge are rarely seen among my students. I sincerely hope that Chen can study under me. This was accompanied by a photo of 5 people interviewing Chen. Simultaneously, Ren Zhe, Zhou Weihai, Han Xiuji, and Lu Changsong's social media accounts and their respective departmental official websites posted similar statements. They concluded by extending an invitation. A researcher position was guaranteed if Chen chose to join them. It's worth noting that the institutions where these 4 individuals worked were all at the vice ministerial level. Reaching the position of researcher typically required over a decade of dedication. Some people toiled until their hair fell out, only to achieve a deputy position. Chu Xiaotong was no ordinary figure. He was an academician of both academies. To be taken under his wing meant a swift ascent on the academic path. If these weren't official sources, onlookers would have almost believed someone had hacked into the system to deliberately post this information. But facts are facts. The departments and friends of these individuals came forward to confirm the authenticity and validity of the information. By this point, the entire situation had become clear. It wasn't that Chen had pulled strings, nor that he was unwilling to explain. He simply couldn't explain. Even if he had written the paper, he would have been invited for tea if he dared to disclose anything. At this moment, all the netizens who had previously insulted Chen began to express remorse. Officer, I was wrong. I won't insult Chen anymore. I'm turning myself in. Damn it, where are those idiots who were leading the charge? When they get out, I'll beat them up. Anyone want to team up? Are you an idiot? Do you think someone arrested can get out anytime soon? Exactly. If it weren't for them, would the authorities have had to publicly disclose Chen's classified paper? It was only known to a limited few initially, but now almost half the academic community knows. What if Chen gets kidnapped? This incident was definitely orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Without vested interests, so many people wouldn't have banded together to slander Chen. We demand a thorough investigation and severe punishment for the masterminds. Suddenly, calls for severe punishment of the culprits swept across the internet. The authorities did not disappoint the public. The official website of Jingda University promptly published the disciplinary decision regarding Chu Ci. Due to slandering Chen during the mathematics modeling competition, and in consideration of the circumstances where the full truth was not yet known, Chu Ci is hereby given a major demerit. His recommendation for postgraduate studies is revoked, and he will be placed on probation for 1 year. At this moment, inside the principal's office at Huaqing University, Principal Wu Yuanming, Professor Zhao, and Chen sat together. Principal Vance was the mastermind behind this. Without him, Chen wouldn't have suffered such injustice. Is this punishment too light? Zhao expressed his dissatisfaction. His uncle is Vice Principal Wang, and his parents are the powerful figures of a company worth tens of billions. The entire Wang family has connections with countless influential figures, and many have pleaded on his behalf this time. At the same time, his parents' group donated 200 million in research funds to the school and 10 million in compensation to Chen. In exchange, the school would receive a major demerit, and the matter would not be made public. He couldn't pursue postgraduate studies in the Xia Kingdom, and Vice Principal Wang would step down to a secondary role. This was the best outcome. Hearing the principal's words, Zhao suddenly understood, while Chen pondered. The prohibition on postgraduate studies wouldn't significantly affect Vance, as he could always study abroad. However, Vice Principal Wang stepping down to a secondary role was a much more severe punishment. Huaqing University is a vice-ministerial level institution, and the position of vice principal is equivalent to that of a vice minister. After stepping down to a secondary role, his opportunities to network with influential figures would diminish, and he could no longer support the Wang family. The Wang family would face difficulties in the short term. It seems that the higher authorities have genuinely decided to rectify the academic circles this time. Chapter 34: Overtures from Major Corporations. Chen, what do you think of this punishment? Principal Wu Yuanming looked at Chen, his eyes full of inquiry. Rest assured, if you are not satisfied with this punishment, I can authorize the expulsion of Vance from Huaqing University, with a permanent ban on admission. I have no objections. Chen smiled, a cold glint hidden deep within his eyes. Even if Vance were expelled, what difference would it make? With the Wang family's influence, a few years of studying abroad and he could stir up trouble again. There are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days to guard against one. If he continued to hold a grudge, and the Wang family secretly targeted his parents, friends, and relatives, Chen would be powerless. With the system, given 2 to 3 years, dealing with him and the Wang family would be as easy as playing a game. Chen, rest assured, as long as you are at Huaqing University, and as long as you do not commit any wrongdoing, Huaqing University will be your strong backing. Wu Yuanming's statement was firm and resolute. Professor Zhao had privately reported Chen's talent in mathematics and physics to him. Now, he was also demonstrating talent in programming and economics. If such a talent could not be retained at Huaqing University, and if Chen were to rise to prominence, it would be a grave sin for Huaqing University, to put it mildly. The three chatted for a while longer, discussing arrangements such as a small apartment for Chen as a lecturer and exemption from undergraduate classes, offering him exceptionally favorable treatment. Chen refused all these offers. If a university loses its sense of community, what's the point? How should one deal with those who slander, insult, mock, and belittle me in this world? I just need to tolerate them, let them be, ignore them, and in a few more years, I won't even bother looking at them. This was the latest post on Chen's WeChat moments after leaving the principal's office. This quote originally comes from a dialogue between Hanshan and Shurda in the Buddhist text Record of Ancient Masters, which primarily discusses the belief in cause and effect and good karma. Chen, after slightly modifying it, directly told those who slandered him that he couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention and that in a few more years, they wouldn't even be worthy of his notice. The text conveyed a sense of disdain, contempt, dominance, and confidence. At the same time, major entertainment companies, media outlets, and influential figures all received the same notification, regardless of the topic they were promoting. They were to overshadow Chen's popularity. The units that received the notification were utterly bewildered. This request was too bizarre. Suppression usually came from above, but this was the reverse. However, given the instructions from the relevant authorities, they convened an emergency meeting and mobilized all resources to create buzz. Netizens were astonished to find that all topics related to Chen had completely vanished from the internet. Even videos downloaded locally had disappeared from computer hard drives. Damn it, what's going on? Is Penguin News broken? What kind of garbage news is it pushing? Damn it, is Tushio crazy? It pushed a wave of sickeningly sweet content early in the morning. I'm single, so why is it pushing videos of proposals and PDA? Huh, they're starting filming today? A 600 million investment? That's quite a sum. Are you people upstairs sick?
What can you even film with 600 million? The 9 dragons pulling coffin, or 9 earthworms pulling a coffin? Damn it, these directors are useless at everything except ruining classics. And it's not the only classic they've ruined. Ever heard of Dochi transforms into a horse? I don't care how much they invest. As long as the old scoundrel Chandong stars as the elderly source heavenly master, I'll accept it even if it's 9 earthworms pulling a coffin. I must get a membership to support it.
And so, the entire online conversation was completely derailed, and topics about Chen gradually disappeared.
Any posts about Chen that occasionally appeared were quickly censored.
Although the topic was suppressed, it must be said that many major companies had sharp instincts. If it was classified as top secret, it must be the population prediction model.
Otherwise, why would a soda can be kept secret? Thus, many major companies sent representatives to Huaqing University to approach Chen, offering astronomical sums. Huawei offered a signing bonus of 5 million, an annual salary of 5 million, and a 3-bedroom apartment in the industrial park.
Tencent was even more generous, directly offering the position of vice dean of the Economic Research Institute with an annual salary of 10 million.
The offers from Ali, Baidu, and ByteDance made countless people envious.
Before offering such high salaries, these companies must have conducted thorough investigations. Leaving aside the population prediction aspect, Chen's mathematical and programming skills are already at an extremely high level. In particular, several code structures and algorithms in his programming have been treasured by technical personnel at the Bureau of Statistics. Huawei's Harmony OS, Baidu's intelligent autonomous driving, Alibaba's Alibaba Cloud, and enterprise OCP technology all require geniuses proficient in mathematics, physics, and programming like Chen. Even setting those aside, the endorsements from Chu Xiu and 4 other industry leaders are worth the price. Xia Kingdom is a country with a large demographic dividend by being just half a step ahead. One can seize the commanding heights in a certain field, build barriers, and become the leader in that domain. A mere 10 million annual salary is truly nothing.
Several presidents at Penguin earn over 200 million annually. Faced with astronomical offers, it's a lie to say Chen wasn't tempted, but he politely refused them all.
He's not short on money right now, he primarily wants to check in and acquire more skills. If the maximum level is 100, he needs to at least reach level 90 before revealing himself. After rejecting the invitations from these companies, Chen resumed his normal life, attending classes, visiting the library, and delivering food when he had no classes.
You have a new delivery order. Please process it promptly.
As Chen was casually chatting with the delivery guys, his phone suddenly rang.
Chen glanced at the order, a strange look on his face. The delivery address was Zhao's office.
What he feared most now was going to the offices of various professors. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, it was just that whenever he did, those professors and students would stare at Chen as if he were a circus act. Especially those professors, they would corner him not to ask him questions, but to urge him to apply for their graduate or doctoral programs, or even try to set him up on dates, which made him dread it. A quarter of an hour later, Chen delivered the food to Zhao's office.
Professor, here's your delivery. Don't forget to give me a 5-star rating. Chen put down the food and prepared to bolt. Chen, stop right there. If you dare to run, I'll give you a 1-star rating.
Zhao said sternly.
Young man, if I hadn't ordered takeout, were you planning on not coming to see me at all recently?
Chen forced a wry smile and said, Professor, this is the second time you've done this week.
You order it but don't eat it, isn't that a waste? You know my situation, What if I take it home for my cat to eat? Alright, you're the boss since you have the money. I'm just a delivery guy.
Zhao gave him a glare and said, I asked you here this time to see if you have any ideas for starting a research project.
The school.
While Zhao was rambling, Chen silently chanted, System, I want to check in.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fragment of the Zhou conjecture, 1-2.
Chen's mouth fell open, it was the Zhou conjecture. Chapter 35, Confirming the Research Topic.
The Zhou conjecture is a conjecture proposed by Mr. Zhou Haizhong, a mathematician from Xia Kingdom, in his paper Distribution Law of Mersenne Primes.
It states, When 2 carat 2 carat n.
The Zhou conjecture is the most innovative expression in Mersenne prime research. Chen flipped through the fragments of the Zhou conjecture in his mind and found that it was the first part of the Zhou conjecture.
He became engrossed. Chen, are you even listening to what I'm saying?
Zhao quickly noticed Chen's distant gaze and uttered a low reprimand to snap him back to attention.
What are you thinking about, spacing out like that? The Zhou conjecture.
Chen, just emerging from his thoughts about the Zhou conjecture, casually replied when Zhao asked,
"What the hell?"
Hearing the words Zhou conjecture, Zhao directly swore.
Several professors and students nearby heard Zhao's outburst and looked at each other in disbelief.
Zhao was an old traditionalist, extremely rigorous. They had known each other for decades and had never heard Zhao utter a single profanity. For a moment, everyone was very curious about the conversation between Zhao and Chen.
Are you crazy, or have you gotten too arrogant? Do you know what you're saying? Do you even know what the Zhou conjecture is about?
If you don't want to research this topic now, you can postpone it.
If you take on this topic, a lot of people will laugh at you.
Professor Zhao rambled on, and Chen couldn't get a word in. The Zhou conjecture is a conjecture in number theory, and it is a path to proving Mersenne primes. Mersenne primes are key to advancing distributed computing and can also promote the application of Fourier transforms. It also has significant practical applications in civilian fields, such as using Mersenne primes to design encryption. Current technology makes it difficult to factor a large prime number into the product of several smaller primes. The larger the prime number, the smaller the possibility of cracking it, and the more secure the password. The research on Mersenne primes not only reflects a country's mathematical research capabilities but also its technological strength. It can be said that Mersenne primes are the Mount Everest of the mathematical world. This is why Professor Zhao reacted so strongly when Chen mentioned the Zhou conjecture.
Professor, I've had some ideas about the Zhou conjecture recently. Nonsense. I also have ideas. So many people have tried to verify the Zhou conjecture, how many have you seen succeed?
Zhao glared at Chen and added, instead of wasting time, why not switch to another topic, or perhaps take a break for a while?
Professor,
After calling out to Zhao, Chen walked directly to a whiteboard nearby and began writing. 1 minute later, Zhao suddenly stood up, not even noticing that he had knocked over his teacup. A few minutes later, Chen had filled more than half of the whiteboard. At this moment, a crowd of professors and students from the mathematics department had gathered behind him.
What is Junior Chen writing? It looks like the Zhou conjecture. Nonsense, do you think I don't know it's the Zhou conjecture? I'm asking what he's doing. Proving the Zhou conjecture? Get lost. If I could understand it, would I still be standing here? Everyone be quiet.
Zhao let out a low roar, his expression becoming more serious as he looked, until finally his lips began to tremble.
Old Sun, Tai Shui, is this real?
Professors Sun Ming and Zhang Tai Shui both rolled their eyes, too lazy to bother with this guy.
Can this be judged correctly in just a few minutes? Do you think it's a multiple choice question?
A few minutes later, Chen stopped writing and turned around, startled.
And then? Seeing Chen stop, Zhao became anxious. What then? You don't think I've finished the proof, do you?
Chen said helplessly, I told you, I just had an idea.
An idea is still a long way from reality. Hearing Chen say this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief.
If Chen had said that the whiteboard wasn't enough, or that he had directly proven it, they would have been terrified. Even so, the eyes of everyone looking at Chen were filled with admiration. Only Professors Zhang Tai Shui, Sun Yi, and Zhao wore grave expressions. The layman watched the spectacle, while the experts saw the underlying significance. From Chen's whiteboard, they saw the feasibility of the Zhou conjecture. Chen was not afraid of leaking secrets, as this whiteboard contained less than 1/10 of the fragments he had obtained.
To prove the Zhou conjecture from just 1/10 of the thought process would undoubtedly be a pipe dream. All right, everyone, get back to what you were doing.
Zhao dismissed the graduate students and doctoral students from the office, leaving only Chen, Sun Yi, and Zhang Tai Shui.
Chen, tell me honestly, how far have you gotten with proving the Zhou conjecture? Based on his understanding of Chen, this young man had likely proven even more. Since we're not outsiders, Chen pondered for a moment and said, according to my estimation, it's about 1/5 of the way. The rest is too complex, and I haven't studied it thoroughly yet. Chen's statement was astonishing and shattered Zhao's expectations. He didn't dare to say he had already proven half of it, otherwise, he might have sent these professors to heaven. You. Zhao pointed at Chen, too excited to speak for a long time. Professor, is it that serious? It's just a conjecture, and it hasn't been fully proven yet. What if it's wrong? Sun Ming and Zhang Taishui trembled with anger. Look at him, is that human language? It's just a conjecture, isn't it? Every theorem starts as a conjecture. A conjecture that has been recognized worldwide and studied for so many years without substantial progress is undoubtedly extremely difficult. If the Zhou conjecture is proven, then Mersenne primes will likely be proven as well. Professor Zhao, I'll choose this as my research topic. It doesn't require funding anyway. Chen said it lightly, without any burden. Last time he delivered food to the math department, Check-in elevated his mathematics discipline to the top tier in the country. Combined with the existing first part, and with further research, given him time, proving it should not be a problem. Even if we take a step back, delivering food to the math department a few more times might just inspire Check-in with the second half. Professor, I'm leaving. Please report the project to the department for me. While the three professors were still in shock, Chen slipped away. Just as he reached the door, Chen looked back and said, Professors, please order more food deliveries. If I come by often, inspiration might strike you. The three professors exchanged glances, unsure whether to laugh or cry. If they had known he had such talent, they would have strongly admonished Chen for wasting it on food delivery. They certainly would have, especially before the modeling competition. Now, he could do whatever he pleased, as long as he didn't leave Huaqing University. Perhaps it was this uninhibited way of thinking that sparked so much inspiration. No wonder so many graduate students, white-collar workers, and university students deliver food after work in the evenings? If the people who deliver food knew about this idea, they'd probably spit in his face. Am I delivering food to find inspiration? I'm doing it because I'm poor. Because I have no car, no house, and no girlfriend. Because my child needs formula. Because the job pressure is too high. Chapter 36, Dealing with Chen, I'll lose 3 years of my life. Sigh, dealing with a student like Chen will make me lose 3 years of my life. Professor Zhao rubbed his temples, his face full of helplessness. Sun Ming and Zhang Taishui exchanged glances, then looked around the office. If they hadn't failed to find a suitable and handy object, they would have knocked Zhao out. Damn it, the classic case of crying poor while having it good. Old Zhao, I don't mind the trouble. Let Chen follow me. Right, old Zhao, I'm still young. Youth means taking on more responsibility, so let Chen follow me. I guarantee I'll train him well. Bastards! Zhao glared at the two of them through gritted teeth. All of you, stop pretending. Where are you young? Your white hair is more than mine, and you still have the nerve to say that. After the three of them joked for a while, Sun Ming said fiercely, Old Zhao, you have to treat us today. Yes, treat us. Zhao laughed heartily, genuinely pleased. He immediately said, Fine, I'll treat today. It's because I have a good disciple. I'm happy to pay for this meal. At their age, they no longer cared about money, power, fame, or profit. Their only hope was to find a disciple with good potential to pass on their lifelong knowledge. Meeting Chen was a great joy for Zhao. Old Zhao, don't try to fool us. Bring that bottle of 30-year-old Mao Tai. Deal. We're going to Chuandu cuisine. Certainly. Then let's invite Old Li and Wang too. You decide. Old Li was Professor Li Qiuhong from the mathematics department, and Wang was Professor Wang from the physics department. They were all around the same age and got along well. The professors made plans and took a taxi to Chuandu Cuisine, where they happened to run into the general manager, Sun Yi, as he was leaving. Well, Professor Zhao, what brings you here today? Such a rare visit. Please, come in. Today, it's my treat. Mr. Sun, one feels invigorated when good things happen. Your restaurant is quite famous lately, even I, who rarely leave campus, have heard about it. Zhao glanced at the bustling restaurant and chuckled. You flatter me. It's all thanks to Chen, otherwise, my restaurant might have had to close down. Sun Yi's smile stretched from ear to ear. Chen has only visited 4 times this month, but each time, he has amazed the chefs in the kitchen. He remembers the first time Chen came to show off. He presented dishes using all 26 cooking methods: steaming, stir-frying, braising, deep-frying, one for each method. It completely dazzled the dozens of chefs in the kitchen. He won them over completely. Frankly, Chen's word carried more weight than Sun Yi's, the general manager. This is the rule in the culinary world. Once inside the private room, Sun Yi turned and gave a few instructions to a waiter before personally pouring tea for the professors. Mr. Sun, you're saying that the prosperity of your restaurant is due to that kid Chen? Sun Yi seemed a bit confused. Yes, didn't Professor Zhao mention it to you all? Sun Yi blinked in surprise. He thought the professors wanted to taste Chen's cooking. Then Sun Yi explained the whole story. You mean that kid charges 10,000 yuan per hour? And less than an hour is still charged as a full hour? That's right. So if Chen comes and does nothing, you'd be losing a fortune? I wish he'd stay here 24 hours a day. He pays Chen 10,000 an hour, but the returns he gets are 10 or even 100 times that amount. Furthermore, he has a secret agreement with Chen. Once a month, Chen cooks a 12-dish banquet for a fee of 100,000 yuan. Based on this alone, the value of the connections gained is incalculable. At this moment, Sun Ming, Zhang Taixue, and Li Qiuhong looked at each other. They all marveled at how extraordinary Chen was. It was as if this kid's knowledge spanned so many fields, it was like something out of a novel. Zhao, on the other hand, cursed inwardly. Damn it, in his moment of excitement, he'd forgotten that Chen also knew how to cook. Otherwise, he could have just taken the kid home and had him cook a meal, which would have been much more comfortable. Meanwhile, Chen was having a meal with Ilara and Kara on a street outside Huaqing University. The celebratory meal for the math modeling competition had been postponed until today. Chen, I heard you proved the Zhou conjecture? Cough, cough. Chen was startled by Ilara's question, choking and spitting out the coke he was drinking. Chen was already a celebrity, known throughout Huaqing University. Ilara and Kara were also among the top 10 beauties of Huaqing University. The trio had already drawn the attention of the surrounding students. At the sound of Ilara's question, the entire snack stall area, within a 10-meter radius, fell eerily silent. All eyes, filled with curiosity, turned to Chen. 8 out of 10 people here were students from nearby universities like Huaqing University and Jingda University, so they naturally knew what the Zhou conjecture was all about. Seeing the surprised looks from those around him, Chen cursed inwardly, wondering who had spread the rumor and lamenting that onlookers always seem to stir up trouble. Who told you that? How come I don't know about it? Don't believe those rumors, Chen said, wiping his mouth and denying it. But I heard from my senior that you were in the lab today. Nonsense, I was just discussing it with the professors, don't spread rumors. Chen interrupted Ilara, and Kara tugged at Ilara's arm. Ilara seemed to snap out of a daze, though it was unclear if she did it intentionally. But the surrounding students didn't see it that way. Rumors soon spread that Chen was going to tackle the Zhou conjecture. All the students and teachers who heard this dismissed it as idle gossip. If the Zhou conjecture were so easy to prove, why had there been no progress over the years? But that's a story for another time. After dinner, Chen took the 2 beauties for a stroll before returning to his dorm. After washing up, he lay on his bed, mentally reviewing the fragments of the Zhou conjecture he had obtained during the day. For the next 2 or 3 days, Chen attended classes occasionally, spending the rest of his time in the library researching papers related to the Zhou conjecture for inspiration. When he got tired, he would do some food delivery to clear his head. Life was quite relaxed. One day, while Chen was organizing materials in the library, he suddenly received a call from Zhao. Chen, I have a meeting to attend tomorrow. Could you fill in for me and teach the functional analysis class?
I'll send you the time, classroom, and lecture notes shortly.
Professor, why can't senior brother Chunyong go? He's attending the meeting with me.
But I've already applied for a lecturer position for you, which will make things easier.
That's settled, no need to thank me.
With that, the call ended. Chen held the phone, feeling speechless.
Thank you? I'd thank my ancestors for 8 generations. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Chen picked it up and opened the message.
September 25, 1400 hours 1720, classes 2 and 3 of the 18th grade applied mathematics, Hout Building, classroom 6A118, chapter 2 of functional analysis. After reading the message, Chen's expression turned peculiar. Class 2 of the 18th grade applied mathematics was Ilara's class. He couldn't help but look forward to seeing Ilara and Karis' expressions when he taught the class tomorrow. Chapter 37, Substitute Teaching My Turf, My Rules. Chen leisurely made his way to classroom 6A118 in the Hout Building. He wasn't nervous about substitute teaching at all. After downloading the lecture materials the night before, he had only glanced at them. For someone with top-tier mathematics skills in the country, it was too simple. The class bell rang, and Chen walked into the classroom just as it ended. Everyone in the classroom stared at Chen, stunned. They all knew who Chen was, but what was he doing in their classroom? Chen, why are you here? Do you need something from me? Ilara, sitting in the front row, looked at Chen with confusion as he entered the classroom. Chen twitched his lips. He hadn't expected Ilara to be so self-absorbed. He said sternly, "Who is Chen? Call me Teacher Chen." Before Ilara could question him further, Chen continued, "Professor Zhao had a last-minute issue, so I will be substituting for him today." Chen's words hit them like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No one spoke for a long time. Ilara and Kara looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with disbelief. What? Do you doubt my abilities or Professor Zhao's arrangement? You can verify it. Chen looked at the silent classroom and gave a self-deprecating smile. The classroom erupted in whispers. Many students took out their phones to text or call senior brother Chunyong. Usually, when Professor Zhao was unavailable, senior brother Chunyong would substitute for him. Chen watched them quietly for a few minutes, then tapped the desk. I assume you verified it. Let's begin the class. Before we start, I'll take attendance. Those absent will have half their regular grade deducted. With a roar, the classroom became a frenzy. All the students frantically started making phone calls. Hey, boss, stop sleeping and get to Hout Building, classroom 6A118 immediately. If you don't come, you'll fail functional analysis this semester. Shen Duo, I have some bad news for you. Chen is substituting for functional analysis today. If you're not there, half your regular grade will be deducted. You better figure out what to do. Keep in mind that at Huaqing University, final grades are calculated half from regular participation and half from exams. If your regular grade is halved, you'll need at least an 80 on the exam, or you'll fail. Failing a course is a serious matter at Huaqing University, which explains the scene just now. To deduct points from his current grade, Chen had already decided last night that if he wanted to pass, even if the remaining half of his current grade points were awarded, his exam score would still need to be above 78. To a certain extent, this move forces students to study hard. Third brother, that pervert Chen is here, hurry up. Chen stood on the podium, listening to the phone calls from below, and his face immediately darkened. Ilara. What's wrong? Suddenly hearing Chen call his name, Ilara was a bit stunned. Student Ilara, is this how you answer when Professor Zhao calls roll? Chen's voice was a little low, with a slight smile on his lips, making Ilara's teeth itch. Teacher Chen, I was wrong. Ilara immediately stood up and admitted her mistake to Chen, but she emphasized the word old with particular weight. Chen glanced at her with a half smile and continued calling the roll. A few minutes later, Class 2 was finished, and they started calling roll for Class 3.
Vance.
Chen called a name, then paused for a moment, looked at Ilara, his eyes full of inquiry.
After receiving Ilara's confirmation, Chen smiled.
A few more minutes passed, and both classes were done with roll call. Class leaders, please inform students who are absent today that their participation points will be halved.
Next time, they will be deducted entirely. Alright, let's begin the lecture. Chen opened the PPT.
With his skills as a top professor, teaching functional analysis was effortless. Moreover, he was young, making it easy to connect with the students and understand their learning state. Occasionally, he would throw in a joke or two, causing the students to burst into laughter. A lecture on functional analysis had turned into Chen's stand-up comedy routine, and not a single student was zoning out. Unknowingly, the first segment of the class had passed.
Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue. Chen sat coolly on the edge of the podium. Wow, Chen's lecture is amazing.
I had no idea functional analysis could be so interesting.
Is Chen your name to call? It's Teacher Chen.
Sigh, comparing oneself to others is disheartening.
Teacher Chen is only a sophomore and teaches our course with such ease.
I think he's even better than Professor Zhao and Senior Chun Yon.
Should we ask the university to let Teacher Chen teach functional analysis from now on? I think that's a good idea.
Chen listened from the side, his veins bulging, cursing inwardly.
Alright, let's continue the class. Chen stood up, urging the students to return to their seats.
I can't let them keep talking, or who knows what suggestions they'll come up with.
The class continued.
As the second segment was about to end, several students directly pushed the door open and walked in without a word.
Chen glanced at them and said, "Students, you can go back.
You have failed this semester's functional analysis course." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire class was shocked. The students who had just entered turned their heads and looked at Chen with anger. Failing courses at Huaqing University is rare, occurring only in very few cases, mostly due to special circumstances. For them to be directly failed by the teacher means they will be excluded from academic honors and awards, and it will be recorded in their files, which has a significant impact.
Why do other students only get half the penalty, while we are failed? Chen chuckled and said, "Are being late and skipping class the same thing? You missed an entire class segment and only arrived near the end of the second one. Isn't that skipping class? Should I read you the Huaqing University student attendance regulations?
Furthermore, I am the teacher.
You came in without even greeting me. Is this the politeness of students?"
These few sentences made the faces of the students who had just entered change drastically. At this moment, Vance, who was at the back, spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. "Chen, you're just a substitute teacher, not a professor.
Even if we skip class, you don't have the right to fail us."
Chen glanced at Vance with a half smile and said, "This is my stage, and I make the rules."
Okay? Vance was stunned.
He hadn't expected Chen to play dirty and resort to thuggery.
"Never mind, you're all students, and life isn't easy. I won't make things too difficult for you."
Chen paused here and continued, "Each of you tell me which subject you excel in, and I'll give you a problem tailored to it.
As long as you can solve it, I'll overlook your skipping class today. How about that?"
Vance and the others exchanged glances and nodded in unison.
"Teacher, I excel in advanced algebra. I'm good at single variable calculus. I'm proficient in geometry.
I specialize in partial differential equations," Vance said last, with some hesitation. Chen looked at them and turned to write on the blackboard with rapid strokes.
Chapter 38, To Do or Not to Do, that is the question. Without a single extra word.
This describes the speed at which Chen set the problems.
Soon, the problems for the first 3 students were ready.
They seemed relatively simple. As long as one had studied the courses up to the 3rd year diligently, solving them should not be a problem. However, when it came to Vance's turn, the situation took a strange turn.
Discuss the precision of splitting formats for diffusion equations.
He recognized all the words and symbols, but when they were put together, the students were completely baffled.
Another set of philosophical triple questions. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do?
This is a problem on partial differential equations, likely from your third-year curriculum.
I'm not going beyond the syllabus, am I? The students below rolled their eyes in speechless exasperation.
It's not beyond the syllabus, but the complexity of this problem is more terrifying than exceeding the syllabus.
You can improvise. As long as you solve it before the end of the school day, it's fine.
He was just that confident. Even if Vance sought help from graduate students or PhD candidates, he'd be exposed when he had to explain it. Vance looked at the problem, his face as grim as it could be. The previous problems were so simple, but his was so difficult. It was clear Chen was deliberately making things hard for him.
Chen, you're targeting me and holding a personal grudge. Chen chuckled and said, Vance, I don't understand what you mean.
You said yourself that partial differential equations are your strongest subject, and my questions weren't out of syllabus. How can you say they were targeted at you? Furthermore, where does the idea of settling personal scores come from?
Do we have any enmity between us?
What grudge could a teacher and a student possibly have?
Or perhaps you can tell me what grudge we have.
You! Vance roared, but then he swallowed the rage that filled his belly. He shot Chen a cold glance, having almost fallen into Chen's trap. The school had kept his plot to frame Chen a secret. If he were to blurt it out now in a fit of anger, he wouldn't be able to continue his studies at Huaqing University.
Why were their questions so easy, but mine so difficult? Weren't you doing this on purpose? Vance, I don't appreciate you saying that. They answered because they studied diligently. If you can't answer, you blame me for making the questions difficult. Are you sure you're not a fake top student? Do you believe I can solve this problem in 3 different ways? At this moment, several students who were doing their work turned and glared fiercely at Vance. Chen, don't celebrate too soon. You're only substituting for Professor Zhao. You're not qualified, and I'm going to report you. Feel free to report me.
My teacher ID is 9527, you can check it.
Chen said with a half smile, do you want me to give you the number for the academic affairs office?
Vance was stunned, and the many students below were also dumbfounded. Then, one by one, they took out their phones and logged into the Huaqing University official website, finding Chen's information under the talent cultivation section.
Chen, male, 19 years old, proficient in advanced mathematics and geometry. Assessed by the professors of the mathematics department of Huaqing University, he is now specially appointed as a lecturer in the mathematics department of Huaqing University.
A handsome photo, a special appointment honorary certificate, and impressive personal information.
Everything indicated to everyone that lecturer Chen's identity was genuine.
The most impressive part was that his personal information stated Chen was proficient in all university mathematics courses.
This meant Chen could teach any mathematics course at Huaqing University, a privilege the mathematics department had never granted before.
Having confirmed Chen's lecturer status, Vance's face turned ashen, as if he had eaten something rotten.
Chen, don't get cocky too soon. We'll see about this. Vance turned and walked out of the classroom.
He had already failed the course anyway, so attending or not didn't matter.
Vance, congratulations.
You've become the first student in Huaqing University's 110-year history to fail a course at the very beginning of a semester. Vance, who had just reached the classroom door, heard Ilara's parting shot and almost rushed forward to strangle Chen. The classroom erupted in laughter.
One could imagine what a huge joke this incident would become at Huaqing University later. Watching Vance leave, Chen tapped the lectern and continued with the class.
Today's incident was purely accidental, but since Vance ran into the line of fire, it was just a simple matter to annoy him a bit. The 2 large lecture classes concluded with Chen's engaging, almost stand-up comedy-like delivery, receiving excellent feedback.
Chen, what are you so busy with? I never see you around. Don't be so disrespectful, call me Teacher Chen. Chen shot Ilara an exasperated glare. Oh, come on. Giving you an inch and you take a mile.
Ilara rolled her big eyes dramatically, while Kara bit her lip and giggled.
I'm treating you to a meal, want to go? Consider it a thank you for helping me teach that annoying Vance a lesson. Stop. Chen glanced around and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. I was just dealing with the situation objectively. If this gets out, how can I continue to be a teacher?" "Don't worry, I get it." Chen rolled his eyes. "You get it, my foot." The substitute teaching was just an interlude. For the next few days, Chen continued to bury himself in the library, researching the Zhou conjecture. He even had less time for food delivery. After consulting resources and continuous deduction, about 90% of the Zhou conjecture had been completed. It was now in a very critical stage. Perhaps with a flash of inspiration, it could be finished tomorrow, or it might get stuck and take a month, 2 months, or even half a year. One day, as Chen returned to his dorm from the library, his roommates surrounded him. "Fourth brother, you're something else." "Yeah, I didn't realize you had such grit." "Well, our class in the math department are counting on you this time." "Nonsense, can you even do it?" They peppered Chen with questions, leaving him completely bewildered. He immediately asked, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "And third brother, don't talk nonsense. A man can't say he can't do it." A few minutes later, Chen's face turned completely dark, and he asked incredulously, "You're saying I signed up for 10 events in the school sports meet?" "Yes, here are the event details." The eldest, Qini, handed him an A4 paper. On it, Chen had signed up for the 5000 m, shot put, triple jump, high jump, long jump, 50 m, 100 m, 200 m, 400 m race, and 110-meter hurdles, a total of 10 events. "Where did this come from? I haven't been to the class these past few days. Who signed me up? Don't you need personal confirmation for registration?" "We don't know. We downloaded it from the school's official website today. We were surprised when we saw it, so we came to you immediately to confirm." "Didn't you sign up yourself?" "Boss, can the project be cancelled?" Boss Chini pondered for a moment and said, "Probably not. Since the quota was downloaded from the official website, it means the leaders have confirmed it. Our mathematics department already has few people, and if you cancel it, the leaders above will not be happy. Moreover, you are famous now, and every move you make is being watched. It would be fine if it wasn't reported, but now the whole school probably knows that you have signed up for 10 projects." Chen felt a headache. Someone was clearly trying to make trouble for him. The Huaqing University sports meet has always been organized by the student union, and the school leaders just need to show up. There is no impact if you sign up and don't participate, and your credits won't be deducted if you don't go, and no one will say anything. But if he withdraws, the person behind the scenes will definitely use this matter to cause trouble and make things difficult for him again. He wasn't afraid of these projects. With his physical fitness from Grandmaster level Tai Chi, he could break world records in these events in minutes. It's just that the math modeling competition has just settled down, and causing such a stir again would be too much of a spotlight. Should I go for it? Alas, this is a problem. So vexing. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll play it by ear tomorrow. Chapter 39, is that all? I'm impressed. His roommate's eyes were filled with admiration. On September 27, the Huaqing University sports meet began as scheduled. As the top university in Xia Kingdom, Huaqing University not only emphasizes cultural cultivation but also places even greater importance on students' physical fitness. For example, the well-known Sunshine Long Run and the 4:30 p.m. card swiping programs, and they even developed the Forrest Gump running app to encourage students' exercise. The slogan "No Sports, No Huaqing University" clearly shows Huaqing University's emphasis on students' physical training. Huaqing University not only seconded sports coaches from surrounding universities but also invited many popular media outlets. On the football field, 14,000 undergraduates from Huaqing University gathered, creating a spectacular scene. All the major leaders of the school were present. After the principal Wu Yuanming's brief speech of about 100 words, the sports meet was immediately declared open. Chen, dressed in athletic shorts, had the number 2222 clearly visible on his back. When he received this number, he almost choked with anger.
Oh, Chen, I didn't realize you were in such good shape.
Let me feel.
Unbeknownst to him, Ilara and Kara, along with two other girls from their dormitory, had walked up behind Chen. Chen rolled his eyes at the remark. He had no idea how Ilara had found him in a stadium of over 10,000 people.
Nice feel. Ilara patted Chen's chest, marveling. Wow, I want to feel too. Me too.
Kara and the other two girls also rushed forward. Chen put on a distressed face, while the numerous boys nearby had eyes that could spew fire. Students participating in the 5,000-meter race, please proceed quickly to the competition area at the southernmost end of the track.
Upon hearing the announcement, Chen was stunned, and his roommates were also bewildered.
The 5,000-meter race is the most popular event at Huaqing University, with no less than 500 students participating each time. It's always held last, but this year it's the first event.
What's going on? Starting with a bang? This is simply ridiculous.
Chen didn't think for a moment that someone was deliberately targeting him. He believed he wasn't that important. With no time to ponder, Chen headed to the waiting area at the southernmost end.
50 people per heat, Chen was in the first batch.
The starting gun fired, and Chen leisurely blended into the crowd, running at a moderate pace.
As he was running, Chen noticed something was wrong. No matter which lane he switched to, there were always 6 or 7 people blocking him. He had already fallen behind by more than half a lap. At this pace, he might set the slowest 5,000-meter record in Huaqing University's history. What do you guys mean? Excuse me, what did you say? I don't understand. If you don't understand, then get out of the way. Why should we? It's not your track, so why should we move just because you say so? That would make us lose face. Chen finally understood now someone was indeed targeting him.
Huaqing University is a prestigious institution, and those admitted are exceptional individuals.
However, that was in the past.
After experiencing prosperity and then the disparity with their own circumstances, many have degenerated. Last year, over 300 students were expelled. Moreover, with over 30,000 students at Huaqing University, it's natural for some to succumb to money and pressure. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and Chen suddenly burst through the gap between them.
The group was stunned, not expecting Chen's explosive power and speed to be so great that they couldn't react.
But then they caught up to Chen again and whispered, "Chen, with us here today, you're guaranteed to take last place in Huaqing University's history.
You guys should focus on keeping up first."
Chen smiled slightly and began to slowly accelerate. Half a lap later, the 5 or 6 people who had been following Chen couldn't keep up. Suddenly, a few more people from the crowd ahead dropped back, blocking Chen's path.
"Chen, don't doubt it, all 50 people in this heat are our people. If you get past this group, there will be another group."
The person blocking him spoke before Chen could respond, their eyes full of provocation. At this moment, even the most foolish of the onlookers knew that someone was deliberately targeting Chen.
"This is too much, I'm going to report it to the referee." "What are you going to report?"
"They haven't committed a foul, and it would be difficult for the referee to judge.
It might just fall into their trap." "Third brother, trust Chen, don't lose your composure." The brothers in the dorm were extremely indignant but felt utterly helpless. Chen suddenly smiled. The kind are always bullied, and the good are always taken advantage of.
He had obtained the system and originally planned to lay low for 2 or 3 years to max out all his skills. However, the incident at the national competition a few days ago and today's event made him realize that continuous low profile and forbearance would only embolden those people. These people at school wouldn't dare to target him too much, at least his life would be safe.
But what about his family?
For these privileged children, it would be incredibly easy to target his family. Even with a top-secret paper in his possession, it would be useless. Vance's uncle, a deputy minister, still had connections even after stepping back from the front lines. The outcome of the Wang family's Su Ly from above clearly demonstrated the Wang family's vast and terrifying network of connections. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to quickly build his reputation, enter the sight of more influential figures, and leverage their backgrounds and connections to protect himself and his family.
At this moment, Chen understood. He was going to charge forward relentlessly. "Alright, I'll play with you properly today." After glancing at the group, Chen said this and then accelerated again, matching the full sprint speed of this group. As they desperately tried to catch up, Chen maintained a speed that kept him just ahead of them. After another lap, this group began to fall behind again. "Is that all?" Chen said with a light laugh while running. "I thought you guys were much more capable. Turns out you're all just for show." These popular people's faces turned red, and they roared, "Chen, don't be arrogant, we have plenty of people." "Then you'll have to catch up to me first." With that said, his figure accelerated again. The people in front also saw Chen accelerating and began to surround and intercept him. Chen, however, weaved through the pack like a slippery fish. After another lap, Chen took the lead. 6 laps had passed, and the 5,000-meter race was now in its middle stage. "Well done. I didn't expect Chen to have such good stamina and skill. Chen, you're amazing. Damn, can you use a different word to describe it? I'm actually picturing it. Chen, keep going, you're the best." Some girls are screaming, "You're the best. You're the best," echoing across the stadium. A few more minutes passed, and it was down to the final 3 laps. Chen had already pulled ahead of second place by nearly 30 meters. The group behind them was chasing with all their might, but the harder they tried, the further the gap grew. In a corner of the stands, a few people stood together, watching the scene unfold, their faces etched with disappointment. One of them took out his phone and made a call. A minute later, the announcement echoed through the stadium. "Students participating in the standing long jump, please report to basketball court number 1 immediately." The announcement was repeated 3 times. Chen's face changed when he heard the announcement. At this pace, he would definitely miss the long jump event. After a moment's thought, Chen, who was already running incredibly fast, accelerated again, his speed increasing with every stride. "Holy crap, Chen's accelerating again. Damn, this speed is faster than those short-distance runners from the sports major. He's like an animal." Half a minute later, Chen was a full lap ahead of everyone else. He shouted, "Come chase me." Another minute later, Chen lapped them again and yelled, "All show, no go. See ya, everyone." After a bit of showing off, Chen accelerated again. Since it's come to this, why not blow everyone's minds even further? Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate more. Everyone in the crowd gaped, forgetting to cheer. It was simply terrifying. A dozen seconds later, Chen finished the race, a full 2 laps ahead of the field. The time was recorded at 13 minutes and 49.58 seconds. The referee glanced at his stopwatch, then at another coach, and asked, "Did Chen break the Huaqing University record?" The Huaqing University 5,000-meter record was set 17 years ago by a sophomore, with a time of 14 minutes and 10.29 seconds. The national record was set by Xia Fengyuan at the 1997 National Games track and field event with a time of 13 minutes and 25.14 seconds. Chen's time was more than 21 seconds faster than the Huaqing University record. That's an insurmountable gap. Especially considering he was delayed for so long earlier, otherwise, he could have easily broken the national record. Thinking about it, they were excited and were about to discuss with Chen about him joining the school team to bring glory to the university, when Chen had already disappeared. Chapter 40, Breaking 10 Huaqing University Records. Number 2222, Prepare. At the standing long jump competition, the referee called out through the megaphone. Chen stepped forward, stood behind the yellow line, and crouched slightly. His posture made many contestants and spectators chuckle. It looked incredibly amateur. But in the next second, everyone's jaws dropped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Like a frog, Chen shot forward with a whoosh. 3.48 meters. Urged by Chen, the referee measured the result. The Huaqing University record for standing long jump is 3.449 meters. The world record was set by Ray Urey at the Third Olympic Games in St. Louis, USA, in 1904, with a record of 3.476 meters. Most amusingly, many European athletes at the time couldn't afford the exorbitant travel costs and didn't participate.
After that, the World Committee abolished the standing long jump event. Yuri's record stood for over 100 years, and any subsequent longer jumps were not recognized due to the lack of endorsement from a world-class sports organization. In other words, Chen has broken the world record, assuming it's officially recognized. However, Xia Kingdom includes the standing long jump as a mandatory test for physical fitness in primary, secondary, and university students, a fact well known to the spectators. They knew how incredible Chen's record was, an insurmountable height for them.
"Chen, would you like to jump again?" the referee asked quietly, his eyes full of anticipation. "Never mind, let's leave it at that. We don't want to discourage the other contestants." Chen waved his hand and turned to leave.
With so many other competitions, he didn't have time to linger here.
A few minutes later, at the high jump venue. "Teacher, what's the high jump record?" Chen, who was standing by, preparing to jump, suddenly asked.
The referee paused for a moment, then replied, "The Huaqing University record is 2.32 meters, set by your senior Wang Yu at the Jakarta Asian Games."
"I know that. I'm asking about the world record."
The world record of 2.45 meters was set in 1993 by the Cuban athlete Sotomayor, known as the King of High Jump.
"Okay, got it."
The referee and the surrounding students were dumbfounded, muttering to themselves.
"What do you mean got it? What did you get? What good does got it do? You think you can break the record?"
In the next second, Chen moved like a released rabbit, creating a gust of wind as he sprinted towards the bar, taking off with a Fosbury flop. His body traced a beautiful arc in the air, clearing the bar by nearly half a meter before landing on the mat.
"Holy crap, is this high jump or a dragon leaping through the gate? At this height, it's probably around 2 meters. Are you blind? The bar is currently at 1.8 meters.
He just cleared it by at least half a meter, meaning his height is at least 2.3–2.4 meters.
Does that mean Chen might have broken the world record? You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask?"
The students watching started discussing amongst themselves.
Chen said, "Teacher, I'm leaving, goodbye." Watching Chen leave, the two referees were dumbfounded. "What about your score if you leave?" "Coach Huang, how will this score be calculated? By the height of the bar?"
One referee asked in a low voice. "The rules state the score is based on where the bar is cleared. But if Chen's is calculated by the bar's height, it would be a real shame."
Huang Feng looked around at the watching students. "Class, let's pause the competition for a moment.
If Chen's score is calculated by the height of the bar, it would be a real shame.
We need to review the footage to determine Chen's actual score. Is that okay?"
The watching students nodded, also eager to know Chen's score.
Pausing the competition to confirm a score. This must be a first at Huaqing University.
The two referees, along with over a dozen competitors and another dozen selected students from the crowd, reviewed the video footage from cameras at 2 angles. They finally confirmed Chen's score at 2.38 meters.
As soon as this score was announced, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd again.
By this time, news that Chen had broken records in both the 5,000-meter run and the standing long jump was already spreading among the students.
Chen's nickname, Beast, was solidified.
Wherever Chen went, a large crowd of students followed, creating quite a spectacular scene.
At the shot put venue, Chen stood to the side, not rushing to compete. This was because he had never actually practiced shot put before.
After observing for a while, Chen stepped onto the field. The event itself had few participants.
"Teacher, could you please demonstrate the correct form for me?" "What's wrong?"
"I haven't practiced shot put before, so I'd like you to explain the form and the technique for generating power." The referee was stunned, and the students, after a moment of surprise, burst into laughter.
"This is ridiculous. Competing without any training? Chen, you're one of a kind. Chen, are you here to make a joke? Chen, you're hilarious. Did the monkeys send you to be their jester? Hurry up and go home to sleep. Do you think you can learn this just by being told once?"
Chen paid no mind to the students' teasing and looked intently at the referee.
"Chen, are you serious?" "Yes.
The coach, receiving a definitive answer, twitched his mouth slightly. Then, standing inside the throwing circle, he demonstrated the movements while explaining the key points. Chen listened, and it was as if a light bulb went off. Chen picked up the shot put and stood inside the circle, stretching his arm. Chen, maybe you shouldn't participate after all. Teacher, don't worry, I know my limits. I definitely won't hurt any of the students. No, the teacher is worried you'll hurt yourself. Their conversation was like a comedy skit, and the surrounding students roared with laughter. Everyone, attention! I'm about to start. Chen shouted. The surrounding students scattered like birds and beasts, quickly retreating over 10 meters to both sides. Here it goes. Seeing the students had retreated, he instantly pushed the shot put forward. The shot put traced a large parabolic arc through the air, landing in the sandpit with a spray of sand. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The distance was incredible, and the technique was flawless, surpassing even national-level athletes. Their gazes towards Chen were filled with disbelief. Are you sure this is your first time training for shot put? 22 meters 21. The referee, snapping out of his shock, didn't forget his duty and announced the distance of the shot put. Chen, do you realize you've broken the Watching University record? Another coach roared at Chen, seemingly beside himself. The group of students who had arrived with Chen earlier were once again astonished. I knew this beast would break another record. Definitely? Again? This student, what do you mean by that? You already knew? Didn't you know? Famous for what? Chen has already broken the Watching University records for the 5,000-meter run, standing long jump, and high jump. This makes it 4 events. We've all been speculating if Chen might break 10 Watching University records in total. Though spoken lightly, the words struck like a thunderclap on a clear day. The students were dazed, and the two coaches breathed rapidly, looking at Chen as a hungry wolf eyes its prey. Chen shivered all over, then turned and ran, with the two coaches in pursuit. The surrounding students were initially taken aback, then they too started to chase. They all wanted to witness Chen break the next Watching University record. The dozen or so competitors were left standing there, wide-eyed and bewildered in the wind. Chapter 41, Security Detail Comparable to an All-Star Game. The bewildered students exchanged glances. What should we do? What can we do? The referees have run off. Why should we stay? Besides, I want to witness it too. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. And so, a peculiar scene unfolded on the sports field. A goofball with 2,222 plastered on his chest and back ran ahead, pursued by two coaches in referee attire, followed by a surging mass of students. Other students who were unaware of the situation joined the chase. People from Xia Kingdom are known for their love of excitement. The security guard on duty in the surveillance room was completely baffled by the scene. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and exclaimed into it. Captain, this is surveillance calling. We have an emergency situation, please respond. The captain of the patrol team, leading his men on patrol, turned pale upon hearing the call on the walkie-talkie. Today is the school sports meet, with many leaders attending and considerable media coverage. If anything were to go wrong, Watching University would truly become infamous. I am the captain, report the situation immediately. Captain, it's hard to explain. Currently, there are hundreds of students on soccer field number 1 chasing 2 referees and 1 student, and the number is still increasing. The captain's face changed completely this time. What on earth did those 2 coaches do to incur such wrath that hundreds or even thousands of students are chasing them? All team members, except for those guarding the main gate, please proceed to soccer field number 1 for backup immediately. Repeat the order, all team members, except for those guarding the main gate, please proceed to soccer field number 1 for backup immediately. While leading his team at a sprint towards the soccer field, the captain yelled into his walkie-talkie with extreme urgency. Students passing by heard the security captain's conversation and saw their sprinting figures, all turning their heads in unison towards soccer field number 1, and then followed along. Why wouldn't you want to witness such juicy gossip? Chen, running towards the 110-meter hurdles, arrived just in time for his race and let out a long sigh of relief. However, the coach for the 110-meter hurdles and the other participants were bewildered.
Hundreds of students were sprinting towards them with the momentum of a stampede.
Suddenly, 5 security guards, fully equipped the 8-piece security set, burst in from the side, blocking the path between Chen and the approaching students.
Halt! Stop running immediately and remain where you are. Halt! Stop running immediately and remain where you are. Halt! Stop running immediately and remain where you are.
The 5 security guards repeatedly issued commands through their loudspeakers. Facing the momentum of hundreds of students, the 5 security guards appeared serious but showed no fear. Most of those who get hired by the Huaqing University Security Department are retired military personnel. The hundreds of chasing students were dumbfounded, but seeing the fully armed security guards, they slowly stopped running. At this point, 6 or 7 more groups of security guards arrived from other directions, forming a human wall to separate the 110-meter hurdles from the students. By this time, there were as many as 40 security guards at the 100-meter hurdles competition site. The head of the security department also arrived. He first calmed the agitated students and then stepped forward to understand the situation. A few minutes later, the head of the security department, along with several captains and referees, were completely bewildered. Damn it, if the referees and students hadn't corroborated the story, and if surveillance footage and other evidence hadn't been reviewed, they would have thought the students were about to riot.
Is this really necessary?
You're just watching a competition, why create such a huge scene?
What if there's a safety issue? Disperse, everyone, stop gathering.
The head of the security department began to speak, preparing to disperse the gathering students. This dispersal attempt angered the students, and they started to protest.
Why can't we watch? We're not hindering the competition.
Where we go is our freedom, you have no right to interfere. Exactly, what you're doing, on a small scale, is imposing your will on us, and on a larger scale, it's restricting our personal freedom.
Are there any law students here who can enlighten our security guards on the law?
Seeing the incensed students, the head of the security department was speechless.
Seriously? I just asked you to leave, and you're escalating it to this level, even lecturing me on the law?
Although I come from security, I was an elite in the military back in the day, and I know the law as well as you do. However, he didn't end up shouting. After conferring with several captains, he decided to keep all the reinforcements there to prevent any further trouble. Only after the student situation was handled did the competition site return to normal.
I just checked.
The Asian record for the 110-meter hurdles is 12.87 seconds, set by Lu Xiang of Xia Kingdom. At Huaqing University, the record is 13.25 seconds, which has stood for nearly 5 years.
I wonder if this beast Chen can break it. On your marks.
The participants took their marks, and Chen did too.
Bang!
The starting gun fired, and Chen bolted out like a cheetah. I jump, I jump, I jump, jump, jump.
Each hurdle was easier than the last. Holy cow, this guy is really a beast. Was this guy a kangaroo in his past life? Damn, even kangaroos aren't this effortless.
Nonsense, he's so good at high jump, and these hurdles are only 106.7 centimeters.
It's a piece of cake for him.
You idiot, high jump and 110-meter hurdles are not the same thing.
This involves 10 consecutive hurdles.
The technique of the lead leg over the hurdle, the speed of landing, the straight line acceleration, the takeoff point, etc., all affect the time.
Stop, big brother, I was wrong. Can you please stop lecturing? As expected, Chen lived up to everyone's expectations and crossed the finish line first. 12.92 seconds. The referee exclaimed, announcing the time.
He broke the record again, although only by 0.33 seconds. The stadium erupted in cheers, like a thunderous landslide, echoing across the entire soccer field number 1.
Wave after wave of cheers reverberated throughout the Huaqing University campus.
As other events proceeded, the number of gathered students continued to grow. In the subsequent events, Chen once again exceeded expectations. In the 50-meter dash, he clocked in at 6.28 seconds, breaking Huaqing University's record of 6.58 seconds. In the 100-meter dash, he finished in 10.16 seconds, shattering Huaqing University's 16-year-old record of 10.29 seconds. This was 0.58 seconds slower than the 9.58 seconds set by Jamaican sprinter Usain Bolt on August 17, 2009. In the 200-meter dash, he recorded a time of 19.53 seconds, breaking Huaqing University's 15-year-old record of 21.12 seconds. This was only 0.34 seconds slower than the 19.19 seconds set during the 2008 Beijing Olympics. In the 400-meter race, with a time of 43.23 seconds, he shattered Huaqing University's 19-year-old record of 43.56 seconds. The 400 meters, unlike the 100 and 200 meters, is recognized as the most difficult event. It's an oxygen-deprived sport that demands high physical fitness from athletes. The final 100 meters of the sprint, in particular, is an extreme intensity activity. With Chen's physical fitness enhanced by his master-level Tai Chi skills, shaving a few more seconds off these records wouldn't be an issue. But doing so would surely arouse suspicion worldwide. At this point, Chen had completed 9 of the 10 events, breaking Huaqing University's record in all 9. Only the final event, the triple jump, remained. By now, nearly half the spectators had gathered at the triple jump arena, eagerly awaiting Chen's final, astonishing leap. Chapter 42. Are you sure that isn't flying? Extra. Extra. Huaqing University witnesses a student break the 100-meter sprint record with a time of 10.16 seconds. The Huaqing University sports meet reaches its climax, with crowds of excited students. Breaking 9 Huaqing University records consecutively, Chen, where is your limit? So this is the proper way to experience the school sports meet. Giving opponents no chance at all, is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Exaggerated headlines and videos of Chen's competitions went viral on platforms like Douyin and Weibo. They completely dominated the trending charts on Douyin in moments. Everyone who saw the video was speechless. Damn it, 10 Huaqing University records? Such a clumsy way to chase clicks. Chen? Doesn't that sound familiar? Could it be the guy who won 3 awards in the mathematical modeling competition and had a top-secret paper? Are you blind upstairs? There's video evidence right here. My God, is this the child of someone else? Chen is a bit unfair. Look at his speed in the 200m and 400m, it's a complete blowout. Offering 100 yuan reward for the psychological shadow area of the participating athletes. The internet exploded, with each video surpassing 1 million likes and over 100,000 comments. Some students who posted early were pleasantly surprised to find their accounts gaining tens of thousands of followers. Hey everyone, I'm Han Jun, a sports blogger from Huaqing University, and I'll be live streaming Chen's final event, the triple jump, for you now. A sports blogger from Huaqing University began a live broadcast. At this moment, at the triple jump competition site, over 40 security guards had completely surrounded the triple jump runway and landing area. Number 2222, ready. Chen stood on the 40-meter-long approach. Among the 10 events he participated in, the triple jump was the most technically demanding. The triple jump consists of the approach run, the takeoff board, and the landing area. The 3 jumps involve a hop to complete the takeoff, followed by a step to complete the second jump, and finally a jump to complete the third jump. It requires high leg strength, precise control of center of gravity, and accurate prediction of distance. It can easily lead to injuries such as ankle sprains, tibia fractures, and falls outside the landing area. After preparing, Chen sprinted out like a cheetah. The 40-meter distance was covered in an instant. Chen stomped on the takeoff board with his right foot, launching himself into the air with his speed. After soaring about 6 to 7 meters, he landed on his right foot again, using the momentum to leap into the air once more, flying another 4 to 5 meters before landing again and powerfully jumping towards the sandpit. Bang! As Chen landed in the sandpit, his body only slightly bent, and his legs didn't even wobble. 17.45 meters. The referee quickly measured the distance. The entire venue erupted once Chen's result was announced. All the onlookers had already checked the Huaqing University triple jump record, which was set in 2018 by a third-year student from the sports department at 16.89 meters.
Chen's score had once again broken the Huaqing University record.
Only cheers remained in the entire venue.
Han Jun's live stream room also went crazy. "You stupid streamer, are you stunned? Say something. Damn, are you sure they weren't flying?
Hey, now that you mention it, Chen's triple jump does resemble the Tianzong from Wudong.
You upstairs, go die. Tianzong involves stepping on your right foot with your left. Which eye did you see him do that with? This is clearly Chao Shangfei flying over the grass. Your focus is all wrong. Do you know what Chen's distances of 6.10 m, 5.24 m, and 6.10 m for the three jumps mean? Hurry up and explain, fourth floor. I don't understand, but I feel like you're about to show off.
This ratio is the optimal jump ratio for the triple jump: 35% plus 30% plus 35%. It sounds simple, but it's impossible to achieve without several years of professional training.
Even many current national team members can't reach it.
The person speaking is likely a triple jump athlete or coach. Besides these two professions, no one else would bother researching this unless they had too much free time. Based on Chen's height, we can calculate that he weighs around 70 kilograms. The time for his first jump from takeoff to landing was 0.91 seconds, and his initial takeoff speed reached 8 ms. Only 8 meters per second, that's not that fast. Look, in the 100-meter sprint, he reached 10.5 ms. You idiots, I'm too lazy to explain. Someone upstairs already said he only used 35% for the first jump. Converted, his theoretical speed is close to 82 km/h. If he were to run into you at full speed, you'd probably see the bridge to the afterlife. Do you still think 8 ms is slow? You upstairs, I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. Get lost. All of you are supposed to be high-achieving students from Huaqing University. This is basic high school physics, conservation of energy. Sorry, I just graduated from elementary school. The comments section is full of amusement, and blogger Han Jun's mouth is almost splitting from ear to ear. In just this short while, his live stream reached nearly 600,000 viewers, which translates to about 30,000 renminbi for him personally. Meanwhile, the competition site had completely lost its mind. Over 40 security guards surrounded Chen in the center, with 1,000 to 2,000 students and over a dozen referees on the periphery. Chen looked around with a strange expression. The moment he took off, he seemed to have seen the final path of the Zhou conjecture in the void. He then closed his eyes and rapidly deduced the last part of the Zhou conjecture in his mind, automatically shielding his senses from the outside noise. Director Huang, please report this to the school immediately. We really can't hold them back any longer if this continues. A captain among the security guards said to the director of security, his eyes full of worry. Director Huang, please let us in. We need to talk to Chen. No. Why are you stopping us? We don't mean him any harm. We're willing to worship him now, just get out of the way. No one is allowed to approach Chen until the school leadership arrives. The director of security spoke firmly, leading the guards to push the perimeter out by another circle. At the same time, they were also curious, what was the situation with the person who set the record? He set a record at Huaqing University, so why is he still frowning? Are you not satisfied with your grades, or with these students, or with yourself? About 7 or 8 minutes later, Chen opened his eyes. A hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes, but the surprise was evident. Senior Chen, can you give me an autograph? Student Chen, I am Professor Qian from the sports department of Huaqing University. I'd like to have a word with you. One sentence after another, it was like thousands of ducks quacking in my ears. All of you, shut up. Go do what you should be doing. Chen frowned, gathered his energy, and his internal Tai Chi force, amplified by his voice, boomed through the crowd. While everyone was stunned, Chen swiftly slipped through the crowd. Chapter 43, I just want to be a top student who delivers food. Didn't someone just run up there? Was there? There wasn't?
Below Chen's dormitory building, one student asked another. Chen, returning from the football field, rushed back to the dormitory, grabbed his laptop, and sped out of campus on his electric bike. At this hour, you're not in school receiving the adoration of students, why are you here?
Clearly, Dave had also seen Chen's incredible feat of breaking 10 records on Douyin.
Dave, this is serious. I have something urgent to do. Later, you lock the door. No matter who comes looking for me or calls, just say you haven't seen me. What the hell did you do? You didn't take down some professor, did you? Dave exclaimed, looking at Chen with his laptop, then exclaimed again, where's your hood? What do I need a hood for? Aren't you going to hack into their website? Isn't that how they do it on TV? Stop messing around. This is serious. I'm not coming out, and you're not coming in. Chen blared at Dave and cleared the desk. Seeing Chen's serious expression, Dave also became serious. He turned, left, and returned a few minutes later with a large bag. Here's some food. Make do with it for now. I'll handle things outside. After putting down the food, Dave efficiently pulled down the roller shutter and left.
Chen looked at the snacks on the table, deeply moved. Then, he picked up scratch paper and entered a state of calculation. Lines of symbols, formulas combined together. Page after page, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages. Time slipped away, but Chen was completely unaware. At this moment, in a conference room in the sports department building of Huaqing University, dozens of people were seated. The projector was playing videos of Chen's 10 events. Director Liu, this is the current situation. The coach who had stopped Chen on the football field reported in a low voice. Then what are we waiting for? Contact Chen immediately. If another school or the National Sports Committee snatches him, it would be a huge loss. We need his physical data as soon as possible, it's highly researchable. We can't reach him. After his competition, he completely disappeared. He's nowhere to be found in his dorm or classroom, and his phone has been off. Moreover, from my observation, he doesn't seem to be pursuing a path in sports. As long as we find him, I have ways to make him willing. Lu Yong, the director of the sports department, snorted coldly. Breaking 10 Huaqing University records now means there's hope of breaking 10 Xia Kingdom records, or even world records. If this happens under his leadership, it would be a great achievement, leading to a promotion at Huaqing University or even a transfer to the sports committee. You all mobilize every connection you have to find him. I'll go talk to the principal. He rushed to Wu Yuanming's office. Before he could even sit down, the principal's assistant came in to say that over a dozen people were looking for him. Lu Yong's heart sank, thinking it was bad. Wu Yuanming had already gone to greet them. What brings you all here? Wu Yuanming was somewhat surprised, as these dozen people were all head coaches from various disciplines within the sports committee. I don't usually interact with them, but that doesn't stop me from guessing their intentions. It's likely that the school has produced another talented prospect, and they're here to poach. Principal Wu, let's cut to the chase. We're here because your school has produced a promising talent. Today, at the sports meet, he broke 10 Huaqing University records. We want him to join the sports committee and bring glory to our nation. 10 records of Tsinghua University? Wu Yuanming was greatly surprised. If it were 1 or 2 records, it would be one thing, but 10 records would, without exaggeration, rewrite the medal count of a major sports event. Director Liu, you're here to discuss this too, aren't you? Which students broke the records? Principal, it wasn't a few students, it was just one student. One? Wu Yuanming was stunned. If it weren't for the expressions on the faces of those around him, he would have thought Lu Yong was joking. You know him too, it's student Chen. He's all over the internet now. Wu Yuanming rubbed his temples. This kid really doesn't make things easy for him. It's only been a few days since the modeling competition, and now he's caused such a stir. Chen's talent in physics, mathematics, and programming is so high that even Chu Xiutong praised him as a future leader. How could he let him pursue sports?
Gentlemen, I cannot decide this matter.
You can discuss it with him directly.
As long as he agrees, the school will not interfere in principle. This was the sentence they were waiting for.
They immediately bid farewell and left, some to find him, others to pull strings, mobilizing all their resources to locate Chen. After they left, Wu Yuanming tried calling Chen, but none of his more than 10 attempts went through. Then he called Zhao and Wang, who were on good terms with Chen, and asked them to talk Chen into staying. Outside, the lights were already on, and Dave was completely bewildered at this moment. Ever since the rolling shutter door was closed, his phone had not stopped ringing. Professor Zhao, Professor Wang, and teachers from the logistics department of Huaqing University called every hour, bombarding his phone.
But he always remembered Chen's words and didn't reveal Chen's whereabouts to anyone.
After a night passed, Chen leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. From yesterday afternoon until now, 17 or 18 hours, he had finally finished the last part of the Zhou conjecture and initially drafted the paper. After squatting in the restroom for a while, he packed the printed paper and his laptop into his backpack. As soon as his phone was turned on, the continuous buzzing lasted for 7 or 8 minutes. My goodness, 38 missed calls, 108 messages, 5 to 600 WeChat messages, and over 30 emails.
What the hell, is it the end of the world? Why are so many people looking for me?
Chen glanced through the missed call records, casually browsed a few messages and WeChat messages, and then lost interest. He called Dave, and almost as soon as the call ended, the rolling shutter door opened.
You brat, you're finally out.
If I didn't have surveillance in my shop, I would have thought you'd kicked the bucket in there. Although Dave complained, he still handed over the breakfast in his hand.
Dave, thank you.
Looking at the exhausted Dave, Chen guessed that this guy must have been waiting for him nearby last night.
Stop the nonsense, eat up and get lost. My phone was almost destroyed last night. Professor Zhao wants you to go see him.
He shuddered at the thought of last night's scene.
Got it.
Chen ate his breakfast hastily, which was perfect because if Professor Zhao hadn't summoned him, he would have gone to find Professor Zhao anyway.
Half an hour later, Chen entered the mathematics department's main office. So you finally decided to come back? Do you know that people from the university's sports department and sports committee have been waiting at the principal's office all this time?
If they want to wait, let them wait.
I didn't ask them to. I just want to be a top student who delivers food. Professor Zhao was delighted by the first half of Chen's sentence but annoyed by the second half.
Fortunately, Chen's attitude made it clear that he was not interested in competitive sports, which saved Zhao the trouble of persuading Chen to pursue an academic research path.
Bang!
With a bang, the office door was pushed open, and Lu Yong, the director of the sports department, barged in, followed by a dozen middle-aged men.
Chen, why aren't you answering your phone? Chapter 44 Chen's outburst. Who are you? It's my freedom whether I answer the phone or not. What business is it of yours? What's with your attitude? Do you know that I and over a dozen head coaches from the sports committee have been waiting for you all night? Did I ask you to wait? What does it have to do with me if you chose to wait? You. Stop with the what-ifs. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, leave. Don't delay my conversation with Professor Zhao.
A flicker of impatience flashed in Chen's eyes. After working for 17 or 18 hours, he now just wanted to verify the correctness of his paper with Zhao and a few professors, and perhaps have them help with the translation. After all, with his mediocre English skills, translating even an abstract would be a challenge.
All right, Director Liu, let's take this slowly. A coach stepped forward to mediate.
He then turned to Chen and said, "Classmate Chen, let me introduce you.
These dozen or so people are all coaches from the sports committee.
This is head athletics coach Su Tsong, and this is the shot put coach." Chen glanced over. He had seen most of these dozen people on television.
If you have something to say it quickly. I really need to talk to Professor Zhao.
After the person finished the introductions, Chen quickly replied.
The dozen coaches chuckled awkwardly and said, "It's like this, the video of your competition at the school sports meet yesterday is already online. After 5 or 6 minutes of rambling without getting to the point, a hint of helplessness crossed Chen's brow. Stop. If you're trying to get me to participate in sports competitions, forget it. I'm not interested. My stance is clear. You can leave now and don't bother me again. The coach's plan died in the womb before it could even begin.
Alright, since Chen has made his decision clear, you should all head back.
Can't we find a few exceptionally talented athletes in the Great Xia Kingdom?
Professor Zhao, who had been listening in, started to mediate and support Chen after hearing Chen's decision.
Professor Zhao, I don't like what you're saying. Do you know what Chen's achievements mean?
That's a watching university record, and he achieved it without formal training.
With a period of formal training, he could easily break world records and hold them for decades.
He will fill the historical void of gold medals in some of our country's events. On a larger scale, he can change the atmosphere of sports in the Xia Kingdom and the world's perception of Xia Kingdom sports.
Head athletics coach Su Tsong shouted excitedly, then added, and his physical data. If we can fully understand it, how many athletes can improve their performance? Do you know that?
Upon hearing that her own body would be studied, a hint of disgust flashed in Chen's eyes, and her expression turned grim.
Chen, you are from Xia Kingdom. You should bring honor to the nation and contribute to its sports.
If your talent isn't showcased on the field, it's a loss for all of Xia Kingdom's sports.
Yes, Coach Wang is right. Chen, your talent isn't just yours, it belongs to the nation. All of you, shut up. Chen was truly angered and suddenly roared. Bring glory to the nation? I think it's to bring glory to yourselves. Do you dare say you don't have such selfish thoughts? If I join the track and field team, will the coaches for shot put and high jump start fighting over me? You talk about national honor and righteousness, but isn't it all for yourselves? How much effort and sweat do athletes put in on the training ground and in competitions, only to receive what in the end?
Begging on the subway, bathhouse attendants, street vendors, migrant workers, undocumented individuals. But look at you all, shining and glamorous, all because of their silent sacrifices in your so-called national interest that traps them, leaving them unable to speak of their grievances? Serving the country is what the citizens of Xia Kingdom should do, and it is the duty and responsibility of every son of Xia Kingdom. The nation needs us, and we will never refuse, but our contributions are absolutely not for your benefit. What we need in return for our efforts is fairness and justice, where effort is proportional to reward, not to be summoned when needed and discarded when not. Chen's words left Lu Yong, the director of the sports department, and over a dozen coaches from the sports committee with grim expressions that could curdle water, yet they were speechless. The other students and lecturers in the office looked on with admiration, secretly giving thumbs up. I've said all I need to say, and my stance is clear. You can leave now. The following matters are confidential to the mathematics department, Chen said, taking out the bound paper on the Zhou conjecture from his bag. Professor, would you take a look? Zhao was a bit stunned. The situation changed too quickly. 1 second he was arguing with the coaches, and the next he was looking at documents. However, he still took it and casually flipped open a page. On the feasibility of the Zhou conjecture. Seeing this line of text, and then looking at the thick stack of dozens of pages, Zhao's mind exploded. He suddenly stood up, breathing rapidly, and exclaimed, Chen, you've proven it? Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, I've proven it, but I don't know if it's correct yet. Aren't I looking for you and a few professors to help review it? Although he was 90% confident, he still dared not speak too definitively at this moment. Tai Shui, old son, Xiu Hong, come here. Chun Yon, escort director Lu and the coaches out. If they refuse to leave, call security. The 3 professors, Zheng Tai Shui, were dumbfounded. They were guests, and those coaches were all renowned figures. Why call security? Zheng Tai Shui and Sun Ming suddenly remembered something and rushed towards Zhao. The 4 gathered around, looking at the abstract of the first part of the paper. The short few hundred words were read by the 4 of them more than a dozen times. This approach is highly feasible. This kid is truly a prodigy. Yes, if the subsequent process is sound, this could be considered one of the top 10 contributions to Xia Kingdom's mathematics this year.
They discussed amongst themselves.
Meanwhile, Lu Yong and the dozen coaches started causing a scene.
Chun Yong, get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Call security.
I'd like to see if security dares to throw us out.
Chen, I'm telling you, you have to come whether you want to or not. This is the decision of the sports committee. Don't force us to use the mobilization order.
That's right, you have to consider your future. If persuasion doesn't work, we'll resort to force. One of the coaches directly dropped the pretense.
Heh, idiot.
Chen glanced at him disdainfully, making the coach furious. He has no intention of pursuing a political career, so threats are useless against him. The main door burst open, and Principal Wu Yuanming strode in, his face ashen. Lu Yong's heart sank, and the coaches who had just been making threats suddenly looked awkward. Chapter 45: The Importance of a Paper versus 10 World Gold Medals.
Principal Wu, why are you here? What, as the principal of Huaqing University, is there any place on this campus I cannot go?
Wu Yuanming paused here and continued, if I hadn't come, how would I know that you were threatening my students on my turf? That's a rather serious accusation. Principal Wu, please don't misunderstand. Those few were just too eager and spoke out of turn.
We didn't mean anything by it.
Yes, Principal Wu, we were just very eager to invite student Chen to join our national team, so we got a little emotional.
We absolutely didn't mean to threaten him. The coaches who had just threatened Chen quickly offered explanations. Enough. I heard everything Chen said, and his attitude is clear. You can all go back where you came from.
With that, he stopped looking at the coaches and turned to Director Lu Yong of the sports department, saying in a low voice, Director Lu, I wouldn't have expected this from you. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yong's face turned pale. He was certain that Wu Yuanming had overheard him helping the sports committee persuade Chen, making him seem like a traitor.
Principal, You should go back first. Lu Yong's heart sank.
Wu Yuanming's attitude clearly indicated that he had taken notice and that things would not go well for him in the future. In the main office, Zhao and the other professors were engrossed in studying the Zhou conjecture paper, while Chen stepped forward to pour tea for Wu Yuanming.
Chen, what are Professor Zhao and the others doing? Wu Yuanming was curious.
The professors were so focused that they hadn't even greeted him upon his arrival.
It's nothing, I've written a paper on the Zhou conjecture, and several professors are currently studying it.
When did you start a research project, and you've already finished a paper? Wu Yuanming said this and suddenly froze, then jumped up in shock, exclaiming, Did you just say the Zhou conjecture? Principal, you're the principal of Huaqing University, how can you be so startled? Chen, while wiping his pants with a tissue, grumbled through gritted teeth. Wu Yuanming was too excited just now and startled Chen, causing the boiling water to spill out, scalding him. Stop changing the subject, kid, and tell me about the paper.
Wu Yuanming was excited. As the principal of Huaqing University, how could he not know the importance of the Zhou conjecture?
In his youth, he was also interested in the Zhou conjecture for a period, but unfortunately, he never achieved anything.
I don't know if it's correct, I just... Stop with the nonsense, hurry up and tell me.
Seeing the impatient principal, Chen began to explain his thoughts and approach to the proof from the beginning. One spoke earnestly, the other listened intently, leaving more than a dozen coaches by the wayside.
The coaches felt somewhat awkward.
They had trained dozens of world champions and were respected individuals, yet they were being treated like this. After a brief discussion among themselves, track and field coach Su Tsong stepped forward and said, Principal Wu, please give me a few minutes.
I'll report on Chen's situation to you.
Wu Yuanming, interrupted, frowned slightly, showing displeasure.
I'll give you 3 minutes.
Su Tsong was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, from a physiological perspective, Chen's body structure, from a biomechanical perspective, Chen is bound to have, from a sports competition perspective, Chen is a national asset. It was really difficult for Su Tsong. He managed to squeeze out 7 or 8 reasons in 3 minutes. Each point was framed from the perspective of national interests, honor, and future prospects, painting a picture of global renown for Chen.
If it were anyone else, Wu Yuanming would have had no reason to refuse. But who was Chen?
He was the genius whom Chu Xiaotong and several other big names had publicly praised. Now, he had even proven the Zhou conjecture. Although the correctness of the result was yet to be determined, based on the approach Chen had just explained, the process was feasible. If he were to agree to let such a talent pursue sports, he would likely be torn apart by Chu Xiaotong and the other big names, and drowned in a sea of spit by mathematicians. Chen's attitude is clear, my attitude is also clear, you can all leave now, and don't come again in the future. There's no need to think about this matter.
Principal Wu, Chen represents not only 10 world gold medals but also the sports future of Xia Kingdom. That's enough. 10 gold medals are important, but are they more important than the Zhou conjecture? Do you know what the Zhou conjecture signifies? It signifies the proof of Mersenne primes, the dream of millions of mathematics researchers worldwide. It can impact the field of computer science.
After Wu Yuanming's low roar, he continued, forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. You just need to remember that the value Chen can bring in the future will be 10, 100, 1,000 times that of 10 gold medals. Also, give your sports committee's big boss a message, it's best if he doesn't have any ulterior motives, and you all should not disturb Chen privately, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. With that said, there was no room for further discussion. The coaches all saw helplessness in each other's eyes. The sports committee's big boss was not of a higher rank than the principal, and even his presence might not be useful. Chen, we hope you will carefully consider our suggestion. If you don't leave now, I'll have security escort you out. Wu Yuanming glared at the person who spoke, and the group had no choice but to leave the office. The office finally quieted down. Shen and Wu Yuanming were discussing, Chang Yang was also listening in, and Professor Zhao and the other three were gathered discussing as well. Time passed quickly. By lunchtime, the professors finally stopped their discussions.
Chang Yang, order some takeout.
We'll make do with lunch.
Okay, Professor Zhao.
Chang Yang stood up reluctantly, still wanting more. In the morning, he listened to Chen explain the Zhou conjecture, and he found that he had gained more than in his 3 months of research. Senior fellow student, order takeout for me and save my delivery driver number.
I'll go get it.
As soon as Chen said this, Chang Yang was stunned, and the principal and several professors were also dumbfounded.
What kind of ridiculous operation is this? Asking you to pick it up is less direct than asking you to buy it. You kid, don't run around. Stay here obediently. After we finish eating, we'll continue. Professor Zhao glared at Chen. Professor, there's a reason I'm delivering food. Have you ever considered how I proved my conjecture of Zhou? To be honest, during the high jump competition yesterday, the moment I took off, I seemed to see the path to Zhou's proof in the void. A flash of inspiration struck me, so I disappeared after the competition to record it. Everyone looked at Chen, their minds failing to comprehend. Are you kidding us? This is too fantastical.
Legend has it that one can unleash incredible abilities in the face of death.
Did this kid feel like he was dying when he was in free fall after jumping?
Seeing the expressions on the professors' faces, Chen sighed, lamenting that times had changed.
Nobody believes the truth anymore. Chapter 46, Paper completed, System upgrade triggered.
The professors were lost in thought.
Should we have graduate students and doctoral students like Chang Yang deliver food too? High jump? Triple jump? If that doesn't work, maybe we can organize some freefall exercises to stimulate their inspiration at the brink of death?
Seeing the strange and confused looks from the professors, Chang Yang shivered. In the end, the mathematics professors were convinced by Chen's fantastical reason and agreed to let him pick up the food. In the mathematics department office, Principal Wu Yuanming sat with Professor Zhao and 3 other professors.
Professor Zhao, what do you think about Chen's conjecture of Zhou?
This was Wu Yuanming's primary concern.
Huaqing University has made some achievements in mathematics in recent years, but they are mediocre.
They are acceptable within Huaqing University, but not competitive on a national or global scale. Professor Zhao pondered for a moment and said, "Principal, based on our analysis this morning, Chen's proof is correct, but we need more rigorous argumentation."
Correct? Wu Yuanming's eyes lit up with surprise.
He then said, "Professor Zhao, I will notify the professors in the mathematics department shortly to fully cooperate with the four of you in verifying Chen's conjecture of Zhou. We aim to figure it out before the National Day holiday.
This will be a gift from Huaqing University for National Day."
Understood.
Got it.
After discussing Chen's affairs with the professors for a while, Wu Yuanming left, as he was the principal of Huaqing University and had many other matters to attend to. Investigate thoroughly the incident involving Chen at the university sports meet.
For students involved, severe demerits and probation will be given. The main culprits will be expelled.
Teachers and school leaders involved, in serious cases, after notification to the school committee, will be demoted or expelled. If there is any exchange of power or money involved, all will be transferred to judicial authorities.
We will not tolerate it.
Back in his office, Wu Yuanming's face was livid as he roared an order outside.
Things are getting out of hand. Some people are relying on their connections with leaders to create a mess in the entire school. This blatant disregard is completely shaming Huaqing University. No matter who intervenes this time, I will stand firm and give Chen an explanation.
It would be a loss for Huaqing University if such a genius becomes dissatisfied because of this matter.
System, check in. Ding. Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a twin prime conjecture fragment, 1-3. Chen, who had returned after picking up the food, looked strangely at the system's notification. The conjecture of Zhou is a solution towards the distribution law of Mersenne primes, while the twin prime conjecture aims to prove the infinitude of twin primes and is also a conjecture related to the distribution law of Mersenne primes.
But in reality, it's not very useful, just for fun.
However, the greatest significance of proving conjectures lies in the combination or innovative use of mathematical concepts, methods, and tools. First the conjecture of Zhou, then the conjecture of the infinitude of twin primes.
If the twin primes are solved, will the next be the Goldbach conjecture? Is the system making him clear all the challenges in number theory? The Goldbach conjecture is one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. If it's solved, Chen will dominate the mathematics world of Xia Kingdom.
Despite his thoughts, Chen had no intention of solving it anytime soon. After dinner, Chen explained the core idea of the conjecture of Zhou to the 4 professors.
Professors, once you've finished your verification, could you also help me revise and translate it?
Why don't you translate it?
I can translate it, but don't blame me if it turns into a joke.
Speaking of which, Zhao was speechless. The last time he drank with Wang had told him that this kid seemed to have an aversion to English.
Kid, I'll translate for you this time, but what about next time? Also, your paper might require a report meeting with many foreigners. What will you do then? That's easy to handle. Just arrange a translator for me then. It's a simple matter. Huaqing University shouldn't be that poor, right?
Besides, when I hold my report meeting, it's my turf, and I make the rules.
I'll just use Chinese. If they want to listen, they can. If not, they can leave. It's that simple, I'm not begging them.
The 4 professors' eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance at Chen's domineering response.
When would they not wish for Chinese to become a global lingua franca, just like English?
In recent years, the nation has gradually grown stronger, and the promotion of the Chinese language has yielded significant results. Many countries have made Chinese a mandatory subject in their primary and secondary schools, but this takes time. Or rather, it requires the nation to be sufficiently strong and to achieve breakthroughs in scientific research.
Kid, you're right. I, old son, support you. Damn it, why do we scholars have to learn English? Why do our research findings have to be published in English? I've endured this for decades. Why should we, a nation with a 5,000-year-old civilization, learn from a country that has only been established for just over 200 years? It pains me to even think about it. Exactly. Old son is right. We had no choice back then, we had to align with international standards. Now the country is strong, but not strong enough. Kid, you need to work hard. Chen found it amusing and exasperating, not expecting these professors to be such passionate nationalists. Professor Zhao remained calmer. Chen, although I'm also very angry, we still need time for now. You still need to learn English, it's essential for top international scholars. One day, when your research achievements are significant enough and your academic standing is high enough, you can give a speech in any language you wish, even in Nanha dialect or any local dialect, and those scholars will have to bear with it. Chen nodded. The nation is growing stronger, give it some time, and it will surely soar like a dragon. He also needs to work harder to contribute to this soaring dragon. After leaving the mathematics department office, all the professors in the department were mobilized. The math students were astonished to find that all their professors had disappeared, and their classes were being taught by the professors' doctoral students. Only a select few knew what the professors were up to, but they pretended not to. Chen spent his days shuttling between the library, his dorm, and the takeout station, occasionally attending classes. In reality, attending classes held little significance for him, but he savored the collective atmosphere. Beep. Detected host has completed one Class A, Tier 1 paper in 5 main subject professor level skills, satisfying the system's advancement conditions. System upgrade in progress. Countdown commencing, 11:59. Chen, who was in the library, was startled by the system's announcement, his eyes wide with confusion. But his confusion was quickly replaced by surprise. He recalled that on the first day he got the system, it mentioned being in its initial version and that it would be upgraded later to include subsystems for tasks, lucky draws, and a mall. He had been trying to figure out how to upgrade it, never expecting the condition to be one Class A paper in 5 main subject professor level skills. He also hadn't anticipated the system classifying the Zhou conjecture as a Class A, Tier 1 paper. Academically, papers are generally categorized into 6 tiers internationally, from highest to lowest, T, A, B, C, D, and E. Tier T refers to papers in special publications, with only science and nature worldwide. Tier E refers to restricted public publications, such as university journals. In simpler terms, these are journals where you can get published if you pay. In 2019, Huaqing University published 10,341 SCI papers, but only 3 were Class A, all authored by several academicians within the university. Now, for a sophomore to publish one would be like dropping a nuclear bomb on Chinese universities. The tier designation isn't as important as his anticipation for the new features the system might offer after upgrading. Chapter 47, Sharing Research Results. Buzz. The vibration of his phone roused Chen from his thoughts. Chen, come to the math department conference room immediately. Your paper is ready. Hurry. As soon as the call connected, Professor Zhao's excited voice came through. Just as he expected, the Zhou conjecture had likely been validated by the professors in the math department. 15 minutes later, in the math department's conference room, Zhao and several other professors were gathered, along with their respective graduate and doctoral students. There were 20 to 30 people filling the room. Chen, here's your paper. I've printed a copy for you, and the projector is displaying the electronic version. Chen took the paper, about 30 pages long, and finished reading it in just over 20 minutes. He only read the Chinese portion and gave up on the English part halfway through. It was too taxing to read. Which journal are you planning to submit to? Zhao asked at the opportune moment. Advances in Mathematics. Chen blurted out. The publication of a paper is crucial. The prestige of the journal it's published in significantly impacts its importance. Hearing Chen mention Advances in Mathematics, Zhao and the others smiled, while doctoral students like Changyan looked on with envy. The Zhou conjecture alone would be more than sufficient for their doctoral dissertations, and with this paper, they could secure a professorship at any university. The top 4 journals in mathematics are Annals of Mathematics, Advances in Mathematics, Acta Mathematica, and Communications on Pure and Applied Mathematics. Among them, Annals of Mathematics boasts an impact factor of 3.96 over 3 years, ranking it at the top. Since the system classified the Zhou conjecture as Class A, Tier 1, Advances in Mathematics is the most suitable choice. That aligns with our discussion. Since you've made the same choice, let's go with advances in mathematics. Professor Zhao smiled and then asked, "Do you know the submission process? Shall we guide you through it?" Hey, something's not right. Chen's brow furrowed as he casually glanced at the first page of the paper. What's wrong? Zhao and Professor Zheng Taixue, along with several others, abruptly stood up, their expressions grave. If there were any issues after the professors had spent 3 days on the paper, it would be a major embarrassment. Professor, why are you all so nervous? I didn't say there was a problem with the paper. Hurry up and tell me, what's the problem? Why isn't my paper listing a corresponding author, advisor, and second author? After hearing Chen's question, the professors let out a long sigh of relief and sat back in their chairs. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Chen suggested they wished they could give him a good beating. It was a false alarm, to say the least. But it was also a bit awkward. A published paper usually has a corresponding author, a first author, and a second author. The corresponding author is the overall project leader, the first author is the main contributor to the paper, and the second author is a participant. But this paper was completed solely by Chen, there was no project leader at all. These professors had only reviewed it, they hadn't contributed anything. However, that's not entirely accurate, they did contribute to polishing, revising, translating, and finalizing the paper. But based on those contributions alone, they felt they couldn't claim to be the second author. They didn't have the nerve. Professor Zhao, how about you be the corresponding author? And Professor Zhang and the others as second authors? Or perhaps senior brother Chen Yong could be listed? Chen didn't really care. It was just the Zhou conjecture, after all. He still had the twin prime conjecture. With the system at his disposal, he might even conquer all 7 Millennium Prize problems. He had become Zhao's disciple, making him a fellow student of Chen Yong. This second authorship was crucial for Chen Yong's future development. Zhao and the other professors were deeply moved, their faces full of emotion. They hadn't expected Chen to be so generous, willing to share the fruits of his labor with them. The value of this paper was extremely high. Even as professors, having their names on it would greatly assist with their performance reviews and promotions. Let's forget about us, it wouldn't be appropriate, and we'd feel guilty. Your senior brother Chen Yong could consider it would be beneficial for him. All the professors and doctoral students turned their attention to Chen Yong. Chen Yong's face initially lit up with excitement, then he said, "Thank you, junior brother Chen. Although I'm not talented, I'd like to achieve this through my own efforts and true abilities." Chen Yong's eyes held a determined, confident, and hopeful light. "Ah, excellent, excellent. Chen Yong, your teacher was right about you. I've been waiting for this day and will definitely celebrate it with you." Professor Zhao laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration for Chen Yong. Fame is important, but what he valued more was character. Talent without virtue made one a degenerate, destined for little in academia. To resist temptation and stay true to one's original intention is to achieve lasting success. The other professors looked at Zhao with deep envy, sighing that the old man was truly blessed. First, there was the exceptionally talented Chen Yong, and then there was the monstrously gifted Chen, who emerged like a comet. Most importantly, both had excellent character. Looking at their own students, they felt a profound sense of disappointment. The doctoral students lowered their heads in shame, feeling utterly helpless. Chen was a prodigy. Comparing themselves to him was just asking for trouble. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Yong was tasked with guiding the paper submission process. An hour later, Chen had a clear understanding of the submission procedures and formatting requirements for the top 4 mathematics journals. Senior brother Chang, are the submission methods for science and nature the same as this? Chen Yong, who was browsing the website, flinched. The conversations in the conference room abruptly ceased, leaving in profound silence. Everyone stared at Chen with strange expressions. "Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm just asking casually. I want to get familiar with it beforehand. After all, I'll be publishing papers there in the future, and it's not good to always bother senior brother." Chen felt a bit unnerved by their stares.
His explanation only made them look at him as if he were a monster.
Damn, listen to this audacity.
He hasn't even finalized the paper for progress in mathematics yet, and he's already thinking about the two major international top-tier journals.
Professor Zhao looked at Chen, his eyes alight with excitement. Chen, have you made any new discoveries?
Based on his understanding of Chen, this young man definitely had something brewing. Otherwise, given his typically cautious nature, he would never have asked about this proactively.
It's nothing much.
While proving the Zhou conjecture, I stumbled upon something related to the infinitude of twin primes.
I haven't fully grasped it yet. Boom!
The conference room erupted in a frenzy.
A cacophony of voices filled the room.
Chen covered his ears, feeling helpless. He couldn't fathom how 30 people could generate the noise of nearly 100. As people involved in mathematical research, they all understood the significance of the infinitude of twin primes. Even though it might not have immediate practical applications, if Chen proved the Zhou conjecture and then the infinitude of twin primes, he would be the closest person to solving the Goldbach conjecture. The Goldbach conjecture, proposed in 1742, had remained unproven for nearly 3 centuries, attesting to its immense difficulty. Chapter 48, Emperor of Luck, a skill of limited usefulness.
If mathematics were a skyscraper, the Goldbach conjecture would be its ground floor, or perhaps its foundation.
Once the Goldbach conjecture was proven, it would revolutionize the development and progress of computer science and cryptography. It would undoubtedly lead to the creation of new mathematical systems and foster progress on related mathematical challenges, such as the Riemann hypothesis.
If Chen were to prove it, the standing of Huaqing University's mathematics department would become unassailable within the country. The level of mathematical research in Xia Kingdom would skyrocket globally.
Therefore, their excitement was completely justified.
Could you all calm down? It's far too early to celebrate.
Chen looked at the eager faces around him and explained helplessly. Although he had obtained a third of the fragments related to the twin prime conjecture, he hadn't fully understood them yet, let alone proven them in the short term.
Okay, we believe you.
Professor Zhao replied, but his tone clearly indicated, you've been holding out on us. Zhou sure guessed you said you hadn't thought it through back then, but you managed to finish it in half a month.
Chen found it a bit exasperating, but didn't offer any further explanation. After Professor Zhao reminded everyone to keep it a secret, they dispersed.
Chen returned to his dorm to pack his bags. National Day was tomorrow, and he planned to go home for a visit.
His 3 roommates had already slipped out to have fun.
Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered his appointment with 2 mysterious diners from a month ago.
Speak of the devil. The night gave me black eyes. His phone rang, an unknown number. After a moment of hesitation, Chen pressed the answer button. Hello, is this student Chen? I am Yi Ziyuan.
A deep voice came from the phone, sounding somewhat familiar.
Student Chen, do you remember our appointment at Jixiangju a month ago? Chen suddenly realized the faces of the 2 diners appearing in his mind. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. Hello, I'm Chen. Of course, I remember the appointment. I was just wondering if you guys didn't trust me and had cancelled it. Ha ha, you jest.
You are a master of Sichuan cuisine.
I really can't think of anyone else in Xia Kingdom who could match you.
Although he had only tasted 4 of Chen's dishes, he was privy to Chen's every move during this period. When he learned that Chen was a student at Huaqing University, a winner of 3 major awards in the mathematical contest in modeling, and the author of a top-secret paper, he was astonished beyond words. All right, no need for pleasantries. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at 8 sharp.
Okay, 8 tomorrow. See you then.
After hanging up the phone and finishing packing, Chen washed up, got into bed, and silently addressed the system. A transparent status screen appeared, but it only showed a prominent countdown timer, with no other information visible. He felt an unbearable itch of anticipation, unable to focus on his studies.
What studies?
Forget it, I'll sleep now and deal with it tomorrow.
System upgrade successful, restarting. Host data loading. Loaded successfully.
New functions enabled, please check, host. At 4 in the morning, Chen was startled awake by a voice in his mind while he was half asleep. With a thought, the transparent status screen appeared in his mind.
Host Chen. Age, 19. Occupation, student, part-time food delivery writer.
Attributes, strength 8.6, reflexes 9.5, speed 8.3 horsepower, normal person equals 1.
Fame points, 0.
Skills, physics professor level, mathematics domestic top tier, economics professor level, informatics programming researcher level, statistics professional level, Wudong Tai Chi grandmaster level, Sichuan cuisine bike repair master class proficiency, flower arranging proficiency.
Chen pondered the information on the status screen with some confusion.
Compared to before, there was only a new option for fame points.
What is this? System upgrade is pointless?
Firstly, in the attributes section, strength, reflexes, and speed all increased by 5 points before acquiring Grandmaster Tai Chi. His current physical fitness would not be at a disadvantage even when sparring with China's top special forces soldiers. This is on the premise that the two are having a friendly spar, not a life or death battle. If it were a fight for survival, then it's hard to say. A miss by an inch causes a loss by 1,000 miles. Given the system's nature, it definitely wouldn't come out to explain things to him.
Chen could only explore it slowly.
A quarter of an hour later, Chen sat up excitedly. Fortunately, no one else was in the dorm, or they would have thought he had come back from the dead.
After the system upgrade, there were 2 new functions. First, the system added an active check-in function.
You can check in anywhere, anytime, once a day. You can still get skills, but the probability of obtaining skills is much lower compared to delivering food. He had calculated that the probability of getting a skill from delivering food check-ins was 30%, while the active check-in was about 10%. However, if you do get a skill, the worst you'll get is professor level or a skill of equivalent level. Second, the system added a lottery system, divided into silver, gold, diamond, and god tiers.
Reputation points are used as the currency for draws. Reputation points represent how much others recognize him.
A silver tier draw costs 10 reputation points.
There is a 90% chance of drawing trash, a 6% chance of drawing a skill, a 3% chance of drawing a blueprint, and a 1% chance of drawing a prototype. He couldn't see the draw options for the other tiers yet. He wasn't sure if it was because his level was too low or if he didn't have enough reputation points. System, come out and explain to your host daddy, what's the meaning of 0 reputation points? Are you looking down on me? Or am I not worthy of recognition? Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive.
Chen clicked on the lottery interface, and a large roulette wheel with 100 small slots popped up.
Beep. The lottery subsystem is launching for the first time. A free draw is granted to the host. Do you wish to draw? Confirm or cancel.
Chen was also surprised, not expecting this bonus.
Confirm. As soon as he spoke, the roulette wheel spun so fast that Chen couldn't even see it clearly. Stop.
The roulette wheel abruptly stopped after spinning at extreme speed, making Chen's eyes dizzy. Congratulations, host, on drawing the Grandmaster calligraphy skill.
The system's prompt made Chen want to laugh and cry. He managed to draw a skill with a 6% chance, which means he's incredibly lucky. But this skill is practically useless. Damn it, this is the information age.
In a while, it might even be paperless offices.
Who even writes anymore? Could it be that the system was afraid he'd embarrass it by writing poorly during a presentation?
Immediately, a torrent of information was transmitted into his mind out of thin air, with countless strokes and writing techniques integrating into himself. Li Cixil's script, Han Qi's clerical script, Zhou Yao's regular script, Wang Shiji's running script, Suo Jing's cursive script, Emperor Huizong of Song's slender gold style, and more evolved and merged in his mind, slowly forming a calligraphy style that belonged to him. With the integration complete, Chen felt an urge to practice, but unfortunately, there was no brush, ink, paper, or inkstone around. After all this fuss, it was almost 5 o'clock, and the sky was beginning to brighten. Chen decided not to sleep anymore. After practicing Tai Chi a few times at a spot downstairs, he went to the library to try the active check-in.
As expected, it was completely useless. Chapter 49, Is Chen a Hidden Rich Kid? 8 in the morning. A black Alfred stopped downstairs from Chen's dorm. A man in his 30s got out. "Mr. Chen, we meet again."
Chen recognized him as the man who was with the middle-aged person at Jixiangju previously.
"Let's get in the car first, we can talk on the way."
Chen glanced at the classmates passing by and felt a sense of urgency.
"Please."
The Alfred smoothly drove towards the gate. After the car disappeared from view, the passing students began to discuss.
"Why did Chen get into a minivan?" "What minivan?" "That's an Alfred, come on." "Dude, even if you don't recognize an Alfred, you must recognize the Toyota logo, right? When did you ever see Toyota make minivans?" "Stop blabbering, just tell me, is it expensive or not?"
Judging by its appearance, it should be the 2.5L Golden Special Edition that was launched last year.
"Worth over $1 million. Holy crap, so does that mean Chen is a rich second-generation heir?
Whether he's a rich heir or not is debatable, but he's at least friends with one. And so, the rumor that Chen was a hidden rich heir spread throughout the student circles of Huaqing University. The Alfred truly lives up to its reputation as a favorite among Hong Kong tycoons. The ride inside is incredibly comfortable, and most importantly, the driver's skills are excellent.
Even in heavy traffic, there's no sense of bumpiness. "Mr. Chen, my name is Yi San. I'm the boss's assistant. The boss is quite busy today and can't get away, so please forgive me." Chen nodded and asked, "Where are we going?"
"Have you heard of the Yinchi Villa District?"
Chen was inwardly amazed. Kyoto has 8 major villa districts, with Yinchi Villa District being the most prominent.
It covers nearly 500 acres and contains fewer than 100 villas, each valued at over 80 million yuan.
It's not a place where you can buy a property just because you have money, you need influence as well. Of course, it's expensive for a reason.
To the north of the villa district lie Qianling Mountain, Beigong, Yingshan, and Yungang, 3 major national forest parks. To the south is the 6,000-acre Qinglong Lake, to the east is Nangong Hot Springs, and to the west are ancient temples like Tanja and Jietai, some thousands of years old.
Third brother, I heard they recreated the panoramic view of Suzhou's Master of the Nets garden, with the saying 1 garden, 3 entrances, and 15 scenes?
Yi San glanced at Chen, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Chen to know the layout of the Yinchi Villa District.
"Mr. Chen, if you have time later, I'll accompany you on a stroll around the garden. The scenery is absolutely first class."
After driving for about an hour, the car stopped at a gate 40 meters wide.
"Mr. Chen, shall we get out and take a walk?" "Please."
Chen got out of the car and was greeted by a massive, hand-painted scroll of auspicious cranes by Emperor Huizong of Song. The top of the gate was adorned with dugong brackets and gold filigree, featuring intricate Chinese patterns, while the ground was decorated with sculpted landscapes, revealing mountains, water, and clouds. This perfectly matched the description: towering, grand gates within, where noble lords reside.
"This is the second courtyard, Xinyuantang, modeled after the Dianchuan Pavilion in the Master of the Nets Garden in Suzhou. This is the third courtyard, Qinghui Garden. This bridge is called the Moon-Grasping Bridge. This is the Qinglian Corridor." In half an hour, Yi San had shown Chen around the front part of the villa district. Everywhere exuded classical beauty, subtly incorporating the principles of feng shui. The 4 waters converging into the central pond, rockeries and landscaping, streams passing through rocks and trees. If he hadn't known this was the capital, he would have thought it was the misty Jiangnan region. "Mr. Chen, I have some matters to attend to. When you're done exploring, you can head directly to Villa number 9. At this moment, Yi San returned after taking a phone call and apologized to Chen.
Chen nodded, as he was still lingering on the scenery he had just passed. Stepping into Qinghui Garden again, Chen felt his spirits lift considerably, his mind becoming much sharper.
Would it be nice to set up a desk in this pavilion to practice calligraphy and read books? Set up a barbecue grill in the backyard. When tired from calligraphy, we could have a party.
Planting some bamboo here would be wonderful. Sitting under it in the summer would be so refreshing. It would be a shame not to plant some fruit trees here.
Would solving the 7 millennium problems here increase efficiency?
Suddenly, laughter from outside the garden interrupted Chen's daydreaming. Chen frowned and glanced towards the garden gate.
How could it be him?
Upon recognizing the figures entering the garden, Chen murmured softly. He saw Vance, who had been targeting him all along.
Chen, what are you doing here?
Vance barked, clearly having spotted Chen as well.
Where I am is none of your business. Is this your house?
It's not my house, but it's definitely not a place you can just enter.
A young man, about Vance's age, standing nearby, asked, Vance, do you know him?
Young Master Yi, this is a junior from our university. Vance introduced them, grinding his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. Young Master Yi, today is the old master's birthday banquet, and all the important guests are here. This kid must have heard about it from somewhere and sneaked in. If he offends any distinguished guest, it will be difficult to explain. The young man surnamed Yi was startled.
Vance had a point.
Kid, this is not a place you should be. Get lost. The young man surnamed Yi sized Chen up, seeing that his entire outfit cost less than 500 yuan, and shouted angrily. Looking at the young man surnamed Yi, Chen cursed inwardly. Damn it, he never thought a plot from a novel would happen to him, and such a cliché one about the rich looking down on the poor. Hearing the young man surnamed Yi's disrespectful words, Chen's face immediately turned cold.
I don't know how to get lost. Can you demonstrate for me?
You son of a bitch, you don't know what's good for you.
Get him.
The young man shouted, and several youths behind him charged forward.
Bang! Bang! Chen didn't move from his spot and kicked all 5 of them away.
Stop! The patrolling security guards noticed and immediately rushed over, helping up young Master Yi and the others.
Young Master Yi, what's going on here?
Captain Zhang, I suspect he sneaked in and intends to cause trouble at my grandfather's birthday banquet. The security captain naturally recognized the speaker as Yi Hong, the second young master of the Yi family from Villa Number 9. Hearing Yi Hong's words, the security captain was also taken aback. Today is old Master Yi's birthday banquet, and the higher-ups had specifically instructed that security must be top-notch. If there were any problems as Yi Hong claimed, he would be in serious trouble.
Young Master Yi, could there be some misunderstanding?
It's impossible for someone to sneak into the villa district. Captain Zhang responded sternly, not wanting to wrong an innocent person.
Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?
He's just a poor student from Huaqing University.
Do you think he could get in?
Or do you think I'm lying?
Even if he could get in, didn't you see him just beat us up?
You know who my brothers are. If they sustain even the slightest injury, they won't let you off.
Yi Hong roared. Chen hadn't held back when he kicked them just now. Young man, tell us, how did you get in? And what was your purpose?
Chen nodded inwardly at Captain Zhang's attitude, relieved to find at least one person upholding justice.
If I said I was invited by Yi Ziyuan, would you believe me?
As soon as he said this, not only were the 4 security guards stunned, but Yi Hong, Vance, and the other young masters burst into laughter. It was as if they had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world.
Kid, just leave on your own. Don't force me to act.
Captain Zhang glared and shouted coldly.
Who is Yi Ziyuan? Why would he invite a mere boy?
Chen looked at everyone, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I can leave, but I hope you guys can still laugh later.
Chapter 50, An Apology in Person.
I hope you guys can still laugh later. Chen shook his head and turned towards the main gate. It wasn't that he was afraid. Fighting here would likely lead to police involvement, which would delay his return home today.
Young Master Yi, are we just going to let him leave like that? Today is my grandfather's birthday banquet. Let's not cause any more trouble. After today, we'll teach him a lesson. Everyone stopped talking and headed towards Villa Number 9.
As soon as Chen stepped out the door, his phone rang.
Mr. Chen, where are you?
I've finished here, shall I come pick you up?
No need, I've already left.
You can come to Huaqing University to pick up the deposit later.
Hearing Chen's words, Yi San was greatly surprised and asked urgently, "Mr. Chen, what do you mean? If I offended you earlier, I'll accept any punishment. It has nothing to do with you. Someone in your Yi family doesn't welcome me, so why should I stay?" With that, Chen hung up the phone. He had regretted taking on this job from the start, and now he could use this excuse to back out, which was even better. Yi San was confused. Someone in the Yi family didn't welcome him? He had only been gone for about half an hour. What could have happened? Being a smart person, he figured out what had happened within a few minutes. Since it involved the second young master of the Yi family, he dared not delay and directly found Yi Ziyuan, who was currently entertaining guests. "What did you say? Mr. Chen left? And Yi Hongsheng drove him away? What exactly happened? Tell me." Within minutes, the anger on Yi Ziyuan's face grew more intense, and he roared, "Summon that unfilial son to me." Yi Hong entered the living room, appearing docile, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Bang! Yi Ziyuan slammed the table and said angrily, "Yi Hong, I don't care what method you use. If you can't get Mr. Chen's forgiveness today, you'll have to fend for yourself from now on." Yi Hong was stunned and asked Yi San, who was standing nearby, "Third brother, what does my father mean? Mr. Chen? I haven't caused trouble recently?" Yi San sighed and said, "The person you drove away at Qinghui Garden was the Sichuan cuisine master your father invited back to prepare a birthday banquet for the elder. Your father wanted to give your grandfather a surprise. Now that you've driven the master away, the banquet." Hearing this, Yi Hong shivered all over, his eyes filled with fear. Knowing his father well, Chen must have passed his father's vetting process, otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited. If Chen couldn't be persuaded to return, his father would definitely keep his word, and no one would dare to support him. It would be worse than death for him. Where did Mr. Chen go? I'll go invite him right now. I advise you to ask your father to come with you, otherwise, Mr. Chen will be hard to persuade. Yi San had investigated Chen and naturally knew Chen's personality. A few minutes later, a low-key luxury car stopped by the roadside. Yi Ziyuan, Yi San, and Yi Hong got out of the car. Chen was somewhat surprised that the Yi family could find him so quickly. "You came at the right time. Here's your deposit, take it back to save you another trip." Yi Ziyuan didn't take it and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chen, please don't be angry. It's my fault for raising my son poorly and offending you. Please be magnanimous. You unfilial son, why aren't you coming to apologize to Mr. Chen?" Yi Ziyuan's posture was very humble. "Mr. Chen, it was my eyes that were blind, and I offended you. Please forgive me. I beg you to consider my grandfather's 80th birthday and return." Yi Hong lowered his head, showing no dissatisfaction on his face. "Not that I don't dare, but I don't. Mr. Chen, I have already punished him. After today, Yi Hong will not be allowed to leave the Yanqi Villa area for 3 months. Please, for the sake of my filial piety and my grandfather's long-held wish, help me this time, how about it?" Chen sighed. Yi Ziyuan was so humble and even brought up the 80-year-old birthday boy, it would seem unreasonable not to agree. A hint of helplessness flashed in Yi Hong's eyes. His father's words were not just for show. He was resigned to 3 months of confinement. "All right, but only this once." Chen looked at Yi Ziyuan's attitude and nodded. He wasn't foolish enough to ask Yi Ziyuan to expel Vance from the birthday banquet for a few days or to punish Vance, as that would be unrealistic. Judging from Vance's tone with Yi Hong just now, their relationship was unusual. Although the two families were not old friends, they were definitely important partners. This was evident from the fact that Yi Ziyuan's apology earlier did not mention Vance at all. Compared to an ally worth tens of billions, he was just a chef with a degree from Huaqing University. There was no comparison, and Yi Ziyuan would not offend an ally for him. Although he had a system, before he became powerful, these people could kill him with ease. The three of Yi Ziyuan were overjoyed. They ushered Chen into the car and drove straight to Villa Number 9. Villa Number 9 was also an ancient-style courtyard with 2 stories and 3 courtyards, almost a miniature version of the front half of the Yanqi Villa area. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Chen began preparing the ingredients.
He was making the elaborate menu for the birthday star, while other chefs were responsible for the other guests. Empowered by the mastery of Tai Chi inner strength, the knife in Chen's hand seemed alive, slicing shreds as precise as if measured by a ruler. It was almost midnight by the time he finished preparing the ingredients.
"Mr. Chen, you may begin."
After Yi San gave the reminder, Chen moved. Every movement was as if naturally formed, returning to simplicity, a sight that delighted Yi San. While Chen was cooking, guests in the front hall offered their birthday gifts. The elderly birthday boy, Yi Kong, was all smiles. At his age, he had seen all sorts of treasures. He was simply here for the lively atmosphere. At the main table in the front hall, a full table was occupied by elders who were peers of Yi Ziyuan and the elderly birthday boy, Yi Kong. "Father, your son has prepared a gift for you today." Yi Ziyuan's face was full of mystery, piquing the interest of Yi Kong and everyone else. Dishes were served one after another. 16 dishes, as exquisite as paintings, complete in color, aroma, and taste. This is a Qian menu? The elderly birthday boy, Yi Kong, was somewhat surprised, his voice filled with delight. "Father, please try it and see if it tastes like the way you used to eat it." Yi Kong picked up a slice of the blanched king trumpet mushroom and put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. As he chewed, his eyes filled with reminiscence, as if recalling something. "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Ziyuan, you are so thoughtful. You have fulfilled my last wish, and I have no regrets in this life." Hearing Yi Kong say this, Yi Hong, who was serving nearby, broke into a cold sweat. "Ziyuan, please invite the master chef over. I want to thank him in person." Yi Ziyuan nodded towards Yi San, who was outside the door. After explaining his purpose, Chen was somewhat speechless. Why would he go to someone else's birthday banquet? Just as he was about to refuse, Chen's heart stirred. He remembered the Grandmaster-level calligraphy skill he had obtained from the morning's lucky draw. "Third brother, do you have brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone? Please prepare them for me." Although Yi San didn't know what Chen wanted these for, Yi Ziyuan's study was not short of such items. They were prepared in a few minutes. With everything ready, Chen stood by the table, concentrating his mind. A few breaths later, he picked up the brush and his hand moved like a dragon flying and a snake dancing on the paper. With a calm spirit, the body remains healthy when movement and stillness are in harmony, longevity is naturally high. 2 lines of cursive script leaped onto the paper. "Beautiful calligraphy!" Yi San exclaimed, and Chen looked at him with some surprise. Yi San's old face flushed. He only knew the calligraphy was good but not why. Chen shook his head. The profound meaning contained in this calligraphy was something the elderly birthday boy could understand, and he would undoubtedly benefit immensely. "Third brother, I won't go to the front hall. Just give this calligraphy to the old man, and arrange a car to take me back. Listen to me, I'll take all the responsibility, Mr. Yi." Chapter 51, I, Huan-san, am back. Chen left. Yi San walked into the front hall with the calligraphy. "Grandpa, Mr. Chen has left, but he asked me to give you this calligraphy as a wish for your good health." Yi Kong felt a little disappointed but said, "Open it and let's see." The fine Xian paper was slowly unrolled, revealing 2 lines of text. The elders at the table were all shocked. One of them suddenly stood up, his breathing rapid. Then, he fell into a daze, his eyes vacant. If Chen were here, he would have recognized this person as Su Yuan, the old man who practiced Tai Chi and whom he met at Pingshan Pavilion in the old summer palace. Hardness and softness complement each other, with both central and oblique strokes. Flowing like clouds and water, the strokes are like clouds and smoke. The brushwork is majestic and unified, with vibrant postures, appearing effortless yet imbued with life. Manqing's brushwork, Yan's essence, and Lu's bone structure. "Old man Kong, sell me this calligraphy, or I'll trade you. Pick anything from my collection. If you don't like anything, I'll go find it. Whatever condition you set, I'll agree to it." The elder who had been in a daze suddenly came to his senses and shouted at Yi Kong. The elders were confused, and Yi Kong had no idea what was going on. "Give me your Qingni inkstone." "Certainly."
Su Yuan's straightforward attitude surprised the other elders. Su Yuan's Chengni inkstone was used by Emperor Xingzu of the Qing dynasty.
Usually, he wouldn't even let them see it, but today he was acting unusually. Forget it, I still want that jar of 500-year-old aged liquor.
Certainly.
I want Qian's splash ink landscape painting, Qingcheng, the most serene in the world.
Certainly. Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he continued, Do you have any other requests? Speak quickly. Old Su, are you out of your mind? Do you know what I just asked for? Get lost. I'm perfectly sane. Isn't it just the Chengni inkstone, the 500-year-old Song family's Xiaodaozi aged liquor, and Qian's Qingcheng, the most serene in the world? I'll give them all to you, as long as you give me this calligraphy.
One of the elders, his eyes full of disbelief, shouted.
Old Su, are you crazy? Do you realize the value of those 3 items? At market price, they're worth at least 50 million.
Setting aside the money, these are things you've collected over half your life and cherished the most.
No, that was the past. Now, this calligraphy is what I love the most. Su Yuan's expression was grave, and then his tone became somewhat helpless, saying, Old man Kong, be quick. Tell me yes or no. Yes, I'll have those 3 items delivered now.
No, from now on, I'm living here with you and not leaving.
His helpless tone made the other elders chuckle. They could now see that Su Yuan was not acting normally.
Old Su, tell us why you want this calligraphy, and I'll consider trading with you.
Yi Kong spoke, wanting to know why Su Yuan was so agitated.
Su Yuan's expression shifted for a moment, and he said, I can't judge how well this calligraphy is written, but I see the shadow of a Tai Chi grandmaster in it. I see his understanding of Tai Chi's all-encompassing nature. If I can study it constantly, I will definitely reach the true master realm of my Wudong sect.
The elders exchanged glances. It sounded a bit fantastical. So, do you now understand the importance of this calligraphy to me? If the person on the Golden Summit knew, he would definitely spare no expense to get his hands on it. Do you think you could keep it? Hiss.
Everyone gasped, seeing the fear and disbelief in each other's eyes. Everyone here is an elder who has lived 70 or 80 years. They have gone through the war years, witnessed the prosperity of the motherland, and naturally know things that others don't.
They are even more aware of the terror of sects like Wudong.
It's not that the sect's martial arts are that powerful, but rather that its disciples are spread all over the world, engaged in various professions, from billionaires and dignitaries to ordinary citizens and common laborers, encompassing everyone. The Yi family is wealthy and influential, but compared to a sect with a 1,000-year legacy, they are truly far behind. Uncle Yuan, since Mr. Chen can write this one, he can surely write another.
Just ask him to write another one. That's impossible. You wouldn't understand the immense mental effort required to pour one's will into calligraphy like this. He will absolutely not write a second one. Su Yuan sighed, then seemed to recall something and asked, Who is this Mr. Chen you're talking about? What's his name? Yi Ziyuan replied, His name is Chen, and I invited him to come for the elder. Chen? Which Chen? Is it the one from Huaqing University? Yi Ziyuan was interrupted by Su Yuan before he could finish. Yi Ziyuan was stunned but still nodded. So it's that young friend. No wonder.
Su Yuan murmured, his tone laced with a hint of respect, which struck Yi Ziyuan and Yi San like a bolt from the blue. Yi Hong, who was standing nearby, turned pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. Given Su Yuan's stature, anyone he addresses as a young friend is undoubtedly someone Chen cannot afford to offend.
Young Yi, I just heard you hit the master chef. Was that Chen, by any chance? Su Yuan's casual remark made Yi Hong tremble, and Yi Ziyuan's face turned grim.
Yi Ziyuan also stood up abruptly and said urgently, Uncle Yuan, it's my fault for not disciplining my son properly.
Yi Hong was instigated and offended Mr. Chen.
I've already apologized, and Mr. Chen has forgiven us.
Please don't be angry. It's best that he forgave you. I advise you not to disturb him or expose him, otherwise. Su Yuan didn't finish his sentence, but the warning was clear. Seeing that Su Yuan wasn't pursuing the matter further, Yi Ziyuan and Yi Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Also, find an opportunity to give Yi Hong's friend a warning. You should put away your schemes. Do you really think you can offend no one and have it both ways? Su Yuan glanced at Yi Ziyuan, whose expression shifted for a while before he nodded in agreement. Old man Kong, speak. Are you going to trade this calligraphy or not? Give me a straight answer. Yi Kong hesitated and said, I'll give it to you, but you have to promise me one condition. If the Yi family faces a crisis in the future, you'll help me once. How about it? Deal. As long as your Yi family doesn't commit wicked deeds or break the law, within reasonable limits, I can help you once. The birthday banquet took on a different tone from here and concluded hastily. Su Yuan treasured the calligraphy he received, and the Yi family secured a promise from Su Yuan. It was a win-win situation. Meanwhile, the central figure of this calligraphy had already arrived at the high-speed train station. Yi San bought Chen a high-speed train ticket. It's over 800 kilometers from Beijing to his hometown. Driving would take 8 hours. During the National Day holiday, it would take at least 16 or 17 hours to get back. The high-speed train only takes a little over 3 hours. He took a cool selfie and posted it on his Moments with the caption, Hu Han-san is back. He squeezed into the waiting hall, and before Chen could even take a sip of water, his phone rang. An unknown number. Chen, it's Zhang Daojun. Are you coming back? Chen was taken aback for a moment, then realized the call was from his high school homeroom teacher, old Zhang. I'll be back around 6 p.m. Is there something you need, sir? It's like this, I'm currently teaching a senior class. I'd like to invite you back to school to share your study experiences with your juniors and guide them. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen quickly replied, Old class advisor, what qualifications do I have for that? Wouldn't that be misleading my juniors? Stop pretending. You were ranked 15th in the science stream for the college entrance exam in Hebei Province, 2nd in Luojing High School, and you just won an unprecedented 3 awards in the National College Student Mathematical Contest in modeling. If you don't have the qualifications, who does? Think about how you were during your senior year, and then think about your juniors. You are a beacon of light. Perhaps your experiences can awaken many lost students and change their destinies. Stop, fine, I'll agree. Chen directly interrupted old Zhang. He truly was a language teacher. If he let him continue, he'd be hailed as the savior of the senior class. Chapter 52, A Plea from the Capital. 10 a.m. on the 2nd, in the school auditorium. This was the message sent by homeroom teacher old Zhang. Chen wasn't surprised by this arrangement. For a senior class in a rural high school, a single day off during the legal holiday was already considered lenient. In just this short while, Chen, with his backpack, went through the security check and boarded the train. Yi San had bought him a business VIP seat. While for others, the National Day holiday meant a fierce battle for tickets, for the Yi family, getting a ticket was a simple matter. Besides being a bit more spacious, there was nothing special about the VIP seat, and Chen quickly lost interest. He took out his laptop and logged into the New Developments in Mathematics website. He checked the status of his paper and, as expected, the status had changed to Completed Accept. This indicated that his paper had passed the website's initial review, which was a format check. Now, professional academic editors would review the content. If the academic editors were quick, the paper might be published in mid to late October. He wasn't worried at all about it not being published. The system's rating was proof enough. If the reviewers could still find issues, he'd have to question the editor's competence. While he was checking the paper's status, on the other side of the ocean, Andrew Wiles, an invited academic editor for New Developments in Mathematics and a mathematics professor at Princeton, was verifying Chen's conjecture on perverse sheaves. With each check, he couldn't stop praising Chen's proof. After looking at the website information for a while, Chen closed his eyes and began to study the twin prime conjecture. The twin prime conjecture is very simple. Even junior and senior high school students can understand it. First, we need to understand what a prime number is.
Prime numbers are also called irreducible numbers. A natural number greater than 1 that cannot be evenly divided by any natural number other than 1 and itself is called a prime number. Simply put, twin primes are pairs of prime numbers that differ by 2, such as 3 and 5, or 5 and 7. In 1990, Hilbert described it as follows: there are infinitely many prime numbers p such that p plus 2 is also a prime number, i.e. a pair of primes p plus 2 is called a twin prime pair.
Time slipped away during his research.
By the time the conductor reminded him to prepare to disembark, he had only managed to study the obtained fragments about 80 to 90%.
To fully grasp them would take at least a few more days.
It was already 6 in the evening when he got out of the high-speed train station.
Chen's father and younger sister, Chen Xioro, were already waiting outside.
Chen's father, who hadn't seen his son in over half a year, seemed exceptionally happy. His sister, even more so, clung to him, asking for gifts. The warmth inside the car made Chen feel very content. Upon returning home, Chen's mother had also prepared a large table full of food. His grandparents were there too, and the whole family was gathered, enjoying a joyful reunion.
"Dad, there's 10 million in this card. Take it and find some time to buy a bigger house."
After eating and drinking their fill, everyone was having tea when Chen placed a bank card on the table.
"Put." Chen's father immediately spat out the tea he was drinking. 10 million? Chen's father exclaimed, then looked at Chen with a solemn expression and asked, "Chen, where did you get this money?"
Grandpa Chen also sat up straight and said, "Xiao Nua, although we are not a wealthy family, we are reasonably well off. One must live an upright life, and ill-gotten gains must never be accepted."
"Brother, I heard you're really good at programming. You didn't hack into some company, did you?" Chen Xiaoro's words caused Chen's father and grandfather to frown.
Chen's mother and grandmother also stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen worriedly. In this atmosphere, Chen found it hard to laugh or cry. He then said, "Grandpa, Dad, please don't worry.
This money is from the school. I can't disclose the specifics, but if you don't believe me, I can call the president of Tsinghua University and you can ask him about it."
A few minutes later, after hanging up the phone with Wu Yuanming, Chen's father and the rest of the family relaxed, their faces filled with pride. On the phone, Wu Yuanming praised Chen effusively and thanked Chen's father for nurturing such a talent for the country, which made Chen blush.
"Chen, Dad will keep this money for you. We'll use it to buy a wedding house when you get married in the future. No need, you guys use it. I'm not short of money right now.
Huawei, Alibaba, and Tencent have all offered me an annual salary of 5 million. Chen, Grandpa knows you are capable, and I am happy that you have achieved so much.
However, one should not focus solely on money. Grandpa hopes you will contribute to the country.
The nation is gradually becoming stronger, but it is not yet enough.
Since you have the ability, you should contribute to the country." Grandpa Chen's words were full of emotion.
Chen understood that for the elders who had come through the war years, their homeland was a deep attachment, and the country was their faith. "Grandpa, don't worry, I promise I will definitely use what I've learned to serve the country." Chen made his promise, and then he told his grandfather about the status of these companies, mentioning that their research and development was also at the forefront of their respective fields. Companies have unimaginable advantages over the public sector, while the public sector has richer resources. It can only be said that both have their own merits.
They chatted until very late before everyone went to rest.
Lying in bed at night, breathing in the familiar scent, Chen finally felt completely relaxed. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen's father drove him to the high school.
"What the heck is going on?"
Looking at the situation at the school entrance, Chen was speechless, and Chen's father was also stunned. A banner read, "Warmly welcome our school's outstanding student, Chen, winner of 3 awards in the modeling competition, back to school to share his learning experiences."
Over a dozen school leaders stood at the school entrance, including the principal and old Zhang. Chen quickly got out of the car and greeted them one by one. "Old teacher, what's going on? Why did you even bother the principal? Last night, I mentioned inviting you back to the principal.
To my surprise, he reprimanded me for keeping it to myself. So now, the principal has gathered all the students to hear your sharing session.
Hearing old Zhang's explanation, Chen was speechless. But at this point, it was too late to back out. He had to go through with it. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the auditorium, where 2,000 to 3,000 people had gathered. After a few words from the principal, he yielded the stage to Chen. Chen went on stage and began to speak freely. He had consistently ranked in the top 3 in the school back in his day, so he had plenty of insights to share. Now, with skills in top-tier domestic mathematics, professor-level physics, and more, he effortlessly shared his study experiences, occasionally citing classics and injecting some humorous advice, much to the students' amusement. After speaking for over an hour, Chen concluded by saying, "A while ago, a doctoral student's thesis from the Chinese Academy of Sciences went viral online. I assume everyone has seen it. Borrowing senior brother Huang's words, keep studying, then go out and live a meaningful life. I wish all of us can chase the light, get closer to the light, become the light, and shine the light." While Chen was giving his speech, Chen's father's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Chen, this is Section 3 of the Kyoto NSA. We have an urgent matter that requires Mr. Chen's assistance, but we've been unable to reach him. Do you know his whereabouts?" Mr. Chen was stunned. What kind of organization was the NSA to need Chen's help? After a moment's hesitation, Mr. Chen replied, "Chen is at Luojing No. 1 High School sharing his study experiences." "Understood, thank you, Mr. Chen. We will handle the rest. Please remain calm." The call ended, but Mr. Chen was still quite confused. He decided to wait until Chen finished and asked for clarification. A few minutes later, a police car with its siren wailing sped into the school. Chapter 53, Hall-Level Hacker Skills. Luojing No. 1 High School, Auditorium. Thunderous applause filled the auditorium as countless students cheered, expressing their gratitude to Chen. Wail, wail, wail. The piercing sound of a police siren intruded into the auditorium, drowning out the students' applause. Principal Gao Fujuan's expression changed drastically. He wondered if the students had committed some offense that led the police to arrest someone at the school. Bang! The auditorium doors opened, and harsh sunlight streamed in, capturing the students' attention. 4 police officers walked towards the stage. Leading them was Captain Xing of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. The imposing presence made the school leaders tremble. In this line of work, who hasn't danced on the edge of the gray area? "Principal Gao, apologies for the interruption, but we need to speak with Student Chen." Captain Xing said to Principal Gao, then turned to Chen, "Student Chen, please come with us. Someone is asking for you." Although Chen was puzzled, he followed them out of the auditorium. As soon as they stepped outside, the whirring sound of rotor blades echoed from above. A helicopter was landing. Within a minute, 2 heavily armed soldiers and a middle-aged man leaped from the helicopter and approached Chen, saluting him. "Student Chen, I am the head of the Luojing NSA. We received orders from higher up to bring you to the capital. These 2 are soldiers from the nearby Military Region's Special Operations Brigade, assigned to ensure your safety. Please." This time, it wasn't just Chen's expression that changed. Even Captain Xing and the 4 police officers were bewildered. Special Forces soldiers escorting Chen in full gear, and even using a helicopter? What exactly was Chen's background? May I ask what has happened? It's a long story. We can explain on the helicopter. At this moment, another police car arrived. An officer emerged and reported, "Report, Student Chen's luggage has been retrieved. Please instruct." "Student Chen, here is your computer. Let's go." Chen was increasingly confused. With the NSA and Special Forces mobilized, he couldn't afford to overthink it and boarded the helicopter. This scene was witnessed by students leaving the auditorium, who began discussing it wildly. Was senior student Chen arrested? Don't be silly. Didn't you see the police officers saluting him? So cool. I want to study hard and become like senior student Chen. I also want the police to pick me up in a helicopter. A helicopter? Why not a rocket then? The principal, teachers, and several police officers heard the students chatter and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Captain Xing looked at a student and said, "Study hard, and I'll wait for the day I can pick you up in a helicopter." He then turned to the principal and said, "Principal Gao, please emphasize later that students should not spread rumors or post on social media to avoid any negative impact." The helicopter flew towards the capital at high speed. On board, Chen quickly scanned the documents handed to him by the Luojing NSA representative. After reading, he gasped in shock. At 10 in the morning, all domestic ticket booking websites, without exception, were hacked by an unknown force. Simultaneously, the payment systems for subways, buses, and other public transport were also completely compromised. Currently, all flights, high-speed trains, and long-distance buses are experiencing delays. Chen peeked out the window, noticing that some roads were already gridlocked with vehicles. It's no coincidence that this happened today. That's the brilliance of the unknown force. Their goal is to prevent those who have left from returning. If they can't return, they can't go to work, leading to a standstill and massive financial losses. Most importantly, nearly 800 million trips are made during the National Day holiday each year. If these systems go down, people will crowd together, and the consequences of any unrest would be unimaginable. He remembered one year during the Lunar New Year when a heavy snowstorm essentially blocked all roads. The train stations in some major southern cities were so crowded with travelers preparing to go home for the holiday that they nearly exploded, almost triggering a riot. Thousands of military and police personnel were deployed to maintain order. Damn, this is going to be a big deal. Director Fong, why did the capital want me to come? They wouldn't possibly want me to help crack the virus, would they? Director Fong was the head of NSA's Luojing branch, sitting opposite him. Chen's programming skills were decent, but he didn't understand hacking. He was willing but unable. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I can tell you that headquarters has summoned renowned mathematics professors from across the country, and Elder Chu recommended you. Chen immediately understood. The structure of a computer virus could be considered a type of mathematical algorithm. The NSA wanted to leverage the research of mathematics professors to break the virus's algorithm. Looking at the documents, Chen's mind suddenly stirred. He remembered he hadn't checked in today, so he silently chanted, "Heaven bless, earth bless, may Lord Taishang appear. Namo Amitba Buddha, may Buddha protect me. Infinite heavenly venerables, may the three pure ones protect me. The heavens and earth are filled with righteousness, manifesting in diverse forms." Chen invoked all the deities he could remember from Xia Kingdom, his attitude extremely devout. If space allowed, he would have performed a shamanistic dance to pray. System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining hall-level hacker skills. Chen had never felt the system's voice sound so pleasant. He had actually drawn the hacker skill. Hackers are divided into 5 levels: novice, junior, intermediate, advanced, and master. He had directly reached the highest level right from the start. Director Fong, I need to rest a bit. Wake me when we arrive. Without waiting for Director Fong's response, Chen closed his eyes and began to assimilate the hacker skills. Time ticked by, second by second. At this moment, inside a large building in the capital, dozens of fully armed soldiers were patrolling. This was the NSA headquarters building. On the third basement level of the building, a giant high-definition display screen, over 100 square meters in size, flickered with code. Dozens of people were gathered, each with 2 or 3 computers in front of them. The sound of keyboards clattering echoed throughout the hall. These were the members of Xia Kingdom's dark web, each capable of impressing a significant portion of the computer world if revealed. If someone familiar were here, they would certainly recognize that many legendary hackers who were once famous online but suddenly disappeared were now here. They had all been recruited. In an adjacent transparent conference room, more than a dozen middle-aged individuals were seated. The man in charge, Shen Nan, was the head of NSA's 5th Bureau, responsible for Xia Kingdom's network security. His face was currently filled with anger. Such a major incident, if not handled properly, could ignite international outcry. Hostile nations were already encircling and intercepting the country. If another incident like this occurred at this time, it would truly be adding insult to injury. Chief Engineer Huang, how could our defense system be so vulnerable? Did you not even have a chance to resist? Chief Engineer Huang's face was also ashen. As the head of the dark web, he bore irremovable responsibility for such a significant event. Director Shen, this was a premeditated and long-planned operation. Based on our analysis, this operation began its setup at least several months ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to instantly breach our defense system with such force. Hearing Chief Engineer Huang's explanation, Shen Nan's expression slowly calmed. Ultimately, it was their NSA's intelligence work that was insufficient. Now is not the time for accountability. The priority is to crack the computer virus. Chief Engineer Huang, please report the current progress on cracking the virus. Tomorrow is May Day, International Workers' Day. I'll add an extra chapter and wish all my readers a happy holiday in advance. Chapter 54, Xia Kingdom steps up, the world watches. Chief Engineer Huang, please report the current progress on cracking the virus. Based on current calculations, if the other party does not interfere, it will take at least 1 to 2 days to eradicate the virus. However, since they initiated this, they will undoubtedly try to stop us or attack us directly. If that happens, this time frame will be extended by another 3 days. That long? Shen Nan murmured to himself. Every minute of delay will cause enormous losses. Currently, we have notified all universities and internet companies, assembling 132 teams to crack the virus. Simultaneously, we have also mobilized domestic white hat and black hat hackers to assist us in cracking and defense. Furthermore, we have conscripted dozens of professors from the field of mathematics nationwide to be on standby. Once the virus is partially cracked, we can rapidly decipher its algorithm. Speaking of which, Chief Engineer Huang added, Director Shen, should we issue a notice to report the true situation and have the state step in to appease the travelers' emotions? You don't need to worry about these matters. The Emergency Response Department has already activated the emergency plan. Your task is to focus on cracking the virus as quickly as possible. Even the most naive members of the public have noticed something is wrong. Ticket booking websites usually stutter during holidays, but they shouldn't be completely inaccessible for 2 hours, especially with multiple websites failing simultaneously. Could the websites have been hacked? Impossible, right? While attacking other companies' websites might be possible, attacking the country's ticket booking website is a blatant act of provocation. You upstairs, those are secondary issues. The key problem is the crowds at the stations right now. That's the most terrifying part. At major train stations, due to system issues, tickets cannot be collected or validated. The stations are already operating beyond their capacity. What's going on? Why can't I get my ticket? What's happening? We've already been delayed for 2 hours, why aren't they letting us depart yet? You need to say something. What exactly is the problem? Give us a clear answer. What do you mean by concealing everything? I have a contract signing with a client today. Are you responsible for the tens of millions in losses due to this delay? Officer, my wife is about to give birth. I need to get back immediately. What on earth is going on? Woo-woo, my father suddenly fell gravely ill and is waiting to see me one last time, woo-woo. The inquiry desk and ticket counters at Yongchang Railway Station were completely overwhelmed, with hundreds to thousands of people gathered, demanding an explanation. Similar scenes unfolded at major train stations across the country. As people buzzed with discussion, the official website of the People's Daily issued a statement. Recently, unknown forces have infiltrated major ticketing websites in our country, causing system paralysis. We urge all traveling passengers to cancel their travel plans, avoid gathering, refrain from causing disturbances, and not to spread rumors. The state will properly handle subsequent matters. Simultaneously, we issue a stern official statement. The actions of these unknown forces have crossed our bottom line. We are no longer the Xia Kingdom of 100 years ago. We promise that the Xia Kingdom will retaliate in kind. The Xia Kingdom's stance was tougher than ever before. Furthermore, openly announcing such an incident that harms national prestige to the public demonstrated the country's magnanimity and responsibility.
Major television stations, news outlets, and influential bloggers received notifications and began reposting the people's daily news. Countries worldwide were closely watching this matter, and it rapidly spread online. Police forces across various regions were dispatched to manage the crowds of travelers gathered at the stations. Inside the stations, after seeing the continuously scrolling information and broadcasts, the discussions erupted, and many passengers completely lost emotional control. Shouts, cries, and curses filled the air. The deployed military and police personnel nervously watched the out-of-control crowd, ready to maintain order.
Enough!
A middle-aged man snatched a megaphone from a staff member, stood on a chair, put one hand on his hip, and held the megaphone in the other. A thunderous shout echoed through half the waiting hall.
Why are you crying? Why are you shouting? Will crying solve the problem? Will crying make the websites work again?
The police officers who were rushing forward slowed their pace upon hearing the man's shouts, but remained ready to intervene and restrain him.
What's the big deal if you can't go back once?
If you miss National Day, there's still New Year's Day and Spring Festival.
Even then, we can still use WeChat or QQ video. Qian, your curse. And those going on vacation, from places you detest to places others detest, is this process really that fun? Have you truly taken a good look at the city you live in? Have you seen the starry sky at 3 a.m.? The streetlights at 4 a.m.? And for those doing business or signing contracts, with such a major incident, wouldn't your partners know about it?
For reasons beyond human control, if they can't even show that much understanding, I advise you to seriously consider if such partners are worth cooperating with. The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, his face flushed red and neck bulging as he shouted. Hearing this, the crying in the waiting hall gradually subsided, and the noisy commotion also faded away.
Who are you? Are you telling us what to do?
Some people, with annoyed expressions, grumbled a complaint, only to be met with angry glares from those around them.
You are just unable to go back, but have you considered the losses the country will bear? Hundreds of billions. You're crying and making a scene here. How much manpower and resources are needed to maintain order?
You go to play, to relax, but look at the soldiers and staff standing around. While you rest, they remain at their posts, serving you. Perhaps you'll say, that's their job, they get paid for it.
We've been shouting about equality for decades. Why is it that when anything happens, you yell and scream at them, but they can't fight back or even verbally retaliate? They can quit this job, but someone has to do it. If they don't do this job, who will? You? Or me? Think about 10, 20, 30 years ago, what was our country like? Is the food, clothing, housing, and transportation now vastly different from then? What more are you unsatisfied with? I can only feel ashamed for you because of your current behavior.
The man's words caused the passengers to lower their heads, and tears welled up in the eyes of the soldiers and station staff maintaining order.
After so many years, someone was finally speaking from their perspective.
Crying and making a scene solves nothing, it only spreads anxiety and sadness to others. By doing this, you are only providing a spectacle for those unknown forces and causing joy to enemies while grief to friends. The country is working hard to solve this problem. What we need to do now is cooperate with the country, obey orders, cancel plans if possible, and wait patiently if not. At this point, the thousands of people in the waiting hall were so quiet you could hear each other breathe. Some people silently packed their luggage and sat quietly, while others walked out of the waiting hall. This is the people of the Xia Kingdom. Though powerless against the cyber attack, they supported their country with practical actions. Chapter 55: Those who offend our Xia Kingdom shall be punished, no matter how far away. The video was uploaded online. Major media outlets and influencers reposted it, and the two hottest short video platforms, Douyin and Douyu, went viral. They directly pushed this video to every user who was browsing videos through the back end. The top 15 trending searches on Qiandu were all about the ticketing website hack. You bastard! Daring to hack the ticketing website at this time, are you looking for death? I'm a newbie, but I'm willing to contribute my part. Anyone want to team up to poke the enemy's rear? Bro upstairs, please don't cause trouble. You're just going to feed the enemy.
What if the opposing forces control your computer and use it as a botnet? You'd be doing more harm than good. Nanhai University's Computer Science Department volunteers to participate. I, Behu Maladuk, declare that anyone participating in the network offensive and defensive battle will receive a complimentary Maladuk meal worth 399 yuan by presenting their network logs. To the person on the third floor, how much endorsement fee did Maladuk pay you? We, Wangshan Duck, will offer double. In an internet cafe in Kyoto, the owner saw the broadcasted information and shouted, "Brothers, let me use your WeChat moments to advertise." Does anyone here know hacking? As long as you participate in the network offense and defense, I'll cover your internet fees for the year. A delivery rider saw the message, stopped his delivery, took out a laptop from his backpack, and squatted by the roadside to start working. This scene was unfolding across the country. Eagle, I've decided to come out of seclusion? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? So be it if we're exposed. At most, we'll be recruited. I can't stand by and do nothing about this. Knight, old Ma, what do you say? Those who dare to offend Xia Kingdom will be punished, no matter how far away. The response was powerful and resonant, with a hint of killing intent. This was a conversation taking place in a private online room within a hacker technology forum. If anyone who knew the situation saw these four people, they would be greatly astonished. These four were named Old Eagle, Knight, Old Ma, and Beret. They had once caused a storm online and were known as the Four Ancient Gods by hackers. They had retired years ago for certain reasons and hadn't made a move in 4 to 5 years. Suddenly, people in the forum noticed a line of blood-red text on the homepage: "Those who offend our Xia Kingdom will be punished, no matter how far away." The internet erupted in response, and countless computer technicians joined the army of hackers trying to break through. "Chun, could you take a look at this?" On the helicopter, Director Fong saw that Chen had woken up and handed him a tablet. Chen took the tablet curiously. It was playing a video of a middle-aged man giving a passionate speech at the Yangcheng train station. After watching it once, Chen felt a current surge through his body, his hair standing on end. He could tell that every word the man spoke came from the heart. The passengers voluntarily dispersed, showing their support for the country with their actions. Rubbing his temples, Chen's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He said, "Director Fong, if there's any progress on the network virus, inform me immediately." At this moment, in a computer laboratory at Huaqing University, more than a dozen people were furiously typing on their computers. This was Xia Kingdom's only publicly known hacker team, the Blue Lotus team, which had achieved a global ranking of 4th and an Asian ranking of 1st. Professor Zhuge, this is a new network virus that combines parasitic, worm, and polymorphic viruses. We've never seen anything like it, and breaking it in a short time is unlikely. We'll tentatively name this virus Demon. One person's expression was extremely grim. Professor Zhuge, whose full name was Zhuge Changfeng and was the coach of the Blue Lotus team, glanced at the monitor showing the decryption software's progress at only 2% and his expression turned grim. After more than an hour of hard work, only 2% progress had been made. This was just the beginning, and it would get harder. Any one of these 3 types of viruses could cause immense damage, let alone a composite one. It was no wonder that even with their team's strength, they couldn't defend against or crack it. If this were delayed for 2 to 3 days, Xia Kingdom's losses would amount to 500 billion. Report, the other side is starting to release new network viruses to hinder our decryption. Report, new network virus detected, suspected to be a variant of Codared. Report, new network virus detected, suspected to be a variant of MyDoom. Report, new network virus detected, suspected to be a variant of Sasser. 4 consecutive reports made Professor Zhuge's already grim expression even grimmer, as if he could wring water out of it. These 3 network viruses were among the top 10 viruses of the 21st century, each one extremely troublesome, and now 3 had appeared at once. It is indeed them who are acting. They truly want us dead. After muttering to himself, Professor Zhuge's voice suddenly rose: "Activate the cloud shadow system, prepare to capture." "Professor, this will expose our plan." "Absolutely not." Professor Zhuge's words were interrupted by more than a dozen shocked team members.
The Cloud Shadow system was a new offensive and defensive system developed by their team, intended to redeem themselves in the next DEF CON CTF 13 qualifiers. If it were activated now, 2 years of effort would be in vain.
Do we have any other choice?
Professor Zhuge roared, then said in a low voice, "Trust our technology. Establish virtual platform.
Activate system.
Prepare data sharing." A series of commands were issued, and the team members operated quickly. A few minutes later, all the hackers involved in the decryption were surprised to find that a virtual platform had appeared online, and it had started sharing the network virus data. In a conference room on the third basement level of NSA headquarters, sat 20 to 30 middle-aged and elderly individuals, each with a computer in front of them. The conference room door was pushed open, and Chen walked in.
"Oh, Professor Zhao, Professor Zhang, you're here too?" Hearing Chen's words, Professor Zhao rolled his eyes and said, "You can come, why can't I? Have your wings grown strong?"
The others looked at Chen with curiosity. After all, this was someone Elder Chu had personally requested to be present.
"This is the latest information, take a look first." Chen scrolled the mouse a few times and exclaimed, "Good heavens, mutated codared, my doom, Sasser network viruses?
Are they trying to kill us?"
The professors were stunned and looked at Chen in unison.
Zhou Hai, the deputy director of the dark web who was chairing the meeting, looked at Chen in surprise. This data had just been obtained and had not yet been shared.
Zhou Hai looked at Chen and asked, "Chen, you figured it out after just a glance?" Chen rolled his eyes and said, "What's so surprising? Isn't it obvious? Thousands of divine beasts ran through the minds of everyone present." "Obvious? How is this obvious? This is a mutated network virus, for goodness sake. What are you looking at me like that for? I'm a programming master, aren't my code examples used as textbooks by the Statistics Bureau? Are you doubting my abilities? Thousands more divine beasts ran through the minds of everyone.
I've seen shameless people, but never someone this shameless."
Praising himself, can you believe it? However, everyone had to admit that what Chen said was true. Zhou Hai's eyes suddenly lit up.
He had completely forgotten that Chen was skilled in programming.
There are many masters in programming, and mathematics is also top-notch in the country.
There are no more than 5 such individuals in the entire Xia Kingdom. Chapter 56, I can, but I don't have time. Mayday bonus chapter.
Chen, can you crack these 3 types of network viruses? Agreed. Never mind if you can't. Your mission is. Zhou Hai stopped midway through his sentence, staring at Chen in a daze. He asked urgently, "Did you just say yes or no?"
Chen silently grumbled, wondering if the guy was hallucinating due to too much pressure. "I said yes," Chen added before Zhou Hai could react with joy, "but I don't have time." One moment it was heaven, the next it was hell, like being tossed between ice and fire.
Zhou Hai's face darkened. "Classmate Chen, what could possibly be more important than this? Do you know how much the country would lose if even a second is delayed? Do you know the immense pressure we are under? How about this, tell us what you need, and we at the NSA will help you solve it."
Zhou Hai rattled on, not giving Chen a chance to speak. Hearing Zhou Hai try to pressure him with national duty, Chen's face immediately fell, and he let out a low growl. His deep voice echoed through the conference room. If the country needs him in times of crisis, he will go without hesitation, but not if he's being forced. Director Zhou, the reason I said I don't have time is because I'm about to start cracking the demon nut.
These 3 network viruses have appeared before.
Although they've mutated, their core remains the same. I'll crack one later and hand it over to other universities. If they can't even handle that, I suggest you thoroughly investigate what they've been doing all these years. Chen's words were blunt, leaving Zhou Hai looking embarrassed and the mathematics professors with strange expressions. Zhou Hai was a de facto authority figure, the deputy director of the dark web, whom these professors dared not offend. Yet, here he was, being berated by a student like Chen, and unable to retaliate.
"Prepare 2 computers for me."
Chen finished speaking, but there was no movement in the conference room.
Bang! Chen slammed the table. "What are you all standing around for? Aren't you worried about me wasting time now? Joe Hai glanced at the professors. He had no choice but to get up. He was the only one from the dark web in the room. If not him, then who?
Chen took out his laptop, opened a program interface, and began typing furiously. A few minutes later, Joe Hai returned, stating that arrangements had been made. Chen ignored him, continuing to focus on his code. Another 15 to 20 minutes passed, and the sound of the keyboard ceased. Chen looked up and said, "Copy this file to universities ranked 51-100 among the 985 and 211 institutions. Have them responsible for cracking the mutated versions of the codared, midum, and Sasser network viruses. At the same time, have universities ranked 1150 prepare to intercept if the attacks intensify, to buy us time. Issue a call for talented hackers and cybersecurity experts from society to assist with the interception. Have the top 10 universities prepare to cooperate with us in the cracking process." Chen's rapid-fire instructions left Joe Hai bewildered. He began to question whether he was the one in charge or if Chen was. This requires a meeting to discuss." "You don't trust me? Then why did you invite me here?" "We invited you because..." Joe Hai couldn't finish his sentence. He fell into doubt. Why had they invited Chen? Initially, it was to crack the virus algorithm. But judging by Chen's understanding of the 3 mutated viruses, his hacking skills were definitely top tier. "Wait a moment, I need to report this." "Then why are you still standing here?" Chen was truly formidable when it came to arguing. Joe Hai, with a dark expression, walked into another conference room. Chen shook his head, realizing the difference between a government system and a corporate one. If the company's server had been hacked, they wouldn't be holding meetings now, they'd be trying anything to fix it, no matter how desperate. However, he hadn't considered that his demands, according to protocol, would disrupt rules and break the established principles of the system. If it weren't for the fact that he was a mathematics expert recommended by Elder Chu, and had just demonstrated exceptional hacking skills, and given the critical situation, Joe Hai would have made him pay for his attitude. Joe Hai gave the copied program to some of the dark web's experts for testing and relayed Chen's instructions to the leadership group. Bang! A few minutes later, while the leadership group was still deliberating, the conference room door was violently pushed open. "Director Zhou, where did you get that thing? It's so powerful. So fast, so intense, so satisfying." The others in the conference room looked at Joe Hai strangely. Their eyes conveyed a sense of, "We're all men, I understand what you mean." Joe Hai's face turned red under the scrutiny of these men. He roared, "Explain yourself clearly, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Director Zhou, stop pretending. It's the thing you just gave me. I just tested it, and I can only say it's amazing." "You? Director Zhou, who created that program? Hurry and invite him over. With him, we'll have at least a 10% increase in our chances of winning. We should definitely keep someone like this with us in the future, no matter what. The plans we conceived before seem like they might actually be feasible now." The newcomer spoke incoherently, but his eyes were full of excitement. "Shut up." Joe Hai's face turned green, and he roared, "Are you talking about the program I just gave you? How did your tests go?" The visitor chuckled and said, "It only took 5 minutes to decipher a segment of the midum program. According to the parsed content, based on our grading of the computer capabilities of various universities, it's definitely solvable for universities ranked in the latter 50 of the 985 group." Joe Hai and the members of the leadership group, all experts in computer science, were filled with disbelief upon hearing this result. It's important to know that when this virus broke out in January 2004, at least 500,000 computers were infected worldwide within 3 days, and the computing power of any infected computer decreased by at least 70%. In the end, even the top 3 hacker teams in the world took more than 10 hours to resolve it. Afterward, a Finnish network company announced that this was the most powerful worm virus to date. Yet Chen, in less than half an hour, wrote a program that could crack a segment of code. This was simply beyond their imagination. Has this kid become this monstrous? Or has reaching a high level in mathematics enhanced his hacking skills?
Zhou Hai swallowed hard and said in a low voice, General Manager Shen, Chief Engineer Huang, what do you think of Chen's suggestion? Shen Nan and Chief Engineer Huang exchanged glances.
They were both decisive individuals.
Proceed according to Chen's plan.
Furthermore, notify the universities ranked in the bottom 50 that if they cannot clear these 3 viruses by 5 p.m., the heads of their computer science departments will have to resign.
Today is the May Day holiday. Here is another chapter added. Wishing all the hard workers a happy May Day.
On the second day of its debut, for friends who like it, let us push for more updates.
Your 5-star rating is very important to the author. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 57, The Offense and Defense begins, testing the waters.
The ticket booking website attack incident continued to escalate. Although various universities and hackers were making strenuous efforts to decipher the network viruses, the difficulty of this new type of virus was beyond imagination, and the progress was unimaginably slow. The most desperate part was that the enemy had released 3 more mutated viruses, adding infinite pressure to the teams from various universities.
Everyone, I am Zhou Hai. All computing resources are now under the control of the dark web.
In another conference room on the 3rd basement level of the NSA headquarters, Zhou Hai connected with the heads of the computer science departments of the top 100 universities in the 985 group. The arrangement is as follows. First, the universities ranked in the bottom 50 are responsible for clearing the 3 mutated viruses. The methods and programs for deciphering them have been transmitted to you. You must clear the 3 network viruses by 5 p.m. Second, universities ranked 1150 are responsible for monitoring the movements of the unknown forces and intercepting their attacks as much as possible to buy us time to decipher the E-demon. Third, the top 10 universities are responsible for assisting the dark web in deciphering the E-demon. The meeting is adjourned, and the operation begins.
Zhou Hai, with crispness and efficiency, cut off the video link.
The tasks for the 3 batches would be spearheaded by other members of the dark web. Computer experts in society were surprised to find that a decryption software had been shared on the virtual platform, and everyone downloaded it.
A few minutes later, the forums and the internet exploded. Damn, who is this great god who made this? It's so awesome.
In just a few minutes, I deciphered 0.00003%.
First floor, is your computer a relic?
Why are you so surprised by such a small amount?
Second floor, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Do you know what 0.00003% means for an ordinary computer? These are 3 mutated viruses. Zhou Hai couldn't be bothered to pay attention to what was happening online.
Back in the central hall, Chen was already sitting in front of 2 prepared computers. Report, the Blue Lotus team has deciphered a segment of demon using the Blue Shadow system.
The data has been shared.
After the report, everyone who was busy turned their attention to the nearly 100 square meter screen. Lines of code scrolled by. The more they watched, the tighter their brows furrowed, and their expressions became extremely grim. The complexity of the code and logic was such that they felt like first graders trying to read a junior high school textbook. It was extremely obscure. On the contrary, Chen became more and more excited as he read. The person or team that created this virus was definitely a master on his level.
So that's how it is. A master, definitely a master. Damn it, who is this bastard who did such a despicable thing? If you follow the logic here, it's impossible to decipher. Chen's muttering caught Zhou Hai's attention. Chen, you can understand it? What did you mean by that just now?
Literally. Chen retorted with a roll of his eyes. He continued, more than half of what's in here is useless, meant to mislead you. Pay attention to line 17, the first half of line 25, and the 7th character of line 31.
Remove these, and then look again.
Under Chen's guidance, someone recompiled the code.
I get it. I get it too. This isn't that difficult either.
Facing the discussions among the dark web members, Chen shook his head inwardly.
You get it, my foot. If it were that simple, it would be great.
Director Joe, please display the Blue Lotus team's virtual shared platform on the main control screen and update the data at any time. After speaking, Chen no longer bothered with them and sat at the computer, staring at the decryption software he had just written. On a mountain overseas, a small building was hidden in the woods, and heavily armed soldiers patrolled the surroundings from time to time. Inside the building, more than 30 foreigners gathered together. Jason, analyze the decryption software. Take him down, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. A tall, thin man at the front barked, clearly having spotted the decryption software Chen had written. Oh, give me 30 seconds. One of them responded with a sinister chuckle. Here it comes. As a string of code suddenly popped up on one of the computer screens, a faint smile appeared on Chen's lips. He had Zhou Hai share the decryption program he wrote precisely to lure the other party in. As expected, someone had indeed started attacking the software. With his master-level hacker skills, it would be a joke if the backdoor he left was easily discovered. This move is called casting a stone to inquire about the way. After watching for a few seconds, Chen made his move, his fingers a blur across the keyboard. Lines of code scrolled across the screen. The scene from the programming competition of the mathematical modeling contest reappeared. With Chen's physical fitness, enhanced by his Grandmaster-level Tai Chi, and his reflexes speed of 9.1, he had completely transformed into a creature of incredible speed. Chen's actions drew everyone's attention. Seeing this, Zhou Hai was puzzled. He had no idea what trouble this guy was trying to stir up. Damn it, I'm trapped. Someone's tracking my IP address. In a small building overseas, a startled cry broke the silence of the conference room. The one who cried out was Jason, who had been chuckling sinisterly moments before. His face was now devoid of its previous cruel grin, replaced only by fear. What's going on? The leader's face changed drastically, and he roared. I don't know. Just as I infiltrated the decryption software, our monitoring software detected someone tracking me. Quick, support me. At their speed, I can only hold on for a minute. Team A, quickly provide support and shake off the pursuer. Team B, start deploying fake IP addresses. Slow down the tracking. Team C, initiate a DDoS attack to distract them. Hurry up. The leader's face was also grim. If their computers were compromised, their entire plan would fall apart. Could this be the work of the Blue Lotus team? No, while their skills are strong, they're only on par with Jason. They definitely wouldn't be this fast. When did Xia Kingdom produce such a terrifying expert? Damn it, what are those intelligence agents doing? How could they miss such crucial information? The two leaders conferred in low voices. At the same time, all the computer experts in Xia Kingdom involved in decryption discovered that their efforts were meeting immense resistance, and the difficulty of cracking had multiplied. In the central hall of the NSA's underground level 3 in the capital, Chen, rapidly typing code, wore a smile of a successful conspiracy. Zhou Hai, have everyone start tracking using the addresses above. Chen finished, and dozens of network addresses appeared on the central screen. Zhou Hai was stunned. Why was Chen tracking addresses now instead of focusing on cracking the demon? These are temporary addresses just used by the unknown entity. Chen's light remark struck Zhou Hai like a thunderclap. If we can trace the real address from the recently used one, we can eliminate the enemy. Only then can they focus on cracking the demon. There are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days to guard against one. Chen never intended to directly crack the demon from the start. Since the other party dared to make a move, they must be confident in their virus. Instead of wasting time, he decided to take an unconventional approach. Therefore, he created a software to decrypt the 3 major viruses. It wasn't impossible to fully decrypt them with that software, it would just take longer. In reality, that software was just meant to scare them. By exploiting their confidence in their own technology and combining it with Chen's formidable programming skills, he was able to keep them hooked. Zhou Hai didn't bother asking where Chen got the temporary address from and immediately shouted. Quick, everyone on the dark web start tracking. Notify the universities ranked 11th to 50th to fully intercept the opponent's attack.
All the dark web experts who received the order sprang into action.
At this moment, Joe Hai had never felt the normally noisy sound of keyboards to be so pleasant.
Chapter 58, Grandpa Chen's Shocking Guess? Let me tell you something strange. My computer turned on by itself. I turned it off, and it turned on again.
In the end, I had to unplug it to get it to stop.
Huh? Your place is like that too? Mine is too. Is it haunted? Yeah, it's not just your two houses. Many places are like this. Do you think ghosts also have a collective holiday during the National Day holiday? Upstairs, your theory makes a lot of sense. I'm going to keep watch by my computer. What if it's a pretty female ghost? Ha ha. Can you guys have some common sense? Based on what you're describing, it's clearly a hacker attack, and they're using your computers as botnets. Botnets? Are those the 9-pound chickens and Langshan chickens? Can you eat them?
Oh, my goodness, with your intelligence, I can't deal with this.
Goodbye. The online chat content mirrored a bizarre scene unfolding worldwide.
Many people were astonished to find their computers, which had been shut down, automatically starting up, and their working computers were no longer under their control. Furthermore, the computer's cooling fans were spinning at full speed, emitting a humming sound. These are what hackers commonly use in their attacks: botnets, also known as zombie computers.
Skilled hackers use lures like Grey Pigeon to trick users into clicking links, then plant Trojan horse programs through system vulnerabilities.
Hackers can then control user computers to perform actions via these Trojans.
These were all prepared in advance by the unknown entity.
To evade tracking, they had to activate the botnets at this moment.
Chen, manipulating his computer at terrifying speed, bypassed one botnet after another, heading straight for the opponent's real address. This is interesting. Someone else has followed. Friend or foe? Chen, who was tracking, suddenly noticed an IP address closely following him.
After a moment's thought, Chen freed his left hand and typed a few lines of code on another computer.
The owner of the IP address quickly replied with a few lines of code.
Looking at the code, Chen smiled silently and gave up tracking, focusing on the task at hand.
Meanwhile, the owner of the IP address also smiled and immediately said, "Eagle, horse, beret, quickly come to my aid, I've tracked down an address."
The three responded instantly, and the four of them worked together to keep a tight grip on Jason's IP.
Knight, what's going on? How did you suddenly lock onto someone? With the combined efforts of the four, they finally breathed a sigh of relief.
If the four ancient gods couldn't keep up with one person together, they would have been wasting their years.
Knight said, "I'm also puzzled.
I was tracking, and a big shot sent me a piece of code, essentially asking if I was friend or foe, then gave me an address, but
what? Hurry up and say it, don't waste time."
The big shot told us not to push too hard, to keep them hooked and buy him some time. The four looked at each other in their respective rooms. They couldn't comment on the big shot's skills, but they were definitely far superior to them. The gap was like heaven and earth. It was a difference in talent, not something achievable through hard work alone.
However, the big shot's final arrangement left them a bit bewildered. What if there's a possibility that this is a feint, to cover the big shot's backdoor access to the target's computer or server, find the data on the demon virus, and then mobilize domestic computing resources to crush the enemy?
Hiss. After hearing Knight's guess, Eagle and the other two gasped. Even Knight himself felt his guess was too far-fetched. If Chen were here, he would have greatly praised Knight. This strategy is known as mending the bridge while crossing the sea by hidden means.
Alright, let's not discuss this too much.
The big shot has his own plans. Knight, horse, beret, the three of you are responsible for tracking. We'll take turns checking the compromised machines to be safe. Eagle, true to his role as the elder brother, had anticipated Chen's thoughts.
Director Joe, come here.
Chen called out without even looking up, as if calling his own son.
Joe Hai's face darkened, but he couldn't help but walk over.
After all, this guy was like a celestial being whose farts were extraordinary.
Uncle Chen, what are your orders? That sounds nice. Say it again? Get lost. Hurry up and speak, I'm busy. Chen's fingers flew across the keyboard, leaving afterimages as he said, Do you have an MPI environment set up on the dark web? Zhou Hai hesitated after hearing this. This information was a dark web secret, and according to regulations, he shouldn't reveal whether Chen was a member. But now, relying on this guy, he continued, who do you think you're underestimating? Of course, we have that ready. Ha! Chen finally looked up at Zhou Hai, his eyes full of surprise. What are you thinking? This is the dark web. We can even access supercomputers. Why would we need to use that to steal resources? Zhou Hai became enraged by Chen's gaze. How could he not know what Chen was thinking? MPI stands for Message Passing Interface, a standard message passing system used for parallel computing. Simply put, it allows dozens or even hundreds of ordinary computers to be linked together, effectively acting as a small supercomputer for a short period. Regarding Zhou Hai's mention of accessing supercomputers, Chen pouted. Xia Kingdom has a total of 113 supercomputers. A machine like Tianhe 2, ranked among the top 3 in the world, costs 3 billion yuan, with daily electricity costs of 600,000 yuan. Furthermore, research tasks are always in the queue, so it's impossible for them to use it. If Zhou Hai and his team weren't secretly utilizing idle computing resources, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. How is the performance? Have you tested it? About a 40% loss in computing power. It's passable, I guess. Chen's casual remark infuriated Zhou Hai to the point where his head felt like it would explode, and he even felt like rolling up his sleeves and challenging Chen to a fight. Director Zhou, let's get down to business. I'm very close to tracing their real IP. Based on the tracking process, I suspect they're using a supercomputer with a computing power of 1 pflops. Impossible? Zhou Hai's voice suddenly rose by 8 octaves, his face filled with disbelief. There's an unwritten international rule that supercomputers must not be involved in cyber warfare. This is why Xia Kingdom didn't use supercomputers when the ticket booking website was paralyzed for so long. Moreover, every supercomputer is strictly monitored, making it impossible for hacker organizations to use them. How is it impossible? You have MPI, don't they? Are you so sure that the other party must be a hacker organization and not some other group? Besides, must they necessarily use a supercomputer? As long as they have enough small servers, it's not difficult to build a temporary supercomputer, right? Otherwise, how do you explain the ticket booking website being instantly breached and you were powerless to resist? Hacker organizations attack websites for either money or fame. But now, 3 to 4 hours have passed, and the other party hasn't made a move, clearly indicating they're after us. Chapter 59, Shall we play a big game? I recall that in November last year, NVIDIA released the Jetson Xavier NX, an edge AI supercomputer with a single unit computing power reaching 1 tops 1 trillion floating point operations per second. For 1 pflops 1 quadrillion floating point operations per second of floating point computing power, using MPI, theoretically, only 1,000 units would be needed. Even with a 50% loss, 5,000 units at most. At $599 per unit, 5,000 units would be less than $3 million. Including other costs, it should be less than $20 million. For those countries, this is just a drop in the bucket. $20 million for 500 billion, riots, and the removal of several important leaders. Was it worth it? Every word Chen spoke resounded like thunder in Zhou Hai's mind, and the members of the dark web overhearing also had drastic changes in their expressions. They were all constrained by international norms, forgetting that certain countries have always been shameless. If Chen's suspicions are true, then the severity of this matter is far more than just attacking a website. It has escalated into a war between nations. Chen, you continue to track them. I need to report this immediately. This has gotten out of hand. There's no time, you have at most 10 minutes. What do you mean? You know the 4 ancient gods, right? I've just given them the address. In about 10 minutes, they'll wipe out all the botnets and disguises. Then we'll be facing war directly.
Zhou Hai's expression turned serious upon hearing about the four ancient gods. The storm they caused in the early days of the internet's boom was still fresh in memory. If they hadn't operated overseas, the NSA would have found them no matter how hard they searched. He hadn't expected the four ancient gods to risk exposure to help at this time. Even less did he expect to find them among the tens of millions of attacking IP addresses across the country.
Zhou Chu, do you want to go big?
Chen explained the plan, his eyes full of murderous intent.
Give me 5 minutes.
After speaking, Zhou Hai rushed towards the conference room.
That's the situation. President Shen, President Huang, what are your thoughts? I can't make a decision on this matter. I need to get instructions.
President Shen finished speaking, took out his satellite phone, and began to dial.
Yes, we will execute it resolutely.
In 1 minute, Shen Nan suddenly stood straight, his voice firm and powerful. After hanging up, Shen Nan looked at the leadership group in the conference room, his eyes filled with killing intent. The leader just said that at this time, we should trust Chen and not doubt him. We should use the people we trust. Better to kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go.
I give the order.
With a swish, all 7 members of the leadership group in the conference room stood up.
Dark Web, activate, Zhu Rong. Cooperate fully with Chen.
If the enemy dares to use unconventional means, we will fight blood with blood, tooth for tooth, and eliminate them at all costs.
Yes.
The response of the 7 was like a powerful army, their military bearing evident. Zhou Hai walked out of the conference room, followed by the other 6, who went into different offices.
Chen, we are activating, Zhu Rong. You go ahead and do what you need to do. If anything goes wrong, we'll take responsibility. We have only one requirement: you must eliminate the enemy and teach them a lesson they won't forget.
Chen and the members of the dark web listened, their blood boiling, scalps tingling, and eyes turning red. When our compatriots are harmed in other countries, we can only make representations, yet the perpetrators still go unpunished.
When trade is blocked, we can only endure it, sending large sums of money abroad. On countless occasions, Xia Kingdom has only endured and issued stern protests.
Those who understand know that these incidents were deliberately caused by hostile forces, just to find a reason not to be condemned by the international community to invade Xia Kingdom.
Xia Kingdom is in a critical period.
As long as it endures this phase, it will soar.
The current order from the top is undoubtedly exhilarating. Woo woo. A low, rapid alarm sound echoed throughout the central hall. Unit 1 in position. Unit 2 in position. Unit 9 in position. Zhu Rong is starting. Startup successful.
In an instant, Chen noticed that the computing power monitors on his 2 computers showed 5.292 pflops.
This computing power is already around the 400th position in the world's top 500 supercomputers. Damn it, why wouldn't we use such computing power? Are we saving it for breeding?
Chen cursed under his breath, speechless, while Zhou Hai rolled his eyes helplessly.
He wanted to use it, but could he? Did you know that using it would expose their years of covert operations? If the leaders hadn't approved, this thing probably would have never been activated. DD.
Another monitoring software alarm sounded.
Several lines of code popped up, sent by night.
Chen glanced at them, laughed heartily, and replied with a few lines of code.
Brothers, let's get to work. The real address has been found. Prepare to attack.
Chen projected the real address onto the big screen, then his fingers moved like blurs.
Are you ready? I'm going to start the attack.
A line of blood-red Chinese characters suddenly appeared on the large screen in the conference room of the foreign building. Before Jason and the others could react, a piercing alarm sound echoed through the conference room. Not good, the first layer of defense has been breached. It's already the third layer. The central control screen in the conference room was filled with red warnings. Everyone watched the monitors as if they saw a fire god, engulfed in flames, descending upon their defense system, burning everything like a whirlwind. Their defenses were like a sieve, full of loopholes everywhere, and the defense system was being destroyed with overwhelming force. All the computer experts involved in the tracking within Xia Kingdom were astonished to find that the impenetrable fortress they had just seen had become a sieve, easily passable. Brothers, charge! Let's go poke their butts. What the heck, is the country using supercomputers? How is it so fast? Which big shot needs botnets? My computer is top of the line, just upgraded for gaming. Its computing power is 11 tops. Damn it, upstairs, no need to explain. Guys understand. Are you really playing games? You're watching Teacher Song, aren't you? The sudden reversal of the situation brought a lot of joy to netizens across Xia Kingdom. Boss, there are only 2 more layers of defense left. What do we do? The exclamations caused the faces of the 2 leaders to change dramatically. How could it be so fast? Is the other side using supercomputers? Judging by the current attack intensity, it should be. Activate the computing cluster, quickly. Shen's attack speed instantly slowed down. Shen smiled and murmured to himself, I'm not afraid you'll use it, I'm afraid you won't. His fingers moved like blurs, issuing dozens more commands. The next moment, everyone in the foreign building heard alarms. Cluster intrusion. Computing power reaching 80%, 100%. Overload operation 200%, 300%. Listening to the alarm, the leading foreigner's eyes bulged, and he roared. Disconnect the network. Shut down the power. Everyone sprang into action. These last 2 steps were a last resort. Damn it, they've locked down our power system. We need to shut down the main power manually. In the central hall on the 3rd basement level of NSA Kyoto, Chen watched the opponent's commands and sneered, is it a bit late to think about cutting off the network and shutting down the power now? Another 10 seconds passed. Bang! 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 Dozens of explosions rocked the small building overseas, with all the computers catching fire and exploding. Caught completely off guard, everyone was covered in blood from the explosions. Servers of numerous companies in the country where the small building was located suddenly caught fire and exploded, leading to a constant stream of fire alarm calls domestically. Chapter 60, Cashing Out After the Job is Done. Done, time to wrap up. Shen sent out a notification to wrap up in the shared virtual platform he established at Huaqing University. At this moment, countless people across Xia Kingdom erupted in cheers. In an internet cafe, cheers echoed throughout the entire establishment. The internet cafe owner exclaimed, "Young man, you're amazing. Your internet fees are on me for the year, and eat and drink whatever you want." The young man was utterly bewildered. He hadn't seemed to do anything, but he didn't explain at that moment. This was a time to savor victory. As for the internet fees, he could just not come back later if needed. Old Lu, all employees who participated in the offensive and defensive operations at the company today will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan each and 3 days off. President Su, Chairman Ma called to congratulate you on your success and has booked a resort for you. You can go anytime after the National Day holiday, with all expenses for food, drinks, entertainment, accommodation, and travel covered by the company. To celebrate our victory, all expenses tonight are on young Master Zhao. In a bar, a man stood on stage and shouted, "Let the music play and the dancing continue." Similar scenes were unfolding in countless places across Xia Kingdom. In the 3rd basement level of the NSA headquarters in Kyoto, everyone was cheering. Chen leaned back in his chair, rubbing his slightly sore eyes, and let out a long sigh. Then, countless lines of code began to scroll. Brothers, let's put in a final push to clear out the demon virus. I'll throw a celebration for you. After a few minutes of cheering, Zhou Hai loudly called for the dark web members to cease and quickly assign tasks. Just as everyone began attempting to decrypt the demon, they were stunned. What the heck, what's going on? How is it already 30% decrypted? Holy crap, that was fast, it's 34%? Is my monitoring software broken? No, it's 36% now. This is incredible. As everyone exclaimed, Zhou Hai noticed Chen. Chen, what's going on? What do you mean, what's going on?
Didn't you see it decrypting? It should be completely cleared in about half an hour, and major websites will be back online. I know that, but how did you do it?
It's simple, with the immense computing power of Jerome, decrypting the virus is a matter of minutes.
Do I look like an idiot to you? Zhou Hai was quite exasperated by Chen's answer.
Even with Jerome's computing power, decryption shouldn't be this fast. It was clear Chen had done something else.
Professor Zhao, Professor Zhang, and all the professors, it's done, we can go back.
Chen couldn't be bothered to reply to Zhou Hai and walked into a nearby conference room, his words stunning the group of mathematics professors like Zhao who had been conscripted.
What is this? How is it done already? Then what were we doing here? A half-day tour of NSA headquarters? However, the tea at NSA is quite good. Chen, you can't leave.
Zhou Hai rushed into the conference room, just in time to hear Chen's words, and immediately called out to stop him.
What's this? Cashing out after the job is done?
Chen glanced back at Zhou Hai, his tone filled with coldness. Zhao and the other 20-odd professors also turned cold, their gazes towards Zhou Hai filled with interrogation.
Zhou Hai shivered. He wasn't afraid of one professor, but so many professors represented numerous universities. He couldn't afford to offend them. Let alone him, even Shen Nan, the boss of their 5th division, couldn't afford to offend them.
No, that's not it. I mean, Chen led this operation, so we need to write a report for higher-ups, right?
Hearing Zhou Hai's explanation, the expressions on Chen and the professors' faces softened slightly. That's easy. I'll tell you, you write.
The general process is this: I trace the IP address from which the enemy attacked my decryption software, then used Jerome's powerful computing capabilities to launch a flood attack, violently breaking through their defenses, and simultaneously controlling their circuitry system.
The servers overloaded, and coupled with short circuits, their servers and computers self-ignited. As Chen continued packing his bag, Zhou Hai waited and then asked, and then? The enemy's servers exploded, what else is there? The demon virus will be completely cleared up soon, isn't that it? Do you still want to stir up trouble? As for the rest of the process, you should know it already, no need for me to elaborate, right? Zhou Hai felt completely unwell. What the hell did he know?
If he wrote down what Chen said, he'd be packing his bags to go home and take care of his kids tomorrow, assuming he had any.
Oh, right. I also wiped all the data from the enemy's servers.
I've put their IP addresses in the system logs, so you can check later to see which company's servers they were or if the hackers assembled them themselves. Chen's casual words made Zhou Hai, who had just regained his senses, gasp. He looked at Chen with a grave expression.
In just that short time, millions were gone?
If the opposing hackers were caught off guard and suffered burns or injuries, the losses would be even greater.
This kid looks so sunny, I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. What kind of look is that? Even if I wanted to hack the NSA, where would I get a supercomputer? Chen grumbled indignantly.
Zhou Hai gave a sheepish smile and said, Chen, I wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the ancient 4 gods and other top hackers in our country.
Don't ask me, I don't know. Chen directly interrupted Zhou Hai.
The reason he didn't want to say more was that he was afraid the dark web would find the ancient 4 gods. After all, they were comrades who had fought together and shared life and death.
If he spoke, what would be the difference from betraying his comrades?
Student Chen, I advise you to think carefully before answering, and then tell us everything you know. A deep, gloomy voice came from the doorway of the conference room.
Mr. Huang.
The person who came was Huang Qi, the head of the dark web.
At this moment, his face was filled with gloom, and his eyes staring at Chen flickered with a cold glint. He bore the greatest responsibility for this invasion by an unknown force. The entire dark web was helpless, but Chen, a junior, easily resolved it.
He had lost all face and had just been severely reprimanded by Shen Nan. If he could recruit the ancient 4 gods now, the dark web's strength would surely increase significantly.
And Chen's technology was absolutely top-notch.
Having such a person in the dark web would be a great contribution. The two situations combined might offset the penalty for this incident.
Mr. Huang, are you threatening my student?
Zhao walked to Chen's side, staring intently at Huang Qi, and Zhang Taixue also followed.
It's not a threat, just a kind reminder,
Huang Qi said with a forced smile.
Elder Chu, hello, I am Chen.
The demon virus has been resolved, but Huang Qi from the dark web wants to detain me and not let me go back.
Principal Wu, I am Zhao.
Chen and I are being detained by people from the dark web and are not allowed to leave. Chen and Zhao, with great tacit understanding, directly called Chu Xiaotong and Principal Wu Yuanming of Huaqing University. With 2 phone calls, Huang Qi and Zhou Hai's expressions changed drastically. Wu Yuanming is the principal of Huaqing University and an academician of the Academy of Engineering, a genuine vice-ministerial level official.
Chu Xiaotong is an academician of both academies, a recipient of the National Medal of Honor, and the current president of the Academy of Engineering is his student.
The influence of these two is absolutely terrifying. The dark web is powerful, but it is only a department under the NSA.
If these two really get angry, they cannot handle it. Professor Zhao, student Chen, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Get out of the way. Chapter 61, Are you satisfied with this result? Huang Qi, what are you thinking? Are you out of your mind? How come I don't know that the 5th Division of the NSA has the authority to detain people? Xin Nan, the general director of the NSA's 5th Division, roared at Huang Qi, his face full of rage.
He felt wronged. Sitting in his office, disaster struck from the sky. He had just received a call from the NSA's big boss, who had berated him thoroughly. But he didn't know that his boss, Lei Ling, was even more depressed at this moment, having received calls from 3 or 4 old leaders and other departments. Especially when his old leader casually said, "Your NSA has become quite capable now," which scared him so much that cold sweat broke out.
Director Shin, let me explain.
Huang Qi's face was awkward and gloomy as he tried his best to explain.
Explain? Explain what? Explain how you threatened and detained several professors and our heroes?
Hearing this, Huang Qi's face changed rapidly a few times. He gritted his teeth and said quickly, "Director Shin, he knows our dark web's secret information. It's not in line with regulations to let him go just like that. Secondly, I suspect he is colluding with the ancient 4 gods. Otherwise, where did his hacking skills come from? It doesn't match the information we have at all. Thirdly, only he knows the details of the attack. How do you know he didn't copy important data from the enemy's server? Fourthly, with his skills, hasn't he left any backdoors in our dark web?" 9 charges were listed in succession, including colluding with the enemy, conspiracy, and leaking secrets. Any one of these charges would land an ordinary person in prison for at least 10 years. Shen Nanyue's expression grew gloomier as he listened, his chest rising and falling visibly, his fists clenched tightly. Zhao, Zhang Taixue, and several other professors from the mathematics department of Huaqing University looked at Huang Qi with cold eyes, glaring at him. Zhou Hai's expression was also very grim. Although Chen ordered him around, it was only within the scope of work. He admired Chen's talent and dominance, but Huang Qi's words had gone too far. If one looked closely into his eyes, they would notice a hint of schadenfreude. There are factions within any company, let alone a sharp blade like the NSA that is always ready for action. The stakes are even higher here. If Huang Qi doesn't fall, how can he rise? In contrast, Chen's face was calm, as if the current situation had nothing to do with him. He was merely an observer. Huang Qi, I am notifying you in my capacity as the head of the 5th Division of the NSA, you are suspended and will await investigation. Effective immediately, Zhou Hai will assume acting leadership of the dark web and handle all related matters. Shen Nan regained his composure and calmly uttered a decision. This decision was first to satisfy the higher-ups, and second, to appease Professor Chen. Otherwise, if these professors reported back, the NSA would never be able to recruit from these top universities again. Moreover, many high-ranking leaders within the NSA itself graduated from these very universities. If this is mishandled, he'll be in serious trouble. As for how Huang Qi would be dealt with afterward, that was not his concern. Who in the system doesn't have some skeletons in their closet?
Do you really think the public security and procuratorate are just for show? It all depends on whether someone wants to target you and if your background is significant enough.
Huang Qi's face changed drastically as he heard the decision.
He angrily retorted, "Shen Nan, you have no right to do this.
I will appeal to the Disciplinary Inspection Commission.
You have violated regulations." Shen Nan and Zhou Hai's pupils constricted.
The Disciplinary Inspection Commission is subordinate to the NSA but operates independently of its management. It's a department that takes orders but doesn't necessarily follow them, primarily responsible for overseeing and auditing the NSA's work. Because the NSA wields immense power and can often act first and report later, if factions were to form, it would lead to serious problems. Whether you appeal or not is your right.
You have already been suspended.
Guards, escort Director Huang to a quiet room. He is to have no contact with anyone during his period of reflection. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 fully armed soldiers entered from outside and flanked Huang Qi, grabbing him.
"Qian Yi Yao. Let go, I can walk myself."
Huang Qi struggled, but the 2 soldiers' hands, like iron claws, held him firmly and dragged him out. This scene was witnessed by other members of the dark web in the hall, and most of them showed smug satisfaction in their eyes.
Huang Qi was technically proficient but far too arrogant and harsh towards his subordinates.
If it weren't for the seniority system within the organization, he would never have become the head of the dark web.
Distinguished professors, I sincerely apologize. It was due to my poor management that I offended you.
Our dark web restaurant is quite good, and I've booked several tables to make amends.
Shen Nan adopted a very humble posture, and the professors responded accordingly. Chen's mouth twitched. So stingy.
Student Chen, I apologize for the distress you've experienced.
Are you satisfied with this outcome?
Although Chen was just a student, the president of Huaqing University and Elder Chu vouched for him, ensuring a boundless future.
Director Shen is too kind. Since this matter is resolved, may I leave now? Chen was not one to press his advantage.
The main culprit, Huang Qi, had been dismissed. While it was uncertain if he would be able to get out, this was already quite lenient.
Of course, you can leave any time. However, I would like to have a chat with you. Rest assured, it won't take too long. What do you say? Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. It wouldn't hurt to build connections with the NSA, even if he didn't plan to join the system in the future. Besides, this incident needed an explanation. Report: the demon virus has been completely eradicated.
Data synchronization is underway across all ticketing websites and is expected to be restored to normal within half an hour. Just as the 2 were about to leave, someone entered to report. Upon hearing this news, Shen Nan burst into laughter, looking at Chen with even greater admiration. Zhou Hai also had a smile on his face. He had led this cyber warfare operation, and he would undoubtedly receive significant commendation afterward.
Director Shen, let's go.
Chen glanced at Professor Zhao, nodded, and then reminded Shen Nan.
A few minutes later, in an office, Shen Nan led Chen into an office and personally poured him a cup of tea.
Half an hour later, Shen Nan, with a smile, personally escorted Chen to the NSA's main gate.
Student Chen, will you be returning to Luojing or your university? If you're going back to Luojing, I can arrange a helicopter. If you're returning to school, I can arrange a car. Which would you prefer? Chen thought for a moment and said, please send me back to school. Since I've already seen my parents and family, it's convenient to go back now. Returning later would be more troublesome. Deal. After watching Chen leave, Zhou Hai emerged from the side and stood behind Shen Nan. Director Shen, should we arrange for surveillance? Shen Nan suddenly turned, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Hai.
Zhou Hai felt as if he were being stared down by a hungry wolf, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Remember this, Shen never appeared here today, and we never met him.
The dark web was solely responsible for this virus. Issue a gag order shortly and erase all records of Chen's presence today.
Shen Nan finished speaking and walked away, appearing to be in good spirits.
Zhou Hai watched Chen Nan's retreating back, intensely curious about what he and Chen had discussed for half an hour. However, he understood that some things were safer not to know. Chapter 62, A Call from Across the Ocean. A snack street outside Huaqing University. Inside the Longting Yanchuan restaurant, Chen, feeling right at home, stir-fried 2 dishes and sat in a corner, wolfing down his food. Eat slowly. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you back here? You look starving. Leo happened to have made soup for Chen. Seeing how Chen was eating, he quickly ladled a bowl of soup and offered it to him. Chen didn't respond. He had been picked up by people from the NSA at noon, had a few biscuits on the helicopter, and had been busy all afternoon. By now, his stomach was rumbling with hunger. I didn't go back. There was some business at school, and I had to turn back halfway. Chen took a sip of the soup and gave Leo a response with an excuse. You brat, if you don't want to eat at the cafeteria, just come to my place. What, do you think I'd shortchange you? Leo sighed. Since Chen cooked here last time, the reputation of Longtung Yanchuan Sichuan cuisine has skyrocketed. It's packed during mealtimes every day, and the profit for the month is triple that of the previous month. Now, an urgent news bulletin, an unknown force has infiltrated our country's ticketing websites, causing nearly 800 million travelers to be stranded. However, through the efforts of our nation's cyber experts, all the viruses have been cleared, and the ticketing websites have resumed normal operations. We urge all travelers. At the same time, our country has issued a stern statement: regardless of whether the unknown force is an individual or a state-sponsored group, Xia Kingdom will absolutely not let this slide. We will investigate to the end, and they will have to pay for their provocative actions. The television in the restaurant, which was showing a sports game, suddenly switched to a news broadcast. The sudden news left the diners exchanging bewildered glances. Before the crowd could react, the screen flickered again. This time, it was the familiar scene of the WJB's daily press conference. Reporter, may I ask the spokesperson, how do you view the incident today where an unknown force attacked Xia Kingdom's ticketing websites? Sister Ing, we don't view it in any particular way. The actions of this unknown force have crossed our bottom line. If they dare to act, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. Reporter, may I ask the spokesperson, how will Xia Kingdom handle this cyber warfare? Sister Ing, our nation's cyber experts have identified that the IP addresses of the servers used by the unknown force are located within the headquarters of 6 companies, including CIS and Aura. We hereby issue a formal notice: if these companies do not respond by midnight tonight, we will take necessary measures. Reporter, what kind of necessary measures are you referring to? These include, but are not limited to, increasing tariffs, removing products from shelves, thoroughly investigating companies operating within Xia Kingdom, and, if necessary, shutting down operations of companies within Xia Kingdom. The spokesperson's response was forceful and carried a hint of menace. It was broadcast from the television, playing in waiting halls, shopping malls, public square screens, restaurants, and hotels. At this moment, Sister Ing perfectly embodied the spirit of women are no less capable than men. Inside Longtung Yanchuan Sichuan cuisine, all the diners erupted in excitement. The sounds of people banging on tables, clinking bowls, and shouting filled the entire restaurant. That was awesome. Old Chen, give every table a case of beer. It's on me. I'm feeling unusually generous today. Get out of here. You think you can serve beer in my restaurant? I declare that every table gets a case of beer, and all discounts are 50% off today. Old Chen, you're generous and open-hearted. Boss, my company only has 12 people, but we'll take all our future work lunches from you. Chen watched the TV screen from a corner, inwardly shocked. It had only been less than 2 hours since he had breached the enemy's servers, and the NSA had already traced the IP addresses. Their capabilities were terrifying. He pondered the NSA, while countless places in Xia Kingdom erupted in cheers. The heads of the named foreign companies were furious, but they didn't take it too seriously. Xia Kingdom had always been all talk and no action. They'd issue a statement, and once things calmed down, everything would go back to normal. Online, the incident exploded once again. So domineering.
This is truly amazing. Xia Kingdom hasn't been this tough in a long time. What do you guys think these companies will say in response?
No need to ask, they'll definitely claim they were hacked by some unknown force and it had nothing to do with them.
Isn't that what they always do? No matter how they respond, I won't buy anything from these companies anymore.
I urge all my compatriots to resolutely boycott their products.
Let's see how you boycott. You bunch of mindless people. Hey, you upstairs, you're an idiot. If you were born a few decades earlier, you'd definitely be a traitor. Guys, let's find someone to dox him. Meanwhile, many primary school students were asking their parents what hackers, red hackers, and blue hackers were, causing some parents a headache. Many programming education institutions were bewildered. Director Lon, please come back quickly, the institution is surrounded. What's going on? Speak clearly.
Hearing the chaotic noise from the other end, Director Lon shouted in exasperation.
Director Lon, dozens of parents have come to the company, all asking about children's programming training.
I can't handle it anymore, quickly send someone to help me.
Hello? Hello?
Hearing the dial tone from the other end, Director Lon, after a moment of stunned silence, looked at the TV. He then realized what was happening and rushed downstairs at a sprint. It wasn't just his company, this scene was playing out at almost all the well-known children's programming companies on the market. The slogan shouted by the parents was, "Programming starts from the children." As the mastermind behind this incident, Chen returned to his dormitory at Huaqing University after sitting in the Sichuan restaurant for a while. After showering, he lay on his bed, recalling the day's events. He didn't have much to think about regarding the elimination of the demon virus, it was just as expected. What he was pondering was his last conversation with Shen Nan. Shen Nan had asked if he was willing to stay in the 5th Division of the NSA and promised him leadership of the dark web within 3 years. Shen had rejected all of it. However, Shen Nan had mentioned a plan that deeply occupied Chen's thoughts. The 5th Department was building a defense system to support the Xia Kingdom's network, but progress was slow, and they urgently needed network experts, asking if he was willing to participate. Or perhaps asking if the ancient 4 divine academies were willing to participate. If they agreed, the NSA would forgive all their past transgressions. Once the system was complete, they could leave or stay as they pleased, and they would be offered an annual salary of 5 million. He needed to carefully consider the pros and cons of this. He personally didn't care, but if Shen Nan was using the system as bait to lure the 4, then he would be committing a grave sin. The night gave me black eyes. A sudden phone call interrupted Chen's thoughts. He picked up his phone and frowned immediately. The number was from across the ocean. He hung up without a word, but the owner of the number seemed persistent, calling 3 times in a row. Damn, are scammers this persistent now? Chen cursed under his breath and answered the call, deciding to have a good talk with this scammer and save his twisted life. Hi, Chanua Imthi Academics Editor of New Advances in Mathematics. The moment the other person spoke, Chen was completely stunned. Chapter 63, The Zhou Conjecture in Preprint Status. Hi, Chanua, I'm the academic editor of New. The moment the other person spoke, Chen was completely stunned. Many courses at Huaqing University were taught in English. Chen's English proficiency wasn't bad, he could understand spoken and written English, but his speaking skills were just average. He initially thought it was a scammer, and the other party spoke so fluently and rapidly that Chen didn't even react. It wasn't until the other party spoke again that Chen finally reacted and began communicating with them in his mediocre English. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone, jumped excitedly from his upper bunk, and opened his email with his laptop. A congratulatory email about a new mathematical development appeared. The email basically thanked Chen for his submission, stating that the paper had passed the academic editor's review, mentioning the publication time, and offering many words of thanks. After casually replying to an email, Chen logged into the website for new mathematical developments. As expected, his paper's status had changed from completed accept to preprint. This meant that the paper proving the Zhou conjecture had passed the professional academic editor's review and met the publication standard. It was now in the public comment period for other mathematicians to study.
Looking at the reviewer, it astonishingly read Andrew Wiles, a renowned professor at Princeton. This matter was as good as settled.
This was considered the first paper of his life. Chen was so excited that he couldn't sleep. With a thought, a transparent status screen appeared.
Host Chen. Age, 19. Occupation, student, part-time food delivery writer.
Attributes: strength 8.7, reflexes 9.6, speed 8.4 horsepower, normal person equals 1.
Prestige, 66.
Skills: university physics professor level, university mathematics top domestic tier, economics professor level, informatics programming researcher level, Hall of Fame hacking skills, statistics professional level, grandmaster level Wudong Tai Chi, master class Sichuan cuisine. Looking at the status screen, his three main attributes had increased by 0.1, he had gained the Hall of Fame hacking skills, and then there was the prestige. Looking at the 66 prestige points, Chen now had a rough idea of what prestige was all about.
To gain fame points, one's skills must be recognized by peers in the same profession.
For example, if someone majored in polymer science, and Chen lacked that skill, no matter how much that person admired him, they wouldn't gain any reputation points from him. What frustrated him the most was that reputation points were calculated starting from the system upgrade. All the reputation points from the previous math modeling competition and the commotion at the sports meet had been pocketed by the system. After studying the system for a while, torn between whether to use the lottery or not, Chen drifted off to sleep.
However, that night, many renowned scholars in the field of mathematics worldwide couldn't sleep.
It all started when a Chinese international student studying mathematics at a foreign university routinely browsed the websites of major mathematics journals. Suddenly, they discovered a paper proving the Zhou conjecture posted on the official website of Advances in Mathematics.
Damn it, has the Advances in Mathematics website been hacked too? The international student looked at the Zhou conjecture on the official website, then at the author information, Chen, a sophomore at China Huaqing University.
Recalling the cyber warfare that had taken place earlier that day, they couldn't help but suspect that the official website had been compromised. The Zhou conjecture had been proposed for decades, and many had attempted to solve it, including prominent professors on the international stage, yet without success. Now, it was proven by a sophomore from China the odds of this happening were even lower than 2 consecutive plane crashes. It wasn't just him, many others had noticed, and the editorial office of Advances in Mathematics was flooded with calls, all inquiring about the situation. For an entire morning, the editorial office was busy answering calls, but the inquiries kept pouring in. In desperation, the editorial team finally posted a video on Facebook and Twitter to explain the matter. The explanation, however, only served to ignite the global mathematics community. The international student who first discovered it made a phone call back to China, where it was already midnight.
Wu Chuan, what are you doing in the middle of the night?
Professor Qian Yong of the mathematics department at Jinling University, who had just gone to bed, spoke with a voice heavy with fatigue.
Professor Qian, something big has happened.
The Zhou conjecture has been proven and is already posted on the official website of Advances in Mathematics. Hearing the excited voice on the other end, Professor Qian Yong jolted awake, all traces of sleep vanishing. If Wu Chuan weren't his student, he would have thought Wu Chuan was pulling his leg.
Are you sure? Could the website have been hacked?
No, the editorial team has already posted explanations on Facebook and Twitter, and the reviewer is Professor Wiles from Princeton.
Hiss.
Professor Qian gasped.
Who was Wiles? A Fields Medal laureate, a giant in the mathematics world. His review process was notoriously rigorous. 8 out of 10 papers wouldn't even make it past the abstract.
Professor, do you know a sophomore named Chen from Huaqing University? Hearing the name, Chen Yong paused and replied, I don't know how many students named Chen there are at Huaqing University, but one of them won an award in the math modeling competition this year.
He's a very talented student. Why are you asking about him?
Professor, the author of the Zhou conjecture is him.
The statement hit Professor Qian Yong like a tidal wave, churning up a maelstrom in his mind.
In his ears, there was only the name Chen, nothing else registered. After a long while, Qian Yong came to his senses, realizing the call had ended.
Professor Chen, clad only in his boxer shorts, stumbled into his study and immediately logged onto the official website of Advances in Mathematics. Chen's Zhou conjecture was prominently displayed on the homepage.
After a cursory read of the abstract, Chen Yong grabbed his phone and called Zhao.
"Old Chen, what are you doing awake in the middle of the night?"
Before Chen Yong could speak, Zhao interjected, "I just got home after messing around at the NSA all afternoon and barely got any sleep."
"Stop your napping, you old fool. Something huge has happened. The Zhou conjecture has been proven, and it's by a student from your university."
"Where did you hear that?"
"The preprint is already up on the Advances in Mathematics website." "What, so soon? It's only been 3 days?"
Zhao was greatly surprised. It had been exactly 3 days since the submission on the afternoon of the 30th.
The review process for such a paper should be extremely rigorous and lengthy. 2 weeks would be considered fast. 3 days is almost unbelievable.
"Old Zhao, did you already know about this?"
"Of course, Chen is my student.
I, along with Professors Tai Shui, Xiu Hong, and others, reviewed the paper, and I even translated it."
"Do you think I wouldn't know? Then why isn't your name listed as the corresponding author, or even the second author?" "You old fool, are you trying to provoke me?"
He came up with the topic and proved it all by himself. I'm not shameless enough to steal a student's achievement.
Hiss. "Damn it," Professor Chen Yong, usually so refined, swore. It wasn't just him. A similar scene was unfolding among mathematics professors at universities across China.
Chapter 64, 18 Offers from World-Renowned Universities.
"Old Zhou, wake up quickly, we've got a scoop." "Damn it, what kind of urgent news is it in the middle of the night? Did some celebrity cheat on their spouse, get pregnant, or have an affair?" "None of that. The Zhou conjecture has been proven by a sophomore from Huaqing University. This is huge news. Get up and start writing." "Zhou conjecture? What's that? Look it up online yourself."
"I want the news report in an hour, chop chop." This was a conversation between the editor-in-chief and a reporter at a media company primarily focused on entertainment gossip. A similar scene was playing out at various media companies and among self-media creators.
If you can write it yourself, do it. If not, find someone to write it. The goal is to publish it first. In the internet age, traffic is king.
At Huaqing University, Principal Wu Yuanming also received Zhao's call and promptly arranged for someone to write a press release.
The proof of the Zhou conjecture was provided by Chen, a student at Huaqing University. This was considered a research achievement for the university, and a solid one at that.
Following the activities of a group of night owls last night, Chen's proof of the Zhou conjecture completely exploded on the internet. Upon waking up this morning, netizens found that 5 out of the 10 news articles pushed by major media outlets like Penguin, Tushio, and Weibo were about Chen proving the Zhou conjecture.
What the hell happened last night? I only went to Mars for a bit, and how is Chen famous again?
Upstairs, did you see the Great Thunderclap Temple from Dong Ge's writings on Mars?
But your question is very accurate. I also want to know why. Chen proved the Zhou conjecture. This is a major event. A major event? How major can it be? Will I still get less change when I buy Bowsy?
You won't get less change, but your bank account's balance will be safer by 2 cents.
Within the university and academic circles, the discussions were more profound. He's truly a beast.
Less than a month after submitting a top-secret paper, he's tackled another world-class problem.
Sigh, today's undergraduates are just too amazing. I feel like I went to college for nothing. Are you all celebrating too early?
It's just a preprint, not yet published.
What if another mathematician finds an error? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?
Heh, upstairs, I can only say you're an idiot.
Do you know who reviewed it? Professor Wiles, a Fields medalist, approved it. Do you think there will be a problem?
Just a Fields medal, I thought it was a Nobel Prize.
What's so surprising about that? Damn, Nobel's fiancé ran off with a mathematician. Out of anger, he didn't establish a prize for mathematics.
The Fields Medal is the highest award in mathematics, equivalent to the Nobel Prize in Science. Third floor, I don't blame you for being ugly, but it's not right for you to spew nonsense when you're ugly.
Get lost. A problem that has puzzled the mathematical community for decades has been proven by a sophomore. This is like dropping a DF missile into the academic world. There's ridicule, envy, and jealousy, yet some people are defiant and stir up trouble. Do you think it's possible that Chen faked it? After all, academic fraud is common in Xia Kingdom. Upstairs, the fact that you can ask this question shows your IQ is near the bottom. This is the Zhou conjecture, not a linear equation. Even if it were academic fraud, would you aim so high? Exactly. If something like this could be faked, I'd fake it too. I don't have high demands, the hailstone conjecture, the Sita Pan conjecture, anything. As long as you can prove it, the price is yours. Wow, you call that not having high demands? Why don't you say you want to prove the Riemann hypothesis, Fermat's conjecture, and the four-color theorem? As long as he can prove them, I don't mind these. Money is not an issue. The words are full of a tycoon's aura. And the protagonist is completely unaware. Ding! Ding! Chen was startled awake by the knocking and suddenly sat up in bed. He picked up his phone and saw it was not yet 7 o'clock. There were several missed calls and text messages on his phone. Boss, why are you back so soon? Chen jumped out of bed, wearing only shorts and flip-flops, and opened the dorm door. He thought it was his other roommates returning. What? How could it be you? Seeing Ilara and Kara at the door, Chen instinctively covered his crotch. What are you covering? You're not naked. Ilara retorted impatiently, but her eyes involuntarily darted over. How did you two get up here? How could the dorm supervisor let you two in? This doesn't make any sense. The principal himself approved it. Nonsense. Chen couldn't be bothered with the two of them and brushed his teeth and washed his face in the bathroom. Stop dawdling, hurry up. The principal wants to see you. Professor Zhao is waiting for you too. Why are they looking for me so early? Do you really not know, or are you pretending? You've become famous, you know? Famous for what? Chen frowned. Ilara was acting all crazy early in the morning, talking incoherently. The Zhou conjecture. The entire mathematics community is looking at your paper right now. So I proved it, it's not like it's going anywhere. What's the rush? Listening to Chen's muttering, Ilara and Kara's foreheads twitched, and they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Can you believe what he's saying? What kind of outrageous things is he saying? That was the Zhou conjecture, not a linear equation. If Professor Zhao hadn't called Chen last night and he hadn't answered, and she finally found him, she wouldn't have bothered coming. After changing clothes, they arrived at the principal's office 10 minutes later. In the office, Zhao, Zhang Taishui, and several other mathematics professors were present, all wearing joyful expressions. Have a seat. Wu Yuanming gestured for Chen to sit as he entered and said, Congratulations on proving the Zhou conjecture. Do you have anything you'd like to say at this moment? Anything to say? Say what? He has a system, after all. He might even prove the other 7 Millennium Prize problems someday. What's so special about proving the Zhou conjecture? Just luck, ha ha ha. Although Chen said that, he was still very happy. Even though the proof was based on the first fragment, it still showed that his mathematical level was extremely high. Listening to Chen's answer, the professors felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through their minds. Are you even listening to what people are saying? After a bit of casual chat, the group began discussing how to publicize Chen's proof of the Zhou conjecture and whether to hold a conference. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and the principal's assistant walked in, his expression unreadable, a mixture of joy and melancholy. The principal's assistant first glanced at Chen, then at the principal, and said, Principal Wu, 18 universities have sent offers to student Chen, all posted on their official websites. Chapter 65, I refuse. Hiss. Wu Yuanming gasped.
He took the tablet and the first thing he saw was a crimson background with 3 books carved into the main crest, 2 facing forward and 1 facing down, in a traditional shield shape. This was precisely the Harvard University emblem. Swiping through them one by one, MIT, Princeton University, ETH Zurich, Cambridge University, UC Berkeley. A total of 18 world-renowned universities, any one of which is a goal that science and engineering students strive for. Especially Princeton University, ranked number 1 in the world for mathematics, a mecca for the mathematics community. Since its founding, it has produced 15 winners of the Fields Medal, the highest award in mathematics, and 14 winners of the Turing Award, the highest award in computer science.
For a student like Chen with such immense mathematical talent, this was a tremendous temptation.
Moreover, all these universities offered admission to a PhD program without entrance exams, with full scholarships. It's a good thing for students to be accepted into world-renowned universities as teachers, they should be happy. However, in recent years, very few students from Huaqing University who go abroad to study have returned, which has had a significant impact on society.
No wonder the principal's assistant looked a bit strange.
At this moment, Chen was also holding his phone, looking at the 18 offers from world-renowned universities in his email, lost in thought. Faced with these offers from prestigious universities, even with his system, he was still tempted. The classic of filial piety states, to establish oneself, to walk the way, and to make a name for oneself in later generations, thereby glorifying one's parents, is the ultimate of filial piety. Huaqing University is top tier in China, but there's still a gap compared to these prestigious universities. If he could attend such a university, his parents would surely be very happy. But this thought flashed through his mind and was gone.
With the system, fame in later generations was inevitable.
While Chen was contemplating, the internet had exploded again. Shocking news, a student from our Xia Kingdom's Huaqing University has been accepted by 18 world-renowned universities. The article was short, but the 18 offers were extraordinarily eye-catching. A soft article was spreading like wildfire on Weibo, Baidu, and other news media. In just over 10 minutes, the readership surpassed 1 million, and it was still increasing at a speed of thousands per second. It has to be said that these media professionals have noses as keen as dogs. The promotional articles were already out within half an hour of the universities posting the offers.
The comments section was in complete chaos. Whoa, this is too much. Even if you're trying to grab attention, at least Photoshop it realistically.
You could have picked some less prestigious universities to make it more believable.
Hey, buddy, can you go check the official websites of these universities before you talk, okay? No way, right?
He just proved the Zhou conjecture, it's not like it has any practical use.
Are these universities crazy? Not practical use? Come on, let me give you a calculus equation and you solve it for me? They're not crazy, these universities are just too cunning.
They admit so many people every year, admitting one more or one less doesn't make much difference.
They are interested in Chen's talent in mathematics and computer science.
If they can get a potential Fields Medal or Turing Award winner by offering one admission spot, it's a very worthwhile deal. Princeton University has been around for nearly 280 years, with only 15 Fields medalists and 14 Turing Award winners.
That's an average of 1 every 20 years.
You can imagine how difficult it is to win one. Chen proved the conjecture of the Zhou family, his mathematical talent is beyond doubt, and he also showed great talent in the modeling competition.
If it were just general programming, it wouldn't require profound mathematical knowledge. However, some complex algorithms and data structures are essentially about learning mathematics in the end.
Turing and von Neumann were both mathematicians, which highlights the importance of mathematics in advanced programming.
Damn, these schools are so cunning.
No matter how talented Chen is, he'll end up going abroad.
I don't understand why he has to go abroad.
Upstairs, brother tells you, the moon is rounder and brighter abroad, the air is more fragrant, the water is sweeter, and even the rice is as big as pearls.
Everyone was guessing whether Chen would go to a foreign university for further studies or stay in China.
In the principal's office at Huaqing University, Zhao spoke, saying, "Chen, we will accept whatever choice you make, but I still hope you will stay in China."
Chen, we know the reasons for brain drain.
We can't change the overall environment, but at least within Huaqing University, I have the final say. As long as you stay, if you want to start a research project in the future, I will definitely approve it with priority. Wu Yuanming's words carried a sense of authority and a hint of helplessness. Not long ago, a research institute with over 100 employees collectively resigned to join a private company because the benefits were too low. This isn't an isolated incident. He felt heartbroken every time he saw such news. They are merely educators, not policymakers or students' parents. They cannot change the domestic system of seniority, favoritism, policymaking, and the cumbersome approval process. They have no right to interfere with students' choices, and can only watch talent drain away. Knock knock. The office door sounded, and then another person walked in. Everyone looked and saw it was the head of the university's news center. Director Jiang, is something wrong? Principal, there are many reporters downstairs who want to interview Chen. I've held them off for now. What do you think? Director Jiang was in charge of Huaqing University's external publicity. He certainly welcomed news like Chen's, which was far more valuable than writing a dozen press releases. Wu Yuanming didn't speak but looked at Chen. They were all waiting for Chen's decision. Chen glanced at everyone in the office, taking in their expressions. He stood up and said, "Principal, since people want to interview me, let's go." Chen, you trust him. Zhao stopped Wu Yuanming, who was becoming impatient. Everyone followed them downstairs, and dozens of reporters rushed towards them. Wow, People's Daily, Xia Kingdom Television, Computer News, all the well-known media outlets in the capital were present. After the security guards blocked the reporters, Wu Yuanming said a few words and led everyone to the small lecture hall in the administrative building. Once everything was in place, Chen stood on the podium. Student Chen, congratulations. Reporters, please wait a moment. Chen directly interrupted a reporter's question and then said, I know what you all want to ask, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. At the same time, I will use you to give those prestigious universities a clear response. The principal, the professors from the mathematics department, dozens of media reporters, and the security guards maintaining order, nearly 100 people, all looked at Chen with anticipation. Chen observed the expressions of all the reporters, seeing gossip, disdain, disgust, curiosity, and excitement in some of their eyes. Chen gathered his thoughts and finally spoke. I refuse. His clear voice echoed in the lecture hall. Chapter 66, Chen's Promise and the Road Ahead. I refuse. His clear voice echoed in the lecture hall. The faces of many reporters were filled with surprise and disbelief. Those were world-renowned universities, the mecca for science and engineering students. The principal and the professors felt as if a great weight had been lifted, their faces beaming with joy. Qian Yao Lai. I was born in the suburbs of Luoxing. I remember when I was in elementary school, the school environment was terrible. Chen spoke as if reminiscing, recounting his elementary, middle, and high school experiences in 2 to 3 minutes, describing the hardships of the students and the dedication of the teachers. These 18 universities are world-class institutions, with Princeton being a sacred place and the pinnacle of the mathematical world. Naturally, they hold some appeal for me, but that's all. Their rankings and strength are indeed good, but Huaqing University is also doing quite well. His remark caused the lecture hall to erupt in laughter, and the principal and professors chuckled. Huaqing University is ranked 19th in the world, and you call that doing quite well? Chen seemed oblivious to their amusement and continued, I know there are many problems in China, such as the emphasis on seniority, funding constraints, and unpaid labor for advisors. These are all reasons for brain drain. But I want to say that using these as excuses to go abroad and never return is a sign of cowardice and a lack of self-confidence. I know many people will curse me for being elitist when they hear this, but this is like the situation with domestic products. Everyone shouts about supporting local brands while using foreign products and exclaiming how good they are. Haven't you considered that the rise of domestic brands requires time and funding for research and development? If you don't buy domestic products, where will they get the funds for R&D? Without R&D funds, how can they rise? I admit that some companies take government subsidies and use patriotic slogans while engaging in unethical practices, but that's only a minority.
Most are still good. It's the same in academia, everyone goes abroad, and the domestic research environment becomes weaker and weaker.
This will only allow those who are above us to act with impunity.
If China had a wealth of talent and produced one research achievement after another, in this era of information flow, how many leaders could truly monopolize power?
Everyone says the domestic research environment is poor and lacks strength, but this is precisely what you've created.
With generations of geniuses leaving, the research environment will only worsen, forming a vicious cycle. Some might say science knows no borders, but I say scientists do.
I ask our compatriots who have left, think about it, if one day the missiles you helped build strike China and kill your own people, scorching the land that gave birth to you, how would you feel? I'll say it again, as long as I am strong enough, one day these universities will be fighting to invite me to be a professor or give lectures at their institutions.
Chen said this, calming his agitated emotions.
I remember during the final round of the mathematical modeling competition, Elder Chu Xiaotong asked about my dreams. I said my dream was the stars and the sea. Even if I couldn't reach them myself, I hoped to contribute to them with my knowledge.
I will always stay in China.
This is my promise, Chen's promise, and my compatriots can bear witness. Finally, I want to say, my compatriots, give the country some time to change. I believe that in the near future, we will achieve a bright tomorrow for academia. Chen finished speaking.
The lecture hall fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into thunderous applause.
The professors, having lived through the 70s and 80s, witnessed the development of our nation's technology and the rise of its strength. They know that a weak nation will inevitably be attacked, which is why they chose to stay. The reporters left, pondering, while Wu Yuanming continued the meeting with the professors to discuss publicity matters. Numerous media companies received a single phone call. They were not allowed to edit the video, it had to be uploaded online in its entirety. As media companies, with their keen senses for sniffing out trends, they understood the unspoken implication of this single request: don't chase traffic. Looking at the script they had prepared all night, the reporters felt utterly dejected, realizing it was useless here.
After 19 years of trials and tribulations, a dragon has emerged, yet willingly stays hidden in the abyss. A child prodigy, turning down offers from world-renowned universities to stay in China. What hidden reasons lie behind this?
A boy from the countryside ventures far from home in pursuit of his dreams.
A tragedy for the academic world of Xia Kingdom. The young genius once again chooses to study abroad, and betrayal begins here.
I, Chen, choosing to go abroad, is the beginning of our dreams.
Frustrated or not, the work had to be done, and done well.
Otherwise, they'd be called in for questioning. An hour later, the video was uploaded, followed by articles that were secretly pushed to the top by major media companies. Netizens watched the video, their screens filled with 666, a popular internet slang for awesome.
Tsinghua University is also decent? If I get into Peking University, my life will be ruined. We, Peking University, respectfully disagree. Call me Brother Nua, I'm tough and I don't talk much.
I wonder if this is just for show, or if he genuinely wants to stay. I just hope he won't be tempted by future offers.
Damn, acting all high and mighty. Who does he think he is? Can he represent the academic community of Xia Kingdom? Exactly. Is this a slap in the face to us? If he's patriotic, what are we? Some students preparing to study abroad were furious. After Chen's stunt, they were bound to face everyone's questioning. Still too young.
I hope he still says the same thing in a few years.
I'm going to save this video and give him a good slap in the face then. Missing this opportunity, the gap between him and us will only widen.
I hope he doesn't regret his choice. Students who had already gone abroad also began to speculate maliciously. Instead, the Twitter account of Princeton University's mathematics department posted a cryptic message: "We hope that day will come soon." Everyone understood this as a response to Chen, believing he would go further in the field of mathematics in the future. As the protagonist of the video, Chen walked alone to the highest floor of the library, found a spot, and sat down, quietly contemplating his future path. After his speech, he realized that he deeply loved the country that nurtured him, and he felt compelled to do something for it. He was deeply affected by the attack on Xia Kingdom's ticketing website by hostile forces yesterday. If not for his system, Xia Kingdom would have suffered heavy losses and become a global laughingstock. Backwardness leads to being bullied. This is an undeniable fact. Perhaps the system chose him precisely to help his country become stronger. With the system's help, he could achieve great things in any field. But which one to focus on first? Photolithography machines? Chips? Controlled nuclear fusion reactors? Mars probes? Aero engines? Space shuttles? High-end bearings? Industrial robots? Carbon fiber? Helicopter technology? Computer and mobile operating systems? With a moment's thought, he realized how many technologies were bottlenecked by foreign countries, making Chen's scalp tingle. After a bit more thought, Chen became agitated. With his current skills, apart from operating systems, he was still far from proficient in all the others. What the hell is this? I just finished talking about the stars and the sea, and now I'm eating my words? Chapter 67, Negotiation with Shin Nan. Damn it, this is forcing me to become an all-around top student. On the rooftop of the library at Huaqing University, Chen cursed under his breath, a hint of gritted teeth in his expression. After contemplating for over an hour, he realized that besides physics and programming, which could enhance national strength, other skills seemed like a waste of time. Regarding lithography machines, they directly stated that even with blueprints, we couldn't build them because we lacked the extreme ultraviolet light and the ultimate mechanical precision. Controllable nuclear fusion reactor? This matter is both simple and difficult. We've mastered nuclear fusion and fission, and creating high-temperature, high-pressure environments is easy. The challenge lies in containment. Once this research is completed, the civilization level of the Earth will rise by half a grade. However, even if the country completes research on these two projects, given the hostile powers' attitude towards the country, they would undoubtedly use force to stop it. Therefore, before undertaking these research projects, the country's national defense must be strengthened first, otherwise, it cannot be protected. And the technologies mentioned above, which are being bottlenecked by foreign powers, are without exception stalled by material issues. Furthermore, the research for each advanced material requires calculations and simulations measured in years, consuming vast amounts of human and material resources, with no guarantee of success. So, in the end, it all comes down to getting the computer field sorted out first. If we can develop quantum computers or intelligent computers, the computing power boost will naturally shorten research times. After going in circles, he'd ultimately return to mathematics and computers. Chen suspected the system had foreseen this and given him these two skills in advance. For a moment, he even considered dedicating himself to food delivery for 3 to 5 years, using the check-in system to max out all scientific and technological skills, and then tackling research. Once the controllable nuclear fusion reactor is perfected, they'll be begging us for lithography machines and Mars rovers, and crying if we refuse. Unfortunately, the consequence of doing so would be that before he could even begin his research, he'd be subjected to scientific scrutiny, possibly even dissection. Then, a program appeared, approaching science, approaching you, a new species is born. Buzz. The phone vibrated, interrupting Chen's daydream. Encrypted call? Chen looked at the string of asterisks with some curiosity, but after a brief pause, he knew who it was. Director Shen, what are your instructions? Chen got straight to the point. Among the people he knew, besides Shin Nan from the 5th Division of the NSA, no one else was at this level. Student Chen, have you considered it? Shin Nan was even more direct. Director Shin, as you can see, I'm so busy I can barely keep my head straight. How could I have time to look for them? Shen was also troubled. He was so busy he didn't even have time to deliver food and level up his skills. Thinking of this, he felt like he'd lost several hundred million. Chen, it's not that I'm rushing you, but we really can't afford delays. You saw what happened yesterday. If they pull something like that again during the Spring Festival, the consequences. Chen shivered. The Spring Festival spirit runs deep in the veins of the Xia Kingdom people. With over 1 billion people traveling during the Spring Festival each year, and in winter no less, if crowds gathered like yesterday, it would truly be a collapse. Thinking of this, Chen's heart suddenly stirred. Since he was already planning to focus on computers, he certainly couldn't do it alone. Transferring top talents from within the system wouldn't work in a short time. It would be better to bring in experts like the four ancient gods. There's a saying in the cyber world: you cannot understand defense without understanding offense. The four ancient gods have all caused major disruptions. Their offensive skills are unquestionable, and their defensive skills are likely even stronger otherwise. They would have been caught by the NSA long ago. Director Shen, I need to discuss this matter with you in person.
Have someone pick me up. I'll be waiting at the main entrance of Huaqing University.
While waiting, Chen initiated a check-in, but as expected, it yielded nothing.
An hour later, Chen reappeared at NSA headquarters, this time on the top floor.
It was hard to imagine that on the top floor, where sharp blades were always ready, there was a lounge area resembling a tea bar.
Go ahead.
Shen Nan was sipping a cup of milk tea with relish, making Chen's lips twitch.
Director Shen, 2 things. First, how can you guarantee you're not using me as bait? Chen stared intently at Shen Nan, like a leopard hunting its prey. And the second thing? If you can't guarantee the first thing, the second won't matter anyway.
Shen Nan's eyes suddenly sharpened, like an eagle locking onto its prey, and an imposing aura emanated from him, full of pressure. Chen suddenly had a strange thought: perhaps this was what the masters called killing intent. After a few breaths, Shen Nan slowly said, "For the first matter, we can issue a letter of commitment, essentially making you a special external agent of the NSA. If the four ancient gods can help us perfect the defense system, their past actions will be forgiven, and their records will be wiped clean. Deal. After the job is done, each person gets compensation of 10 million, and a monthly salary of 100,000 during development."
That's not unreasonable, is it? Not unreasonable. Shen Nan smiled. Hiring a few top hackers for tens of millions was a great deal for them. Now you can tell me the second thing. Gladly. Shen smiled and continued, "Second, I will lead the development of the defense system, and the NSA will not interfere. However, I promise to deliver it to you before the end of the year." Impossible. Shen Nan immediately interrupted Chen, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Chen, do you know what you're saying? Do you realize the immense losses to the country if this isn't completed? This risk is too great. Do you even have any other options? Instead of wasting time dragging your feet, why not give it a try? Of course, you don't need to reply immediately. You can go back and discuss it with your big boss." Shen Nan's eyes narrowed, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Does the NSA lack people? We have plenty of technical personnel at low, medium, and high levels, but we're truly short on top-tier talent. Having none like the four ancient gods is almost unbelievable to say. The reasons are known to everyone: it's about compensation and restrictions. Top technical talent can command starting salaries in the tens of millions at major companies like Tencent, Huawei, and Alibaba, enjoying status, recognition, and freedom. Joining the NSA, setting aside the compensation issue, means essentially losing your freedom and being unable to disclose your identity. It's like being a clandestine operative, unless you're someone with truly lofty ideals. The development of a system hinges on building a solid architecture. With a good architecture and well-designed underlying logic, the rest is just about filling in the details. The NSA is precisely lacking that top-tier architectural talent. This pain point is something Shen Nan understands, and Chen understands it too. This is Chen's leverage. Chen, your request is really difficult to fulfill. Even if I go back and discuss it with the top boss, it's unlikely to be approved. The vested interests involved are too significant, you should understand." Chen didn't reply. He took a sip of his milk tea and said, "The pearls are round and chewy, with a great bite." Chapter 68, Is Chen's name worth 1 billion? I don't understand, and I don't want to. Chen is well aware of the potential repercussions, which is precisely why he doesn't want to get involved and has proposed this solution.
We don't want to end up with the system developed and then find ourselves and the four ancient gods implicated.
That would be a major disaster. In that case, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll offer you another plan. See if it's feasible.
With that, Chen glanced at Shen Nan and continued, you guys develop your defense system.
I'll establish a company, and we'll develop our own.
We'll deliver it to you before the end of the year, and you just need to pay us for our work.
What do you think?
It's only a little over 3 months, after all. Your people don't have to be fully committed, so there's not much to lose.
Chen's plan caught Shen Nan's eye, who then asked in confusion, who are you referring to when you say we? The ancient four gods, who else could it be?
Shen retorted impatiently. Even if he could handle it alone, he wouldn't have the time, let alone the fact that this isn't a one-person job. The reward is 1 billion, paid up front. Shen's words were always shocking, and before Shen Nan could retort, he added, you know your budget better than anyone, so don't think I'm asking for the moon.
Moreover, do you really think I can complete this with just myself and the ancient four gods? Don't I need to find people? Don't I need to rent a place? Don't I need to spend time? Stop.
Shen Nan immediately stopped Shen, who was rambling like Tang Sanzang, and said, wait for me for half an hour, I need to report this.
1 billion is truly not a lot.
His intuition told him that Chen might actually succeed.
Less than half an hour later, Shen Nan rushed back, looking flustered.
The big boss has agreed.
10 billion is no small sum. What guarantee do you have? My name, Chen, is that enough?
No.
Shen Nan retorted with annoyance.
Damn it, I've seen shameless people, but never this shameless.
A name is worth 10 billion? Are you an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences or a big shot in some field?
Fine, for the sake of your sincerity, I'll vouch for you.
Considering Chen's current potential, 10 billion really isn't much.
With this kid's current network and skills, it would be easy for him to join a major company for technical development or start his own business. Here are the commitment letters and special appointment certificates from the ancient four gods. I'll give them to you as well.
Fast.
Chen's eyes lit up, and he took them, carefully examining the contents.
Don't worry, we wouldn't dare to trick you. This is already logged in the internal network. I've done everything you asked. When do you plan to start? Shen Nan sat down and asked casually.
What's the rush?
You agreed, but we haven't yet. A sly smile crept onto Chen's lips.
He pushed the computer over and said, if you can fulfill all these, I'll take the project. Shen Nan took the computer and his face darkened after a few minutes of reading. The computer screen displayed a project contract, but it was surprisingly simple, with the additional clauses being downright exploitative. Clause 1, NSA shall not interfere, obstruct, or inquire about the project's progress. Violators will be charged an additional 10% of the project cost. Clause 2, NSA may investigate the project personnel's identities but shall not take any action, including but not limited to summoning, detaining, or recruiting them. If all the above were acceptable, the most crucial part was the final clause. NSA shall provide and handle all office space, equipment, and business licenses for the project.
Is this NSA's company, or Chen's? It's only Chen who can boss NSA around like servants.
Mr. Shen, think about it this way, if we were to handle all this ourselves, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, especially for the licenses.
You know how efficient the relevant departments are.
All right, in 3 days, I'll have all of this arranged. I expect to see your project kick off in 3 days.
You can count on it.
Seeing Shen Nan agree, Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, his tone becoming playful.
Mr. Shen, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll borrow this place for a bit. Arrange a car to take me back later once I'm done.
Shen Nan shook his head and turned to leave, knowing full well what Chen was up to. After Shen Nan left, Chen took out his laptop and started typing furiously. Lines of code flowed across the screen. 20 minutes later, he stopped and waited quietly. Meanwhile, in an internet cafe 1,000 miles away, the owner's computer suddenly emitted a sharp beeping sound, and his face changed drastically. This sound indicated a hacker had infiltrated his computer. Just as the owner was about to flee, a request popped up on the screen.
The owner hesitated but clicked it. Chen chuckled and started typing again.
An hour later, Chen closed his laptop and let out a long sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. As he had expected, the ancient four gods had accepted his invitation.
It wasn't hard to guess.
Yesterday, when unidentified forces attacked the Xia Kingdom's ticket booking website, the four of them, despite the risk of exposure, stepped in to help. This shows they have a sense of national righteousness, at the very least. Now that Chen had resolved their identity issues, they no longer had to live in hiding, constantly on edge. In addition, there was the substantial compensation and a stage to showcase their talents.
If they didn't agree, Chen could have easily exposed their whereabouts and had them apprehended by the NSA.
Not only that, but Chen also told them to find more experts, as compensation and status were negotiable. Chen planned to use money to lure them, which is why he asked for 10 billion. This is feasible in the private sector, but not in the public sector, as there are too many projects.
If all were handled this way, the GDP wouldn't be able to sustain it.
His true confidence came from the system. If pushed, he was prepared to work as a delivery driver 24/7 to level up his skills. Or, he could do something earth-shattering to gain fame points and draw hundreds of times. Surely he'd get a defense system then.
Finding people wasn't an issue for the four gods.
Over the years of hiding and lurking on forums, they had mentored countless disciples and made numerous friends, so they had reliable experts. He provided a contact method and set a meeting for 3 days later.
The matter of the defense system had taken its first step. "Mr. Shen, arrange a car to take me back."
After calling Shen Nan, Shen secretly decided that he would go out to deliver food and level up his skills that afternoon.
We strongly condemn the statements made by the 6 companies, including CIS and Aura.
We will also send investigation teams into the branches of these 6 companies in Xia Kingdom.
We officially declare that this is a normal tax and financial audit, and external parties need not overinterpret it. A news report suddenly flashed across the TV in the lounge area before disappearing. Although the news was brief, its content was profound.
Chen took out his phone and logged into Taobao and JD.com, only to find that the products of these 6 companies had been removed from the shelves without exception.
Those who know, know.
It's likely that these companies received a notification before this news broke.
Perhaps this is just the beginning.
At this moment, Shen Nan also arrived. "Mr. Shen, quickly arrange a car. I still have to deliver food this afternoon."
Chapter 69, all set, just waiting for the east wind. You have a new delivery order. Please process it promptly.
Chen, who was chatting and joking with a group of delivery riders, heard his phone ring.
"Guys, gotta go. Talk later."
Then he sped off on his electric scooter. The other riders were puzzled.
Why was he so happy about delivering food? Watching Chen leave, one writer said, "Why don't we also buy some books to read and become top students like Chen someday?"
As soon as he finished speaking, several writers around him looked at him with strange expressions. If he can become a top student, can't we, as fellow delivery writers, also do it?
The writer's confidence visibly waned under the gaze of the crowd. "Brother Zhao, aren't you mistaken? Chen is a top student first and a delivery writer second. He's doing it part-time, experiencing life. It's not the same, is it?" "Exactly. If I could actually focus on studying, would I still be delivering food now? Studying? That's impossible in this lifetime. Reading novels is fine. I recently read a book called Me, a Delivery Writer, Invincible after 3 years of check-ins. It's pretty awesome. Want to check it out?" "Yeah, I read it too. It's pretty cool. I just want to ask the author, what kind of delivery job gets you a system?" The delivery writers continued their banter. Delivering food, leveling up skills, humph. Chen rode his beloved electric scooter through the streets and alleys around Huaqing University, muttering to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the master welder skill. In front of a car repair shop, the system's notification sound rang out, leaving Chen dumbfounded. Before the reforms, technical jobs followed an 8-grade system. After the reforms, they were divided into junior, intermediate, senior, technician, and senior technician. What does master level mean? Above senior technician? Before Chen could ponder, a vast amount of complex welding knowledge flooded his brain. Manual arc welding, CO2 gas shielded welding, submerged arc welding, pulsed gas metal arc welding, everything was there. The process, details, and precautions for each welding method were etched into his mind. Now, even creating a fish scale weld would be a piece of cake. Chen was a bit speechless. This skill was amazing, but he couldn't use it right now. Glancing at the car repair shop in front of him, Chen rode his scooter away. An hour later, Chen found himself staring blankly in front of the same car repair shop again. This time, checking in granted him the master mechanic skill. Mechanics are far more versatile than welders. A master mechanic could literally file an aircraft carrier or submarine into shape, comparable to a mobile, human-shaped CNC machine. 2 more hours passed, and Chen appeared in front of the car repair shop once more. Watching the busy workers, Chen was amazed. He had delivered food to this shop 3 times this afternoon. His luck was unbelievable. This time, he acquired the master auto repair skill. It's no exaggeration to say that he could now dismantle a car with his bare hands. Combined with his previous welding and mechanic skills, given enough materials and time, he could build a car entirely by hand. What's the meaning of this? Am I supposed to switch careers and build cars? Thinking this, Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like a viable path. The recent Tesla brake failure incidents have been a hot topic. Should I take this opportunity to develop an intelligent driving system? With my master-level auto repair skills, I'm intimately familiar with car structures. Plus, I'm now getting into computer development. If I develop an intelligent system, it could completely crush Tesla? But he immediately shook his head. His main task was to complete the NSA's defense system. Even if he were to develop an intelligent system, it would have to wait until after the NSA's defense system was done. Things that happen 3 to 4 months from now have too many variables. Thinking about it now seems a bit unrealistic. After a silent complaint, Chen continued his grand mission of delivering food to gain skills. His luck seemed to have run out. By 9 p.m., after delivering nearly 40 orders, he hadn't acquired any new skills. For the next 3 days, Chen spent his mornings at the library researching the conjecture of the infinitude of twin primes and his afternoons delivering food. On the morning of the last day of the National Day holiday, Chen received a call from Shinnan. About a 10-minute drive from Huaqing University, Chen met Shinnan in a 5-story building covering about 200 square meters, which looked unremarkable from the outside. How is it? Not bad, is it? Good, it's exactly what I wanted. Chen looked around. The decor was simple yet elegant, and all the office equipment was readily available. The first floor housed the cafeteria, the second the equipment area, the third the office space, the fourth was half conference rooms and half offices for Chen and the ancient 4 gods, the fifth floor was the dormitory area, and the rooftop had been converted into a semi-open and secluded recreational area. Most thoughtfully, the dormitory area came fully equipped with bedding and toiletries, ready for immediate move-in. The place isn't a luxurious CBD, but it's quiet and close to school. The most crucial thing is secrecy. They've developed a system, and with top hackers like the ancient 4 gods around, if rival forces found out, they could be wiped out in one fell swoop. Mr. Shin, where did you get this? Could it be? Shinnan's mouth twitched as he listened to Chen's words. What on earth was that phrasing? With our status at the NSA, do we need to resort to such underhanded tactics? Who knows? With your all-powerful special departments, crushing these companies would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? It's not like it hasn't happened before. Shinnan couldn't be bothered to reply to Chen. He knew Chen was telling the truth. Don't worry about safety. We'll have a small team of police stationed nearby, and the security guards here are all rigorously trained soldiers. Chen smiled at Shinnan's words. How could he not know what the old fox was planning? He said he would protect them, but in reality, he was monitoring them. But he didn't say anything. If it were him, he would have gone further. When will the work start? That's a very unprofessional question.
When the work starts depends on when your funds are in place.
Typical.
Shin Nan glared at Chen and handed him a packet of documents.
Over 10 miscellaneous documents including business licenses, permits, authorizations, contracts, etc., and a bank card.
Chen, I don't care how you spend the money, but remember this: if you can't deliver before the year ends, you'll be working for us for life. Also, there's a document detailing our system requirements and the hardware prepared for it.
Take a good look and don't mess it up. Alright, Master Shin, I know. You can count on me. Count on you for what? Shin Nan rolled his eyes and turned to leave.
After circling upstairs again, Chen made a call and then quietly sat in his office, looking through the documents. Everything is ready, we just need the final push.
An hour later, a somewhat worn-out minivan pulled up to the entrance of the small building, and 4 people got out. Chapter 70 System Codename, Xuanwu. Stop looking, come on up. Chen shouted from a window upstairs. The 4 exchanged glances and entered without hesitation. At this point, they had no turning back. Shin, how could it be you? Damn, are you kidding me?
The 4 were shocked to see Chen. Chen had recently won 3 awards in a modeling competition and set 10 world sports records.
For network experts like them, it was normal to recognize Chen.
Although Chen had told them his name a few days ago, they never associated him with Chen from Huaqing University.
How could a student manage to connect with the NSA, get something like an exemption certificate, and undertake NSA projects? Why couldn't it be me? After all, we've fought side by side before. Chen couldn't be bothered to explain his relationship with the NSA to them. Enough talk. Here are your exemption certificates.
Keep them safe, you won't get replacements if you lose them. Right off the bat, Chen gave the 4 the greatest reassurance. Holding the certificates, the 4 had complex expressions on their faces, their eyes slightly red and swollen.
Eagle, 10 years.
I can finally live freely in the sunlight, no longer fearing being arrested in my dreams.
Yes, 10 years.
I've spent less than a month with my parents all these years, always afraid of causing them trouble.
Now I can finally be filial.
10 years, it went by so fast.
Freedom. Shen didn't interrupt their reminiscing. In our youth, who hasn't had moments of pride and righteous anger?
But a moment of youthful passion led to a lifelong struggle for freedom. Without Chen, if they hadn't chosen the path of amnesty, they would have lived in the shadows for the rest of their lives. After about 15 minutes, the 4 regained their composure.
Here's the system development documentation, take a look.
Chen had already communicated the main tasks with them, saving time on further discussion. The 4 took the development requirements and hardware environment provided by Shin Nan and began to read.
Damn, is the NSA really that rich? Investing 10 billion? Are they planning to build a supercomputer? Is it necessary to be so extravagant? This is crazy. With this concept, when the system is complete, it will be invincible. TSK, I love this hardware. It's amazing.
The 4 exclaimed as they read. Especially the hardware section, most of it was custom made. These were items they couldn't buy even with money, things they had only heard of but never seen. Let alone them, even when Chen first saw it, he wondered if the NSA had adjusted their plans and was going all out because of his involvement. Take a look at this, it's the part they've already developed. Chen handed them another document. Half an hour later, the 4 finished reading. Chen asked, "What do you think?" The 4 exchanged glances. The elder Eagle said, "Based on the description of the completed parts, it would be difficult for me alone to break in. But with the 4 of us working together, it would take at most 3 hours to breach the defenses." Chen nodded, it was about what he expected. If it were him, it would take about the same amount of time. NSA really has some top-tier experts.
You've read all the documents. Do you have any additions regarding the NSA's requirements and design?
This question was not only to make the 4 find design flaws but also to assess their actual capabilities. The four, Eagle and the others, fell into thought, their right index fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. The entire defense system is divided into 6 parts: network isolation and access control, vulnerability discovery and patching, intrusion detection and response, encryption, backup and recovery, and monitoring and auditing. Failure in any one part would render the protection system ineffective. For example, with backup and recovery, even if the system removes the virus, if the data is lost or cannot be restored, the system is useless. I think we can focus on intrusion detection and response. It would be a waste not to utilize the excellent hardware listed by the NSA. Knight spoke first, and Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging Knight's idea. The vulnerability discovery and patching part can also be a key focus. This is where the early warning mechanism and response time come into play. As long as we can detect viruses and vulnerabilities in advance, we can deal with them calmly. Backup and recovery is another area where we can make improvements. Encryption protection is also possible. Chen, aren't you very knowledgeable about Mersenne primes? If you can use Mersenne primes to create algorithms and encrypt data, it would be difficult for others to find passwords even if they exploited vulnerabilities. The 4 men expressed their opinions. Chen sighed, knowing that they were indeed legendary figures who had stirred up trouble in the past. Their insights were spot on and coincided with his own thoughts. Let me share my thoughts with you all and see if they are feasible. First, I believe the best defense is a good offense. This requires effort in intrusion detection and response. As soon as an intrusion is detected, the system should be able to launch an attack on its own, and it should be able to autonomously adjust server computing power based on the opponent's attack intensity, ultimately defeating the enemy. Second, in the process of discovering and patching vulnerabilities, I also hope that the system can self-repair rather than relying on manual intervention. Chen spoke for 3 or 4 points, and the other 4 looked at each other in bewilderment. The first point sounds simple enough, just set a few judgment values. But how to make the system autonomously mobilize computing power? This is practically asking the system to possess a rudimentary form of self-awareness. I have named this system Xuanwu. The Zhuozhuan states, Xuanwu is in the north, composed of a tortoise and a snake, both representing Xuanwu. The world knows Xuanwu is skilled in defense, but overlooks the cunning and aggressive nature of the snake coiled around the tortoise. From Chen's naming, it's clear he wants the system to possess absolute defense and absolute offense. No matter who attacks the system, even with a probing touch, the system will automatically retaliate. As long as it's within the system's matched computing power, it will definitely eliminate them. There will definitely be challenges. If there are difficulties, we tackle them. If there are no difficulties, we create them. What else are we here for if not for challenges? Gentlemen, the NSA has invested heavily, so we can't just throw something together. Besides, there are already well-developed intelligence systems in the country. We can learn from them. Do you want what happened a few days ago to happen again? What if they attack during Spring Festival? Do you know the consequences? Gentlemen, in a few decades, when you turn to dust, the only thing that will remain is this system. When you are old and gray, sitting in your rocking chairs, and your grandchildren ask you if there's anything you regret from your youth, will you think of this moment? Will you choose to retire with a clean slate, etch your name in history, or be cursed by future generations? Think carefully. The 4 men, saturated by Chen's potent poisonous chicken soup, rolled their eyes, but they could see the burning flames in each other's eyes. They were geniuses and masters of the cyber world, possessing the pride of such individuals. Let's do it. Even if it costs us our lives, we will leave something behind in this world. Chapter 71, The Prodigal Son. Chen. Have you found the people I asked you to find? After discussing the system architecture, Chen inquired about personnel. I can bring 9 people. I can bring 11 people. 8 people. I've contacted 13 people. That's a total of 41 people, many more than expected. Those approved by the 4 must have decent skills. When can they be here? This was Chen's primary concern. They can all be here by 8 p.m. tonight. All right, go ahead and notify them. By 8 p.m., the building was bustling.
Over 40 people gathered in the third-floor conference room. Chen's appearance caused another round of gasps. Chen, however, appeared calm and spoke with authority. You all know why you're here, so I won't waste time with pleasantries. The personnel structure will have 3 tiers: members, team leaders, and module managers. Team members will receive 500,000 per month, team leaders 1 million, and module managers 2 million. The project duration is 3 months. For every day completed ahead of schedule, there will be a bonus of 100,000. For every day late, 10% of the total remuneration will be deducted. If the total becomes negative, you'll have to sell yourselves to pay it off. As long as you complete the project on time and the handover is satisfactory, each of you will receive an additional 1 million bonus, and I will resolve all your identity issues. Chen paused, observing everyone's expressions, and continued. As for who becomes a team leader, you will select them yourselves. I don't care about the process, only the results. Of course, team leader positions are not fixed. If you feel capable midway, you can challenge a team leader, but you are not allowed to use work time for this. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the conference room erupted in an uproar. Even if Chen hadn't offered money, they would have been willing to do this. Most of them had some questionable past incidents. None of them wanted to be apprehended by the NSA years down the line, which would bring immense harm to their families, loved ones, and children. They hadn't expected Chen to be so generous. The compensation offered was unbelievably surprising. In 3 months, they could earn more than an ordinary person would in a lifetime. Xinnan watched from the side, his mouth twitching. His heart ached, and he marveled at Chen's generosity. A single month's salary for each person would easily exceed 30 million. Truly extravagant. This matter could only be handled this way. If he proposed it within the national system, he'd likely be roasted alive. But don't get too excited yet, gentlemen. Let me be clear, if anyone falters or holds the team back, I'm sorry, but you'll be drinking tea inside for the rest of your lives. It was a classic display of power and benevolence, winning hearts while also striking fear into them. If there are no objections, please sign the confidentiality agreements. Chen glanced at Xinnan, who stepped out and gave a signal. 7 or 8 NSA employees entered, distributing confidentiality agreements to everyone. Seeing the people wearing NSA badges, everyone felt a sense of awe and solemnly signed the confidentiality agreements. After about half an hour of work, the confidentiality agreement process was completed. I declare that the project for the Xia Kingdom Network Defense System, codenamed Xuanwu, is officially launched. I want the list of team leaders within 1 hour. After speaking, Chen nodded to the 4 men, including Lao Ying and Xinnan, then led the way out. Also, here's a bonus for you all, we're short on manpower. If anyone here can bring in recruits who pass the assessment by the Eagle 4, they'll receive a reward of 1 million. Furthermore, anyone who makes a significant contribution during the development process will receive a bonus starting at 1 million. The NSA will also award you merits, which can benefit your children's future education with preferential admission under equal conditions, or even grant you residency in the capital if you desire. Chen, who had walked to the door, turned back and added to everyone in the conference room. The conference room erupted in cheers, even more enthusiastic than before. The current biggest competition in China is in education. Do you think you can get into a good school just because you have money? That's not necessarily true. Unlike the educational environment abroad, where you can donate hundreds of millions to Harvard, and as long as your children aren't idiots, they can all get a degree from Harvard. The Gaokao in Xia Kingdom is the fairest selection system in the world. It is considered the 5th great invention of Xia Kingdom by the West and stands up to comparison and scrutiny. Don't parents work this hard precisely so their children can have a better future? Although Chen only mentioned preferential admission under equal conditions, not bonus points, this is more exciting than millions. A few minutes later, Chen and his group appeared in Chen's office. Eagles, for the 4 of you, each person will be rewarded 10 million for completing the project. Any objections? Also, we're short-handed right now and need at least this many more people. You guys handle the staffing, money is not an issue. Chen spoke with great confidence. The 4 Eagles were a bit excited, enjoying the perks of following a boss who wasn't short on cash.
Shen Nan, on the other hand, felt a pang of heartache, cursing Chen as a prodigal son.
Director Shen, regarding what I just mentioned, major meritorious service, NSA commendation, preferential admission for children, and residency in Kyoto, is that all fine?
Shen Nan shook his head and said, if they meet our internal evaluation standards, commendations and preferential admission are both possible.
As for residency in Kyoto, that's even simpler. With their technical skills, they all meet Kyoto's standards for talent recruitment. Hearing Shen Nan's clear confirmation, Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
He was genuinely worried Shen Nan might say no, which would be embarrassing. Chen's strategy was simple: no games, just throw money at the problem.
On one hand, he offered them what they needed most and the most tangible benefits.
On the other hand, he used their status as leverage, forcing them to give their all. After chatting for another hour or so, someone reported that the team leaders had been selected. After offering a few words of encouragement, Chen returned to his office. Eagles, Knights, gather a few team leaders.
We'll work overtime tonight to rework the design. After tomorrow, you four will be fully responsible for the project. I expect it to launch the day after.
Chen instructed the Eagles and the others while organizing his documents.
We're fully responsible? Where are you going? I'm still a student. School starts tomorrow. Skipping class isn't what good kids do.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Hearing Chen's response, the four were speechless.
It was such a critical juncture, and he was still thinking about class.
A child?
You're a grown man, child, for crying out loud.
Have some self-awareness.
They really wanted to ask him if he'd ever heard the saying that a college experience is incomplete without skipping class. Sometimes these past few days, Chen had considered finding an opportunity to talk to the principal about applying for early graduation exams. With his top-tier math skills in the country, the exams for the mathematics department courses would be a piece of cake. The only trouble would be professional English and ideological and political education, but scoring a 60 shouldn't be a problem. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to wait another 6 months. Huaqing University has a regulation against accepting applications for graduating a year early. But once the proof for the infinitude of twin primes is complete, with one paper in an international A-list journal and another in a T-list journal in hand, the university should make an exception. If possible, using the infinitude of twin primes as his undergraduate thesis would make him the most outstanding undergraduate student at Huaqing University, and perhaps even in all of Xia Kingdom's higher education institutions. Although he couldn't graduate early, he could take exams for this semester's courses in advance, freeing up time to take electives in fields like materials science and biochemistry. Even if he could get them from the system later, learning them now would still build a foundation. Chapter 72, Professor, feel free to do as you please.
I don't mind.
Well, Mr. Busy, what brings you here?
Sheng Yong, go see if the sun has risen from the west. In the mathematics department office, Professor Zhao teased as he saw Chen walk in. Professor, with all due respect, can't I just come visit you? If you're here to see me, why are you empty-handed?
Chen looked at Zhao helplessly, wondering if he intended to be difficult.
Seeing Chen's expression, the surrounding professors and doctoral students burst into laughter.
After a bit of teasing, Zhao said, if you need something, spit it out.
I'm really busy. Chen didn't beat around the bush anymore. Professor, I'd like to ask you to put in a word with the department.
I want to take my exams early this semester. This matter should have been handled by the academic advisor, but the advisor suggested asking Zhao directly to avoid delays.
Take exams early?
Zhao hadn't expected Chen to make such a request, but then he realized that with Chen's math skills, attending classes was indeed a waste of time.
Come with me to see the department head later.
This requires his approval, but it shouldn't be a problem. If Huaqing University didn't have a clear rule against graduating more than a year early, he would have had Chen apply for undergraduate graduation immediately.
Zhao suddenly asked, what do you plan to do after you finish your exams?
Chen replied without hesitation, I want to take electives in materials science and biochemistry.
Nonsense!
Zhao exclaimed, his voice sharp, why would you choose these two unfamiliar subjects instead of university physics?
And what about your infinitude of twin primes? Are you abandoning that? Are you really this unfocused?
Chen found Zhao's reaction both exasperating and amusing. The surrounding professors and their graduate and doctoral students also stopped their work and looked at Chen and Zhao.
Professor, you and Professor Qin from Jingdai University have lectured on university physics, haven't you? It's really not difficult for me. I'll find time to take the exam with Professor Wang, consider it a second major. And as for mathematics, do you really think undergraduate courses are challenging for me?
Finally, there's the infinitude of twin primes.
You're well aware of how mystical this problem is. If it could be solved by secluded research, would it even fall to me? Perhaps with a flash of inspiration, I could prove it to you tomorrow. Chen's response made the dozens of people in the office collectively roll their eyes. Listen to this outrageous talk. You want to take time out of your busy schedule to take an exam? The advanced physics student, at the top of the academic hierarchy, was described by Chen as being as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. If the professors and students from the physics department were to hear this, they'd really come after Chen for a fight. If Chen hadn't said it himself, they wouldn't have known that he had such high talent in advanced physics. What's most infuriating is that Chen claimed to have proven two-world conjectures in 6 months concerning the infinitude of twin primes. This is beyond awesome. This is reaching for the stars. Listening to Chen's explanation, Professor Zhao calmed down. Chen was speaking the truth. For the first time, he was troubled by a student's excessive talent. A few minutes later, in the head of the mathematics department's office, Chen met the head of the department, Jin Zhao. "Ha, Chen, I heard your name even when I was studying abroad. All my old colleagues are raving about you." Jin Zhao looked at Chen with a face full of joy. A while ago, the university had sent him abroad for a 6-month observation and study trip. He had just returned on the 11th and had intended to spend a couple of days clearing his backlog of work before arranging a chat with Chen. He hadn't expected this kid to show up on his own. After chatting for a while, Zhao said, "Director, we're here today because Chen wants to apply for early exams this semester. Do you think it can be arranged?" Jin Zhao pondered for a few moments before agreeing. He hadn't personally verified Chen's abilities, but he trusted Professor Zhao. "Chen, when would you like to take the exams?" "In 3 days, October 11th. "All right, go back and wait for the notification." Zhao and Chen left Jin Zhao's office. A few minutes later, the mathematics department's workgroup chat exploded. "What? Chen wants to take exams early? Exams just over a month into the semester? What's going on? Am I reading this right? The director wants us to pull out our highest level questions, not go easy on him? You don't understand, the director must want to see Chen's true capabilities." "Ha, that's exactly what I wanted. I really want to see if Chen is as amazing as they say." Several professors who were familiar with Chen shook their heads and murmured, "Alas, to be so young." Leaving the mathematics department office, Chen took his books on. The 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, he was solely focused on cramming English and ideological and political education. An interesting thing happened in the meantime. For the past 3 mornings, he had been wandering around the materials science department. His goal was to see if he could gain skills in materials science through proactive check-ins, but he found nothing. He encountered several senior professors from the materials science department. Seeing Chen frequenting their department for 3 consecutive days, they assumed he was considering a transfer and eagerly vied to have him as their student. "Chen, which subject would you like to take first?" "I'll arrange it." In a small conference room in the mathematics department, department head Jin Zhao asked with a smile. "Director, there's no need for such trouble. Just give me all the exam papers from the teachers, and I'll finish them all today." As soon as he finished speaking, the teachers of more than a dozen courses began to murmur amongst themselves. The second-year professional courses include mathematical analysis, numerical analysis of differential equations, and 8 other courses. Additionally, there are the required courses of ideological and political education and English, plus 2 elective physics courses. A total of 12 courses. Finish them in 1 day?
Seeing that Chen was not joking, Jin Zhao had no choice but to give all the exam papers to Chen and assign one teacher to supervise. They have to be done eventually, so there's no difference between doing them all at once or one by one. Senior student Chang, remember to bring me lunch and 2 cans of Red Bull to keep me alert this afternoon. Chen called out to Chun Yong, who was watching the excitement from outside.
No problem, you just focus on your exams. For Chun Yong, these were trivial matters.
Chen picked out the English and ideological and political education papers from the dozen or so sets. He planned to do these last, so as not to spoil his mood. After spending over 10 minutes quickly scanning all the other calculus exams, his brow furrowed, and he gasped. Each question was more treacherous than the last, filled with logical traps, ambiguities, misleading conditions, and so on.
One misstep and you'd be utterly doomed.
The invigilator, looking at Chen's expression, smirked with a smile of successful scheming. To prepare for Chen's exam, teachers from over a dozen courses in the mathematics department joined forces, bringing out their most challenging questions. They were neither beyond the syllabus nor within its limits. They represented the absolute extreme. Even for current third-year students, scoring 50 points on these would mark them as geniuses among geniuses.
As if. You think you can stump me, Chen? Am I just any ordinary person?
He glanced up at the proctor and said, "Teacher, I'm about to start.
Please don't feel constrained, just be yourself. If you get bored, you can play games, I don't mind." Chapter 73, The Emotionless Exam Machine.
At 12 noon, Chun Yong knocked on the door of the small conference room. "The exam will be temporarily suspended.
Junior student Chen, let's eat first."
Chun Yong took out the packed meals and placed them on the table.
He then said to the proctor, "Teacher, I bought extra, would you like to join us?"
Without waiting for the proctor to reply, another teacher walked in and said, "Old Joe, you go eat.
I'll take over the proctoring this afternoon." With that, Chen no longer bothered with them and started eating ravenously.
Chun Yong stood to the side, casually picking up the exam papers Chen had completed that morning to review them. In the 4 hours that morning, excluding time for browsing the papers and using the restroom, Chen completed 3.5 sets. That's an average of 1 set per hour, a moderate pace. If the questions were standard, with Chen's top-tier domestic academic level, 40 minutes per set would be considered normal. However, these teachers, aiming to stump Chen, had riddled the questions with traps, making them nearly impossible to avoid.
All the time was spent just deciphering the problems.
Just looking at the first question, Chun Yong frowned slightly. He continued scrolling down, and by the end, his brow was deeply furrowed. Setting aside the difficulty of the questions, the sheer number of traps was infuriating. One wrong move and you'd fall right into a pit. After more than 10 minutes, Chen finished his meal. Chun Yong had only managed to review 6 or 7 questions, and that was based on Chen's completed work. If he had to do them himself, he'd probably only manage 2 at most.
"Thank you for your trouble, senior student Chang."
Chen tidied up the table, handed the trash to Chun Yong, and Chun Yong left.
"Teacher, shall we continue?" The new proctor was taken aback and asked, "Aren't you going to rest for a bit?"
Chen picked up the half-finished exam paper and shook a can of Red Bull, saying, "No need, this stuff sharpens the mind and fights fatigue."
Proctor: "Oh, right. The afternoon session is quite long. Feel free to do whatever you like, listen to music, play games, or sleep."
After saying this, Chen plunged back into his exam taking. The proctor was bewildered.
"Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to be doing?"
Nearly 3 more hours passed. Chen completed 3.5 sets, his speed slightly faster than in the morning. While Chen was in the restroom, the proctor sent a message to the workgroup chat he couldn't take it anymore. The conference room was small, and he couldn't pace. Sitting there for 3 hours had made his backside numb, and he was incredibly sleepy.
The group chat immediately exploded. "Requesting backup? What's up, Xiaoyang? It's just proctoring an exam, it can't be that bad."
"I'll go take a look, just in case something's wrong." Only teacher Zhou, who had proctored in the morning, knew what was happening and chuckled to himself.
Chen was like an emotionless exam machine, incredibly consistent.
The only sounds in the conference room were the scratching of pens and their breathing.
How boring could it get? At 6 in the evening, Chang Yong delivered dinner again.
The next proctor arrived, and the afternoon proctor practically sprinted out, finding it unbearably dull. By 9 at night, all 12 sets of exam papers were completed. Excluding meal and restroom breaks, the average time per set was 1 hour. Outside the conference room, the teachers who had designed the exams for the dozen-plus subjects had gathered, eagerly anticipating seeing Chen make a fool of himself.
In contrast, Chen remained utterly calm. All correct in the multiple-choice section. Not bad. Fill in the blanks are also perfect. This kid's really something. Whoa, this problem's solution is brilliant. The steps are even simpler than mine. No way, a perfect score?
Such exclamations continuously came from the teachers grading the papers, exciting everyone present.
A few minutes later, the graded papers were laid out on the table. Everyone was beaming.
Only the professors for professional English and ideological and moral cultivation frowned, their expressions grim. Out of 12 subjects, 10 were perfect scores, excluding English and ideological and moral cultivation.
Have you finished grading? What are the results? The head of the mathematics department, Jean Zhao, also arrived and asked. Director, please take a look.
The crowd made way, and Jean Zhao approached the front desk.
Beautiful handwriting. Such beautiful handwriting. The teachers were baffled. We asked you to look at the scores, but your focus seems to have drifted. But they had to admit, Chen's handwriting was indeed exquisite, strong and clear, a delight to behold. The grading teachers couldn't find any reason to deduct points from the papers.
Little Zhou, after this is over, take these papers back and laminate them.
Show them to every batch of students in the future. Let them see what their own handwriting looks like.
Hearing the director's instructions, and comparing them to Chen's papers, everyone else thought of their own students' homework, which wasn't much better than scribbles.
English 68? Ideological and moral cultivation 63?
Looking at the end, Jean Zhao saw the English and ideological and moral cultivation papers.
He was a bit speechless. 10 perfect scores out of 12 subjects, with 2 aces up his sleeve, and then 2 threes?
At that moment, everyone looked at Chen with a strange expression. Then, seeing the faces of the English and ideological and moral cultivation professors, they could no longer hold back their laughter. Chen also muttered to himself, in English, "Many words knew me, but I didn't know them. Ideological and moral cultivation is truly profound, but thankfully, I passed the standard."
Professor Gao, Chen's English needs some extra attention. Please tutor him when you have time.
He then turned to Zhao next to him and said, "Old Zhao, Chen is under your guidance, so pay attention too.
This level of English." He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear.
Chen has won 3 awards in the mathematical contest in modeling and has also proven the Zhou conjecture. These dozen exam papers further highlight his solid grasp of knowledge. This young man's abilities will surely lead to other major discoveries in the future. If he were to attend an international academic conference and make a fool of himself in English, perhaps with an "Are you okay?" moment, it would be quite embarrassing for Huaqing University. That's why Jean Zhao values this so highly. As for ideological and political education, as long as the general direction is correct and one can pass, there's no need to deliberately study it.
After a few more instructions, Jean Zhao left, and the others dispersed as well. Professor Gao, the English professor, walked up to Chen, staring at him intently. Chen felt a bit unnerved by the stare and asked, "Professor Gao, why are you looking at me like that?" "Chen, do you have a problem with me?"
Chen was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Professor Gao, I don't."
"What makes you say that? If you don't have a problem with me, then what does your English proficiency level mean? Is my English not good enough to teach you? Or is there something wrong with my teaching methods? Or do you think that as a math major, English isn't important?"
Faced with a barrage of questions, Chen chuckled sheepishly and said, "Professor Gao, your English proficiency is widely recognized as the best in our math department.
If not for you, How could you have mentored such an outstanding senior like Chang?
Chung Yon, who was packing his things nearby, flinched and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I'm getting caught in the crossfire just by lying here." He admitted to himself that he was excellent, but only in his major. However, Chen had asked for help, and he couldn't refuse. Besides, what Chen said was the truth. "Professor, your skills are universally acknowledged. It's just that Senior Chen has been too busy and hasn't had the time. If you could spare some time to go over things with him, that would be great." Hearing Chang Yang's words, Professor Gao's expression softened slightly. "The department head just told me to give you some extra tutoring. Starting tomorrow, you'll come see me for half an hour every day, and I'll help you get up to speed." Got it, so this is what he was after. After some thought, Chen realized that private tutoring from a professor was a good thing. Although he hadn't wanted to study English before, it seemed important at this stage. When he achieves academic greatness, he'll give a lecture. Screw it, listen if you want, or get lost if you don't. Chapter 74, 10 Silver Draws, More draws mean more fun. Fourth brother, how did the exam go? Did you pass? Don't be silly. With fourth brother's ability, it would be strange if he didn't pass. As soon as they returned to the dorm, his three brothers surrounded him. Obviously. Holy crap, Chen, you actually passed. Your grades are incredible. Just as Chen was about to reply, their eldest brother, Xini, exclaimed and jumped off his bed. Look, they've posted the notice on the official website. Chen's exam results are all published. The other two immediately crowded around, the three of them squeezed together looking at the results. 12 courses, 10 with perfect scores. Fourth brother, you've outdone yourself. Were the questions that easy? Did the professors go easy on you? Use your brain. This is Huaqing University. Chen's level is more than enough. Fourth brother, what's going on with your English and ideological education scores? They're so low. That shouldn't be right. Haha, finally, I can crush fourth brother in English and ideological education. Hey, fourth brother, need us to give you some pointers? Don't go. The three brothers laughed triumphantly, while Chen's face darkened. From tonight onwards, the entire department, and even the whole university, would know that Chen was weak in English and ideological education. Normally, university grades are just entered into the system, and then announced in class groups. However, Chen's situation, having applied for early exams, required public disclosure to ensure fairness. At this moment, it wasn't just Chen's dorm discussing it, but the entire mathematics department, because it wasn't just about Chen's scores. The notice also included a message: second-year students in the mathematics department who wish to apply for early exams this semester can sign up before midnight. A score of 60 points or above will be considered a pass for this semester's exams. English and ideological education are not included. This announcement completely set the mathematics department ablaze. What does this mean? Are they looking down on us? If Chen can get a perfect score, can't we get at least 80? 80? Are you serious? This is the final exam for this semester, and you've only been here for a month. Have you even memorized all the formulas? Don't you find this whole situation strange? Chen scoring a perfect 100, while we only need 60? Does that seem normal? And the exam is only 1 hour long. Exactly. Chen proved the Zhou conjecture, and the preprint has been on the Advances in Mathematics website for a week with no issues found. This shows Chen's mathematical prowess is already very high. Using him as a benchmark, it implies these exam questions must be incredibly difficult. In reality, this last-minute notice was proposed by the department head, who wanted to see if there were any exceptionally talented students. If a student could score 60 points, it would indicate extraordinary talent, and professors could mentor them early on, giving them special attention. Chen finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. Fourth brother, were the questions difficult? Chen glanced at his brothers, thought for a moment, and said, about 20 points. Can only score 20? His brothers exchanged glances, then dejectedly gave up.
There were 400 to 500 second-year students in the mathematics department. Not too many, not too few.
Quite a few brave souls actually signed up, only to be crushed miserably, but that's a story for another time. Chen lay on his bed and silently recited system, and a transparent status screen appeared.
Host Chen. Age, 19. Occupation, student, part-time food delivery writer.
Attributes: strength 8.7, reflexes 9.6, speed 8.4 horsepower, normal person equals 1.
Reputation points, 106.
Skills: university physics professor level, university mathematics top domestic level, economics professor level, informatics programming researcher level, master level hacker techniques, statistics professional level, grandmaster level wudong tai chi. Apart from the change in prestige points, nothing else on the status screen had changed at all. Who had recognized him, how they had recognized him, and where the prestige points truly came from were all determined solely by the system.
All he had to do was spend them. 10 prestige points could get him 1 silver draw.
The reason he hadn't drawn before was to accumulate 100 prestige points for a silver x10 draw. Statistically speaking, with 10 consecutive draws, it was impossible for all of them to land in the junk category, just like how bullet trajectories never overlap.
System, give me a silver x10 draw. Wait a moment.
Chen suddenly called out, then sat up from the bed as if he had just come back to life. He jumped off the bed, rushed into the bathroom.
Damn it, is fourth brother coming back from the dead? You scared me. Stomach bug?
Several brothers, who were engrossed in their studies, were startled by Chen's actions.
More than 10 minutes later, Chen emerged from the bathroom refreshed and invigorated. Ignoring the strange looks from his 3 brothers, he quickly got back into bed and lay down. System, give me a silver x10 draw.
After completing the trilogy of emptying his bowels, showering, and praying to the gods before the draw, Chen silently recited in his mind. Ding, draw system activated, drawing now. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining junk. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining junk. After drawing 9 pieces of junk in a row, Chen's heart bled.
Damn it, even if it's junk, at least give me the actual junk.
Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the scholar possession card.
1 second in hell, 1 second in heaven. The last draw surprisingly yielded an item.
A golden card, about the size of a palm, floated in his mind. Chen knew the system's quirks well and, too lazy to ask how to use it, directly willed himself to use the scholar possession card. A few seconds later, Chen burst into laughter. His 3 brothers almost got up to drag him down and give him a beating. Upon using the Scholar Experience card, one gains the skills of photographic memory, perfect recall, and incomprehension ability 10 times that of a normal person. The effect lasts for 12 hours and can be paused midway. Each of these 3 abilities is a skill that students dream of. With these 3 skills, a failing student instantly becomes a top student, and a top student becomes an even greater one. Chen mused to himself, planning to use the Scholar Possession card for English. Learning English primarily involves vocabulary, grammar, semantic context, and focusing on listening, speaking, reading, and writing. With a larger vocabulary, one can at least understand professional texts, even if not with absolute precision. The vocabulary size for TEM8 test for English majors Band 8 is around 8,000 words. If Professor Gao were to read each word aloud, and he were to listen and read along, he could memorize both the spelling and correct pronunciation of the words. After understanding the grammar, his English would be pretty much complete. Subsequently, he would only need to read and speak more. At a speed of 1 word per second, that's 60 words per minute, 3,600 words per hour. Even with a 20% discount, that's 3,000 words per hour. The 8,000 words for TEM8 could be mastered in at most 3 hours. The remaining 3 hours could be spent having the professor explain grammar, word etymology, and semantics. It would be perfect. Improving his English to TEM8 in 12 hours. The thought alone made him laugh heartily again. 4th brother, 2nd brother has put up with you for a long time. Chen, what's gotten into you? You don't need to be this happy even if you get to take the exam early. Fourth brother, if you keep this up, don't blame us brothers for teaching you a lesson. Chen was startled awake by the voices of three brothers, leaned down and said, Brothers, tomorrow afternoon at the Longting Yenchuan Cuisine restaurant, it's my treat.
Don't hold back then.
After speaking, he burst into laughter again. The God of Study possession card came at the perfect time, and he couldn't wait for tomorrow to use it.
Chapter 75, Influencer Check-in Spot.
You have new delivery orders, please process them promptly. Chen opened the order and saw that the address was for the mathematics department office building at Huaqing University, and the customer's name was Gao Yuming. Chen's expression was a bit strange. Among all the faculty in the mathematics department, the only one surnamed Gao was Professor Gao, who taught English. Could it be such a coincidence? Well, there's no avoiding it. I have the God of Study possession card, what do I have to fear? A few minutes later, Chen arrived at Professor Gao's office with the takeout. Professor Gao, your takeout. Professor Gao, who was working, looked up and saw Chen, almost dying of anger. He had asked Chen to come over this morning, but Chen said he was busy and ended up delivering takeout instead. Since you're here, wait a moment. After I finish eating, I'll give you a quick English lesson. Chen, on the verge of tears, could only nod. System, check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the TEM8 English proficiency skill. A vast wave of English knowledge flooded into his brain, making Chen feel dizzy despite his physical fitness. After recovering, Chen's expression changed like a chameleon's, shifting between excitement and bitterness, a truly remarkable sight. He was excited because he had obtained the TEM8 English skill, saving him study time and a God of Study possession card. He was bitter about how he would explain this to Professor Gao later. The memories had just merged, and he couldn't control them completely yet. If he spoke, he would immediately give himself away. As expected, after the professor finished his meal and started a conversation with Chen, Professor Gao noticed something was amiss. You. Behave yourself and speak properly. Facing the professor's sternness, Chen could only speak honestly. The moment he opened his mouth, a pure London accent emerged, startling Professor Gao, who stood up abruptly. After the shock subsided, Professor Gao looked at Chen with a displeased expression. You still say you don't have any issues with me? Damn it, your English is more fluent and idiomatic than mine, yet you only scored 68 on the exam yesterday? After a lengthy explanation, Professor Gao, though still somewhat skeptical, let Chen go. With English sorted out and final exams approaching, Chen became even busier than before. In the mornings, he unfailingly went to the library to study the conjecture of the infinitude of twin primes. In the afternoons, he attended classes in the materials science and biochemistry departments. During lunch and afternoon breaks, he delivered takeout. In the evenings, he would be hunched over his computer, typing furiously. No one knew what he was actually working on. One day, while delivering takeout, Chen received a phone call. Student Chen, there's a package for you that requires your personal signature. Chen was a bit puzzled. He hadn't bought anything online recently. Where could this package be from? But he went anyway. It turned out to be an international package. After verifying his ID and taking the package, Chen asked curiously, could it be a bomb or something? In an instant, the delivery driver suppressed the urge to strangle Chen. Damn it, are all students at Huaqing University this imaginative? A bomb? Do you think our sorting system is just for show? Chen opened the package, revealing a book with his own photo on the cover, entirely in English. Ha! A sample copy of New Developments in Mathematics? Chen became somewhat excited. The release of a sample copy meant the journal would soon be distributed globally. This copy was a commemorative issue from the magazine for the author. Flipping to the table of contents, the very first article was his Joe conjecture, indicating that his paper was the most important in this issue. At the end of the paper, Professor Wiles had written a comment. If Chen hadn't improved his English to TEM8 level, he wouldn't have been able to understand it. The general gist was that Chen had great talent, his research on Mersenne primes had reached a significant level, and the proof of the Joe conjecture would advance the development of computers.
Chen's face turned red.
Whoever said foreigners were straightforward, he'd fight them to the death. The only downside was that Chen's photo on the journal cover had been excessively photoshopped.
He looked way too handsome. How could they make him look so dashing?
After flipping through the entire sample, Chen casually tossed the book into his takeout box and continued his mission of delivering food to hone his skills. At Dave's delivery station, Chen was slowly chewing on something that looked like dried sweet potato.
"Kid, this is a local specialty my family sent over. I put it in the box outside for you to take back and try." Dave picked up a plastic bag and opened Chen's takeout box on his electric scooter.
The first thing that caught his eye was a book with Chen's photo on the cover, entirely in English.
"Chen, what is this thing? How can someone as flamboyant as Fingyan look so much like you?"
Dave, looking a bit curious, picked up the magazine and waved it at Chen. "Oh, that's a journal called New Developments in Mathematics.
I published a paper, and they just sent me a sample copy." "A paper? The one about your Joe conjecture?" "That's right." Hearing Chen's reply, Dave's hand trembled. "Such an important journal, and you just casually leave it in your takeout box? What if someone else takes it? What if it gets stained by takeout soup? What if it gets—" "Stop." Listening to Dave's incessant chatter, Chen cut him off and said, "Dave, it's just a journal. It's not that big of a deal. If it gets lost, it gets lost. It's not like it's something important."
Dave, having no energy to deal with Chen, picked up the journal and started flipping through it.
Even though he couldn't understand it, he could still appreciate it.
This was from one of his delivery station employees, even if just part-time.
He had to show it off.
Thinking of this, Dave said, "Chen, leave this journal with me for now.
I'll take a look." Chen nodded and didn't think much of it.
The next morning, while eating breakfast and scrolling through his moments, Chen was stunned by a post. "Warmly congratulating our e-hungry delivery station's part-time delivery driver Chen for proving the Joe conjecture." Below it were 9 pictures, some of Chen delivering food, and a close-up of the sample journal.
If that were all, it would be fine.
The funniest part was that Dave had made a banner and a poster and hung them at the entrance of the delivery station. The delivery drivers from Dave's station had all reposted it, and for a while, his moments were completely flooded.
What is this? The seller praising his own goods? Even if it were praise, shouldn't Huaqing University be the one doing this? Why is a delivery station so concerned about it?
Chen quickly finished his meal and rushed to Dave's delivery station. At this moment, many people had gathered at the delivery station, taking pictures, and occasionally voices could be heard saying they wanted to soak up the studious atmosphere of the delivery station and gain some intelligence for their children. Dave's delivery station had become a new internet-famous spot. Delivering food is a profession and a way to make a living, but I hope you can all rekindle your youthful dreams. I don't expect you to become scholars like Chen. A security guard at Jingda University can teach himself and get into Jingda University. Can't we, this vast organization of delivery drivers, do the same? As soon as Chen arrived at the delivery station, he heard Dave feeding the delivery drivers some poisonous chicken soup in an impassioned and excited tone. It was evident that Dave was speaking from the heart. "Hey, Chen is here. Let's give him a warm round of applause and welcome the prover of the Joe conjecture, part-time delivery driver Chen, to share his thoughts." Chen secretly thought, "Dude, are you possessed by an actor? What should I talk about? Will they understand if I talk about the Joe conjecture? Or about how to deliver food more efficiently? In that regard, 8 out of 10 people here can beat me." But since Dave called him, and seeing all those hopeful eyes, Chen had no choice but to step forward. "Brothers, when it comes to studying, I don't really know what to say. Everyone's talent is different, and everyone has their own choices. As long as you can take responsibility for your choices, that's good. Life is not long, and not short. Sometimes, you have to pay for your impulses, ignorance, and passion. There's nothing wrong with delivering food, it might just be a job in your life. The future is still long. If you can change some of your current situation through your own efforts, I think that's always good.
Chapter 76, Chen achieves enlightenment, Dave ascends to heaven.
The banner at Dave's delivery station and the video of Chen's speech were uploaded to MOEN.
Netizens began to pontificate and debate once more. Seeing it's Chen, I knew this kid would stir up trouble.
Indeed, publishing an A-class paper in his sophomore year, a future big shot.
Who was it last time that said Chen's Zhou conjecture was flawed? Didn't they promise to eat their own words if proven wrong? Come on, fresh out of the oven, 37.5 degrees, want some? Too far? That's not a problem, I can deliver it by express, same-day delivery with SF Express. Not hot enough? Damn it, brothers, is anyone closer to that scoundrel? Hurry up and satisfy him.
What started as a discussion about Chen proving the Zhou conjecture quickly veered off course.
Professor, could you take a look at this?
Cheng Yong leaned in with his phone.
What?
Professor Zhao took the phone, thinking Cheng Yong had a question for him.
Hey, isn't this Chen? What is this kid up to now?
The phone was playing Chen's speech in front of Dave's delivery station.
This kid speaks with some insight. Choices are neither right nor wrong as long as you can be responsible for your life in 10 or 20 years. This kid sees things very clearly.
Cheng Yong, on the side, twitched his lips and said, Professor, that's not the point.
Look at the posters and banners at the delivery station behind him.
Although the angle wasn't good and the picture was a bit blurry, the words Chen and Zhou conjecture could still be vaguely discerned. Before Professor Zhao could react, Cheng Yong took the phone back, opened his Moments, and said, Professor, take a look at Dave's Moments post. Warmly congratulating our e-hungry delivery station's part-time delivery driver Chen for proving the Zhou conjecture, accompanied by 9 pictures, the cover of the sample journal of new mathematical progress, and the first page of the Zhou conjecture.
This is Chen's Zhou conjecture published?
Yes, Professor. I just logged onto the website for new mathematical progress, and the status has been updated.
It's confirmed as published.
The picture in Dave's Moments should be the sample journal sent by the magazine. Professor Zhao suddenly stood up, his voice filled with excitement, but then his expression turned grim. The website preprint and the sample journal have different meanings. The preprint is for public display, allowing scholars to find errors, while the sample journal truly represents that the paper has no issues and can be published.
It's like dating.
The preprint is like a girlfriend, and the sample journal is like the girlfriend getting promoted. In the end, everyone found out, except for Huaqing University, the parent, who was the last to know. If it weren't for the incident at Dave's delivery station being spread on Moments and MOEN, everyone would have been kept in the dark.
Chen, has your Zhou conjecture been published? Did you receive a sample journal?
Professor Zhao made a call, his tone extremely urgent and tinged with excitement.
Yeah, it arrived. It came yesterday. Where are you? Chen asked with some confusion, delivering takeout? What's up? Hurry up and bring me the sample copy, right now. Professor Zhao roared.
15 minutes later, everyone saw the sample copy and excitedly began flipping through it.
Huh, why does it smell like food? A professor noticed a scent and asked, Chen, you didn't use this to eat on, did you? Chen gave an awkward smile and said, No, really no.
I just casually tossed it into the takeout bag yesterday.
I only delivered about a dozen orders. Everyone collectively rolled their eyes. The professors showed disappointment, while the graduate students and PhD candidates looked on with envy. An international top-tier A-class paper, treated so casually? All right, you can go now.
If any more sample copies like this arrive in the future, tell us immediately.
In the future, and this kind of journal, again? The combination of these 3 phrases made the graduate students curse under their breath. What, do you think this top journal is Chen's personal printing press? You can just publish whenever you want? Half an hour after Chen left, students finishing their classes were surprised to find red banners hung in many places around Huaqing University.
Warm congratulations to our university's student Chen for proving the Zhou conjecture and publishing an A-class SCI paper.
Chen is really awesome.
He's only a sophomore and has already published an international A-class paper. The undergraduates nowadays are so strong.
I feel completely overshadowed by Chen. Overshadowed? Are you giving yourself too much credit? You're already in the sewer without even needing to be overshadowed. Come on, guys, let's keep it up. If Chen can do it, so can we. Let's go.
All the students were talking amongst themselves.
Meanwhile, the higher-ups at ele.me also noticed this matter and quickly issued a public announcement.
Congratulations to our company's part-time delivery writer, Chen, for completing the proof of the Zhou conjecture. To commend Chen's scientific research spirit, he is awarded a bonus of 200,000 yuan as encouragement. To fulfill greater social responsibility and inspire our delivery writers, starting immediately, all delivery writers who have been employed for more than half a year and have obtained a bachelor's degree will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan. Publishing a D-class paper will be rewarded with 5,000 yuan, C-class with 10,000 yuan, B-class with 100,000 yuan, A-class with 200,000 yuan, and T-class with 500,000 yuan. For those willing to continue working at our company, after publishing a paper, a D-class paper will result in a 1-level increase in salary and professional title. A C-class paper will result in a 2-level increase, and so on for higher categories. This announcement immediately caused a huge public reaction. The negative news about ele.me's employee labor relations from a few days prior was instantly diminished. It must be said that ele.me's public relations were handled exceptionally well. Tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan were nothing to ele.me. Especially for B, A, and T-class papers, could delivery writers really accomplish these? Even if it were possible, it would be questionable if one could be published per year. So, ele.me's subsequent offers were practically meaningless, but at least they made a commitment. It's true that some delivery writers, who were elites to begin with, did manage to produce some practical D and C-class papers, but that's a story for another time. Chen, thanks to you, because of your achievements, I've been appointed by headquarters as the general manager for 6 delivery stations in the Huaqing University area. Dave entered the store, beaming, after finishing his call. Whoa, Dave. Is this a case of ascension through association? You have to treat us tonight. No problem, we'll go to Longtenjian tonight. Dave didn't realize Chen was teasing him and was incredibly happy. This was an unexpected bonus and a significant step forward. Dave, should I ask your ele.me headquarters for some money? This is totally riding my coattails. Chen looked at ele.me's announcement with some displeasure. Dave gave Chen a look. You took their money and now you're turning on them? You want to beat them up too? No, I must quickly prove the twin prime conjecture. I'm definitely getting that 500,000 from your company. Not just that 500,000, but later I'll be getting 10 or 2,500,000s. If you dare to steal my traffic, I'll make you understand why the flowers are so red. Chapter 77, We Pray for Chen. On October 21st, the Journal for New Advancements in Mathematics was finally released. It was only 3 days after Chen received the sample copies. Major universities also received the journals one after another, and the Zhou conjecture was confirmed. People's Daily, congratulations to Chen, a sophomore student from China's Huaqing University, for proving the world-class difficult problem, the Zhou conjecture. A strong youth means a strong nation and intelligent youth means an intelligent nation. Southern Metropolis Daily, nothing is impossible for a willing heart. Chen, through his actions, has truly embodied this saying. As long as you dare to dream, perhaps the next world-class challenge will be yours. Toshio, in 1919, when China faced national peril, Chinese youth students initiated a movement. In 1949, Xia Kingdom stood up. In 2049, Xia Kingdom will achieve its great rejuvenation, starting with us students. Chen. Youth Xia Kingdom says production team, let's talk about youth, watch Xia Kingdom, and look towards the future. Chen, we sincerely invite you to participate in the Youth Xia Kingdom says program to spread positive and uplifting youthful energy to the youth of the new era. Major media outlets and prominent influencers also widely shared this rare and joyous occasion for the Xia Kingdom's mathematics community. Mathematics in Xia Kingdom started late and its global ranking is average. Coupled with the brain drain, it is in a transitional phase in the field of mathematics.
Chen's emergence brought joy to the seniors in the mathematics community.
Meanwhile, the protagonist of this story was in a research room on the 5th floor of Huaqing University, his brows furrowed. After continuous deduction during this period, along with the acquired fragments of twin primes, he had progressed more than 2/3 of the way. At this point, he had tried numerous approaches without any further breakthrough.
Damn it, do I really need to experience free fall to find inspiration?
After pondering for a long time, Chen finally put down his pen and murmured to himself.
Buzz. His phone vibrated. Chen picked it up and saw it was Professor Zhao. Professor, what is it?
He was a bit surprised. Professor Zhao had been very busy lately, and he hadn't been able to see him.
How could he have time to call in now? Come to my office, there are a few things I need to discuss with you. 15 minutes later, Chen arrived at the large office. Xiao Jiang, pour Junior Chen a cup of tea. Certainly.
Senior Jiang, please don't trouble yourself.
By rights, I should be pouring you tea. Junior, you just sit.
I rarely have the chance to pour you tea, you must grant me this favor this time. Zhang Huan, a postgraduate student under Professor Zhao, eagerly scurried over upon hearing that he was to make tea for Chen. Chen just proved the Zhou conjecture and is reportedly now working on twin primes.
He's definitely a big shot.
Senior Jiang, I was being serious just now.
What?
Zhang Huan paused, not understanding what Chen meant. I can not only serve you tea and water, but I can also bring you meals.
All the senior students will get some.
Upon hearing Chen's words, Zhang Huan, who had just finished making the tea, flinched, burning himself and wincing. He wondered inwardly which of his previous remarks had been wrong and offended Chen.
Senior, if you want to order takeout in the future, you can ask me.
I know which streets and which places have the best food.
You won't go wrong asking me.
Chen's remark left Zhang Huan with a wry smile, and the professors, postgraduates, and doctoral students were also speechless.
Stop messing around, we're here to discuss serious matters.
The latest developments in mathematics has sent an invitation to your university, inviting you to attend the report meeting this month.
Report meeting?
Chen looked puzzled, then realized. Journals like Annals of Mathematics and Mathematical Developments, among the top 4 international mathematics journals, hold a joint report meeting every time they publish, inviting distinguished academics for public lectures.
This is an old tradition. I'm busy, I'm not going. It's just one Zhou conjecture. If I have to attend every time, I might as well set up residence abroad. Chen refused outright.
The other professors and students in the office froze for a moment, then continued with their work as if they hadn't heard anything.
Damn it, that's too much. Speak properly. Zhao glared at Chen.
After Chen opened his mouth and moved it slightly, Professor Zhao's expression hardened, and he stopped talking. In fact, Chen also wanted to go out and see the world, perhaps meet some foreign ladies and experience different cultures.
However, he had a top-secret paper, the previous network attack and defense incident, and the ongoing development of the network defense system codenamed Xuanwu.
These were all classified matters. It wasn't impossible to go abroad, but the review procedures were extremely cumbersome.
He was currently developing the system and needed to supervise it. It was better not to go.
The second matter is that the Domestic Mathematics Conference is scheduled for the 1st of next month in Jinling.
The organizing committee would like you to present on the Zhou conjecture at the conference. What do you think?
Without waiting for Chen's reply, Professor Zhao added, I recommend you attend.
Many domestic professors will be there.
I'll introduce you to some old acquaintances and help you build relationships early on. Some of the postgraduate and doctoral students in the office looked on with envy. The mathematics conference is attended by professors and academic leaders, with important research presentations typically allocated 30 minutes. Regardless of the academic benefits, expanding one's network is always a good thing.
Chen thought for a moment and then nodded. The academic landscape in China is fragmented with many factions, and some people might dislike you and try to undermine you behind your back. I'll give you a PPT template later.
Prepare your presentation materials and anticipate potential questions.
Although it's a report, someone might take the opportunity to draw attention to themselves.
Professor Zhao meticulously briefed him on the conference matters.
Professor, excuse me. Cheng Yang stepped forward, a look of bewilderment on his face, and said, Junior brother Chen, check Weibo. Something about you has popped up again. Professor Chen glanced at Professor Zhao and took out his phone to check Weibo. What the hell is going on? What are they trying to stir up now?
A minute later, Chen grumbled. The gist of the Weibo post was that Chen was talented but still working as a delivery driver, implying he must have a poor family background or be undervalued at university. The poster tagged Huaqing University, offering to donate to Chen to alleviate his worries. If all that wasn't enough, the most crucial part was a red candle added at the very end. What the hell, is lighting a candle something you can just do casually? What are they praying for? Are they praying for me to die sooner? He's delivering food to make money? He's delivering food to grind skills, but he can't say that. Professor Zhao glanced at him, his face darkening. Undervalued at university, he scoffed. They practically worship the ground this kid walks on. They might as well offer him incense daily. Quickly post a clarification on Weibo. Don't let malicious individuals exploit this for scams or cause trouble. Chen's expression changed. There was a real possibility of that. It's actually hard to verify the authenticity of these accounts quickly. Chen drafted a message and sent it out. I, Chen from Huaqing University, hereby declare that I deliver food in my spare time from research to relax and find inspiration. All professors and senior students, if you have a Weibo account, please retweet my latest post and help spread the word. Chapter 78, Shock from the School of Physics. Chen, once you're done with things here, go find Professor Wang at the School of Physics.
Professor Wang? Who? Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Professor Wang, the one who discovered your talent. Have you already forgotten? How could you be so heartless? Chen suddenly realized. He was a student of the School of Mathematics, and he had been quite busy lately, completely forgetting about Professor Wang. Does Professor Wang need something from me? I heard there's a research project that needs help with mathematics and programming. You're the only one who meets the high standards in both areas. Upon hearing this, the students in the office couldn't help but look on with envy. As everyone knew, among all the disciplines, the School of Physics had the most abundant research funding and the best benefits, while the School of Mathematics had the least. The funding for one project in the School of Physics could support all the projects in the School of Mathematics for 10 years. Professors and senior students, don't forget to order delivery from me. Chen called out as he turned back at the doorway, earning a fierce glare from Professor Zhao. He had no idea why this guy was so obsessed with delivering food. Half an hour later, in the office area of the School of Physics, he met Professor Wang. Professor Wang, you were looking for me? Oh, Chen, if old Zhao hadn't recommended you, were you planning on never coming? I discovered your talent, at the very least. If you don't thank me, you could at least visit me sometime, couldn't you? Professor Wang's words, instead of helping, made Chen curse inwardly. Thank you to my ancestors 1,000 times over. Can't I just keep a low profile and develop steadily? You insisted on exposing me, and now I can't even focus on delivering food to grind skills. When Chen got the system, he had wanted to lay low for 3 years, max out all his academic skills, and then make a grand entrance to seize the highest authority in academia. Instead, Wang's 9 sets of exams ruined everything. Professor, what are you saying? I heard you were looking for me, so I hurried right over. Oh, come on. He knew a thing or two about Chen's low-profile personality. Let's go, I'll show you something, and then we can discuss work. Wang said and walked out first. They passed through 3 heavily guarded security gates before entering a relatively enclosed space. What is that? It's so ugly? Before them stood a massive machine, packed with dense electronic components and coils. It looked incredibly futuristic but also very crude. It gave off the same vibe as when the world's first computer was unveiled. A few minutes later, Chen suddenly exclaimed, "Is this a quantum computer?"
He seemed to recall seeing a paper published by Huaqing University that featured a picture of such a device.
Professor Wang smiled without answering.
Chen circled the quantum computer several times, his eyes shining with excitement. It wasn't surprising that Chen was so beside himself. This was the stuff of legends.
After a moment of awe, Chen composed himself and asked Wang, "Professor, is this a dedicated quantum computer or a universal one?"
There's a world of difference between the two.
A dedicated quantum computer is also known as a quantum simulator. Simply put, its sole function is to roll dice randomly. China's Jiuzhang quantum computer is designed for Gaussian boson sampling.
Currently, all publicly disclosed quantum computers are basically dedicated quantum computers, mostly hype from capital investment, with little practical use. Both traditional computers and quantum computers require logic gates to perform calculations, which involves converting zeros to ones and ones to zeros. However, dedicated quantum computers currently cannot flip zeros to ones and ones to zeros, whereas universal quantum computers can, enabling true computation. The completion of a universal quantum computer would be comparable to the research achievement of fusion power generation. However, research in this area progresses at a snail's pace, and it's unknown when truly commercial applications will be realized. It's a universal quantum computer, but it only has 3 qubits.
What the hell? Chen blurted out directly, "Has Huaqing University's quantum computer reached this level? If it can reach 200 qubits, all the computers in the world combined would be utterly dominated by it. At that point, he could instantly defeat the top-ranked defense in the world." To put it bluntly, using this to process weather forecasting data could predict the weather with pinpoint accuracy down to a square meter. But this path is incredibly difficult. Forget 200 qubits, achieving even 10 qubits in the current stage would be a miracle.
"Professor, why did you bring me here to see this?
You're not asking me to research this, are you?" Professor Wang's mouth twitched violently, his eye corner spasming.
"I've seen shameless people before, but never anyone as shameless as you.
Could you possibly be any more shameless? Asking you to research it and understand its operating principles?
Well, with this guy's physics level, he might actually figure it out. But relying on him for research on this in the short term is really out of the question.
I've brought you here for 2 reasons.
First, for you to get acquainted with this technology.
Second, we want you to try and see if you can write a quantum algorithm to improve its calculation speed."
It was only then that Chen truly understood Professor Wang's intentions.
"Professor, I recall that Shor's quantum factoring algorithm and Grover's quantum search algorithm are already available on the market, right?"
"They exist, but we need our own algorithms, ones with completely independent intellectual property rights. Otherwise, even if we upgrade this universal quantum computer to 100 qubits and commercialize it, we'll still be vulnerable to foreign restrictions."
Chen nodded.
"It's just like with chips. Even though Huawei has achieved 5 nanometers process design for chip design, they still can't mass produce without high-end photolithography machines."
"Don't feel pressured, just give it a try. You're not the only one researching this in the country. We're just casting a wide net to catch the big fish.
It would be great if we succeed, but even if we don't, we'll gain experience." Professor Wang's words were filled with helplessness and heartache. He had had enough of living under foreign restrictions.
"There's some information over there.
Read it here for a while, get familiar with it. Remember, observe more, don't touch, and don't ask questions." With that, Wang joined the busy team. After observing the quantum computer for a while longer, Chen remembered that he hadn't used his daily sign-in opportunity yet.
"System, check in. Ding. Sign-in successful.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the new carbon-based C3 material process." A massive amount of information and research papers on carbon-based materials flooded into Chen's mind. The sheer volume was far greater than that of the advanced English proficiency test. Even with his enhanced body, his brain ached slightly. Chen stared intently at the quantum computer, motionless. To outsiders, he appeared to be deep in thought, but in reality, Chen was completely bewildered. Too much information was flooding in. He knew every character, but when they formed sentences, he was completely lost. But this doesn't prevent him from knowing that carbon-based materials are a game changer in semiconductor materials. Chapter 79: A game-changing carbon-based C3 material. Graphene is a representative material of carbon-based materials. The industry generally believes that carbon-based materials may replace silicon-based materials in the future.
What are silicon-based materials?
Currently, mainstream chips are made of silicon-based materials. And the carbon-based C3 material obtained by Chen solves the shortcomings of traditional carbon-based materials that cannot be made into digital circuits, meaning it can replace silicon-based materials and become the main material for chips. With this, even if we can't produce 3 nanometers or 5 nanometers lithography machines in a short time, we can still use 14 nanometers processes just by increasing the chip area.
For traditional silicon-based materials, simply increasing the area is not feasible.
As the area grows, the distance between transistors becomes too large, leading to information processing delays and a poor user experience. But carbon-based C3 materials can double the speed on the basis of silicon-based materials, while consuming less energy. Based on the characteristics of the carbon-based C3 material in my mind, it can be used in everything from aerospace to chips and household appliances. But this doesn't mean we don't need high-end lithography machines. On the contrary, the demand for them is more urgent than ever. Most importantly, it can increase the number of qubits and miniaturize the current universal quantum computer. Imagine a future where all home computers are quantum computers, the virtual world becomes a second reality, work can be done in the virtual world, and travel anywhere in the world anytime. How wonderful would that be?
Snapping back to reality, Chen's body trembled, his eyes filled with excitement.
This check-in for the carbon-based C3 material was truly a game-changer. If it can be produced, it will definitely break the blockade imposed by Western countries in one fell swoop. After a bout of wishful thinking, Chen calmed down. Although he had obtained the technology and process for C3, he couldn't implement it in the short term.
How would he explain it if he did?
He had just finished the introductory courses in materials science, and there were many technical challenges he couldn't understand, let alone manufacture. Secondly, if this thing were revealed, not to mention foreign countries, some people domestically would want to get rid of him.
Those foreign powers would definitely use force to stop him.
Before he had sufficient capabilities, he would absolutely not reveal this material. Although he desperately wanted to break the Western chip blockade, he understood the principle of not standing under a crumbling wall. The only thing he needed to do now was to increase his influence. When the higher-ups paid enough attention, this material would see the light of day. He hoped this time could be set before the Chinese New Year, giving him time to thoroughly research and conduct experiments, aiming for immediate mass production upon its release.
Chen pondered the feasibility.
If he had enough scholar possession cards, he could easily elevate his materials science skills to the level of a top domestic professor. Chen checked the dozens of skills on the system's status screen, contemplating how to gain prestige points and draw for a scholar possession card.
Flower arrangement? Display? Repairing electric bikes? Too time-consuming and too few people would pay attention. Grandmaster level Tai Chi?
Even if he taught it, others wouldn't grasp its profoundness in a short time.
Masterclass culinary skills? Participate in competitions? Not only would many professors from Huaqing University cause trouble for him, but netizens would also roast him alive.
In the end, only professor-level physics skills, top-tier domestic mathematics skills, and researcher-level programming skills remained as viable options for quickly gaining prestige points.
Solving the twin prime conjecture's infinity would likely garner significant attention in mathematics.
After completing the defense system codenamed Xuanwu and developing a smart car driving system, his master-level auto repair skills and familiarity with cars, along with the assistance of Eagle and the others, would make it feasible in a short period and earn him some acclaim. Thinking of this, Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't visited the project team recently and wondered how Eagle and the others were progressing. With this thought, Chen found Wang, who was busy with experiments, and said, "Professor, I'm heading back."
Going back? Wang was taken aback, then nodded, saying, "All right, this isn't something that can be figured out overnight anyway.
Also, you cannot take any materials from here. In the future, try to come here for an hour or so each day to study, and I will apply for security clearance for you."
Chen nodded. What was shown to him now was no longer a secret. Leaving the laboratory, Chen rode his electric bike towards the project building. Damn these stupid traffic lights, can't they be smarter? A journey that should take 10 minutes on foot took Chen 10 minutes on his electric bike, with half of that time spent waiting for red lights. Boss, hello. Hello, boss. Entering the small building, the two security guards greeting stunned Chen. Are they calling me boss? Is the boss me? So this is how it feels to be called boss. He floated upstairs to the 4th floor. What the hell is going on? Chen, just regaining his senses, was once again bewildered upon seeing everyone in the office. Everyone's hair was messy, their scalps so greasy that flies would slip off, and their dark eye sockets were sunken. If you put some blood on their mouths and dressed them in rags, they'd be perfect as zombies in a film. Eagle, Knight, get to my office. Chen's expression darkened, and a low command echoed through the office area. A few minutes later, Eagle and the other 3 arrived at the office, their faces beaming with excitement. Boss, if you hadn't come, we were about to call you. We've finalized the project architecture. After you review it, we can start filling in the code. We're confident we can achieve the designed goals. Chen originally wanted to ask his employees what was going on, but he got excited when he heard Eagle's report. The computer was connected to the projector, and they began to watch. They watched for 2 hours, and when Chen came to his senses, Eagle and the other 3 were already snoring loudly. Chen found it both funny and exasperating. He walked out of the office, glanced at the employees in an excited state, and said, "Everyone, stop what you're doing immediately and go rest. We'll continue working at 6 in the morning." The employees were stunned at first, then said, "Boss, we can't stop. We're at a critical juncture and are about to break through." "Yes, boss, we've come up with a new logical approach for identifying and patching vulnerabilities." "We have too." "Shut up." Chen's voice boomed, echoing through the conference room. He said sternly, "Stop what you're doing immediately and go rest. You'll be fined 10,000 for every 10 minutes you delay. Captain Jiang, you'll assign people to supervise. Also, arrange for the cafeteria to provide meals 24 hours a day." Captain Jiang, whose name was Jiang Hao, was the security captain sent by the NSA. There were a total of 18 security personnel for this building, working in 2 shifts. Seeing this, the employees had no choice but to stop their work and head towards the dormitory area on the 5th floor. Back in his office, Chen woke up Eagle and the other 3, telling them to rest. However, Eagle and the others refused to do so. Helpless, Chen gave each of them a slap, knocking them unconscious. He called Jiang Hao, who, with one person tucked under each arm, effortlessly carried the 4 to the dormitories. After finishing all this, Chen pondered over the computer. Admittedly, the current architecture, fueled by the inspiration of the 4 ancient gods and some of the top experts in the country, was about 30% better than the modified version Chen and his team had previously developed. After half an hour of contemplation, Chen started typing on the computer again. This continued for another 4 or 5 hours before he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He lay on the sofa and drifted off into a daze. Chapter 80, Chen's Ideal. This is still the framework we created? I thought the framework created by so many of us experts was already perfect, but it turns out I was overthinking it. Damn it, if we develop according to this framework, by the time the system is completed, it will be invincible. But why is the main system of this intelligent part separated, with so many interfaces left open? Eagle and the other 4 felt much better after a night's sleep. Now, in Chen's office, they looked at the architecture modified by Chen with disbelief and confusion. The architecture created by Eagle and nearly 100 other experts was excellent, but in the eyes of a master like Chen, there was still room for optimization. If this could truly be developed, Chen was absolutely confident that even the world's top-ranked hacker organization, publicly known, would not be able to break through the defense system without using supercomputers. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of black technology from the US, especially given their legendary Area 51. Since you've asked about the intelligence system, I'll take this opportunity to share my future vision.
Speaking of which, Chen paused, as if organizing his thoughts. After a few minutes, Chen continued, the intelligence system is intended for the brain part of the smart system.
Smart brain? What do you mean?
The four of them immediately became interested.
Smart brain refers to achieving human-computer interaction, intelligent driving, data analysis and prediction, traffic signal control, and so on. Let me give you a simple example. Currently, Kyoto has a permanent resident population of 22 million and about 5.5 million registered vehicles. The number of traffic lights is countless. It takes Kyoto's working population over 2 hours to commute to and from work, and statistics show that 1/5 of this time is spent waiting at red lights. This is a terrifying amount of data. If we had an intelligence system that could monitor the number and speed of pedestrians and vehicles at various intersections and automatically adjust traffic light timings, wouldn't that alleviate traffic pressure?
Of course, the calculations involved are very complex, and there are many algorithmic and hardware issues, as well as rules to prevent red light running due to sudden changes from green to red.
But this doesn't hinder our conceptualization. If this system were widely implemented, and people's commute times were reduced, wouldn't they have more time for other meaningful activities? Chen's example was simple and easy to understand because they could all relate to it.
Often, one road would be completely jammed, while another would be empty, yet you'd still have to wait at a red light. The four of them imagined the convenience of this smart transportation system. Since the topic had come up, Chen decided not to hold back and revealed his entire plan to the four, as their help would be indispensable for the next phase.
After the Xuanwu project codename, Xuanwu is completed, I don't plan to disband the project team.
Instead, I will establish a new company dedicated to the development of intelligent systems. Of course, participation will be voluntary for the members.
You don't need to give me your answer now.
We still have 2 months, so you have plenty of time to think. Also, help me identify any suitable candidates among these members. These individuals are all talents in the field of hacking. They are experts in developing network attack and defense systems, but their skills in developing other intelligence systems are only average. Chen had been contemplating this matter since he discussed the defense system project with Shinnan. Firstly, talent is rare. If they were released, who knows what trouble they might cause. It's better to keep them close where I can watch them. Secondly, I want to utilize their skills to develop systems that can solve practical problems. Thirdly, it's foreseeable that my future research will be extensive, and the country cannot fully support me alone. If I had my own company, it would be ideal to generate some funding while solving practical livelihood issues. And the most important point, if the research environment within the system becomes unfavorable one day, this will be my capital to start anew. The four were surprised by Chen's grand ideals and ambitions. From intelligent transportation, smart driving, and smart healthcare, to name a few. If done right, each of these would bring great benefits to the people. Alright, stop marveling at those things. Everything will have to wait until the Xuanwu system is completed. Chen interrupted their daydreams and continued, estimate for me, how long do you think it will take to complete this new architecture? The four of them, Old Eagle included, composed themselves and began to analyze the brand new architecture. Software development is not measured by the amount of code, but by its conciseness, efficiency, and elegance. 1,000 lines of code may not be as effective as 100 lines. Google once conducted a survey showing that a highly efficient engineer typically writes 100-150 lines of code per day. These guys are the best of the best. Their efficiency must be much higher than that of Google engineers. We can have it done around December 25th. I mean a complete delivery. After estimating the progress, the four of them gave Chen a rough timeline. However, we can't control the hardware part that complements the system. Chen nodded and said, don't worry about that, I'll handle the coordination. After finalizing the defense system matters, Chen sternly asked, Old Eagle, what exactly happened yesterday? Why did everyone look like zombies? Old Eagle gave a wry smile, it's all your fault. I'm not taking the blame for this. Chen's face darkened. He hadn't been here for nearly 10 days, how could he be responsible? The salary you're paying is so high, the conditions you've promised are so good, And then there's the concept of this system. These people are like they've been injected with adrenaline.
Also, we are all in the tech field. Due to our identities, we haven't been able to communicate openly.
This time, you've gathered half the top experts in the country.
You must understand the feeling of being a master without peers, right?
They can get huge bonuses, solve their identity issues, leave a mark in history, and improve their skills. All these factors combined have led to the current situation.
Chen suddenly understood.
He had underestimated the extent to which these technical professionals were passionate about their craft. It's like a gathering of martial arts masters from all over, rarely meeting. Now that a martial arts convention is held, they'd naturally want to exchange skills, and if they disagree, they'd fight it out.
Of course, this refers to technical sparring. Nonsense.
While I want you to develop it quickly, I don't want you to sacrifice your lives for it.
Pay attention to your health. You must get at least 6 hours of sleep every day.
I'll ask Captain Jiang to supervise you later. These words shattered the Force plan to continue working frantically after Chen left. After arranging the project matters, Chen returned to his usual life at the university. Mornings were spent researching twin primes, afternoons were for attending lectures in the materials science department and studying the carbon-based C3 material process in his mind, and evenings were dedicated to studying materials in the quantum computing lab. When tired, he would deliver food for a living to brush up on his skills and clear his mind. With the physical condition enhanced by his grandmaster level Tai Chi, this level of intensity was manageable. His peaceful yet busy life was interrupted by an unexpected phone call. Chapter 81, Xia Kingdom Mathematics Annual Conference, Departure.
Hello, Chen.
I'm Xiao Sa, the host of the program Youth Xia Kingdom Speaks.
Youth Xia Kingdom Speaks?
Chen was a bit confused. The show was quite popular, and he had watched it a few times. It's a topical variety show with no mentors or competitions. The contestants don't focus on techniques but rather share their most authentic thoughts and feelings with the youth. Speaking of youth, looking at China, heading towards the future, this is the show's slogan and, more importantly, a way to convey positive energy to the youth of Xia Kingdom. Sensing Chen's confusion, Xiaosa continued, "A few days ago, you proved the Zhou conjecture.
The program team unanimously believes you can serve as an outstanding representative, at least among university students.
We invite you to participate in Xia Kingdom Youth Speaks to share your views on contemporary youth.
We tagged you on Weibo back then, do you remember?" "Really? Is there?"
Chen's voice was a little unnatural, as if something had happened, but he didn't remember it. "It's okay if you don't remember, we are inviting you now, and sincerely invite you to participate in our Youth Xia Kingdoms program."
"What do you say?" Chen fell silent, pondering if he could represent the youth of Xia Kingdom. What would he even talk about with them if he went?
In his opinion, he had only proven the Zhou conjecture, which was a significant achievement in the field of mathematics, but utterly useless for current economic development in people's livelihoods. True progress lies in technologies that strengthen the nation and benefit the people. Besides, he wouldn't dare claim to represent all university students. Xia Kingdom has tens of millions of university students, a veritable crouching tiger, hidden dragon. "Teacher Sa, I only proved the Zhou conjecture, which is of no use to young people whatsoever."
Chen rambled on.
On the other end of the line, Xiao Sa and the program staff twitched their lips, roaring inwardly.
Just proving the Zhou conjecture? Do you know that was a global challenge? A problem that countless mathematicians have dedicated their lives to solving.
Frankly speaking, in the field of number theory alone, Chen's achievement is enough to rank among the top 3 in Xia Kingdom's number theory domain.
Student Chen, let's put the Zhou conjecture aside for now.
Looking back at the past few years, the most frequent topics we hear are nepotism, disappointing parents, and showing off wealth. Regardless of whether these are right or wrong, we hope that through the sharing of young people like you, everyone can see what the true mainstream of the post-90s generation is.
Xiao Sa was an eloquent speaker, and Chen was somewhat swayed.
"Teacher Sa, I will consider it carefully, but at least not before the 5th of next month. I'm quite busy during this period, please bear with me."
Participating wouldn't be a bad thing.
While spreading positive energy, he might even gain some reputation points, which was Chen's true intention for being swayed.
Hearing Chen's agreement, the program team breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiaosa quickly said, "Alright, I'll send you some of the program's rules and topics first. Take your time to look them over, and I'll contact you in a few days to confirm the time."
Understood.
After hanging up the phone, Chen returned to his research. He increasingly enjoyed this feeling of research, being completely immersed, the joy of discovery far greater than earning 100 million. Time passed in this manner of research, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day before the Xia Kingdom Mathematics Annual Conference.
Chen, get ready, we're leaving in an hour.
Understood.
Upon receiving the call, Chen went back to his dorm, grabbed his suitcase, and left.
He had been informed of this long ago and had already prepared his luggage.
Upon arriving at the mathematics department's administrative building, an Iveco van was parked downstairs.
Just then, Professor Zhao and a few other professors came down from upstairs.
"Professor Zhao, we're just attending a conference, do we really need such a grand send-off?"
The steps of everyone in mid-air suddenly halted.
"Send you off? What are you thinking?" Professor Zhao chuckled and scolded him. Chen gave a sheepish grin, and the others couldn't help but laugh. This kid's thought process is too unconventional, he never plays by the rules. Damn, what kind of wild words are these? Not to mention Huaqing University, these professors are among the top mathematics professors nationwide. When you prove the infinitude of twin primes, we'll gladly drive for you or carry your bags. Alright, I'll remember that. Senior brother Chang, you're my witness. Chang Yong, who was chuckling along, froze and took a step back. He cursed inwardly, damn it, not only have you not proven it, but even if you had, would I dare be your witness? Do I still want to graduate with my PhD? Do I still want to have a career in mathematics? Alright, enough nonsense. Zhao interrupted Chen, glanced at Professor Zhang Taishui and the others, and said, "For Huaqing University, Professor Zhang, Professor Sun, and I are leading the teams. Each of us is bringing a doctoral student and a graduate student. I'm bringing senior brother Chang Yong this time." Senior brother Chang Yong is going too? That's great. Chen's confusion was met with a huge eye roll from Chang Yong, who was busy loading luggage into the van. What's the meaning of this? I admit I'm not as good as you. But among the students in the mathematics department at Huaqing University, I'm definitely top ranked. Chen was happy that senior brother Chang Yong was also going. Although these professors were all approachable, they were all in their 50s and 60s. He still felt it would be more fun to hang out with people his own age. An hour later, the group of 10 arrived at the high-speed train station. For short to medium distances like Nanjing, high-speed rail is more convenient than flying, and the travel time is similar. Junior brother Chen, after the math conference, I'll take you on a proper tour of Nanjing. Senior brother Chang, are you very familiar with Nanjing? I'm from Nanjing. Didn't I tell you? Did you? Chen felt a bit embarrassed, he really didn't know about this. That's not important. Junior brother, let me tell you, Nanjing is an ancient capital with a long history and culture, offering everything from food to attractions. For duck blood vermicelli soup, you must go to Xiaopanji on Hongmiao Food Street. The broth is flavorful, the vermicelli is chewy and elastic, and the portions of duck intestine and blood are generous. For osmanthus lotus root stuffed with sticky rice, you need to go to Guoruwei Shopping Center in Chongwenmen. The sticky rice and lotus root are connected, melting into a sweetness that fills your heart. The pan-fried beef dumplings are crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with plenty of filling and juice. For red bean fermented glutinous rice balls, the red beans are cooked until soft, melting in your mouth. There are also Guqing Lake crab roe buns, osmanthus taro balls, salted duck, zhuangyuan beans, and stinky tofu. Chang Yong spoke enthusiastically about the food, a stark contrast to his usual serious and meticulous demeanor in the office. Everyone listened, swallowing hard. Are you sure you're a math major? Not a tour guide? Old Zhao, is this really Chang Yong? I never realized he talks so much about his hometown. Faced with Zhang Taishua's teasing, Zhao was also a bit taken aback, but more so, he was happy.
His disciple has enough talent and a good disposition. He is meticulous and careful, which will definitely make him a great asset in scientific research. However, he hoped to see more of the youthful spirit and vitality that young people should possess.
Xiao Chang, you only invited your junior fellow student Chen, leaving us out. That's not fair. Exactly. We are your teachers too, after all. The professors teased Chun Yong, and the doctoral students joined in the fun. Chun Yong's face turned red. Chen stepped in to ease the tension. Esteemed professors and senior students, leave this to senior student Chang and me. We guarantee you'll get to taste authentic local snacks. If we have enough time, let's even take a whole day off and explore Jinling for the day. Chapter 82, Face Life and Death with Equanimity, and Fight if you disagree.
The nearly 4-hour car ride passed by in casual conversation among everyone. Chen then realized that the professors from the School of Mathematics were not as rigid as they usually appeared. They were quite humorous, and their knowledge was something Chen and the other students could not even begin to match. Most of them were born in the 1960s or 1970s, the first batch of university students after China resumed the college entrance examination. They had witnessed China's transformation from poverty to prosperity and strength, and their love for China far surpassed that of ordinary people. The high-speed train arrived at Jinling South Station, and everyone collected their luggage and walked to the platform. As everyone stood ready to take attendance, they saw a group of people disembarking from the opposite train.
Ha! How could it be him?
Zhao muttered softly, and Zhang Taishui and Sun Ming's expressions changed slightly. Just as Chen was about to ask something, a man from the group on the opposite side, who was older than Zhao, walked towards them.
Professor Zhao, what a coincidence! Are you attending the annual conference as well?
Professor Zhang, you jest.
How could the Chinese Mathematics Annual Conference be complete without us from Huaqing University? Our mathematics program is number 1 in China. What would be the point of the conference without us? Professor Zhao, you seem even more confident after a year.
As Chen watched the two exchange pleasantries, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. Although their conversation was polite, their words were filled with sarcasm, like masters of combat, wounding others invisibly.
You must be student Chen. Excellent, excellent. You truly are a person of great talent. The future of Chinese mathematics rests on your shoulders.
The middle-aged man, whom Zhao addressed as Professor Zhang, turned to look at Chen beside him, his words full of admiration. Chen's expression remained unchanged, but he cursed inwardly.
This guy doesn't seem like a good person.
His words are like stabbing someone to the heart. If he's not careful, this could be interpreted by those with ulterior motives as him being the future pillar of the Chinese mathematics community.
How would the older generation feel? How would the younger generation feel?
Damn it, if you're unjust, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Professor Zhang is too kind. As a junior and newcomer, I still have much to learn.
Although you are older, Professor, you can still illuminate the world of mathematics for another 20 years. As expected, as soon as Chen finished speaking, Professor Zhang's face darkened. Although Chen said he could contribute for another 20 years, the implication was that he could still be active for 20 more years. Whether he would be active in academia or simply kick the bucket would depend on one's interpretation.
Chen, work hard. I'll be watching you.
After speaking, Professor Zhang looked at Zhao again and said, Old Zhao, our school has arranged a car to pick us up.
Would you like a ride?
Thank you for your kind offer, Professor Zhang, but we have our own car. Zhao smiled and refused.
See you tomorrow.
Professor Zhang finished speaking and turned to walk back to his group. Watching his disappearing back, Zhao said, Chen, the person just now was Professor Zhang Tang from the Pan Chengdong Mathematical Institute at Shandong University.
You should remember him, right? Professor Zhang Tang? Chen immediately recalled.
No wonder he felt a bit familiar, it was him.
He's a big shot.
He proved the existence of infinitely many prime pairs with a difference less than 70 million. Speaking of this big shot, his story is quite legendary.
He graduated from Huaqing University and then went abroad to study.
In just 2 years, he claimed to have proven the Jacobi conjecture, one of the most difficult problems in the field of algebraic geometry. It was precisely this conjecture that made him a laughingstock and caused a rift with his advisor. He didn't get his doctorate until he was 37, after which his relationship with China soured, and he never returned, eventually becoming a U.S. citizen. He once declared that he would rather serve dishes in the U.S. than be a professor in China. He also openly stated that his research was more significant than Chen Jingruowen's proof of 1 plus 2. He even boasted that he could not have achieved such results if he had stayed in China. Chen proved the Zhou conjecture and is bound to prove the conjecture on the infinitude of twin primes, which is in the same vein as the Zhou conjecture. Given this professor's temperament and his attitude towards China, this undoubtedly constitutes a slap in the face. No wonder he was needle-sharp with Chen and harbored resentment towards professors like Zhao. Putting aside the professor's character, his talent in mathematics is undoubtedly top tier. Chen, you need to be careful. This guy might try to make things difficult for you during the mathematics annual conference's presentation. You need to be mentally prepared. Chen nodded, but inwardly, he didn't pay it much mind. Face life and death with equanimity, and fight if you disagree. If he tries to make things difficult for me, I won't hold back. My principle is, I won't offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, then I apologize, but I will beat them to a pulp. After leaving the station, everyone got into the pre-arranged cars and headed straight for the Jinling Central Hotel. It's less than a kilometer to Jinling University, the venue for the mathematics annual conference, making it very convenient. For the next few days, your activities will be limited to this hotel and Jinling University. You are not allowed to go anywhere else. After the conference, I will apply for a day for everyone to relax. Professor Zhao's tone was stern. There's no other way. This hotel is likely where professors and students attending the conference from various universities stay. It would be difficult for him to explain if any conflict occurred. Gather at 6:30 tomorrow morning and be at the Jinling University Auditorium at 7 o'clock. You are free to move about now. Chen was tucked away in his room, flipping through the conference agenda he had just received. Tomorrow morning was the opening ceremony with speeches from leaders, and the formal sessions would begin in the afternoon. He was scheduled for the first report in the afternoon, which was also the very first presentation of the conference. After reviewing the agenda, Chen went back to his presentation slides. Although no one in the mathematics community objected to his conjecture process, it didn't mean no one would try to make things difficult for him. The night passed without incident. The next morning, everyone had a luxurious buffet breakfast at the restaurant, sampling Jinling's local delicacies. On the tour bus arranged by the hotel, the breeze felt so refreshingly cool. By the time they reached the vicinity of the Jinling University Auditorium, the area outside was already packed. Looking around, it was incredible. CCTV, People's Daily, Southern Metropolis Daily, Sina, Soho, Global Times, Today, Tencent, all major domestic media outlets were present. There were even dozens of fully armed SWAT officers, along with scores of vehicles including armored personnel carriers, ambulances, fire trucks, police cars, communication vans, and power emergency repair trucks. The scene was spectacular. As for the attendees, graduate students were as common as dogs, doctoral students were everywhere, and professors were considered skilled, but barely. After verifying their identities, they entered the auditorium lobby. The sight before Chen stunned him. On the walls surrounding the lobby hung large KT boards, each 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. Each board was surrounded by a crowd, and bursts of exclamations could be heard from time to time. Let's go take a look. These are the research topics of various professors, experts, and scholars. It's good to broaden your knowledge and expand your horizons by looking at them. Professor Zhao said this, but inwardly he was dismissive. If these topics were truly valuable, why would they be displayed here? After scanning more than a dozen KT boards, Chen's eyes twitched. Everyone, the system is acting up. The 2 chapters scheduled for today, May 15th, have been under review, and I don't know why. I've already contacted the editor. If they can't be posted today, I'll post 4 chapters tomorrow. There will be no less. I can't control system issues, so please bear with me. These two chapters are transitional, and they were really tough to write.
Chapter 83, A Gathering of Great Minds. The irrationality and transcendence of certain numbers. Space constructed from polyhedra.
There were still 20 minutes before the conference started, so Chen returned to his seat at Huaqing University.
Junior fellow student Chen, how was your exploration?
Cheng Yong leaned in, a hint of excitement on his face. Chen shook his head, a wry smile on his face. He had spent over an hour looking at more than 20 KT boards, and half of them were related to Hilbert's 23 classic problems.
There are also the Riemann hypothesis, NP-complete problems, and so on.
I wonder if the people studying these are doing it to solve the difficult problems, or for the $1 million reward after solving them. Although Chen now possesses top-tier mathematical skills in the country, he wouldn't have touched these conjectures without obtaining fragments related to the Zhou conjecture and the infinitude of twin primes.
Who in their right mind would study this stuff?
What have you discovered?
The third person on the right side is a doctoral student from Zhejiang University, with some thoughts on Goldbach's conjecture.
I don't quite understand it, but I have a vague feeling his ideas are correct.
You can check it out later.
Cheng Yong pointed to a spot to the left and in front of him, near the main stage. Hearing Cheng Yong say this, Chen became interested.
All attendees, please return to your seats. The Mathematics Annual Conference will begin in 5 minutes. The voice from the broadcast interrupted Chen's thought of going to check it out right away.
A few minutes later, a group of people in suits walked in through the main entrance.
Most of them were elderly gentlemen in their 70s or 80s. Damn, why are these big shots here? This shouldn't be happening.
Cheng Yong exclaimed in a low voice, and Chen was also curious. After clearly seeing who had arrived, he gasped. Minister of Education Bo, CAS Academician President Jiang Yi, CAS Department of Mathematics Minister Academician Zhou He, Academicians Chu Xiutong from both academies, luminary in low-dimensional topology Academician Wang Shicheng, and giant in Riemann geometry and differential topology Academician Fang Quan. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has had 18 selections for mathematicians, totaling 72 individuals. There are currently 42 living academicians, and 5 of them are here today.
Describing this gathering as a gathering of giants would be an understatement.
Moreover, the top boss from the Ministry of Education is also here, which is extremely rare at past mathematics annual conferences.
Junior disciple Chen, could this visit be for you? For me?
Chen was taken aback and chuckled, "You're kidding.
It's not impossible.
You proved the Zhou conjecture, which is the most outstanding research achievement of Xia Kingdom's entire mathematics community this year.
Otherwise, why would your presentation be scheduled first and with unlimited time? This clearly shows they value you." Hey, that actually makes sense. Chen felt a bit flattered. Is he now on the radar of these esteemed figures?
As the two chatted quietly, the Mathematics Annual Conference officially began.
First, the Minister of Education gave a speech, announcing the start of the conference.
Then, the Dean of Jinling University's College, the organizing body of the Mathematics Annual Conference, reported on the major scientific research achievements of Xia Kingdom's mathematics community this year. Following that, several prominent figures shared their expectations and affirmations for the Mathematics Annual Conference and Xia Kingdom's mathematics community. Chen felt drowsy listening from below, but the professors were engrossed. He didn't understand why there was so much pointless talk. In his opinion, verbal encouragement was not as practical as financial reward. By the time all the distinguished guests had finished speaking, it was precisely lunchtime. "Senior disciple, please bring me a meal. I'm going to check out that interesting Goldbach conjecture you mentioned." Without waiting for Cheng Yong's reply, Chen darted out. God has provided the constant d equals 0.6601618158 for the conjecture of twin primes greater than 2, yielding a lower bound of 4nd and 2n-2 for the number of twin primes within 2n for n greater than 100. This was the opening statement on the KT board, and the conclusion of the entire hypothesis. The seemingly ordinary conclusion struck Chen like a bolt from the blue, exploding in his mind. Instantly, he gained numerous insights into proving the infinitude of twin primes. However, when he tried to calm down and think it through carefully, that spark of inspiration was gone.
System, activate the God of Learning possession card. Chen inwardly commanded, and the golden God of Learning possession card in his mind emitted a radiant glow.
Chen felt a mystical